Divorce compensation. 5,000 yuan, not a cent less. I'm not doing this for money, but for the future of your child. Lin Xueqing clenched her fists tightly, lowering her head to hide her shock. Silently, she repeated in her mind, "And the courtyard house in Beijing must be transferred to my daughter's name." The next moment, Xiulan, sitting beside her, spoke firmly, "And the courtyard house in Beijing must be transferred to my daughter's name." Her words were exactly the same as what Lin Xueqing had heard in her dream. Everything happening today was identical to the scenes in that dream. The dream she had last night was real. The shock in Lin Xueqing's eyes quickly turned into fear. If this had happened before today, she would have been deeply moved by her mother's concern. She might have believed that her cold and distant mother had finally changed her heart, coming to help her and her child find a secure future. But it was all a lie. Even her mother was not real. Chen Xiulan was not her biological mother. Everything Chen Xiulan was fighting for today was only to squeeze out the last bit of value from her, paving the way for her real daughter. According to the dream, Lin Xueqing was living inside a novel called Into the 70s, loved by the commander's family. In the story, the heroine's soul had traveled from the future and taken over the body of Chen Xiulan's real daughter. Lin Xueqing was supposed to be the daughter of a wealthy family, but she had been switched at birth by Chen Xiulan. Because of that, she became nothing more than a minor character, a stepping stone in the heroine's rise. If not for that dream, she would have followed Chen Xiulan's advice today, divorcing Lu Mingyuan to protect her unborn child and avoid being sent away with the Lu family. After the divorce, the Lu family, worn down by Chen Xiulan's unreasonable demands, would have agreed to all her conditions, leaving her both money and the house, so she could stay in Beijing safely until the baby was born. But right after the divorce papers were signed, Chen Xiulan reported the Lu family to the authorities so her own son could take the credit. Because of that report, everything the Lu family had planned was completely ruined. The food coupons and valuables the Lu family had prepared for moving to the countryside were all taken away. Their voluntary relocation to avoid trouble turned into forced labor reform. Instead of living in a small courtyard as planned, they were sent to live in a cowshed and publicly criticized. The second uncle, labeled a rightist, felt so guilty that he took his own life. Father Lu fell seriously ill, and the younger sister, in order to pay for his treatment, married a local bully. Unable to bear the mistreatment from that family, she eventually ended her life by jumping into a river. After that, only the youngest uncle and Mother Lu were left, struggling to survive on the small allowance sent by the eldest son, Lu Mingyuan, who served in the army. Everything began to change when the heroine arrived in the countryside. From then on, she became part of the Lu family and was loved by everyone. Lu Mingyuan later rose through the military ranks and became a high-ranking officer. He cleared his family's name and, out of gratitude, brought both his own family and the Lu family back to the capital. Compared with the Lu family's hardships and detailed story, her own experience was described much more briefly because she was destined to die soon. After divorcing Lu Mingyuan, she would, under Chen Xiulan's secret plan, suffer a tragic accident that caused her to lose her child. Soon after leaving the hospital, Chen Xiulan arranged for her to be remarried, but in truth, she was sold to a cruel man who often hurt others. Within 3 months, she lost her life due to his abuse. The money and property she had received from the Lu family eventually ended up in the hands of Chen Xiulan and her husband. Remembering the terrible scenes from her dream, Lin Xueqing was filled with fear and panic. Her body trembled uncontrollably until all her terror turned into a scream as she shouted, "I won't get a divorce." Her sudden outburst shocked everyone present. In everyone's eyes, Lin Xueqing had always been as gentle and obedient as her sweet appearance suggested, quiet, compliant, and never one to resist. This was the first time since she was a child that she had ever gone against Chen Xiulan's wishes. Chen Xiulan, long used to Lin Xueqing's obedience, was stunned. Anger quickly rose in her heart. If they hadn't been in the Lu household at that moment, she would have slapped Lin Xueqing to teach her a lesson. Did Lin Xueqing really think that marrying into the Lu family meant she could escape her control? In an instant, Xiulan hid the flash of malice on her face and replaced it with a look of worry. She turned to father and mother Lu and said anxiously, "The doctor said yesterday that Xueqing's pregnancy is unstable. She shouldn't give birth in the countryside. I heard it takes several days to travel from the capital to your village. The long trip would be to her body. As her mother, I feel sorry for her. The divorce is only a temporary measure. When you come back, everything in Xueqing's hands will still belong to your family's grandchild." The troubled expressions on father and mother Lu's faces slowly turned into guilt and hesitation. What the other mother said made sense. Lin Xueqing had always been gentle and obedient, and giving birth in the capital was much safer than in the countryside. Although her mother-in-law's requests were a bit much, it was understandable that she wanted the best for her daughter. Mother Lu sighed, turned to Lin Xueqing, and asked softly, "Your mother is right. If you go to the countryside with us, you'll suffer a lot. Xueqing, have you really thought it through?" Seeing that Mother Lu was wavering, Xiulan quickly added, "Xueqing, don't make things harder for yourself. If you can't bear to be apart from Mingyuan, you can remarry him when he returns to the capital. The child will stay with you, and Mingyuan is a responsible man. He won't abandon you or the baby." Lin Xueqing clenched her hands tightly, her eyes red as she glared at Xiulan. Her voice was firm. "No, staying in the capital is what's dangerous. You're not really my mother." Lin Xueqing opened her mouth in panic, but she couldn't say a word about the truth she had seen in her dream. Her face turned pale, and cold sweat ran down her forehead. Xiulan immediately put on a kind expression, gently patting Lin Xueqing's back as she comforted her. "How could the capital be dangerous? With me here, you're perfectly safe. Going to the countryside with Mingyuan would be risky and would only make things harder for him. Listen to me. It's just a temporary divorce. It's better for both of you." Lin Xueqing suddenly remembered the terrible scene from her dream where she had died miserably. Thinking of the tiny life in her belly, less than 3 months old, the once timid and fearful woman became firm and resolute. She pushed Xiulan away with one hand, the other protectively covering her stomach, her face full of fear. "No, I don't want to. I won't listen." If she followed Xiulan's words, she would die. Not only would she die, but even her unborn child would perish. No one, neither her cruel adoptive parents nor the powerful woman from the future, could take away her life or her child. Ding. A strong desire to change the current situation has been detected. Skill collection system is now binding. Dear readers, don't forget to add this book to your shelf so you won't lose it. Caret. The story takes place in a fictional world. The heroine grows over time. She has awakened, not changed into someone else. She won't become powerful instantly, but she'll grow stronger step by step. A mechanical voice echoed in Lin Xueqing's mind. A flash of white light followed, and she lost consciousness, falling backward. Lu Mingyuan had just stepped into the house when he heard his wife's terrified scream. His heart tightened, and he rushed into the living room, just in time to see Lin Xueqing faint. His soldier's reflexes kicked in. In one swift move, he caught her before she hit the ground and carried her straight to the hospital. When Lin Xueqing woke up again, the first thing she saw was Lu Mingyuan's strikingly handsome face, and above his head, glowing words that kept shifting. Combat skills, level 10 shooting, level 10 reconnaissance, level 9 survival, level 8. What were those words? Lin Xueqing blinked in confusion. The handsome face was still there, and so were the glowing words. Suddenly, a screen appeared before her eyes, like one in a movie theater. Collect skill. Combat level 10. Exchange for 1,000 skill points. Collect skill. Shooting level 10. Exchange for 1,000 skill points. Dazzled, Lin Xueqing reached out and tapped the screen, only to find her hand passed right through it. Seeing her awake but dazed and waving her hands in the air, Lu Mingyuan quickly turned and called for a nurse. As soon as he left, the screen slowly faded away. Lin Xueqing looked around the room and realized that everyone had glowing words above their heads too. An older woman nearby glanced at her and muttered, "Poor girl. Did she lose her senses?" Lin Xueqing followed the sound and saw the words above the old lady's head. Art of Insulting, Level 2, Tailoring, Level 5, Cooking, Level 3 Art of Insulting? If only she knew how to argue back. Lin Xueqing thought she was too gentle and never defended herself, which was why Xiulan always took advantage of her. The screen in her mind seemed connected to her thoughts, and new words appeared instantly. Collecting skill. Art of Insulting. Estimated time. 2 hours. Art of Insulting is a new system skill. Rarity. F. Reward. 500 skill points. A new panel appeared on the right side of the screen, showing the system store. It had 2 sections, items and skills. At the bottom, it displayed her balance. 500. The item section listed many things, with recommended marked on the top ones. Storage slot, physical strength pill, pregnancy protection pill. The skill section had only 1 item, Art of Insulting. It was on sale for half price, originally 10 skill points, now only 5. Lin Xueqing focused her thoughts on the buy button. Sure enough, the screen showed purchased. Her balance became 495 points and new text appeared. Learning Art of Insulting, Level 1 will begin in 2 hours. Duration, 1 hour. Now Lin Xueqing finally understood. The strange thing in her mind, called the skill collection system, could be controlled by her thoughts. It was a system that allowed her to learn other people's skills. She wondered how effective it would be. If she could really master someone's ability in just 1 hour, that would be incredible. Still, since fate had already given her dreams that warned of future tragedies, receiving a system like this didn't seem impossible. If this system truly worked, she believed she could avoid the disasters she saw in her dreams. Even going to the countryside wouldn't seem so frightening anymore. Doctor, please check on my wife. She doesn't seem quite right after waking up. Lu Mingyuan's voice came from outside, interrupting Lin Xueqing's thoughts and pulling her back to reality. He entered with a doctor and several nurses. The words floating above their heads were so many that they made her dizzy. Thinking quickly, Lin Xueqing silently said in her mind, "Hide." The next moment, the words above those people's heads disappeared. Lin Xueqing's eyes finally felt much better. Seeing Lu Mingyuan's worried expression, she replied, "I'm fine, just not used to waking up yet." The doctor came over, checked the report at the head of her bed, and asked her several questions before turning to Lu Mingyuan and saying, "During pregnancy, keep her emotions calm. The mother's body is weak and shows signs of possible complications. She needs rest and care. She should stay in the hospital for observation today. If there are no problems, she can go home tomorrow. After discharge, make sure she stays happy, eats well, and doesn't overwork." Lu Mingyuan quickly nodded. After the doctor reminded them of a few more things, he left the room. "Mother told me what happened this morning," Lu Mingyuan said. "Don't worry too much. I'll find a way to handle it." Lin Xueqing was stunned. She looked at the man in front of her husband, whom she had only met 3 times before, and today was the 4th, and asked, puzzled, "What's your plan?" "You heard what the doctor said. The most important thing now is to protect the baby and make sure the child is born safely." A trace of disappointment flashed in Lin Xueqing's eyes. Just as she had expected, Lu Mingyuan agreed with her mother's idea of a fake divorce. She couldn't expect someone she barely knew to help her. Her husband didn't understand her past or what kind of person Xiulan really was. Staying in the capital after a divorce to rest was impossible. She was pregnant, and Xiulan was still her legal mother. There was no way she could fight against that family alone. Her heart ached, her eyes turned red, and she said softly, "You can't leave me and the baby here." An older woman nearby overheard their conversation. Thinking Lu Mingyuan was going to abandon his wife and child, she glared at him, put her hands on her hips, and said sharply, "Ha! What a shame to wear that uniform." The doctor forgot to mention one more illness. Some people always say they serve the people, but they never treat their own wives like people. In the whole ward, Only Lu Mingyuan was wearing a military uniform, so everyone knew exactly who she was talking about. At this moment, Lu Mingyuan wasn't wearing his military cap, so no one could say the old lady's scolding was directed at him. Lin Xueqing's eyes lit up. So this was what people meant by the art of scolding someone indirectly. Lu Mingyuan, of course, understood the old lady's words. A trace of guilt flashed in his deep eyes. Lu Mingyuan clenched his fists tightly and said seriously, "Xueqing, it's my fault that you've been wronged." Gathering her courage, Lin Xueqing repeated her request, "I don't want to stay in the capital." A hint of surprise appeared in Lu Mingyuan's eyes. He hadn't expected Lin Xueqing to insist so firmly on leaving. To be honest, there wasn't much affection between them. The reason they got married was purely out of helplessness. It was a familiar story. He had accidentally saved Lin Xueqing from drowning, and her mother, Xiulan, happened to see it. She insisted that he take responsibility for her daughter. At that time, the local committee was keeping a close watch on the Lu family. Lin Xueqing was gentle, polite, and obedient. To avoid bringing trouble to his family, he thought marrying someone like her wouldn't be too bad, so he agreed to the marriage. As he had expected, Lin Xueqing turned out to be a quiet and sensible person, someone who always followed her elders' decisions without question. Sometimes he even wondered if she truly understood that marriage was something that would affect her entire life. Although they were husband and wife, they had only met 4 times, when they first met, during the engagement, at the wedding, and today. He had felt resentful about being forced into marriage. From the engagement to the wedding, he only did what was necessary, appearing when required. Lin Xueqing never expressed her own opinions or wishes. Her mother made all the decisions for her. Even on their wedding night, she followed her mother's misguided advice, trying to make sure he wouldn't regret the marriage. Because of that, he had been upset and left for his military duties the next day. During the 3 months he was away, Lin Xueqing never complained. She went to work regularly and behaved quietly at home. So when Xiulan came to visit this time, he thought Lin Xueqing would once again obey her mother, agree to the divorce, and stay in the capital. But now, seeing his wife faint because she didn't want to stay, how could he continue to stand in her way? The arrival of the child filled him with both surprise and joy. As a new father, he couldn't bear the thought of being separated from his own flesh and blood. Even though his marriage with Lin Xueqing hadn't started happily, as a husband and a father, he was determined to take responsibility no matter what. Lu Mingyuan sighed quietly, patted Lin Xueqing's hand, and comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, I won't let you stay in the capital. What I meant earlier is that you should rest at home and take care of yourself. I'll find a way to buy sleeper tickets and some nutritious food so you won't get too tired on the way." Hearing his promise, Lin Xueqing finally relaxed. The fear and anxiety she had felt over the past 2 days eased, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Seeing her cry, Lu Mingyuan became completely flustered. He was used to fighting battles, but facing his gentle and emotional wife in tears made him tense all over. To him, going to the battlefield seemed easier than dealing with this situation. The older woman nearby couldn't help but comment, "Oh my, crying and fussing like this, it's more dramatic than a play." Remembering the doctor's advice, Lu Mingyuan quickly helped Lin Xueqing sit up, gently patting her back as he said, "Don't cry. From now on, whatever you say goes. The doctor said you shouldn't get too emotional." Lin Xueqing also remembered the doctor's words and tried to calm herself down. Still uneasy, she muttered softly, "Don't listen to what my mother says." "All right, I won't. I'll only listen to my wife," Lu Mingyuan replied with a smile. As he comforted her, he couldn't help but notice that ever since she became pregnant, Lin Xueqing seemed different, more thoughtful, more confident, and able to express her own opinions. With his reassurance, Lin Xueqing finally felt at ease. The older woman nearby rolled her eyes at the affectionate couple and clicked her tongue. Feeling her face grow hot, Lin Xueqing quickly nudged Lu Mingyuan, signaling him to stop talking. Seeing how easily embarrassed she was, Lu Mingyuan noticed it was almost mealtime, so he picked up the aluminum lunchbox by the bed and went to the cafeteria to get food. As soon as he left, The woman from the next room came over and asked cautiously, "Miss, which military district is your husband from? Has he not yet met the requirements to apply for you to join him?" Lin Xueqing nodded politely. "The Southern Island Military District. No wonder, Nandao is far from the capital. My son-in-law serves in the Western Military District. Let me tell you, being a military family member isn't easy. Your husband might be away for 10 days or half a month at a time. If you ever have difficulties, you must speak up and ask for help." Before Lin Xueqing could respond, the older woman began talking nonstop, sharing all about her daughter's experiences. Lin Xueqing had always been a good listener. Her sweet and gentle appearance made her well-liked since childhood. In the neighborhood, everyone saw her as a kind and obedient girl. Because of her polite and clever nature, even after her grandparents passed away and Xiulan often made things hard for her, she still grew up safely with the help of kind neighbors. When Lu Mingyuan returned with food, Lin Xueqing had already learned that the older woman's surname was Wang. The woman lying unconscious in the next bed was her daughter, who had been hospitalized due to heavy bleeding during childbirth. Mrs. Wang's son-in-law was stationed far away all year round. Her daughter, not wanting to trouble her husband, went through pregnancy alone. Unfortunately, when she went into labor, she couldn't get to the hospital in time and nearly lost her life. Because of that, Mrs. Wang didn't treat Lu Mingyuan very kindly. She kept reminding Lin Xueqing not to spoil him just because he was an officer and that he should take full responsibility for his family. Perhaps because he overheard Mrs. Wang's words, Lu Mingyuan didn't leave the ward all day. He stayed to take care of Lin Xueqing. While resting in bed, Lin Xueqing took the chance to fully understand how the skill collection system in her mind worked. Once she activated a new skill, the system would give her a reward based on how rare the skill was. She tried collecting Lu Mingyuan's combat and shooting skills. Both were rated as A level, each giving her 1,000 skill points. The collection time varied. Collecting the art of scolding took only 2 hours, while combat skills required 100 hours and shooting skills needed 120 hours. Fortunately, she could collect multiple skills at the same time instead of waiting for one to finish. However, she noticed that if Lu Mingyuan left the room, the collection would pause, and it would only continue when he returned. In other words, the skill collection had a distance limit. If he was too far away, it wouldn't work. Besides, the items recommended in the system store were all incredibly powerful. For example, the top recommended spatial grid could store real objects inside it while keeping them perfectly still. It was simply the most useful tool she could have for her trip to the countryside. The pregnancy-protecting pill was also something she urgently needed. With it, she could recover from her current condition and keep her baby safe. As long as she stayed alive, the baby would be fine. With that pill, she wouldn't have to worry about the bumpy road affecting her baby's health. However, their amazing functions came with a high price. The spatial grid cost 100,000 skill points, and the pill, though cheaper, still required 10,000. Looking at the small balance of only 2,495 points on the screen, she sighed. She had to find a way to earn more skill points quickly. Just then, the mechanical voice sounded again. Ding! The art of insulting level 1 completed. Reward, 100 skill points.
Ding!
Beginner mission completed. Newbie gift pack received. Before Lin Xueqing could check what was inside the gift pack, she heard Xiulan's voice outside the door. Xueqing, listen to your mother. You must stay in the capital. Lin Xueqing quickly turned toward the door and saw Xiulan walking in. As she came closer, Lin Xueqing noticed the words above her head. Acting level 3, manipulation level 6, persuasion level 3. Lin Xueqing frowned. What was manipulation? And why was the system using foreign words? Just as she wondered, a new screen appeared, explaining the meaning. After reading it, Lin Xueqing felt a mix of emotions. So it wasn't that she was foolish, useless, or lazy. It was that Xiulan had been using emotional pressure and criticism to control her. That was what manipulation meant. After leaving the Lu family, Xiulan kept thinking about it and decided to visit the hospital after work to persuade Lin Xueqing. She planned to talk to her daughter when the Lu family wasn't around. to remind her that everything she had now was thanks to her mother's efforts. When she arrived at the hospital, she didn't go straight to the ward. Instead, she first asked the doctor about Lin Xiuqing's condition. When she learned that Lin Xiuqing showed signs of a possible miscarriage, she was secretly pleased. When Xiulan came to Lin Xiuqing's hospital bed, she already looked anxious and quickly told Lu Mingyuan. The doctor said Xiuqing is showing signs of a possible miscarriage. Go to the supply store and buy some malted milk to help her recover. Lin Xiuqing snapped out of her dazed state, realizing how she had been manipulated. Her tongue, once tied by fear, suddenly loosened, and she blurted out, "There's no need. We already have malted milk at home." Xiulan thought Xiuqing was just being foolish and didn't understand that she was trying to send Lu Mingyuan away. "There may be some at home, but not here in the hospital. Mingyuan, go buy it quickly." As she spoke, Xiulan sat down heavily on the edge of the bed. Just like when Xiuqing was a child and disobeyed, she gripped her arm tightly under the blanket and whispered, "Xiuqing, be good. You're not listening again. You know what happens when you don't listen. Hunger, punishment, being locked in the dark room." The painful memories of past abuse and the terrifying images from her dreams flashed through Xiuqing's mind. Overwhelmed, she tried to push Xiulan away and cried out in fear, No, I don't want to obey anymore." Xiulan's face darkened. This girl had only lived with the Lu family for 3 months, and she already dared to talk back. She pressed Xiuqing down firmly, blocking Lu Mingyuan's view from the doorway, and shouted, "Silly girl, you're your mother's precious child. How could I ever hurt you?" Her loud voice completely drowned out Xiuqing's. Lu Mingyuan couldn't see what was happening. On the other side of the bed, Aunt Wang couldn't see under the blanket either, but she noticed the fear on Xiuqing's face and heard her trembling words. Normally, she wouldn't meddle in other people's family matters. But Xiuqing was different. She had listened patiently to her chatter all afternoon and seemed like a good girl. Aunt Wang quickly called out, "Oh dear, the doctor said she mustn't get too emotional. A married daughter belongs to another family now. Even a mother shouldn't force her." Aunt Wang had her back to Xiulan, so Chen didn't realize the words were aimed at her. But Lu Mingyuan did. Aunt Wang's tone had been sarcastic all day, and he had heard enough of her indirect scolding. Almost the moment Aunt Wang shouted, Lu Mingyuan sensed that something was wrong. He rushed to the bedside, quickly pulled Xiulan away, and anxiously looked at Lin Xiuqing. Lin Xiuqing's face was full of panic, her whole body trembling, clearly terrified. Lu Mingyuan recognized that look well. It was the same state he had seen in prisoners who had been harshly interrogated. In that instant, he finally understood everything. Lin Xiuqing's obedience and gentleness were not natural, they were forced by Xiulan's threats. His wife had been mistreated, and badly so. Now, even a small gesture or a single word from Xiulan could trigger her fear. Xiulan rubbed her sore waist and slowly stood up, glaring at the two by the bed, her brows tightly furrowed. Lin Xiuqing seemed different now. After only 3 months, she actually dared to talk back? But Xiulan had no time to argue. In 3 days, the Lu family would move to the countryside. No one knew that Lin Xiuqing was not her real daughter. To outsiders, she had given birth to her, raised her, so even scolding or hitting her seemed like a mother's discipline. A mother teaching her daughter. Who would question that? Thinking this, Xiulan put her hands on her hips and shouted from behind them, "Lin Xiuqing, why are you disobeying again? Listen to me. Tomorrow you'll divorce Lu Mingyuan. I'm your mother. Would I ever harm you? Everything I do is for your own good." Her words made Lin Xiuqing tremble all over. She wanted to shout, to tell the truth, but no words came out. Seeing this, Lu Mingyuan quickly held her close, gently patting her back to comfort her. It's okay. You have me and you have our baby. No one can force you." Yes, she still had her baby, and she still had her system. She wasn't afraid of Xiulan anymore. She had to stay strong. She would protect herself and her child.
Ding.
Detected strong desire for self-improvement. Hidden system function activated. awarding 50 courage points, 30 wisdom points. In that moment, Lin Xueqing felt a new strength rising within her. She was no longer afraid of Chen Xiulan. All the anger, fear, and frustration that had been suppressed for more than 10 years suddenly burst out. Using all her strength, she shouted, "I won't be obedient. I won't listen. And I won't get a divorce." Her voice was so loud that everyone in the room fell silent, staring straight at Lin Xueqing. At that moment, Lin Xueqing felt completely relieved. The pain she had held inside for so many years finally had a way out. To her surprise, standing up to Chen Xiulan wasn't as hard as she had imagined. It was just that she had been too young and powerless before to fight back. Chen Xiulan was stunned by Lin Xueqing's outburst. After a long pause, she finally reacted, her face full of worry. "Xueqing, is this really the time to be stubborn? The doctor said your health is weak, and you're at risk of losing the baby. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about the child." Maybe she had learned a thing or two from Aunt Wang, but Lin Xueqing, who had never been good at arguing, now spoke with sharp sarcasm. "I only regret not standing up for myself sooner. Maybe then I wouldn't have had to eat leftovers every day. After Grandma passed away, I was only 7, yet I had to do all the housework. If I didn't do it well, I'd be scolded or locked in the dark room without food or water. How could a child who grew up like that be healthy?" Chen Xiulan, always good at pretending and quick with her words, immediately put on a hurt expression. "Xueqing, even if you don't want to listen to your mother, you don't have to say such things. If I had really mistreated you, would you have grown up like this? I gave birth to you, raised you, and cared for you. Was that wrong? Before I was 7, Grandma raised me. After that, I took care of myself. In your house, I worked every day, making endless matchboxes. If the Women's Association hadn't stepped in, I wouldn't even have gone to school. I hadn't even finished primary school when, before Lin Xueqing could finish, Chen Xiulan shouted angrily, her face red with fury. "Enough! How dare you talk about your own mother like that?" She raised her hand to hit Lin Xueqing, but Lu Mingyuan quickly caught her wrist before she could strike. Lin Xueqing let out a cold snort, lifted the blanket, and showed the arm that Chen Xiulan had just grabbed. Crying, she said, "Is this what you call making things up about you?" Lu Mingyuan saw the bruises on Lin Xueqing's arm, and his face turned dark with anger. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to control his urge to lash out, and shouted, "Comrade Chen Xiulan, you are not welcome here. Please leave." Chen Xiulan hadn't expected the usually timid Lin Xueqing to suddenly fight back. They had talked peacefully yesterday. Why was she turning against her again, and again at such a crucial moment? Lu Mingyuan's tall, strong figure and his cold, commanding presence made Chen Xiulan's face turn pale. Overwhelmed by fear, she hurriedly ran out of the hospital room. Aunt Wang looked at Lin Xueqing with pity. Such a good girl. How could she have such a troublesome mother? But in those days, many people valued sons over daughters. Mothers who truly cared for their daughters were rare. She pursed her lips, then, unable to hold back her kind heart, softly reminded her, "Ruining a soldier's marriage is a serious crime." Lu Mingyuan gently held Lin Xueqing's hand and nodded in agreement. "Aunt Wang is right. Even if she's your mother, she has no right to destroy our marriage." Lin Xueqing nodded, though worry still lingered in her heart. What they didn't know was that Chen Xiulan's goal wasn't just to make her divorce Lu Mingyuan. She wanted to harm her. In the other woman's eyes, Lin Xueqing was the obstacle standing between her daughter and the wealth of Lin Xueqing's real parents. For her own daughter's sake, Chen Xiulan would stop at nothing. Unfortunately, the scenes Lin Xueqing had seen in her dreams were incomplete. She only knew that her real parents were the ones the other woman's family would later reunite with after being cleared of false charges. She could recognize their faces from her dreams, but she didn't know their names or where to find them. Although she couldn't yet find her real parents, she knew she had to cut ties with Chen Xiulan's family as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they failed to separate her from Lu Mingyuan, they might try to harm her and then use her death to take advantage of the Lu family. Lin Xueqing quickly came up with a way to solve the problem once and for all. But before that, she needed to learn how to act. In the past, she had no way to fight back. Now, with her new skill collection system, she no longer feared Xiulan and her family. After dinner, Lin Xueqing asked Lu Mingyuan to go home and bring some clean clothes, while she walked around the hospital, trying to find someone with acting skills. She was lucky. Soon, in the infusion room, she met a woman from a performing arts group. The system showed that this woman had level 5 acting skills. Without hesitation, Lin Xueqing pressed the collect button. Collecting acting skill. Estimated time, 2 hours. Acting is a new system skill. Rarity level, E reward, 600 skill points. System balance, 3095. The collection time was shorter than she expected, only 2 hours. Although it was not long, she wasn't sure if the woman would leave right after her treatment. Just as she was thinking about it, the system store showed a new recommendation. At the top was an item called Speed Card, costing 1,000 points each. It could cut collection time in half or double the learning speed. Each card could be used 3 times and could be stacked. Even though it was expensive, Lin Xueqing bought it without hesitation and used it right away. After stacking it 3 times, the collection time instantly dropped from 2 hours to 15 minutes. Lin Xueqing realized how smart the system was. It always recommended exactly what she needed. Although she still couldn't afford the pregnancy medicine or the storage space she wanted most, she was satisfied. Suddenly, she noticed a red in the lower right corner of the screen. When she opened it, she found it was a kind of message board. The red dot showed a message she had missed earlier. Host has completed the beginner task. A starter gift pack has been awarded. When she opened the message, a gift pack appeared. Reward, 10,000 skill points, 3 speed cards, complete junior high knowledge set ×1, system knowledge pack ×1, personal attribute points ×50 personal attribute points. What's that? She wondered. Although she was curious, she quickly pressed receive. Just the skill points and speed cards alone made her feel she had gained a lot. As soon as she accepted, a new inventory appeared on the screen, showing 3 speed cards, 1 complete junior high knowledge set, and 1 system knowledge pack. When Lin Xueqing opened the system knowledge pack, she found it was a guide on how to use the skill collection system. The estimated study time was 1 hour. Lin Xueqing didn't think it was urgent, so she turned to check another missed message. Congratulations on unlocking the system's hidden feature. The host can now adjust physical attributes freely. Better physical fitness will make learning much easier. A moment later, a new panel appeared at the bottom right of the screen, showing her personal stats. Host, Lin Xueqing, 20 years old, stamina, 20-30, as weak as a chick, intelligence, 50-30, a bit smart, but not using it is the same as not having it, courage, 10-50, some courage but not much, health, 50, as frail as a 70-year-old lady, strength, 30, even a child could knock you down, knowledge, elementary school level, lots of gaps in learning, skills, cooking LV, 3, sewing LV.3, Ising LV.2, art of arguing LV.1, 20 years old, and only these skills. Embarrassing, isn't it? Available points, 50. Lin Xueqing was speechless. Although everything written was true, did the system really have to be so sarcastic? She suspected it was trying to mess with her. Still, she quickly figured out how to use the panel. She could freely adjust the numbers after the plus signs, and the changes would take effect immediately. Thinking about meeting Xiulan tomorrow to cut ties, she decided it was necessary to raise her strength and stamina above average. Lin Xueqing quickly adjusted the system, raising her strength to 70 and stamina to 60. Then, without hesitation, she bought a safe pregnancy pill from the system store. Her baby's safety came first. After finishing all this, 15 minutes had passed. The system notified her that skill collection was complete and automatically converted it into 500 skill points, leaving her with a total of 2,595. Lin Xueqing immediately selected acting to study. Worried that level 1 acting wouldn't be enough, she spent another 20 and 30 points to unlock levels 2 and 3. This time, she was a bit disappointed. The system required her to learn each level in order, meaning it would take 10 hours to complete all 3. However, 10 hours was plenty of time for her, so she didn't use a speed-up card. Instead, she continued wandering around the hospital. That was when she discovered a loophole in the system that could help her earn skill points quickly. After a full day of observation, she discovered that as long as she clicked on a skill the system didn't already have, she would receive a reward, whether or not the skill collection was complete. There was also a small trick. Skills could be collected level by level, and each level would give a separate reward. For example, she already had level 2 cooking skills. If she collected Aunt Wang's level 3 cooking skills, the system would treat it as a new skill, and she would get another reward. But for something like the art of scolding, since she first collected it at level 2, she couldn't collect level 1 later, and there would be no reward. So, the best way was to first find people with level 1 skills, collect those, and then move up step by step. Although she had found a way to earn skill points quickly, it was still quite tiring. Fortunately, she was in a hospital where there were plenty of people coming and going, people of all kinds, and most of them didn't move around much because they were sick. She wandered around aimlessly, letting the system collect every skill it could, useful or not. After more than 2 hours of walking, Lin Xiulan had earned 35,000 skill points. It wasn't until Lu Mingyuan came to find her that she reluctantly followed him back to the ward. Lu Mingyuan had brought her a change of clothes and some malted milk powder, which he mixed into a drink for her. After she finished drinking, he said slowly, "I've already told my parents about your decision. Dad will ask a friend to buy us sleeper tickets. Mingche is a patient, so he'll need one too. The 3 of us will go together, and I'll take care of both of you." Lu Mingche was Lu Mingyuan's second younger brother. He had been the youngest professor at Beijing University, but after a sports accident and a conflict with students, he ended up with a broken leg. That incident was what led the Lu family to apply for reassignment to the countryside. Remembering how, in her dream, Lu Mingche had taken his own life out of guilt, Lin Xiulan nodded and reminded him, "Mingche has taken a heavy. We should talk to him more on the way. You should also try to stay positive," Lu Mingyuan said gently. "Life in the countryside will be hard, but I promise I won't let you suffer." Lin Xiulan's eyes turned slightly red. She hadn't expected him to say that. She shook her head. "I'm not afraid of hardship. Just don't leave me and our child behind." Compared to death, the hardships of the countryside were nothing. As long as they could live, that was enough. Thinking of this, Lin Xiulan hesitated for a moment, but still shared her plan for tomorrow. "I plan to go back to the food factory compound tomorrow. I want to take this chance to cut ties with the Lin family." Lu Mingyuan was a little surprised. After all, they were her blood relatives. But when he remembered how Lin Xiulan had trembled after being mistreated by Xiulan earlier that day, he felt her decision was right. When facing someone who hurts you, no matter who they are, you must stand firm. After thinking for a while, he said, "After your discharge tomorrow, I'll go with you." Lin Xiulan shook her head. "If you go with me, they'll definitely ask for more money. I'll ask Aunt Yuling for help instead." "Aunt Yuling? She's my grandmother's goddaughter. She works at the neighborhood office. Thanks to her help, I was able to grow up safely." Lu Mingyuan understood. He reflected on how little he really knew about his wife and quietly decided to follow her secretly the next day, worried that if things got heated, Lin Xiulan might be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the state-run restaurant in the north of the city, Xiulan took out an envelope and handed it to Xiulan. "Mom, take this money first. Once it's done, I'll give you 10 times what's inside." Xiulan felt the thickness of the envelope and was tempted, but in the end, she pushed it back and whispered, "Daughter, doing something like that could ruin lives. You're living comfortably with the Zhao family now. There's no need to." Before she could finish, Xiulan interrupted her. "The authorities are already watching the Zhao family. They might be sent to the countryside soon."
"How could that be?"
"Doesn't the Zhao family have strong connections?" Xiulan panicked for a moment, then grabbed Xiulan's hand and said excitedly, "Then why don't you tell them who you really are? Anyway, that Lin Xiulan girl is the real Zhao daughter. She should be the one to face this." Xiulan shook her head. There was no way she would give up her place in the Zhao family so easily. In the future, The Zhao family would become one of the world's wealthiest families, with businesses across many industries. Even now, despite the difficult times, the Zhao family still had powerful connections and was recognized by the authorities as a trusted, influential family. Going to the countryside was just a way to avoid trouble for a while. This movement would end in 3 years. It was only 3 years of hardship, and after that, she could live a life of comfort and success. How could she give that up so easily? Before coming here, she had been a researcher at the Institute of Technology in the capital, and she was an orphan. No one understood better than she did how hard life could be without someone's help. Now that she had a strong start, she couldn't let Lin Xueqing ruin everything. So she would never allow Lin Xueqing to go to the countryside or appear in front of the Zhao family. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Xuan's eyes, but when she turned to Xiulan, her face showed hesitation. If Lin Xueqing stays alive, the truth about you switching the babies will be discovered sooner or later. The Zhao family may be capitalists, but they still have connections. Getting rid of an ordinary worker's family would be easy for them. Xiulan frowned. Then isn't this the best chance to fix things? Let Lin Xueqing return to the Zhao family, and everything will be fine. What about the money the Zhao family hid? Don't you still want that? Even if your brother reports them to the committee, the reward would be tiny, barely worth mentioning. As for their houses and land, you'd never get those. So what do you suggest? Xiulan was tempted but still cautious. I'm not doing anything illegal. Zhao Xuan knew her mother wasn't as innocent as she looked. If there was profit to be made, she would be interested. Her eyes brightened slightly, and she smiled. She's in the hospital now, right? Then let her stay there longer. If she misses the time to go to the countryside with the Lu family, she'll still be under your control. Xiulan hesitated, still unsure. But if the Lu family leaves and takes all the money, and then Lin Xueqing gets divorced, we'll get nothing. And the hospital bills will fall on us. That's not worth it. Zhao Xuan knew her mother never acted without seeing clear benefits. However, people who only care about money are easy to deal with, so she quickly continued to persuade her. Your daughter just lost her baby. The Lu family should at least give some money to buy her some nutritious food to help her recover. You also took care of their daughter-in-law and missed work, so they should pay you something for your effort. Even though the child is gone, Lin Xueqing is still their daughter-in-law. She'll need a place to live in the city, right? So, you already have plenty of reasons to ask for benefits. Hearing this, Xiulan's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, My daughter is really smart. This is a good idea. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow and take care of it. But what Xiulan didn't expect was that the next morning, before she could go to the hospital to find Lin Xueqing had already come to the food factory courtyard herself. And with her came the person she disliked the most, Li Yuling, the director of the neighborhood committee. Lin Xueqing got up early that morning. After completing her discharge procedures, she went straight to the food factory courtyard. The Li family and the Lin family lived in the same apartment building. The Li family lived on the first floor near the gate, while the Lin family lived in the middle room on the second floor. Most people in the courtyard had just gotten up. Some were brushing their teeth and washing their faces at the shared water tap, some were cooking breakfast, and children were crying and playing. The building was full of noise and activity. When Lin Xueqing arrived, the Li family was having breakfast outside their small fenced yard. After Lin Xueqing explained why she came, Li Yuling agreed without hesitation. In her opinion, Lin Xueqing should have cut ties with her family long ago. Fortunately, Lin Xueqing had finally realized this. After having a child, she had started thinking more about her own future. Upstairs, the Lin family had already gotten up. When Lin Xueqing and Li Yuling reached the door, Xiulan was in the kitchen, covering her nose while cooking breakfast. Since Lin Xueqing got married, the cooking had fallen to her. After more than 10 years without cooking, she couldn't stand the smell of oil and smoke after just 3 months. Her desire to get rid of Lin Xueqing grew stronger. If she could deal with Lin Xueqing, she could get a large sum of money from the Lu family, help her son get married soon, and finally become a mother-in-law. Then all the housework could be handed over to her future daughter-in-law. Just as she was thinking this, there was a knock on the door. When Xiulan opened the door and saw Lin Xiuqing and Li Yuling arriving together, she was stunned. Their visit was completely unexpected. She quickly recovered, assuming that Lin Xiuqing had gone to complain to Li Yuling again. Putting on a kind, motherly smile, she asked, "Xiuqing, why didn't you stay in the hospital to rest for a few more days? Why did you come so early with Director Li?" Li Yuling already knew that Xiulan acted differently in front of people and behind their backs, but she kept a polite smile and replied, "Xiuqing came today and asked me to be a witness. She's a thoughtful child and doesn't want to cause trouble for your family. She wants to write a letter to end family ties." Xiulan froze, completely caught off guard. She hadn't even gone to confront Lin Xiuqing yet, and now this girl dared to cut ties first? If they broke off relations, how could she still control her? And what about the compensation from the Lu family after the miscarriage? That money was meant for her son's marriage. There was no way she could allow this. Xiulan immediately refused, saying firmly, "You're the daughter I raised. How can you just cut ties like that? As for causing trouble, the Lu family is being reassigned soon. Once you and Lu Mingyuan divorce, it won't affect us anymore." After a night of systematic study, Lin Xiuqing's acting skills had reached level 3. Her expression naturally showed the emotions of a dutiful daughter, just as she had planned. Since Xiulan wanted to act like a loving mother, Lin Xiuqing could play the role of a devoted daughter, forcing the Lin family to give in. Her eyes turned red as she looked at Xiulan with a hurt expression and cried out, "No, Mom. Please don't say that. I can't get a divorce. It's for your sake." Mingyuan said that breaking a military marriage is a serious crime. "If I divorce him, you could be punished. I can't let that happen to you." Inside the house, Lin Youfu and his son Lin Changxi had already heard the voices outside. They thought that since the Lu family was about to be reassigned, Lin Xiuqing's return could only bring trouble, so they didn't want to get involved. But to their surprise, they heard that Lin Xiuqing wanted to cut ties, and that Xiulan was actually trying to protect her by suggesting a divorce. If Lin Xiuqing divorced, she would have to move back home. Lin Changxi was planning to get married next year. Where would she live then? Even worse, weren't all the people being reassigned now those labeled as old rightists? If others found out that their family had any connection with the old rightist, they would all be in serious trouble. Without another word, Lin Changxi rushed out of the room, pulled Xiulan aside, and tried to persuade her.
Sis is right.
You're already married, and once a daughter is married, she belongs to her husband's family. Mom, no matter how much you miss her, you can't ruin a soldier's marriage. A hint of cunning flashed in Lin Xiuqing's eyes. She knew Xiulan hadn't told Lin Youfu and his son about her plan with the main woman. In fact, the father and son probably still didn't know that the babies had been switched. If Lin Youfu had known that his real daughter had been raised as a rich family's young lady, he would have already gone to demand benefits from them. Xiulan never expected her son to step in at this moment and make things harder. With Li Yuling still there, she had no chance to tell the truth. She could only keep a straight face and say to Lin Changxi, "Don't get involved in this. I'll handle it. You should go to work." Lin Xiuqing had come on purpose while Lin Youfu and his son were home, so she wasn't about to let Xiulan send them away so easily. "Mom, since Dad and my brother are both here, they should also hear this. You wouldn't want the Lu family's matter to affect their jobs, right?" Hearing that his own interests might be at risk, Lin Changxi became even more anxious and quickly said, "Yes, I think Sis is right. We should avoid any trouble that could bring us harm." He worked as a minor clerk in the Revolutionary Committee. If anyone found out that his family had ties to a rightist, he would lose his job, and the small benefits he got from it would disappear too. Lin Youfu also came out of the room, ready to join in persuading, but Xiulan quickly pulled him back inside, muttering as she went, "Changxi, take care of your sister and Aunt Yuling." Sensing something was wrong, Lin Xiuqing quickly said, "Mom, let's settle my matter first. Aunt Yuling has to go to work soon." Lin Youfu knew his wife's nature well. She never acted without a reason. If she was suddenly trying to stop him, there must be something she was hiding.
"It won't take long," he said.
"Your mother, and I just need a quick word." Lin Changxi also began to realize that something was off. Lin Xueqing, who was usually quiet and obedient, was suddenly standing up to their mother. Clearly, she had come prepared. He quickly handed a glass of warm water to both Li Yuling and Lin Xueqing to help calm them down. At that moment, Lu Mingyuan followed Lin Xueqing to the doorway. He didn't go inside but watched from a distance, ready to step in if she had any conflict with her family. Soon, Lin Youfu came out of the room, his attitude changing instantly. He said, "It wasn't easy for us to raise you. Family ties can't just be cut off like that. If you really want to sever ties, then you should repay us for all the years we took care of you." In the end, the Lin family still wanted money. Lin Xueqing had already prepared for this. She took a small notebook from her pocket and handed it to Li Yuling, then began to act tearfully. "These are the records of all the expenses since I came to the Lin family. Aunt Yuling, please take a look. I know that since I came to live here at 7 years old, I've done housework and made matchboxes every month. Even though I only ate 1 meal a day, I still couldn't repay your kindness. After I started working, my salary was collected by Mom from the textile factory every month. I also know that without my monthly pay and my help with chores every week, you would find it hard to manage. But I'm more afraid that I might bring trouble to you." Hearing this, Li Yuling's face darkened with anger. What kind of parents take their daughter's salary after she's married and still make her come back to do housework? She knew well how harsh the Lin family had always been to their daughter. When Lin Xueqing was 7, she was almost seriously harmed by them. Fortunately, someone in their neighborhood noticed and sent her to the hospital in time. The hospital reported the case, and it was later handled by the Women's Federation and the local community office. Now that Lin Xueqing had finally grown up, her unkind parents were still trying to take advantage of her. Thinking of this, Li Yuling decided to stand up for her. With the authority of a community director, she said firmly, "Since you want to cut family ties, then let's properly go over the accounts of your so-called care and her support as a daughter." Lin Changxi was also surprised. He hadn't known that his sister had been handing over her salary all along. If their parents already had her wages, why did they still ask him for money every month? After all, they were still family. Lin Changxi suppressed his irritation and put on the polite manner he had learned at the Revolutionary Committee, smiling as he said, "Favors between family members can't be counted so clearly. I think sister only wants what's best for all of us. Let's just end this family tie. After all, sister is married now, so it's natural for her to think of her husband's family." Lin Youfu remembered what his wife had said earlier. If they cut ties, they couldn't get any more benefits from the Lu family, so he immediately refused. "No way. We can cut ties, but since the Lu family is being sent down to the countryside, they should transfer their courtyard house to us first. Then we'll agree." Li Yuling was stunned. The Lu family's courtyard was one of the few traditional homes left in the capital, passed down through generations. For Lin Youfu to demand such a thing was outrageous. No one would ask for something so excessive, not even when arranging a marriage. Tears welled up in Lin Xueqing's eyes. Looking troubled, she turned to Lin Changxi and said tearfully, "Brother, you work at the Revolutionary Committee. Please talk to our parents. That house has already been listed as part of the Lu family's property. How could the name be changed so easily? I'm afraid if the name is changed, our family might be sent down to the countryside with me. But maybe that wouldn't be so bad. At least we could live together again." As she spoke, Lin Xueqing forced a smile through her tears, looking brightly at Lin Changxi. Her sudden change from crying to smiling startled him. Was this really the same sister who used to be quiet, hardworking, and never talked back no matter how she was treated? He thought she must have been deeply shaken by her husband's family's troubles and was close to losing control. Xiulan, however, was furious. Her careful plans had been ruined by Lin Xueqing's sudden visit to cut family ties. When she heard Lin Xueqing say that their family might be sent down, her gentle expression vanished completely, and she shouted angrily, "You ungrateful girl! Are you turning your back on your own family now? You think just because you're married you can ignore us? I'm warning you, if you dare to cut ties, don't blame me for what happens." Since standing up to Chen Xiulan the day before, Lin Xueqing was no longer afraid of her. But she remembered her plan. She needed Xiulan to lose her temper, so that everyone in the courtyard would see the Lin family's true nature and know that she was cutting ties with them today. She pretended to tremble in fear and hid behind Li Yuling, speaking timidly. "Mom, breaking a leg isn't that scary. You broke mine a few times when I was little, and I'm still fine now. The doctor said bones can heal after they break. But if you hit me now, I'm a soldier's wife. If others find out, it could be against the law." "Lin Xueqing, are you trying to fool me again? I'm your mother. It's only natural for a mother to discipline her daughter. I'll hit you if I want. What can you do about it?" As Xiulan raised her hand to strike, Lu Mingyuan, who had been watching from outside, stepped forward. But before he could reach them, Lin Xueqing blocked her mother's slap. Seeing this, Lu Mingyuan stopped and quietly hid among the onlookers. Lin Xueqing was no longer the weak girl she used to be. After gaining strength from the system, she felt power surging through her body. She quickly slapped Xiulan twice, then kicked her in the stomach, knocking her to the ground with a cry of pain. Everyone around was stunned. No one expected Lin Xueqing to fight back, let alone knock her mother down. The next moment, Lin Xueqing trembled again and hid behind Li Yuling, crying in fear, I didn't mean to. My husband taught me some self-defense. When Mom tried to hit me, I just reacted without thinking." Lin Youfu helped Xiulan up and shouted angrily, "If you want to cut ties, fine. But the Lu family must give up the house they're living in and pay your mother's medical bills." "Dad, are you sure? So, you actually want to move to the countryside with us?" Lin Xueqing's tearful face suddenly brightened, and she smiled at the three of them. Lin Changxi, snapping out of his shock, quickly scolded Lin Youfu and Xiulan. "Are you out of your minds? You can't just take property from someone labeled as a former rightist. Do you think the Revolutionary Committee is blind? You can't just change ownership like that." His words left Xiulan and Lin Youfu speechless.
They had never thought about that.
Still, Xiulan, trusting her educated daughter, argued back, "But they haven't been sent away yet. Why can't it be transferred now?" Lin Changxi saw that his mother was still being stubborn and unreasonable, and he suddenly became angry. "If you refuse to cut ties with my sister, then I'll cut ties with you. You can only choose one, me or her." Lin Youfu came to his senses. He knew what kind of person his wife was, shallow and greedy. It wasn't worth risking his and his son's future for money. He quickly stopped Xiulan, who still wanted to argue, and made a firm decision. "We'll listen to our son. We'll cut ties with Lin Xueqing." The joy on Lin Xueqing's face instantly turned into sadness. "Dad, Mom, are you really giving up on me? What about the kindness you once spoke of for raising me?" Xiulan was confused and unwilling to accept it. She grabbed Lin Changxi's arm tightly and said, "Can't we really take the Lu family's money? Didn't they say we could move it before they were sent away?" Lin Changxi became furious. How could his mother still be thinking about money? Of course not. All property and assets were already registered before they were sent away.
Those belong to the state now.
If we move them after the decision, it'll be obvious that the Lu family used us to hide their assets. Once people find out, our family will also be labeled as supporters of the old regime. "Mom, you need to wake up. Not all money can be taken." Xiulan was stunned. Was her own daughter trying to harm the whole family? Lin Xueqing's eyes flickered, and she smiled sweetly, pretending to be innocent. "It's fine. My assets were already transferred to you long ago. Mom has been collecting my salary from the office, and there are records of that. The Lu family's wedding gifts to us added up to several thousand, and everyone in the neighborhood saw it. They can all testify. I think it's nice that our whole family can go to the countryside together." Lin Youfu, Lin Changxi, and Xiulan all looked toward the door at the same time. Lin Xueqing kindly stepped aside, revealing the helpful neighbors hiding outside. Seeing the crowd gathered outside, Xiulan's eyes turned red with anger. She wished she could drive this troublemaker out immediately. She had known that Lin Xueqing came prepared, but she hadn't expected that among the onlookers was Lu Mingyuan himself. When Lin Changxi saw Lu Mingyuan, he panicked. He couldn't believe that this old rightist dared to come to their house. His sister was really going to drag their whole family into trouble. Lu Mingyuan had been listening outside for a while and already understood Lin Xueqing's plan. He showed no sign of guilt for being labeled an old rightist and calmly stepped into the room. Smiling at Lin Youfu and Chen Xiulan, he said, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Xueqing was worried you might be upset, so she asked me to wait outside." Seeing Lu Mingyuan, Lin Youfu's heart tightened. He quickly pointed to the door and shouted angrily, "Get out. You're not welcome here." Lu Mingyuan didn't get angry. Judging from the situation, with so many neighbors around, the Lin family wouldn't dare do anything extreme. He turned to Lin Xueqing and said, "I'll wait for you outside."
Take your time.
Lin Xueqing hadn't expected him to secretly follow her, and her heart warmed. She nodded and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll be fine with everyone here." After Lu Mingyuan left, the neighbors, though afraid of being associated with a rightist, were still worried that Lin Xueqing might be treated unfairly. They stayed outside, watching from a distance. Seeing that the neighbors refused to leave, Lin Changxi realized they must have overheard everything that had just been said. He glared fiercely at Lin Xueqing. She had clearly chosen this moment on purpose, putting on a show that left them with no way out. Lin Youfu finally understood too. Lin Xueqing's talk about cutting family ties was just an excuse. In truth, the Lu family was about to be sent away, and they wanted the Lin family to give them money. He cursed angrily, "Ungrateful girl." Lin Changxi had the same thought. He couldn't believe that quiet, shy Lin Xueqing had become so cunning after only 3 months in the Lu family. Looking at the curious neighbors outside, Lin Changxi knew that if they didn't handle things properly today, their family might really get dragged down by Lin Xueqing. He quickly turned to Aunt Li Yuling and said, "Aunt Yuling, please be our witness. We'll write the letter to cut family ties right now." Then he looked at Lin Youfu and said, "Dad, the money you were keeping for sister, give it back to her. That money belongs to the Lu family, and it should be handed over to the state. We can't keep it." Lin Changxi spoke smoothly, using the same excuse he always did when collecting property from people who were being reassigned. After each collection, the minor officials like him would always manage to take a small share for themselves. Today, even though the Lin family had to return money to Lin Xueqing, he already had a plan to get it back later. Lin Youfu understood what his son meant and agreed, without hesitation. At this point, Chen Xiulan had no choice but to reluctantly sit down with Li Yuling to calculate Lin Xueqing's wages over the years, along with the betrothal money the Lu family had given the Lins. Li Yuling used the records in Lin Xueqing's notebook to figure out how much she had spent while living with the Lin family. The result was surprising. The Lin family had actually made money from raising her. Not only had they spent nothing, but through her work making paper boxes and at the textile factory, Lin Xueqing had earned them over 1,000 yuan. After adding the generous betrothal gift from the Lu family and subtracting her small personal expenses, the Lin family owed Lin Xueqing a total of 5,300 yuan. Everyone was astonished. They all knew Lin Xueqing was obedient and kind, but no one expected that after all these years, she had given every bit of her earnings to her family. It was clear she had been forced to do so. Who wouldn't keep at least a little money for themselves? Thinking about what she had gone through over the years, the neighbors couldn't help but sigh. When Chen Xiulan saw the final amount, her heart ached as if a piece of it had been cut away. Lin Changxi's face darkened too. His mother was really holding him back. Fortunately, Lin Xueqing had made this public, returning the money openly. If anyone later accused their family of taking money from a former rightist, he would have no way to defend himself. If you want to handle money, you can't do it so openly. His mother was truly foolish. In front of everyone, Lin Xueqing and the 3 members of the Lin family signed a document cutting all family ties. With great reluctance, Chen Xiulan gathered 5,300 yuan from around the house and handed it to Lin Xueqing. After carefully putting away the money and the document, Lin Xueqing thanked the neighbors one by one, then left with Li Yuling. Once they stepped out of the old apartment building, Li Yuling quietly asked, "Xueqing, today why do you seem so different all of a sudden?" Lin Xueqing smiled faintly and finished her sentence. You mean, why have I changed? Lin Xueqing had already prepared an explanation for the sudden change that day. Yesterday, my mother went to the Lu family to argue. I was so upset that I fainted and ended up in the hospital. Later, my mother came again after work and caused more trouble. I really didn't know what to do, so the lady in the next bed gave me an idea. I'm pregnant, so I can't fight or argue with them. The only way was to put on a show, make a scene, and the bigger, the better. Once they find out the truth later, they won't be able to go back on it. Hearing this, Li Yuling couldn't help but worry. There was just a big flood in the southern province, and life there is very hard. If it's not necessary, it might be better not to go. The southern province was where the Lu family had volunteered to be sent to the countryside. The small fishing village they were going to was near the southern island military district where Lu Mingyuan was stationed. It was one of the worst-hit areas and needed officials to help with rebuilding after the disaster. Lin Xueqing shook her head. Things are chaotic right now. Going there voluntarily might actually be a good way to stay out of trouble. I believe this won't last long. It's just a few hard years, and we'll be back soon. Li Yuling's eyes turned red. She was afraid that once they left, they might never return. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "Is there anything I can do to help?" "There actually is," Lin Xueqing said with a small smile, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Later, please explain to Aunt Ming and Uncle Zhong in private. Tell them not to worry. We're not being punished. We're just following the national policy." Seeing that Lin Xueqing was still thinking about the neighbors, Li Yuling felt a mix of emotions and said with a gentle smile, "Aunt Ming and Uncle Zhong are clever people. You don't need to worry about them. You should take care of yourself first." "I will. I'll give birth to the baby, and then I want to take the chance to study a bit. Aunt Yuling, if you can find some middle or high school textbooks, please send me a few." Seeing the seriousness in Lin Xueqing's eyes, Li Yuling knew she meant it. She nodded and agreed. "That's easy. Leave it to me. I'll make sure to send them." This was part of Lin Xueqing's plan. Reading and studying more would help explain why she suddenly had so many new skills. She hadn't had the chance to study before, but now that she had the opportunity, she didn't want to waste it. As they spoke, the two of them reached the gate of the compound, where Lu Mingyuan was already waiting under the streetlight. After the commotion earlier, although Lu Mingyuan wanted to thank her, he kept a respectful distance and only approached when Lin Xueqing came out. After saying goodbye to Li Yuling, Lin Xueqing went home with Lu Mingyuan. As soon as she stepped through the gate, a familiar mechanical voice sounded in her mind. Ding! A century-old residence detected. It holds great research value. Research sample collection will begin. Once completed, you will receive 100,000 skill points and may unlock a rare skill. 100,000 skill points? She could become rich overnight. Lin Xueqing's eyes lit up, and she immediately chose to start the collection. She imagined all those system items she couldn't afford now calling out to her. Collecting research samples from the Lu family courtyard in Beijing. Estimated time: 2 months. Lin Xueqing quickly used all 3 speed-up cards from her inventory, barely reducing the time to about 3 hours. The Lin family had suffered a huge loss today. According to the events in her dream, Lin Changxi would soon report the Lu family, causing them to be labeled as political enemies. Thinking of this, she tried to buy another speed-up card, but a message popped up. Collection speed has reached its limit. Further acceleration is not possible. Lin Xueqing had to give up. If Lin Changxi planned to bring people to cause trouble, they probably wouldn't arrive within 3 hours. Seeing her lost in thought, Lu Mingyuan asked worriedly, "Xueqing, what's wrong? Are you sure you're feeling fine? Should I take you to the hospital again?" Lin Xueqing quickly came back to her senses and smiled. "The doctor already confirmed I'm fine when I was discharged today. Don't worry. I was just thinking my parents suffered a big loss today, and my brother is part of that committee. Knowing my parents, they might come to make trouble. I'm afraid they'll bring people here." Lu Mingyuan's expression darkened. Remembering how Chen Xiulan had once tried to extort them for a bride price, he knew it was possible. After a moment of thought, he said gently, "Don't worry. I'll handle it. You just focus on resting and getting better. Leave the rest to me." Lin Xiuqing nodded obediently, but she still felt uneasy inside. She reminded herself, not just the property, but some inappropriate books at home should also be hidden. According to the scene in the dream, the person who ultimately turned the Lu family into rightists was not their money or their work-related mistakes, but someone found Lu Mingche's foreign engineering books. Lu Mingyuan also knew his brother's hobbies. The family did have some foreign reference books, so Lin Xiuqing's warning made sense. I will remind the family members.
Don't worry too much, he said.
What worry? Mother Lu heard the noise at the front door, put down her work, and came out. Xiuqing has cut ties with the Lin family. We're worried that the Revolutionary Committee might come after us, she explained. The fact that Lin Xiuqing was oppressed by the Lin family had already been mentioned to Mother Lu when Lu Mingyuan came home yesterday. Now, she only felt pity and concern for Xiuqing. She looked at her with complicated feelings and comforted her. Xiuqing, don't be sad. The Lin family doesn't appreciate good people. From now on, you're my daughter. I just worry that our Lu family might bring you trouble. Xiuqing quickly shook her head. No, I should thank you for helping me leave the Lin family. In difficult times, true friendship shows. The current situation of the Lu family was so bad that others wouldn't even have time to escape. Xiuqing still considered them family and even offered to go to the countryside with them. How could she not be touched? But the Lu family was in trouble themselves. The countryside was truly poor and hard. Mother Lu thought for a moment and decided they shouldn't be selfish. She quickly took Xiuqing's hand, led her inside, and said as they walked, Xiuqing, come in with Mom. I want to talk to you privately. Xiuqing was a bit confused but obediently followed Mother Lu into her room. Mother Lu rummaged through a cabinet, took out a wooden box and an envelope, and handed them to Xiuqing. The jewelry in this box was originally meant for your future wife. Keep it well. The envelope has some tickets and money prepared for you. After cutting ties with the Lin family, you are free. Whether you want to stay in Beijing or go to the countryside with us, Mom supports you. Whether or not you are part of our Lu family, I treat you like my own daughter. Tears welled up in Xiuqing's eyes. She naturally understood what Mother Lu meant. Although Xiulan's idea of pretending to divorce was mainly for her own benefit, she was right about one thing. Staying in Jing City during the fake divorce was the best choice for her. As long as she waits in Jing City for 3 years, once the Lu family clears their name and returns to the city, she can rely on her child and Lu Mingyuan to remarry, continuing to live comfortably as the Lu family's wife. Unexpectedly, even in this situation, Lu's mother was still thinking of her. But who knows what might happen in 3 years? Moreover, she was alone in Jing City with no family or support, so it might not be the best plan after all. Lin Xiuqing pushed the box and envelope back and said, Mom, I can't accept this money. I'm truly decided to go to the countryside with you. I'm not afraid of hard work. The days at the Lin family were much harder. I believe that as long as we are together in the countryside, we can live well no matter how tough it gets. Lu's mother choked up and patted Lin Xiuqing's hand, saying, You're such a good girl, but you should take this money. If you refuse, it would just be giving it away for nothing to those people. Lin Xiuqing hesitated for a moment, realizing that Lu's mother had a point. In the end, she nodded and accepted it. Back in her room, Lin Xiuqing opened the wooden box and found 2 jade bangles and 7 or 8 pieces of various gold jewelry. The jade bangles were a rare imperial green, clearly valuable and precious. The gold jewelry was also finely crafted, indicating they were expensive. The envelope contained 5,000 yuan and various receipts, a thick stack, quite heavy. It was obvious that Lu's mother had prepared these items according to Xiulan's request. Fortunately, she was reminded by her dream. Otherwise, these things might have almost fallen into Xiulan's hands. Just as Lin Xiuqing put away the envelope and the wooden box, Lu Mingyuan carried a large box inside. Luckily, you warned me. Mingche's room has many foreign language books, and Zhaoning's room also has many essays. If these things are found, it could cause big trouble. Lin Xiuqing glanced at the box. It was indeed full of books. Many looked old and well-used, showing the owner often read them. Lu Mingche must really like these books. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked hiding them and not wanting to throw them away. She frowned and asked, "What are you going to do with these books?" "We can only burn them later," Lu Mingyuan said helplessly. Lin Xueqing sighed quietly. It was truly a difficult situation. Although these books were valuable, people's lives were more important. Notification: military ship manufacturing data detected. Estimated collection time: 1 hour. Cost: 1 skill coin. It turns out Lu Mingche is an expert in researching warships. The Lu family plans to move the whole family to a small fishing village in Nancheng. It seems this isn't only because Lu Mingyuan is in the southern military district. If that's the case, burning these books would be a real loss. Lin Xueqing glanced at the system's progress bar, collecting research samples of the century-old Lu family courtyard in Beijing. Estimated remaining time: 1 hour. She paused for a moment and said, "I'll leave these books here for now. I also have some things to pack and throw away." Lu Mingyuan trusted her completely and nodded, reminding her, "Our train tickets are for the day after tomorrow morning. We only have today and tomorrow to pack. Check what you need to prepare. I'll go shopping with you tomorrow." Lin Xueqing shook her head. "Mom just gave me money and tickets. I can handle it myself. I want to buy some things for women. It's not convenient for you. How about I ask Jianing to go with you?" Lu Mingyuan said as he took out a stack of tickets and money from his pocket. Lin Xueqing took the money and shook her head. "I can do it myself. I also need to say goodbye to some friends. It's not convenient to bring Jianing along. I'm pregnant, not made of glass. I can manage myself." Lu Mingyuan thought about it and agreed. His sister and Xueqing didn't have a very good relationship, and going out together might lead to disagreements or unpleasantness. "Be careful when you go out tomorrow." After discussing some things to pack, Lu's mother came over, and the three of them went out to handle some matters. Not long after Lu Mingyuan left, the familiar system voice finally sounded. Notification: Lu family courtyard research samples collection complete. You can now develop rare skills. Ancient architecture, Su calligraphy, garden art. Reward: 100,000 skill points. Lin Xueqing couldn't wait and spent 100,000 skill points to buy a space grid in the system shop. According to the system, this level 1 space grid has a total area of 100 square meters and can automatically store items. Time is frozen inside. Lin Xueqing quickly stored the box of books, the wooden box from Lu's mother, and most of the money into her space. A screen appeared in front of her, showing the inventory list. Cash 11,780 yuan, 100 meat coupons, 80 cloth coupons. She sighed quietly. If she hadn't learned in her dream that they would return to the capital 3 years after moving to the countryside, that Lu Mingyuan would become a high-ranking official, and that she would meet her real parents there, she might have really wanted to stay in the city, with a fake divorce. The money and comfortable life were just too tempting. After receiving 2 large sums, she had become a 10,000 yuan household. For someone who used to earn just over 30 yuan a month, it was something she had never dared to imagine. But now that she had a child and had learned about her real parents, she was determined to go to the countryside no matter what. Still, she couldn't help feeling uneasy. How would her real parents react when they saw her? Would they still accept her as their daughter? Or could it be another Lin family trying to use her for their own gain? Maybe people always long for what they lack the most. Deep down, Lin Xueqing still hoped to reunite with her real parents, even though she knew they were considered capitalists in this era, people who would be criticized and humiliated by the public. After letting her thoughts wander, she turned her attention back to the system screen. She spent 30,000 skill points and 3,000 skill points to buy 2 items she had wanted for a long time, an invisibility card and an X-ray vision card. The invisibility card could make the user invisible for 1 hour and could be used 3 times. The X-ray vision card allowed the user to see through objects and enhanced eyesight, also lasting 1 hour per use, with 3 uses in total. With these 2 tools, she could finally return to the Lin family home to retrieve her birth certificate. That was the only proof she could think of to show that her identity had been switched with Chen Xiulan's daughter. It seemed like a good time to test the cards. Lin Xueqing activated both cards and soon realized she could see through walls and locked cabinets. She glanced around the room and the furniture. Everything looked normal, with nothing hidden. She tried to use her mind to place the envelope with money, which was locked in a cabinet, into her space. She found that as long as she used her mental control system, the envelope would immediately appear inside her space grid. The process was very smooth. Lin Xueqing decided to walk around the large yard of the Lu family house. She wouldn't let anyone from the red sleeve badge take even a small advantage. This big house was the ancestral property of Lu's mother, Song Lanji. According to the system's skills, the calligraphy of Su Shi was probably an inheritance from Lu's ancestors. She visited each family member's room. Through the walls, she saw that they had already packed everything needed for going to the countryside and left no clues for others to find. Feeling relieved, Lin Xueqing realized there was still plenty of time, so she continued to walk around. The yard was large. Luckily, her eyesight had been improved, allowing her to see far away. She focused on hidden spots, so her inspection was quick. She was glad she had the idea to check the yard. She found hidden letters and books in the cracks of the outer wall and inside the fake mountain in the courtyard. All of them were in foreign languages. She couldn't understand the foreign languages. The system indicated they were materials for engine improvements. She instinctively thought they belonged to Lu Mingyuan. But it was strange to hide these materials in such places. She decided to keep them and later show them to Lu Mingyuan.
Besides that, she found a very secret underground room.
It stored a good amount of gold bars and jewelry. This was probably the real treasure of the Lu family. Thinking of her dream where Lu's mother eventually transferred the property to her, she now believed that she might have been kept in the dark on purpose to watch over this house in Jing City. With this in mind, Lin Xueqing quickly stored everything from the secret room into her space. When they returned to Jing City in the future, she would secretly put these items back into the room. She didn't dare to risk that these items wouldn't be discovered after 3 years away from Jing City. Seeing that time was running out, Lin Xueqing hurriedly returned to her room. When she arrived, Lu Mingyuan hadn't come back yet. She started packing her things. She put all large items like her sewing machine and quilt into her space. Then she packed her clothes and other essentials into a handbag. After tidying up, she picked up 2 useless books and pretended to go to the kitchen to cook. Thinking that second Uncle Lu Mingyuan was still at home and that Lu Mingyuan and his son had gone out for errands and might not return soon, she decided to boil water and prepare a simple meal of noodles. Originally, the Lu family had a housekeeper, so Lin Xueqing usually didn't cook or do chores. But since Lu Mingyuan was surrounded by students and broke his leg, the family became more cautious. They dismissed all the maids and workers they had hired as relatives. Without a housekeeper, Lu's mother didn't cook, and her younger sister couldn't cook either. The family started eating at the dining table. She quietly went along with the flow and ate her meals at the factory cafeteria. However, because of the recent work layoffs, everyone in the Lu family couldn't go to the cafeteria anymore and had to cook for themselves. As soon as the water boiled, she heard the voices of Lu's father, mother, and Lu Mingyuan outside, talking happily, indicating they had returned from their errands. Lin Xueqing efficiently cooked enough noodles for 5 people, boiled 5 eggs, and sprinkled chopped green onions on top. Just as she finished the 5 bowls of noodles, Lu's mother entered the kitchen. She had come to cook lunch, but was surprised to see that Lin Xueqing had already finished. She quickly found a tray and carefully placed the bowls on it. Each bowl was large, so only 3 could fit on one tray. Xueqing, go call Mingyuan to help. No need, I can handle the rest. Lu's mother shook her head quickly. Husband and wife should help each other. Life won't be so hard. Even small chores should be shared by both, not just one person enjoying all the benefits. Besides, these bowls are hot. Let Mingyuan come. Lin Xueqing felt warm inside. It was true that people are different. Not everyone is as malicious and selfish as the Lin family. Mom is right. You've worked hard cooking the noodles. Let me do it. Suddenly, Lu Mingyuan's voice came from behind them. He took a big step and quickly reached Lin Xueqing, carrying 2 bowls in his hands, heading outside. Lin Xueqing hurried to follow. When they reached the dining room, she saw Lu's father and Lu Mingyuan talking about something, both with worried expressions. Lu Mingche sat in a wheelchair, his gentle and refined demeanor now looking tired and gloomy. His already slim figure appeared even thinner. This was the first time since his accident that he had taken the initiative to leave his room. When he heard the noise, Lu Mingche looked up at Lin Xiuqing with downcast eyes, a hint of guilt flashing across his face. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Lin Xiuqing thought he was talking about moving to the countryside, so she quickly comforted him. "It's okay, we're family. If you feel guilty, then you should get better soon. Once Mingyuan returns to the military, you'll be the main support of the family." Lu Mingche looked sad and said, "My leg might never get better." Lu's mother's eyes turned red as she argued. "The doctor said you still have feeling in your leg and hope for recovery. There's a skilled traditional Chinese doctor in Nancheng who can surely help." Seeing everyone's gloomy mood, Lin Xiuqing frowned and put down her chopsticks, then quickly went back to her room. She took out the foreign language books and the letter she found in the yard today, handing them to Mingyuan. "This is what I found today in the yard. I don't understand foreign languages, Mingyuan, you look at it." Mingyuan saw it was in a foreign language and was first surprised. He looked suspiciously at Lu Mingche, then his eyes widened in shock. He quickly handed the items to Lu Mingche. "Mingche, you look at this." Lu Mingche hurriedly took the letter and the book, examining them carefully. But the more he looked, the more his hands trembled. "This book is a draft of my research project in a foreign language. But the letter isn't written by me. Only the signature is mine." Lu's father's serious face flashed with pain as he asked, "What does the letter say?" "It says to send the draft of this research project to an Asian abroad." Mingyuan's eyes widened in shock. Without hesitation, he snatched the book and letter from Lu Mingche and rushed into the kitchen. Lu's father was also furious, shouting, "These people are clearly framing us." Lin Xiuqing, even with her simple mind, understood what was happening. Someone deliberately placed these items in their family's house to smear their reputation. If she hadn't found these documents, even with Lu's father and grandfather's achievements, they wouldn't be able to escape the crime of espionage and treason. No wonder Lu Mingche committed suicide in his dreams. What truly pushed him to the edge wasn't those reference books, but a research project report that had long been planted there to frame him. Suddenly, Lin Xiuqing exclaimed, "Does that mean his research project was known abroad a long time ago?" Lu Mingche closed his eyes in pain. His hard-earned scientific achievements had been sold by a traitor, and he was made the scapegoat. He had always found it strange. He wasn't a mentor, just a researcher focused on his work. Why did the students suddenly surround him and criticize him like crazy? Lu's father snapped out of his anger and said, "Mingche, think about who might have access to this project. List everyone, close or distant. Give me the list and I'll talk to your uncle to keep an eye on things." He paused, a hint of reluctance in his expression, then continued to Lu Mingche, "How long are you going to stay so depressed? Are you really willing to let those people succeed?" Lu Mingche clenched his fists tightly, his face full of pain. "But what can I do now, like this?" Lin Xiuqing looked at Lu Mingche in surprise. The dense list of skills above his head was even longer than Lu Mingyuan's. Physics level 9, Mathematics level 10, Materials Science level 10, Dynamics level 10, Mechanical Engineering level 7, Electrical Engineering level 6, Eagle Language level 8. She asked confusedly, "Second brother, you have so many skills. You know a lot. If you really have nothing to do, teach me everything you know. I wanted to go to school before, but my parents wouldn't let me. I only finished elementary school and was forced to work in a factory. Maybe in the future, I can be your student. You teach me everything you know." Lu Mingche, along with his parents, was stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xiuqing to have such high ideals. His mother quickly smiled and said, "Xiuqing's idea is good. From now on, Mingche, you can be your sister-in-law's teacher." His father nodded in agreement. A wise person keeps their talents hidden and acts at the right time. After going to South Province to rest and recover, teaching those in need, like your sister-in-law, would be a good thing. Lu Mingche could clearly see his family's good intentions. Having something to do eased his despair. His previously dead-hearted mind slowly revived, and he smiled, saying, "Then I'll give it a try." Lin Xiuqing was a bit impatient and said, Why don't Erdi eyes some materials so we can study on the train? With Lu Mingche's protection, she would naturally develop more skills in the future. Lu Mingche thought Lin Xueqing was eager to learn and agreed, without hesitation. Lu Mingyuan, upon returning from the kitchen and hearing about this, also showed strong support and volunteered to buy study supplies. Since we're going to learn, why not I also learn cooking from Xueqing? Lu's mother took the opportunity to share her idea. Lu's mother felt that since her daughter-in-law was eager to learn, it wouldn't hurt for her to learn some cooking skills too. In the future, when they go to the countryside, they can't expect the pregnant daughter-in-law to cook for them, and household chores should be shared. Lu's father also joined in happily, saying, "You focus on studying, and I will handle the daily cleaning at home. I'll be responsible for making furniture. Tell me what kind of cabinets you like, and I'll build them for you." Lu Mingyuan also immediately wanted to contribute to the family. Although he was about to report to the new military district soon, the army had given him more than a month's leave, enough time to prepare everything at home. With each person having their own tasks, the once dull Lu family seemed to look forward to life in the countryside. Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the door outside, and a group of people wearing red armbands entered one after another. A young man, along with Lin Chongxi and others, surrounded the Lu family members. He looked troubled and handed a piece of paper to Lu's father, saying helplessly, "Uncle Lu, sorry, we received a report. This is a search warrant." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiaoning suddenly rushed in from outside, slapped the young man in the face, and shouted, "Zhang Jianhua, you scoundrel! Earlier this morning, you forced me to break off the engagement, and now you're raiding my house in the afternoon. Are you still human?" Lu Xiaoning was feeling upset after breaking off her engagement with Zhang Jianhua in the morning. She wanted to go shopping for supplies with her friends and relax, but on the way, she learned from an acquaintance that Zhang Jianhua had gone to their house with some people. That's how the previous scene happened. Everyone present was stunned by Lu Xiaoning's careless slap. Lu Mingyuan was the first to react. He pulled Lu Xiaoning aside and advised her, "You and the Zhang family are no longer connected. It's good to realize early that some people aren't right for you." Zhang Jianhua covered his face, his cheeks red like cream, and his face alternated between white and red. After a while, he stared hard at Lu Xiaoning and said, "This slap is just a sign that we are done. I won't argue with you out of respect for Uncle Lu's face." Lu's father quickly interrupted him with a cold look and said, "Done and finished? Well said. I, Lu Zhenghua, was mistaken about you. Since we are no longer related, our Lu family won't be searched just because you say so. Without real evidence, I, Lu Zhenghua, am not someone to be messed with." Zhang Jianhua dared to bring people here because he was prepared. He glanced at Lin Chongxi and the two young men beside him. Lin Chongxi and the two young men immediately understood and stepped forward. Lin Chongxi took the lead and said to the Lu family, "I, Lin Chongxi, officially accuse your Lu family of being capitalists." Lu Mingyuan married Lin Xueqing with a dowry of 3,000 yuan, which is the annual salary of an ordinary worker. The other two young men followed. I, Li Sigue, officially accuse Lu Mingche. I saw him take research materials home, suspecting he has bad intentions. I, Wang Sanqi, officially accuse the Lu family of having connections with an enemy country. I overheard Lu Xiaoning talking about her experiences in Eagle Country and her desire to live abroad, which suggests possible treason. Lu Mingyuan's face darkened. This was indeed guessed by Lin Xueqing, but not entirely correct. Lin Chongxi and the two young men were just pawns. They wanted to take advantage of the Lu family's desire to back out, to strike hard and weaken them. Any one of these accusations alone wouldn't be enough to get a search warrant or convince others. But if one isn't enough, then two or three, with enough suspicion, would force the Lu family to allow a search. As long as they come in and search, finding the books and letters they hid earlier, the charges will be made, and they will be accused of the most serious crime, treason and betraying the country. Lu Xiaoning looked at Wang Sanqi in disbelief and angrily said, "When did I say I long to live abroad? How do you know I mentioned my experiences in Eagle Country?" Lin Xueqing remembered the prose Lu Mingyuan found in her room today and quickly held her back, advising, "Xiaoning, stop talking." We are honest and upright, so we have nothing to fear from their searches. Lu Xiaoning shook off Lin Xueqing's hand, her eyes full of resentment. No need for your hypocritical words. Among those reporting, there are your family members. You already planned to divorce my brother, and now you're here making cold remarks. In the past 2 days, Lu Xiaoning had been immersed in her own little world of hurt, unaware of the issues between Lin Xueqing and the Lin family. Lin Changxi, worried about being implicated, quickly said, "We have already severed ties with Lin Xueqing. I am not part of her family, so don't slander me." Lu Xiaoning looked at Lin Xueqing in shock. Lin Xueqing nodded and said, "I have cut ties with the Lin family and am going to the countryside with you." Lu's father also nodded. "What your sister-in-law said is right. Our Lu family is honest and upright, so we're not afraid of their searches." Zhang Jianhua, seeing their sense of propriety, spared some words and immediately ordered people to search the house. It's not that he was heartless, but the higher-ups wanted to use Lu Jingguo's family to completely suppress the Lu family. He had no choice but to follow orders. However, to their disappointment, after 3 searches, they found nothing. This instantly made them anxious. How could the items just disappear? Lu's father stared at Zhang Jianhua and snorted coldly. "You've searched 3 times already. How much longer do you plan to keep searching? We're about to go to the countryside. We're busy and don't have time to waste on you." Zhang Jianhua broke out in a cold sweat from worry, turning to Lin Changxi and asking him to hold back the Lu family members first. Lin Changxi understood and could only snort coldly. "Even if you didn't find anything, the fact that you offered a generous bride price is true, isn't it? According to Lin Xueqing, your family also has a nanny and workers, and your daily life is quite bourgeois." Lin Xueqing had already prepared for this slander, having seen such accusations in her dreams. Lin Xueqing touched her belly and stepped forward, saying, "The bride price was earned with Mingyuan's salary. He used all his savings to marry me. Are you jealous? Or is it because I took back the bride price when I ended the engagement? You are unhappy and came here to slander me? If the Lu family was really so rich, I wouldn't have to take back the bride price when I returned to the Lin family. As for the nanny you mentioned, it's just your jealousy making you slander us. If I had a nanny, I wouldn't have to work in the cafeteria. You can ask at her factory, and you'll see I eat there every day." Lin Changxi didn't expect Lin Xueqing to become so sharp-tongued. He quickly argued, "You're lying. These are clearly things you said yourself." Lu Mingyuan also realized this. He quickly went back to his room and returned holding a bankbook. He opened it and pointed to the balance, showing Zhang Jianhua, "Just because I contribute a lot to the country doesn't mean you can be jealous and do whatever you want. Every entry in this bankbook can be checked. I wonder if the Revolutionary Committee treats everyone who contributes to the country the same way, jealous, slandering, and then coming to search their homes under false charges. If that's true, I need to ask the leaders for permission. From now on, I won't participate in dangerous missions. I fight to protect the country on the front lines, but behind my back, some people are just waiting to seize my family. That's really heartbreaking." Zhang Jianhua's face instantly turned ugly. If Lu Mingyuan really accused him, he would be in big trouble. He hurriedly forced a smile. "Captain Lu, no. Now it's Commander Lu. You don't need to react so strongly. I'm just following the rules. Since it's all a misunderstanding, I won't bother you anymore." After delaying for quite a while, Zhang Jianhua finally found nothing. He had to lead his team away. After Zhang Jianhua left, Lu Xiaoning couldn't hold back and hugged Lu's mother, crying loudly. Lu Mingche looked at his emotionally upset sister with a sad expression. Lu Mingyuan patted his shoulder to comfort him. "This has nothing to do with you. They are targeting the Lu family. Even if it weren't for you, they would find other ways to target us." On the other side, inside the state-run restaurant in the northern part of the city, they were still in the same secret corner as last time. Zhao Xuan looked at Xiulan with disbelief and kept asking, "Did you really cut ties with Lin Xueqing? How is that possible? This completely contradicts the story in the book. Where did things go wrong?" According to the story, Lin Xueqing is a typical people-pleaser. To outsiders, she seems like a obedient and sensible girl, easy to control. So why did she suddenly start resisting and decisively cut ties with the Lin family? Zhao Xuan frowned tightly. Could Lin Xueqing also be from a different world? No, if she was from another world, she would have already found the Zhao family. There was no need to cause trouble in the Lin family just for a few thousand yuan. But if Lin Xueqing successfully moved to the countryside, her plans to inherit Zhao's assets and marry a future leader would all fall apart. That can't happen. She must find a way to deal with Lin Xueqing. She really didn't want to live the lonely life she had before, with no one to support her and being insulted and looked down upon. But now that Lin Xueqing has cut ties with the Lin family, her frustration is useless. Fortunately, the time Zhao family was sent down was 1 or 2 months later than the Lu family, so there was still room for change. She still had a chance to deal with Lin Xueqing. The most urgent thing is to transfer the assets first. Otherwise, she wouldn't survive the hardships of moving to the countryside. Thinking this, Zhao Xuan handed the envelope to Xiulan and warned, "Keep this money safe for me. Half of it is for you to support yourself when I go to the countryside and won't be around. The other half is for buying supplies which you can send me in parts. Once the location in the countryside is confirmed, I will send someone to tell you. Also, there's a property deed inside the envelope. It's my house, already transferred to your name. You can keep the things inside. When I return from the countryside, I will move out and you can use the house freely then." Xiulan looked at the thick envelope, smiling so broadly her eyes disappeared, and promised confidently, "Don't worry, your things are safe with me. Your brother is in the Revolutionary Committee. No matter how they investigate, they won't find anything about our family." Given Xiulan's personality and the greed of the Lin family, these traits are clearly shown in the original novel, Suiyan, May He Live Long and Healthy. However, their target for bloodsucking is Lin Xueqing, not her biological daughter. Since she is an orphan herself and still has some attachment to family love, Xiulan is fully supportive of her. She has no better plan, so she can only take risks. But taking risks always comes with danger. Zhao Xuan never expected that before going to the countryside, trouble would already arrive. Meanwhile, the Lu family was delayed for most of the day by the Revolutionary Committee members. They had little time left to prepare, especially Lin Xueqing, who hadn't even bought necessary clothes yet. Lin Xueqing is pregnant now and needs to buy maternity clothes and clothes for the baby. She can sew her own, but no one knows what the countryside is like. They heard that the flood in the southern province just ended, and their destination is the worst-hit area. Everything is in chaos, and there's probably nothing available. So, it's better to buy ready-made clothes in advance, including about 3 months' worth of supplies. They also need to prepare items for the baby's birth, just in case these things are unavailable in the countryside. Additionally, they should stock at least half a year's supply of malt extract and nutritional supplements. Once settled in the countryside, they can find ways to gradually replenish supplies. Counting all these, there are quite a few things to prepare. Lu's mother no longer had the mood to comfort her daughter. She hurriedly told Lu Mingyuan to take advantage of the remaining time and go with Lin Xueqing to the department store to buy everything needed. She also urged Lu Zhaoning to prepare her own things. Originally, Lu's parents planned for their daughter to register her marriage with the Zhang family before going to the countryside, so she wouldn't have to suffer with them. But now, since the Zhang family wants to withdraw the engagement, that plan is no longer possible. With no backup plan, Lu Zhaoning had to gather her thoughts and decide to go to the countryside with her parents. With urgent matters to handle, Lu Zhaoning no longer had the mood for sentimental thoughts and focused on preparing for the trip. Lin Xueqing suggested buying supplies separately for better efficiency, so she asked Lu Mingyuan to buy the malt extract and nutritional supplements that needed to be kept in plain sight. She used all the pre-ized vouchers for Beijing City, grain tickets, industrial tickets, and ration coupons. She bought some fabrics in various colors, worried that it might be hard to get clothes when she goes to the countryside, so she might need to make them herself. She bought some black and gray fabrics suitable for men, dark blue for her mother-in-law and mother, and light-colored fabrics for her sister-in-law and herself. After buying the fabrics, she also bought many ready-made clothes, including some for Lu Mingyuan, her sister-in-law, her parents-in-law, and her 2 brothers-in-law. Of course, She didn't forget to treat herself. She bought some maternity clothes for summer, autumn, and winter, as well as clothes for children to change, bottles for the baby after birth, toys, and more. She exchanged most of her ration tickets for coarse grains and some fine grains, mainly because she was worried that if she bought too much fine grain, it would be hard to store in her space. In the countryside, most people eat coarse grains, and her family eating only fine grains every day would be too noticeable. Her cooking skills have reached level 6, but she hasn't had time to learn yet. She is confident that once she learns, she can cook coarse grains deliciously and healthily. Besides that, she bought various seasonings, oils, and different kinds of sugar. Since her space and time are fixed, she also bought some snacks, candies, and treats. She bought various kitchen tools, pots, and utensils because eating well is the most important thing in life. She can dress poorly, but she must eat well. She also bought aluminum lunch boxes, Red Star water cups, thermos flasks, small pots, bowls, and chopsticks. Nothing can be missing. Finally, she luxuriously bought some skincare products for her face and body with cash, along with miscellaneous small items. After buying everything, Lin Xiucheng asked the clerk to help place the items in the alley behind the mall. The clerk thought she was just waiting there for someone to pick up the goods, so she agreed without question. When the alley was empty, Lin Xiucheng immediately stored all the items into her space. The 100 square meter space was large enough to hold everything, leaving plenty of room. She checked the time. It was just when the black market opened. After a quick disguise to ensure no one could recognize her, she hurried to the black market. Coincidentally, when she arrived, she met a lady selling eggs. Eggs are essential for pregnant women and the sick, so she needed to buy a lot. She bought 3 big baskets of eggs all at once. The lady was curious why Lin Xiucheng was buying so many eggs, but when she saw her slightly protruding belly, she immediately understood. I think life in the city is better for wives. Women in the countryside only eat eggs to improve their health after giving birth. When they are young, they don't even eat eggs, and they work on farms without rest. No one can do what Lin Xiucheng does. She can eat so well even when she's just pregnant. Lin Xiucheng used her usual trick, pretending her husband would come later, and asked her mother-in-law to help move all the eggs to the alley. As soon as her mother-in-law left, she quickly put all the eggs into her storage space. She repeated the process, buying 2 pieces of pork, 20 pounds of beef, and 10 chickens, ducks, and geese. She filled most of her 100 square meter space. She felt like a hamster stockpiling food for winter. Seeing her full supplies, she finally relaxed. With these supplies, she wasn't afraid of going to the countryside anymore. When Lin Xiucheng returned home carrying big bags, it was already late in the evening. Lu Mingyuan had already come home and was waiting at the porch, expecting her since she was late. Seeing what she carried, he immediately took the bags from her hands without a word. As they walked through the porch into the living room, Lin Xiucheng saw that the dinner was already set on the table. Lu Zhaoning sat on the sofa in the living room, glancing at Lin Xiucheng and muttering, "It's dinner time, and you're still not back. The whole family has been waiting for you." "Zhaoning, how can you talk like that?" Lu's mother interrupted him, turning to smile at Lin Xiucheng and her husband. "Xiucheng, don't mind him. He's just in a bad mood. Go and get ready for dinner. It will be ready soon." Since Lin Xiucheng wasn't home, no one cooked. Lu's father brought back packed meals from a state-run restaurant, and the family ate them together. Lu Zhaoning was eating and suspiciously looked at Lin Xiucheng. "Are you really going to the countryside with us? Or is there some other plan?" Originally, Lu Zhaoning saw Lin Xiucheng fall into the water and told Lu Mingyuan to rescue her. He thought he was the one who saw her drowning first and warned Lu Mingyuan to save her. Because of this, Lu Zhaoning believed that it was because of her that his older brother was forced to marry someone he didn't like, and he felt guilty, thinking he had caused Lu Mingyuan a lifetime of trouble. Because of this, Lu Zhaoning has never had a good attitude toward Lin Xiucheng and always looks at her with hostility. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Lin Xiucheng's face. "I gave up my family to go to the countryside with you all. What do you think?" Lu Zhaoning didn't believe her at all. "TSK, who knows what crazy ideas you guys are planning? Today, even your brother reported something. If it weren't for wanting to marry you, our family wouldn't be in such a mess. Maybe you're just a spy sent to infiltrate our Lu family. Lu's father immediately looked serious and scolded. Enough. That's your sister-in-law. Speak respectfully. Lu Mingche's face turned pale instantly. He put down his bowl. Xiaoning, you're wrong.
They are targeting me.
If it weren't for your sister-in-law, my second brother and I wouldn't be able to eat here today. Lu Xiaoning curled her lips, feeling indifferent. She thought her second brother was just feeling guilty and taking the blame, and that the family was all moved by Lin Xiuqing and the Lu family's fake kindness of going to the countryside together. Then she remembered learning that the Lu family was going to the countryside and how she had decisively abandoned Zhang Jianhua, feeling like her years of love had been wasted. She could only turn her sadness into an appetite. Just as she was about to pick up the chicken leg in front of her, her older brother took it first and snatched it away. Lu Mingyuan nodded in agreement. He placed the chicken leg he was holding onto Lin Xiuqing's bowl, then turned to Lu's mother and said, Xiaoning is grown up now. It's time she knows what's going on at home. Seeing the chicken leg taken away and her family defending Lin Xiuqing, Xiaoning suddenly felt like the whole world had abandoned her. Zhang Jianhua had abandoned her, and now her family had also abandoned her. With a loud bang, Xiaoning threw down her chopsticks and bowl, crying as she ran back to her room. Lu Mingche, upset by Xiaoning's outburst, lost his appetite. He put down his chopsticks and turned his wheelchair back to his room. Lu's mother sighed and said to Lin Xiuqing, Don't mind them. Just eat peacefully. Let them calm down first. After dinner, I'll explain everything to them. Lin Xiuqing looked at the chicken leg in her bowl, feeling a mix of emotions, touched by the sudden care, understanding of Xiaoning's recent, and worried about the family conflicts. Lu Mingyuan saw her furrowed brow and comforted her. Xiaoning was spoiled before. She doesn't understand the family situation. Mom will explain everything to her later. As for Mingche, with his mind, he'll come around slowly. Lin Xiuqing nodded politely and focused on her meal. Thinking about the dream where Lu Mingche would commit suicide tonight, she considered and then asked Lu Mingyuan. Mingyuan, can you ask Mingche how his study materials are coming along? Although today they avoided the scene where the Lu family was criticized as old-fashioned, Lu Xiaoning's words earlier might still upset Lu Mingche again. Lin Xiuqing decided to find more things for Lu Mingche to do. Based on her past experience, as long as someone has tasks to do, they won't think about bad things. Lu's father listened nearby and felt comforted. He sighed and said, Our family is noisy, but luckily you, my daughter, are thoughtful. However, daughter, don't worry. Although going to the countryside is hard, as long as we are here, we won't let you suffer. Then he seriously told Lu Mingyuan, Your wife has had a tough time. You need to treat Xiuqing well in the future. Don't let her down. Live a good life with her. Dad, I understand. I will treat her well. Lin Xiuqing felt warm inside, her ears slightly reddening. She hurriedly ate faster. Today was a busy day, and she was quite tired physically and mentally. After getting into bed, she glanced at the pillow she often used, noticing the slight indentation, and remembered she would have to share half of the bed tonight. While she was lost in thought, Lu Mingyuan, with slightly damp hair and holding a basin of hot water, came in. You've walked a lot today. Soaking your feet before sleep will help you rest. Lin Xiuqing was surprised and hadn't reacted yet when Lu Mingyuan placed the basin beside the bed. He was about to help her roll up her pants, but she reflexively pulled her legs back. No, I can do it myself. Lu Mingyuan smiled and said, It's hard for you to bend down. Let me help. To avoid her discomfort, he added slowly, We are married. We should help each other. You need to get used to asking me for help. Don't try to handle everything alone next time when something happens. Lin Xiuqing understood he was referring to her insistence on going alone to cut ties with the Lin family this morning. After so many years of being oppressed by the Lin family, she naturally wished for someone she could rely on, someone who could say, I can help you, when she was in trouble. In her 20 years of life, this was the first time someone had truly been kind to her. She was afraid this kindness might disappear suddenly, or be like Xiulan's motherly love, sweet on the outside but harmful inside. She both longed for and feared it. Her eyes turned red as she asked, Why are you being so nice to me? Weren't you annoyed that I relied on you before? Lu Mingyuan sighed. He knew that today Lu Zhaoning's words had hurt not only Lu Mingche, but also Lin Xueqing. If they didn't clear things up, Lin Xueqing would always feel hurt inside. I was angry before, but not because I didn't want to marry you. I was upset because you listened to your mother and did something to me. Do you think I looked down on you? That I need medicine to enjoy our wedding night. Lin Xueqing was stunned. She covered her face, genuinely surprised to realize there was such a reason. Lu Mingyuan continued to help Lin Xueqing adjust her clothes while speaking. Think about it. If I really didn't want to marry you with your family's small background, I could refuse. It wouldn't be impossible. I might just have to endure some trouble. The water at her feet was a little hot, but Lin Xueqing felt her face was even hotter. It was as if she was boiling in water, feeling the heat all over. Her mouth, which had stopped hesitating, suddenly retreated. She stammered. Then why do you still want to marry me? Of course, because you're pretty and well-behaved. Who wouldn't like to have a sweet and good-looking wife? Lu Mingyuan said confidently. Lin Xueqing's heart, which had been pounding wildly, grew calm. She knew they hadn't spent much time together, and Lu Mingyuan didn't really understand her. Besides her appearance, there wasn't much else about her that would attract him. Lin Xueqing sighed quietly. She thought to herself she was probably the same. If Lu Mingyuan weren't handsome and from a good family, with Chen Xiulan's meddling and trying to climb into the Lu family, she might have resisted even more. Meanwhile, in the next room, Lu Mingyuan carefully listed the names of people who might have access to his research materials and handed the list to his father. After making the list, Mr. Lu left the Lu residence through the back door and headed toward an alley in the west side of the city during the night. Inside a house in the alley, Grandpa Lu, his eldest brother, and a middle-aged man with a scar on his face sat together drinking tea. When Mr. Lu entered, they had already been chatting and smoking half a pack of cigarettes. Lu's eldest brother, Lu Zhenhua, glanced at his brother entering, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and said, "I told you not to meet again. Why did you call us out?" Mr. Lu shrugged and handed the list that Mingche had prepared to the scarred man, saying, "Uncle Zhong, check the people on this list." Then Mr. Lu pulled out a chair confidently, sat down calmly, and joked to his father. "Luckily, my daughter-in-law was clever today. Otherwise, you might not see me now." Thinking ahead to avoid regrets, I decided to meet again. Grandpa Lu, whose hair was already white, still looked stern. He raised his cane and tapped Mr. Lu's leg, coldly snorting. "You're not young anymore. Stop with the attitude. Get to the point. Zhenghua, there's no need to act like this. If there's something we can help with, we will. But in this situation, someone has to make sacrifices, so my son deserves to have his leg broken and be demoted." Grandpa Lu struck his cane the ground, interrupting the brothers' conversation, and asked again, "Enough. Zhenghua, don't feel wronged. Staying in Beijing is just as risky as going to the countryside. If I lose, your family is our Lu family's only way out. If we win, Mingyuan will gain experience in the South Island and improve further. The South Island belongs to old Qin, and he can protect your entire family." Mr. Lu pursed his lips. Everyone understood the reasoning, but tonight, with the children causing trouble, no one in the family was happy. Today, Zhao Jianhua brought people to our house, planning to slander us for colluding with enemies and betraying the country. Luckily, my daughter-in-law discovered the hidden evidence beforehand. Otherwise, our second son wouldn't be able to clear his name. After reading the list, Zhong Hao handed the paper to Lu Zhenhua and asked, "What kind of evidence did they find?" "It's a foreign version of our second son's research project and a letter signed by him, intending to send project materials to Eagle Country." All three people present were shocked and immediately realized how serious the situation was. Old Master Lu frowned and sighed, saying, "Have these people become so reckless? They are willing to ruin Lu Mingche, who is considered the most promising young person to develop a new type of warship blueprint, just for personal gain." Zhong Hao thought more deeply and quickly understood why Lu Zhenghua wanted him to investigate these people. He clenched his fist and said, "Leave the undercover work to us. I will arrange for Lao Qin to find a way to restart Mingche's research in the southern province. The Azation will definitely help him clear his name for the unfair treatment he received." Just keep encouraging him and don't let him lose hope. His research is very important for our country's development. Lu's father remembered the many study materials he saw earlier in Mingche's room. He couldn't help but smile and said, "By the way, you should thank my daughter-in-law in the future. Thanks to her, my second son is now full of motivation." Seeing Lu Zhanghua praise his daughter-in-law twice in a row, Lu Zhanghua couldn't help but ask, "If I remember correctly, your eldest daughter-in-law is the one saved by Mingyuan, the one whose mother threw a tantrum and tried to cling to your family? Yes, that's her. Maybe this is what they call true friendship in times of trouble. Before today, I never thought she would be willing to go to the countryside with us to suffer, while the Zhang family, who have been friends with us for over 10 years, turned against us." Hearing this, old Master Lu also felt a touch of sadness and asked, "So, Zhaning will have to go to the countryside with you too?" "Yes. If we hadn't entrusted the wrong person, Zhaning wouldn't have to suffer with us in the countryside." His words made everyone present sigh. Old Master Lu was silent for a moment before advising, "Since your daughter-in-law is willing to face hardships with you, Mingyuan should treat her well. No matter what reasons they had for getting married, since they are husband and wife and parents, you must take responsibility." His father's reminder made Lu's father think that Lin Xueqing had recently become a blessing for their family. Of course, she should be well taken care of. Zhong Hao also sighed quietly, patted his old comrade Lu Zhenghua on the shoulder, and said, "Good and bad luck are connected. Maybe this trip to the countryside will be good for your family and for Zhaoning too. People like Mingche should not be treated with such disrespect." As she spoke, she remembered the secret task her superior had assigned to Lu Zhenghua. She encouraged him, "Work hard in the southern province. Once the base is built, there will be a place for talented people like Mingche to focus on scientific research." The next morning, Lin Xueqing woke up in bed to find Lu Mingyuan was no longer there. She thought she might feel uncomfortable with someone suddenly in her bed, but after lying down and setting her study plan in the system, she fell asleep and slept until morning. She didn't even notice when Lu Mingyuan got up. Sleeping late has its benefits. Now, heading to the Food Research Center, her family must have already gone to work. While brushing her teeth and washing her face, Lin Xueqing checked her study progress in the system with her mind. As soon as she opened the system interface, several reminders popped up. System knowledge package completed, reward, 1,000 skill points. Tip: spend 1 million skill points to upgrade the system, unlocking automatic collection, search, reminders, smart recommendations, and library connection functions. Art of Cursing Level 2 completed, reward, 200 skill points. Optimist Level 1 completed, reward, 100 skill points. Warning: Self-defense Level 1 cannot be learned yet. Physical strength must be above 60. To learn, work on improving your personal qualities first. Warning: Nursing Level 1 cannot be learned yet. Knowledge must be above middle school level. To learn, improve your knowledge base first. Collecting martial arts, remaining time, 80 hours. Collecting shooting skills, remaining time, 100 hours. The good news is that skills successfully collected can be automatically learned while sleeping, so she can study and sleep at the same time. The bad news is that she exploited a system loophole to acquire many new skills, but only a few of the skills she successfully collected during her hospital stay. Even worse, after yesterday's sudden wealth and quick spending, her system balance now only has 3,540 points. Having experienced the benefits of the system tools, Lin Xueqing decided she must find a way to earn more skill points. Fortunately, the Lu family is talented in many areas, and just the family members should be enough for her to gather a good batch of skills. During the 2 days on the train, it was a good chance to improve skills and collect new ones. However, as she met more people, the chance to discover new skills decreased, and the skill points she earned from refreshing skills also went down. So, she couldn't rely only on system rewards to gain skill points. Finding new skills with rewards was good, but collecting and learning new skills brought in more points. Moreover, while skill points are important, actually learning and using skills is even more important. Without the art of proper communication, she probably wouldn't even get back the few $1,000s from the Lin family, given her past awkwardness. After making a rough plan, Lin Xueqing finished washing up, changed her clothes, and was about to leave. But as she stepped out of the room, she saw Lu Xiaoning standing by the corridor. Knowing that Lu Xiaoning didn't like her, she didn't want to approach her and turned to go another way, planning to leave through the back door. Lu Xiaoning had been waiting nearby after hearing her wash up. When she finally saw her, she quickly walked in front of Lin Xueqing and blocked her. Surprised, Lin Xueqing thought she was causing trouble. She frowned and tried to explain. "I have something to do outside you." "Sorry, I misunderstood you yesterday," Lu Xiaoning interrupted. Before she finished speaking, she bowed deeply, almost parallel to the ground, startling Lin Xueqing. The next moment, Lu Xiaoning handed her a bag and said, "This is a gift to apologize. But everything should be clear. Your demand for repayment and threatening my brother to marry you is wrong." Without waiting for Lin Xueqing to accept the apology, she turned and ran away. Holding the bag, Lin Xueqing was stunned for a while. The little sister-in-law who always looked at her with dislike actually apologized? She looked inside the bag and saw 3 large jars of very expensive snow cream. Since it was an apology gift, Lin Xueqing felt she could accept it without guilt. She placed the bag inside her room and then left the Lu residence again. Hiding behind a pillar, Lu Xiaoning saw that Lin Xueqing accepted the gift and finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking maybe her sister-in-law wasn't so unpleasant after all. Lin Xueqing did not know Lu Xiaoning's secret thoughts. She was just walking quickly toward the food factory compound. She was familiar with the area near the food factory and entered a deserted alley. There, she used her invisibility and X-ray cards. After turning invisible, she hurried into the courtyard and entered the block of apartments. Most people in the apartment building had already gone to work, leaving only a few housewives doing chores. When no one was around, she used a spare key to open the Lin family's door and went to Chen Xiulan's room. Although she didn't have the key to Chen Xiulan's door, her X-ray vision was enough to see all hidden spaces inside the room. Soon, she found Chen Xiulan's birth certificate inside a box where she kept her savings. This was the first time she saw her own birth certificate. She looked at the stamp on it, which was from Beijing People's Hospital. The name and date were correct. Without hesitation, Lin Xueqing stored the birth certificate in her space. She didn't leave immediately, but quickly checked Chen Xiulan's room for suspicious items, trying to find other evidence that she and Chen Xiulan's daughter had been switched. Her search paid off. She found what she was looking for. The large envelope of money was too obvious. Thick bundles of cash, neatly packed. What caught her attention was a property deed inside the envelope, with the owner's name listed as Chen Xiulan. This was interesting. The house must have been given by Chen Xiulan's real daughter. According to the story in her dream, the heroine had traveled from the future about a month ago. With her intelligence, she knew she would soon be sent to the countryside and would try to transfer her parents' assets to protect herself. So, the money and the house were part of her plan to prepare for her move to the countryside. Since that was the case, she decided to take action. Lin Xueqing didn't take the large bundle of money from Chen Xiulan's letter but turned around and went to Lin Chongxi's door. Sure enough, Lin Chongxi's room also held a lot of stolen goods, probably embezzled during a raid on the property of those who had been dismissed. With this new idea, Lin Xueqing quietly left the Lin family and the food factory compound, heading toward the address on the property deed. Unfortunately, the address was far away, in a wealthy villa area in the northern part of the city. When Lin Xueqing arrived nearby, more than half an hour had already passed. She took advantage of her invisibility card about to expire and found a public restroom to hide in. She successfully became visible again after leaving. She quickly reached the address listed on the property deed, which was a small 2-story house. It was located outside the road, with one wall shared with a neighbor and the other 3 sides surrounded by tall fences. Lin Xueqing had to use her last chance with both her invisibility and X-ray vision cards. After using the invisibility and X-ray vision cards at the public restroom, she returned to the small house and carefully scanned the area along the outer wall inward. She felt quite lucky to find the cellar in the yard within her X-ray vision range. It was likely built because the owner was worried that neighbors might discover hidden items inside the house. So, the cellar was designed on the side close to the outer wall. As expected of a wealthy person, the amount of treasure given to her daughter was enough to match half of the entire Lu family's wealth. Unlike the gold jewelry made from gold, most of what was hidden below were pure gold bars, which are easier to trade than jewelry. Although these were wrapped and locked up tightly, they were meaningless to her. Lin Xueqing didn't bother to look closely. Since these belonged to her biological parents, she naturally took everything into her space without hesitation. Ding! A vase from 300 years ago has been detected, with research value. Research sample collection initiated. Once completed, 3,000 skill points will be gained.
Ding!
An ancient painting from 250 years ago has been detected, with significant research value. Research sample collection initiated. Once completed, 10,000 skill points will be gained, and there is a chance to develop new skills. It seemed that besides the gold bars, there were many antiques and relics among the treasures. Lin Xueqing quickly collected all of them. It was like a gift from heaven. These various relics earned her over 50,000 skill points. Her current balance was 55,100 skill points. She had truly made a big profit this time. As the saying goes, having money in hand makes the heart at ease. That was probably her mindset now. However, Lin Xueqing soon had a new question. Why didn't she receive this prompt when she previously took out the Lu family's treasures? She thought for a moment, guessing that since the treasures were inside the Lu residence itself, when collecting research samples from the house, those treasures were included in the samples from the 100-year-old building. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have given her 10,000 skill points at once. It would be great if there were more houses like this, but Lin Xueqing quickly gave up that idea. According to the system's collection method, it probably only collects similar buildings once. After disabling the invisibility and X-ray functions, Lin Xueqing went to the nearby bus stop to take a bus back to the Lu residence. Just as she stepped onto the bus, a young woman in a floral dress hurriedly got off. When she brushed past, Lin Xueqing was stunned. Xiulan, who had just gotten off the bus, was also surprised. Lin Xueqing might not recognize her, but she recognized Lin Xueqing at a glance. The reason was that Lin Xueqing looked very much like her foster mother, especially her bright, lively eyes, which were almost identical. Xiulan turned to go back to the bus, but the bus had already left. She could only stand by the roadside, watching the bus disappear into the distance. As soon as Lin Xueqing appeared in front of the Zhao family, her identity would surely be exposed. She clenched her fists tightly, then turned to board another bus. She gave up her plan to put her savings into the yard and decided to go to the bank immediately to withdraw money. She had to deal with Lin Xueqing before Zhao's family went to the countryside. On the bus, Lin Xueqing also recovered from her shock. The woman's appearance was exactly like the heroine in her dream. That meant her guess was correct. Xiulan's house was the one the heroine had transferred to her to move her assets before going to the countryside. She wondered how she would react if she found out the money in the yard was gone after she entered. Lin Xueqing quickly returned home. As soon as she stepped inside, she heard arguing voices from inside. This scene overlapped once again with her dream. The incident with the Revolutionary Committee coming to her house yesterday was spreading, and her younger brother Lu Mingyuan had been sent back by relatives who were fostering him. Sure enough, when she entered the living room, she saw a plump woman shouting and scolding. "You people in the Lu family are going to kill someone. Knowing you're going to the countryside, why did you send your son over?" Mother Lu helplessly explained. "We responded to the call and volunteered to go to the countryside. We're different from old you. We worry that Mingling can't handle the hardships there, so we asked you to take care of him." The woman snorted coldly. "Which good official would go to the countryside voluntarily? It must be that your Lu family has done something wrong. Anyway, we don't dare to take old Yu's son, but Mingling is your nephew. You adopted him. He's your son now. Just because you go to the countryside doesn't mean you stop your duty to raise him. Mingling is 8 years old. He was the son of Lu's subordinate, but his birth mother died during childbirth, and his biological father was killed a month after he was born. Lu's family adopted him. The chubby woman is Lu Mingyuan's aunt, his father's sister-in-law. Lin Xueqing looked at Mingling, who stood helplessly nearby. She remembered when her grandmother passed away and she was brought back to the Lin family. She quickly stepped forward and said, "Mom, let's ask Mingling. Does he want to go with us to the countryside or stay in Beijing?" Mother Lu turned to look at Mingling. Seeing her little son's anxious face, she felt sad. She knew how hard it was to live under others' roof. But among those going to the countryside, Lu Mingyuan was returning to the army, Lin Xueqing was pregnant, and Lu Mingche had a broken leg. If Mingling joined them, only she, her husband, and Lu Zhaoning, who could work, would be able to earn labor points. Mother Lu was worried. The plans she had made for her children's futures had all fallen apart. The woman saw someone coming to mediate and quickly said, "Mingling naturally wants to stay with his parents. He has been raised in your Lu family since birth. Even without blood ties, he has been nurtured by you." Mingling looked at Mother Lu with nervous eyes. He knew things were tough at home and was afraid his parents might abandon him. But his aunt's family didn't seem to welcome him either. He didn't know what to do. Lin Xueqing understood his feelings. When her grandmother fell ill, she faced a similar choice. If she stayed with her grandmother, she would be a burden. If she went to the Lin family, they didn't welcome her and thought she wasted food. Feeling anxious, she promised to do household chores, and only then did the Lin family agree to take her in. From then on, whenever she did a little bit of housework slowly or made a small mistake, she would be scolded and beaten by the Lin family members. Lu Mingyuan's eldest aunt had clearly shown her dislike for Mingling. If they insisted on him staying at her house, even if she wouldn't mistreat him as the Lin family did, she would still make things difficult for him because she didn't like him. The Lu family had only been farming in the countryside for 3 years, and there was no need to let a child go through the pain she had once experienced. Thinking this, Lin Xueqing stood beside Lu Mingyuan and softly asked, "Going to the countryside will be tough. If you come with us and are willing to do some housework, I believe your parents wouldn't mind having you nearby. If your time at your eldest aunt's house has been okay." Before Lin Xueqing finished speaking, the old woman cut in. "It's not okay at all. Your child is just a spoiled brat who doesn't do any chores and only plays around." Lu Mingyuan clenched his fists, blushing with anger, and retorted, "No, that's not true. You said I didn't have to do anything at home, that I was the same at your place as I am here. Plus, I even helped stick matches on boxes. Stupid kid, how dare you argue? If you don't work, fine. But you eat 2 bowls of rice when others only eat 1. No matter how much money your parents give, I can't support you. If it weren't for your parents, I wouldn't have brought you home. Who knew your family was so stubborn?" "Enough!" Lu's mother, tears in her eyes, shouted angrily. "When you brought Mingling back, what did you promise me? Tisfe, you never said you were sending Mingling back to be demoted. How was I supposed to know you were so stubborn? In the end, we were the ones who were tricked. We said we applied to go to the countryside voluntarily. It was a job transfer." Seeing the two arguing passionately, Lin Xueqing quickly patted Lu's mother's shoulder and said, "Mom, stop. We'll take Mingling to the countryside. It's just adding 1 more pair of chopsticks." Lu's mother sighed and said to the old woman, "Then you can leave. From now on, Mingling is no longer your relative." "Pfft, thinking you're still the old Lu family? Who would want to be related to your family?" After the old woman left, Lu Mingyuan's face still showed no sign of worry or unease. He fully realized that he seemed to be a burden in this family. Lin Xueqing looked at him and comforted him, saying, "Mingling, this has nothing to do with you. Your parents only asked you to stay at your uncle's house because they were worried you couldn't handle the hardships of going to the countryside." Hearing this, Mother Lu also snapped out of her sadness, realizing that the recent argument might cause unnecessary feelings for the children. She quickly reassured them, "Your sister-in-law is right. Although going to the countryside is hard, Mingling is a brave boy, isn't he?" Seeing Mother Lu accept him again, Mingling immediately smiled happily and pounded his chest to promise, "Don't worry, Mom. Even though I'm young, I promise to work hard. Both big sister and little sister can work, and I can too." Big sister and little sister are the 2 daughters of Uncle Lu, aged 10 and 7. Mother Lu looked surprised and asked, "They are so young. How could your aunt let them work?" It's even worse. She said they are just a burden and scolded them badly. I wanted to persuade her, but Uncle said we are men, and women's disputes shouldn't involve us. But these days at Uncle's house, I've been helping the two girls make many matchboxes. Brother Daqiang said I look like a girl because I like playing with the little girl, but if I don't help them, they won't finish the matchboxes and might even hit Annie. Mingling seemed to be venting his frustrations, telling all about his experiences over the past 2 days. Mother Lu couldn't help but feel worried and tightly held Lin Xueqing's hand. Thank goodness you told us to bring Minglang to the countryside. What kind of people are they? How can they treat their children like that? If Minglang continued to stay in their home, Mother Lu couldn't imagine what he would become in the future. She sighed, realizing that no matter how hard or tiring it was, raising her children at home was better. She had completely given up on the idea of finding a better future for her children. She and her husband had planned many ways for their children, but none had worked out. Now she was worried her family was old, weak, sick, and disabled, with very little labor force. After going to the countryside, she didn't know what to do. In a moment of reflection, Mother Lu sighed deeply. Now that the decision was final, worrying was useless. She and old Lu could only work harder when they went to the countryside, gritting their teeth to provide food for the children. Seeing that mealtime was approaching, Lin Xueqing took Lu Minglang to Lu Mingche's room and assigned Lu Mingche a new task, planning study activities for Lu Minglang. When Lu Mingche learned that Lu Minglang would be going to the countryside with them, a hint of sadness flashed across his face, but he quickly shifted his focus to the task Lin Xueqing had given him. While Lin Xueqing and Mother Lu went to the kitchen to cook, Lu Mingche had to take care of the children. Additionally, he needed to prepare Lu Minglang's study plan before the train left tomorrow, so Lu Minglang wouldn't be bored on the journey. Lu Minglang was still young and just starting to learn. He needed to finish some practice papers to see where he was most talented. After arranging the tasks for the brothers Lu Mingche and Lu Minglang, Lin Xueqing and Mother Lu went to the kitchen. Mother Lu was there to help Lin Xueqing and learn how to cook and prepare meals. Lin Xueqing first taught her how to wash rice and cook it, thinking that after going to the countryside, they might mostly eat coarse grains. She explained the difference between coarse grains and polished rice. Cooking is actually very simple. Polished rice needs less water, while coarse grains require more water. The main goal was to ensure Mother Lu could measure the water accurately and cook the rice properly. Whether it tastes good or not was a different matter. Cooking isn't a delicate task. Lin Xueqing demonstrated once, and Mother Lu repeated it until she understood. The Lu family used to be better off than ordinary families in Beijing and already had a gas stove, making cooking quite convenient. The skill of starting a fire was more difficult and would have to be taught after they went to the countryside. Next was preparing vegetables. Although Mother Lu didn't know how to stir-fry, washing vegetables was simple. She took charge of washing, while Lin Xueqing handled chopping. Lu Zhaoning and Lu Minglang had both returned home. The family now had 7 members. They knew that after going to the countryside, it would be hard to have abundant meals. More importantly, if they didn't finish the ingredients today, they would be wasted. Seeing the remaining meat and vegetables, Lin Xueqing decided to make 5 dishes and 1 soup. She prepared braised pork, scrambled eggs with wood ear mushrooms, vinegar-style cabbage, spicy chicken cubes, and stir-fried bacon with potatoes, along with a cabbage and tofu soup. Simple dishes like scrambled eggs with wood ear mushrooms, vinegar stir-fried cabbage, and cabbage tofu soup were divided into 2 portions. Lin Xueqing made one, and Mother Lu tried to make the other. More complicated dishes like braised pork, spicy chicken cubes, and fried potatoes with cured meat were prepared only by Lin Xueqing, while Mother Lu watched and learned. The mother and daughter-in-law worked together quickly, finishing all the dishes. Father Lu and Lu Mingyuan, who had gone out earlier, returned home just before mealtime. When they saw the table full of food, they were instantly surprised. Lu Zhenghua couldn't help but say, "Hey, it looks like we're in for a treat today." This table of dishes almost matches the kind served at a wedding banquet. Hearing the noise, Lu Zhaoning came out of her room, looking surprised. She asked Mother Lu, who was carrying a tray from the kitchen, "Mom, is there some happy event today?" Mother Lu glanced at her daughter. If it weren't for her being family, she might have wanted to scold her. Lu Mingyuan was more attentive. He quickly stepped over and skillfully took the tray from Mother Lu. As the weight in her hand lessened, Mother Lu started to complain to Lu Xiaoning. "Look at you, holding dishes in your hands. Won't you come help?" Lu Xiaoning ignored her mother's nagging. She counted the dishes on the table and exclaimed, "Oh my, there must be some celebration today. We made 9 dishes." Lu Mingyuan's eyes showed a hint of sympathy as he said to Lu Xiaoning, "Xiaoning, in the future, you should learn to cook from your sister-in-law, just like Mom. There are many people at home, and your sister-in-law can't handle all the cooking alone." Lu Xiaoning pursed her lips, understanding that things weren't easy at home, and since her sister-in-law was pregnant, she nodded and said, "Got it. I'll learn seriously." Mother Lu quickly gave her son a thumbs up and smiled. "Mingyuan is right. I learned a bit today, and cooking isn't hard. Later, guess which dishes I made, and which one Xiuqing made." At this moment, Lu Mingling pushed Lu Mingche into the room. Seeing the abundant food, both looked surprised. Lu Mingling happily said, "Wow, today's meal is so rich." Father Lu looked at the harmonious family scene and felt a bit more at ease. He smiled at Lin Xiuqing, who had just come in. "Xiuqing, thank you for your hard work today." Lin Xiuqing quickly waved her hand. "It's not just my effort, Mom also helped a lot. Let's celebrate our family reunion today and wish us a smooth journey to the countryside." Everyone in the Lu family was surprised by Lin Xiuqing's positive attitude. Her sunny outlook made them smile, and they said, "Xiuqing, you're right. Let's celebrate our family reunion and wish us a safe trip tomorrow." Lu Mingyuan looked at Lin Xiuqing's bright smile and felt warm inside. With such a wife, what more could he ask for? He believed that even if he returned to the army, as long as his family had someone as optimistic as her, they could overcome any difficulties during their move to the countryside. At the same time, Zhao Xuan used her connections in the Zhao family to find out about 2 underground assassin groups. Yes, not just 1, but 2. She was worried about missing something, so she spent most of her savings to bribe 2 Asians with assassin backgrounds, ensuring Lin Xiuqing would die on the way to the countryside. After lunch, Lu Xiaoning volunteered to wash the dishes. While Lu Mingyuan was still out, Lin Xiuqing took him into the room and handed him a prepared letter of complaint. This is a letter accusing the Lin family. Lin Changxi has embezzled a lot from the Revolutionary Committee over the years, and some of the jewelry he stole was sold by his parents. Also, I heard from neighbors that my mom has a big house on the outskirts of the city, and the money for it must come from illegal sources. Lu Mingyuan didn't expect Lin Xiuqing to report her own family, but recalling what Xiulan had done to her, he thought they deserved it. Still, since she was her real mother, he asked worriedly, "If you really report them, they won't escape punishment. If you do this, they are guilty of serious crimes, unlike us going to the countryside. Aren't you afraid you'll regret it later?" Lin Xiuqing shook her head, her tone firm. "I will only regret not reporting sooner. They're not truly my family," Lin Xiuqing thought, but the words caught in her throat and she couldn't say them. She had to find another way to say it, hinting, "They have been mistreating and oppressing me. I am nothing like them." Lu Mingyuan carefully examined Lin Xiuqing's features and was surprised after a while. "You really don't look much like the Lin family. You are optimistic and kind, while they are greedy and mean. Your appearance also doesn't match. You are sweet and pretty, with big eyes and a nice nose. The Lin family's eyes aren't as nice as yours." Lin Xiuqing's face slightly reddened. She playfully said, "Are you trying to flatter me secretly?" Lu Mingyuan hugged Lin Xiuqing and gently kissed her forehead, speaking sincerely, "You deserve praise. My wife is indeed beautiful and virtuous. Saving you back then, I think I got a big advantage." Lin Xiuqing blushed even more from his compliment. She reached out and pinched his waist, which was firm and unyielding. She couldn't pinch it, so she changed her approach and said with a smile, "Then hurry up and get to work. We leave tomorrow. The letter must be sent today. Don't send it to those people. They protect each other, and then the letter would be wasted." Lu Mingyuan held her hand on his waist, feeling a rush of heat in his heart. After taking a deep breath, he nibbled her face, and then hurriedly picked up the letter and left. Lin Xueqing was momentarily stunned, her heart pounding. This was the first time since their wedding night that they had been so close. She fanned her face with her hand to cool down. After a while, she changed into her clothes and went to the hospital to quickly gather some skills she needed. Soon, Lin Xueqing arrived at the hospital. She pretended to be there for a follow-up, asked the doctor for some health supplements for pregnancy, and secretly gave him a red envelope to get some backup medicine for her family. The doctor was easy to talk to and quickly prescribed everything she needed. Mrs. Wang's daughter-in-law hadn't been discharged yet, so Lin Xueqing also visited Mrs. Wang to thank her. Having learned Mrs. Wang's skills, she felt she had to thank her personally. Mrs. Wang didn't understand why, but thought the girl was both obedient and sensible, very kind-hearted. They exchanged contact information quickly. After saying goodbye to Mrs. Wang, Lin Xueqing went to the reception desk to find the cheerful girl with level 5 skills, sitting nearby and collecting resources quickly with a speed-up card. Meanwhile, next to the reception desk are the treatment room and emergency room. Most nurses have a skill level of 5 or higher, but medical skills are divided into many categories. The most common in the emergency room are first aid skills, along with general surgery, internal medicine, gastroenterology, and others. It depends on the skills of the doctors working in the emergency room. Lin Xueqing believes that nursing and first aid skills are essential. The other skills, like surgery and internal medicine, are optional. She collects as many as she can. Both nurses and doctors move around, and if one person's skill collection gets interrupted, they need to use their awareness to quickly switch to another person's skills to continue the collection. This process is quite tiring and takes time. Lin Xueqing spent the whole afternoon in the hospital, finally completing the collection of cheerful personality level 2 to 5, nursing level 2 to 5, first aid level 1 to 7, surgical skills level 1 to 2, internal medicine skills level 1 to 2. She also collected some farming skills level 1 to 2 and planting skills level 1 to 3 from a few patients. She gathered some other scattered skills, but not completely. These skills were already rewarded and entered into the system, so there were no new skill rewards. However, after completing the collection, she received some rewards based on the level and rarity of the skills. She earned over 10,000 skill points, but used 3 speed-up cards, so her total gain was only about 7,000 skill points. Adding the 5,000 skill points she earned in the morning, she now has 62,100 skill points, just enough to buy 2 invisibility cards. Lin Xueqing sighed. Earning skill points is really hard. She even thought about going to the Forbidden City and lying there for a month, but unfortunately, she couldn't. As night was approaching, Lin Xueqing left the hospital feeling a bit regretful. When she returned to the Lu family, Lu Mingyuan hadn't come back yet. Lu's mother was already cooking rice and preparing meals, and Lu Zhaoning was very sensible, helping her with the dishes. Lu's mother cooked very well at noon, receiving high praise from everyone. She was motivated to cook again in the evening, especially since she needed to prepare some food for the trip the next day. She bought some meat and vegetables. Just then, Lu's father also thought it was good to encourage the family's cooking enthusiasm, so he bought some meat and vegetables too. With leftover eggs and greens from before, the family's supplies were starting to look a bit too much. Lin Xueqing quickly came up with an idea. She knew that food shouldn't be wasted. She decided to use all the grains at home. Besides the dinner dishes, she planned to make dried food and snacks with the remaining ingredients to take with her on the train tomorrow. When she shared her plan, Mother Lu hurriedly called Father Lu and Minglang Lu into the kitchen, determined to get the whole family involved. Lin Xueqing didn't fuss. She directed Father Lu to chop all the pork they bought into minced meat for later use. Minglang Lu helped knead the dough. Seizing the chance, Lin Xueqing also taught Mother Lu and Zhaoning Lu how to knead dough, as this would likely be a common task after moving to the countryside. The process was simple: mix flour with water, then knead. Since Minglang was young, her expectations were modest: just knead evenly. If the dough was too wet, add flour. If too dry, add water. She aimed to keep everyone motivated and not discouraged. Mother Lu and Zhaoning Lu helped her with the preparations. First, Lin Xueqing cooked dinner. She made braised meatballs with the minced pork. She also used leftover chicken from lunch to make mushroom stew with free-range chicken and prepared a vegetable stir-fry. Dinner was ready. While she finished dinner, Father Lu had already minced all the pork. Taking advantage of Mingyuan Lu not being back yet, Lin Xueqing asked Father Lu and Mother Lu to shape 2/3 of the minced meat into meat patties. She then cut the remaining lean pork into strips, pounded them flat with the back of a knife, and marinated them with seasonings. Next, she divided the remaining 1/3 of the minced meat into 2 fillings, one with shepherd's purse and the other with shiitake mushrooms, preparing to make dumplings after dinner. Just as she finished, the door opened. Mingyuan Lu had returned. He looked unhappy, with furrowed brows, perhaps because things hadn't gone smoothly. Seeing her son's worried face, Mother Lu quickly asked, "Mingyuan, what's wrong?" Mingyuan Lu hesitated, glancing at Lin Xueqing, then replied to Mother Lu, "I couldn't get the train tickets. I only managed to buy 3 hard seat tickets. I swapped the remaining soft seat ticket with someone else, so now I have 4 tickets together. Originally, only Mingyuan Lu, Mingche Lu, and the parents were going to the countryside. Later, Lin Xueqing decided to go with the Lu family. Mingyuan Lu used connections to exchange the 3 soft seat tickets for 3 sleeper tickets. I originally wanted to exchange the remaining soft seat for sleeper, but I couldn't find anyone willing to swap. Later, Lu Zhaoning and Lu Mingling also needed to go to the countryside, so we had to buy tickets again at the last minute. However, the tickets were sold out quickly, and only hard seats were left, which few people chose." Lu's mother was very calm. She had expected that tickets would be hard to get, especially for a train departing the next day. Getting tickets at all was already good. "It's okay. Then my husband, you, Zhaoning, Minglang, and I will sit in the hard seats." Lin Xueqing frowned and suggested, "How about we take turns sitting in the sleeper with our parents?" Lu Mingyuan shook his head and said, "No, that's not possible. Their carriage is too far away. The doctor said you have early signs of a miscarriage, so you can't be jostled around. I also don't feel comfortable with you traveling so far in that carriage. Then, can Mingling squeeze in with us? He's just a kid, he should be able to be flexible." Lu Zhaoning quickly added, "Brother, I can take good care of our parents." Lin Xueqing was worried that Zhaoning, being a girl, might not be safe alone. She just glanced at the glowing words above Zhaoning's head. Martial Arts Level 5, Investigation Level 2, Painting Level 5, Dance Level 6, Eagle Language Level 6. When she saw Martial Arts Level 5, Lin Xueqing immediately shut her mouth. She looked at the others and felt a bit overwhelmed. Even Lu Minglang had Martial Arts Level 2. Fortunately, Lu Mingche was with her, or else she would be the only one in the family with no fighting skills. Wait! Lin Xueqing realized she had missed something. Among the flashing words for Lu Mingche, there was a line, Shooting Level 8. Alright, she was the only one in her family with poor fighting skills. She decided to focus on herself. After discussing plans for the next day, the Lu family entered the dinner praise session. It all started with Lin Xueqing. During the meal, she praised Lu's father for his delicate minced meat, which was better than usual, and his braised lion's head was especially tasty. Lu's father praised Lu's mother for buying good meat, and she, in turn, complimented Lin Xueqing for not only cooking well but also teaching very well. Lin Xueqing quickly praised Zhaoning and Minglang for their diligent learning. The family took turns complimenting each other, emphasizing that everyone who participated deserved praise. Seeing Lu Mingche focused on eating without joining the conversation, Lin Xueqing's eyes shifted. She smiled at Lu Mingyuan and Lu Mingche and said, "Later, you two should join in too. After we finish eating, we'll make dumplings, meat pancakes, and dried meat. Whether the snacks on the train taste good depends on everyone." Lu's mother immediately understood Lin Xueqing's intention and quickly agreed. "You're right, sister-in-law. Mingche may have trouble walking, but he's very skillful with his hands. During military training, he even won first place in shooting. Recently, the family had been encouraging him to do things in different ways." Lu Mingche could see their intentions clearly. A flicker of doubt appeared in his eyes as he looked at Lin Xueqing. For some reason, he felt that his sister-in-law had changed a lot these past few days. She used to be very quiet, but now she was more cheerful and even helped lift the family's gloomy mood. Then he looked at his older brother with suspicion. Could this be the power of love? Since his brother returned, his sister-in-law had completely changed. It was even more powerful than a chemical reaction. Unaware that Lu Mingche was thinking all this, Lin Xueqing officially asked Lu Mingyuan and herself to go to the kitchen to get the minced meat and the prepared dough. Because there were many people, they worked in the dining room to make dumplings. Lu's father and Lu Minglang were in charge of rolling out the dumpling skins, while the others helped with wrapping the dumplings. Lin Xueqing first showed Lu's father how to roll out the skins, demonstrating how to flatten the dough. Lu Minglang used a cup to cut out circles from the thin dough. He then took out these circles, creating layer after layer of dumpling skins. Lu Minglang found this fun and easy, and quickly assured everyone he would finish the task. Next, Lin Xueqing taught the women how to wrap the dumplings. Looks didn't matter. What was important was sealing the edges so they wouldn't fall apart. Once everyone learned, Lin Xueqing went to the kitchen to make meat pancakes and dried meat. Cooking the meat thoroughly, or drying it, helps preserve it for 2 to 3 days. For them, this storage time was enough. Although they had many ingredients, they also had a large group. The food would last just long enough for everyone to eat during the trip. Lu Mingyuan had something he wanted to discuss with Lin Xueqing. Thoughtfully, he followed his wife into the kitchen. Unaware that Lu Mingyuan had something on his mind, Lin Xueqing simply told him to handle the frying, while she focused on making bread and pancakes from the remaining dough. Lu Mingyuan, while frying a meat patty, pretended not to notice and asked, "Do you know someone named Zhao Suiyan? That is the heroine's name." Lin Xueqing pretended to think for a moment, then shook her head and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Mingyuan hesitated for a moment and said, "We found out about that house your mom owns. It was originally registered under a girl named Zhao Suiyan, but just a few days ago, it was transferred to your mom. Coincidentally, that girl named Zhao Suiyan is your age, has the same birthday, and was born at the Beijing People's Hospital. I suspect that you and that Zhao girl were switched at birth." Lin Xueqing's eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Lu Mingyuan with admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars. She realized her husband was really amazing. She couldn't put it into words, but Lu Mingyuan had guessed everything. Lu Mingyuan didn't notice the look in Lin Xueqing's eyes. He flipped the meat patty and continued, "I've asked a friend in the police to investigate. The Lin family should take action tonight. Even if that house is legally owned, with the clues about the stolen goods you provided, it's enough for the Lin family to get involved. After the Lin family is caught, my friend will use the opportunity to question you about your background. The truth will come out, so don't worry too much." Lin Xueqing didn't expect things to go so smoothly, but she also knew that some things couldn't be rushed. She nodded and said, "It's okay, it's not urgent. I just feel a bit sad suddenly. It turns out I'm not an unwanted child. It's just that the other side is too terrible." Lu Mingyuan put down his chopsticks, turned down the heat, then turned around and hugged Lin Xueqing, who was kneading dough. "You're not disliked at all. It's just that the Lin family is too bad. The country will bring them to justice." Lu Mingyuan held Lin Xueqing tighter. What he didn't say was that this involved the Zhao family. The famous Zhao family had recently come under scrutiny by the Revolutionary Committee. There were complex interests involved, and he really didn't want his wife to get involved. Meanwhile, Zhong Xiangdong, the director of the Western City Public Security Bureau in Beijing, led a team of police to the Western Food Factory compound. Without hesitation, they stormed into the Lin family's house. The Lin family was having a meal. Lin Youfu was cursing about how bad Xiulan's cooking was and was also urging Lin Changxi to get married soon. This statement was exactly what Xiulan wanted. She quickly agreed. Lin Changxi was about to say something when a group of people dressed in police uniforms rushed in, pointing guns at the three of them. This scared the 3 members of the Lin family. They all raised their hands. Lin Changxi, who had been with the Revolutionary Committee for years, had seen a lot. He quickly smiled and said to Zhong Xiangdong and others, "Are you sure you've come to the wrong place? We are good citizens and have done nothing illegal." But Zhong Xiangdong looked cold and asked, "Are you Lin Youfu, Xiulan, and Lin Changxi?" Lin Changxi's heart suddenly sank. He knew things were going badly. They must have found some evidence against their family. Just as he was about to say more, Chen Xiulan spoke first. You must have caught the wrong people. My son is with the Revolutionary Committee, and he definitely has the right thoughts. Zhong Xiongdong, with an expressionless face, waved to his men. Group 1 will search for evidence. Group 2 will take the people back. Although Lin Changxi was very nervous, he thought about their recent actions. There was nothing that could be used as evidence against them. As for sharing the loot, it was an understood rule within the Revolutionary Committee. As long as nothing went wrong, no one would betray others. The only possible connection was with the Lu family, but they had already cut ties with Lin Xueqing, so it shouldn't involve them. Lin Changxi clenched his teeth and showed the authority of a Revolutionary Committee officer. He angrily said to Zhong Xiongdong, "You don't have a search warrant, so you can't search our house. Otherwise, I will report you for abuse of power." Zhong Xiongdong knew Lin Changxi was part of the Revolutionary Committee. How could he come so impulsively without evidence? He kindly reminded him, "Tell me, why does your family as workers suddenly own a detached house in the suburbs?" Chen Xiulan realized that something had gone wrong with the house Zhao Xuan had given her. She quickly explained, "That's my daughter's house. She transferred it to me." "How is that illegal?" Lin Changxi's heart sank. He angrily said, "Mom, are you crazy? I told you not to take old rights money. Why did you take my sister's house? Zhao Xuan is your daughter." Zhong Xiongdong took the opportunity to ask. Chen Xiulan hesitated, unsure whether to answer yes or no. Lin Changxi was also stunned. He thought it was a misunderstanding and quickly said, "Who is Zhao Xuan? We do not know Zhao Xuan. Since we don't know her, it must be that your mother collected bribes on your behalf. Otherwise, explain why there is suddenly an unknown property." Chen Xiulan was caught in a difficult position. If she didn't admit that Zhao Xuan was her daughter, her son might be wrongly accused of accepting bribes. If she did admit it, the Zhao family might find out her daughter's background, making her future life difficult. In the end, Chen Xiulan chose her son over her daughter and quickly revealed the truth. "Zhao Xuan is actually my real daughter. She was switched at birth, and we only recently found out. I am her biological mother. What's wrong with her giving me a house?" Lin Youfu and Lin Changxi were both shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Xueqing was not his daughter or sister. But then they quickly realized that it wasn't a mistake. Based on Chen Xiulan's attitude toward Lin Xueqing over the years, she must have swapped the children. Lin Changxi also understood that anyone who casually gives someone a house must be from a wealthy family, probably a capitalist. Capitalists are also just ordinary people with power. Taking assets from Lin Xueqing and Zhao Xuan is basically the same. Both are ways to transfer wealth to the powerful. Lin Youfu didn't understand all this. He only believed Chen Xiulan and said to Officer Zhong, "Officer, this is all a misunderstanding. We didn't know Zhao Xuan was our daughter. It's all my wife's fault for hiding the truth." Officer Zhong got the information he wanted and said coldly, "No misunderstanding. Take them all back to the station." Lin Changxi realized he was in serious trouble. He was completely confused now. He just hoped that the stolen items hidden in his house wouldn't be found by the police. But as expected, Officer Zhong's team found everything he had hidden, including 10,000 yuan in cash in Chen Xiulan's room. However, during the questioning, Lin Changxi was confused. Officer Zhong's team didn't ask about Zhao Xuan or Lin Xueqing. They only asked if he had used his position to steal the stolen goods. He was caught and quickly signed the confession. Unaware, Lin Changxi did not know that Zhong Xiongdong deliberately tricked Chen Xiulan at the Lin family to reveal the truth. He had no intention of questioning the Lin family about Zhao Xuan at the police station. Zhong Xiongdong directly equated the 10,000 yuan in Chen Xiulan's room with money obtained from selling stolen goods. The case involved a large amount of money, and Lin Changxi was sentenced to life labor reform. Although Chen Xiulan and Lin Youfu were not the main criminals, they participated in transferring the stolen goods and received a 10-year prison sentence. As a result, the entire Lin family was sent to hard labor in He Province. Of course, this is a later story. At this moment, after Zhong Xiongdong received a definite answer from Chen Xiulan, he immediately informed his father, Zhong Hao, to handle Zhao's affairs. When Zhong Hao received the news, he was overjoyed. He never expected that Lu's family had indeed married a good wife. With the relationship between Lin Xueqing and the Zhao family, it would be much easier to connect with the Zhao family in Gangqing through Zhao's family in the future. Thinking of the task assigned to Lu Mingyuan today, Zhong Hao decided to gather his friends for a get-together. When Zhong Hao sent someone to deliver the message, Lu's father had just finished rolling out dumpling wrappers. Although rolling out dough looks simple, repeatedly bending over and flattening it is quite tiring. Cooking is not an easy job either. Lu's father sighed and tidied up briefly before leaving through the back door to return to the small house where yesterday's gathering was held. Today, only Zhong Hao and his brother came. The old man had gone to bed early and did not come. Seeing the two smoking inside, Lu's father chuckled and said, "Who was saying yesterday that they didn't want to see me? How come in just a day they miss me again? TSK, you old guy. Do you think I want to see you? It's your son who asked me to do something. I kindly gave you the message and you still don't want it." Zhong Hao's words made Lu's father pause. "Do something? What kind of thing? Your wife's matter. Speaking of which, your wife is really not simple. Who would have thought she's actually Zhao's daughter? Your family really hit the jackpot." Lu's father was even more confused and asked, "What's going on?" East is very alert. During the interrogation, he kept the secret about Chen Xiulan switching the children, which avoided revealing your relationship with the Zhao family too early. Father Lu sneered, "We can't recognize each other now anyway. Think about it. What time is our train tomorrow? We're all going to the countryside. There's no time to meet. Everyone also knows this. Recently, the Revolutionary Committee has also targeted the Zhao family. If someone finds out about their connection, they might use it as a reason to ruin the Lu family directly." Lu Zhenhua glanced at his younger brother, who had been mixed up in things since childhood, and couldn't help but sigh. "You've been lucky lately, always turning bad luck into good." Father Lu spat and said, "Who wants trouble at home? I'll send you good luck if you want." Lu Zhenhua ignored his father's teasing and continued seriously. "Uncle Chen and Dad were talking about it. If the Zhao family gets taken down, they plan to find a way to move the Zhao family to the village you manage. The Zhao family is related to the Zhao family in Gangqing. Gangqing Zhao family has several ports in Southeast Asia, making smuggling routes very smooth. Uncle Chen has long been interested in this. After your two boys went to Nanxing, they'll have to work with Uncle Chen. With your wife's connection to the Zhao family, you can leverage it to your advantage. You're already getting a big benefit." Father Lu didn't argue this time, even looking a bit proud. "That's because Mingyuan married a good wife. You can't envy that." Seeing his proud look, Zhong Hao couldn't help but pour cold water on him and said with a smile, "Be proud now, but don't forget I warned you. Your Lu family is a hot target for those underground rats tomorrow." Father Lu was stunned. Those people aren't giving up yet? Having such a useful scapegoat, how could they give up easily? If one attempt fails, there's always a second. You've all gone to the countryside, so they'll naturally want to beat a drowning dog. Zhong Hao spoke bluntly. Father Lu no longer felt like joking and looked serious, asking, "Do you know who's behind this?" Based on the information from our informants, at least several groups have taken the job. And their targets aren't just Mingche, they're also after your daughter-in-law. Father Lu was stunned, his brows furrowing. "My daughter-in-law?" Zhong Hao shared the news he received. "The girl from the Zhao family is very fierce. I think she already knows her true identity and wants to take the chance to get rid of your daughter-in-law." The brothers from the Lu family immediately looked serious. Lu Zhenhua realized how serious the situation was and said, "I will send a telegram to Uncle Chen, asking him to arrange for someone from the army to meet you at the station. On the train, I will temporarily assign a few special police officers to protect you." Lu's father quickly shook his head and interrupted. "No, absolutely not. If you do that, it will be obvious that I am connected to you. All the effort we put into this will be wasted. On the way, we will just take care of ourselves. Lan Ji and I have been on the battlefield, so we're not helpless. Our whole family only lacks someone with fighting skills, my daughter-in-law. But I believe Mingyuan can protect her." Zhong Hao took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled before speaking. "I will arrange for some people to a few prisoners to the southern province and assign more guards to watch over them. That should be enough. He patted Lu's father on the shoulder and smiled. Your son Mingyuan needs to protect Mingche and your daughter-in-law at the same time. As a father, you're asking too much of him. Lu's father, understanding his friend's good intentions, nodded and accepted. They didn't continue chatting. After discussing their plans, Lu's father hurried back home. When he arrived home late at night, he knocked on the doors of Lu Mingche and Lu Mingyuan's rooms. The three of them talked for a while into the early morning. Just before dawn, Lu Mingche went back to his room. Lu Mingyuan decided not to sleep. He found his childhood toy in the storage room and, while he still had time, started hammering and tinkering with it. He also cut a few bamboo sticks from the yard and sharpened dozens of small arrows for backup. The next morning, the alarm clock by the bed rang. Lin Xiulan got up and noticed that the spot outside the bed was not dented. Had Lu Mingyuan not come back yesterday? As she wondered, the door was open from outside. Lu Mingyuan, with a towel over his arm and his hair still damp, came in. You're awake? Go wash your face and brush your teeth first. Breakfast is ready. The dumplings we made yesterday were especially delicious. Eat more later. Lin Xiulan quickly nodded, got out of bed, put on her shoes, and headed to the bathroom. After finishing her washing, Lin Xiulan went to the dining hall to have breakfast with everyone. However, she wasn't sure if it was just her feeling, but it seemed like everyone looked a bit serious today. After breakfast, Lin Xiulan was about to go back to her room to get her luggage when Lu Mingyuan followed her and handed her a small leather-wrapped dagger, saying, "There's a lot of people at the station, and also some bad folks. Keep this with you for protection." Lin Xiulan was a little confused and remembered how serious everyone looked this morning. She felt a bit nervous and asked, "Is it really dangerous?" Lu Mingyuan hugged her tightly and reassured her, "Don't worry, I am here. I will protect you." Thinking about it, Lin Xiulan felt a bit better. Lu Mingyuan was skilled in fighting, at level 10, which gave her a strong sense of safety. She nodded happily and said, "Yes, I trust you to keep me and the baby safe." After packing up simply, the family set off with their big and small bags. Inside the train station, people were everywhere. The distant roar of a green train starting up could be heard loudly, making the station lively and busy. This was Lin Xiulan's first time riding a train. She looked around and found everything very new and interesting. Seeing such a lively scene, Lin Xiulan immediately opened her system. Sure enough, she kept getting system notifications, ding, ding, ding. It seemed like she could earn a lot of skill points today, which made her very excited. But as more and more people gathered around, her brow furrowed tighter and tighter. Among the crowd, there were 3 people with theft skills, 6 or 7 with fighting or combat skills, and even one with medical skills, anesthesiology. This combination made Lin Xiulan feel very uneasy. They looked like ordinary people on the surface, but if it weren't for her system, she wouldn't have noticed their unusual traits. Nervously, Lin Xiulan squeezed Lu Mingyuan's hand and said, "I'm a bit hungry. Let's walk faster and find our seats on the train." Lu Mingyuan trusted her and thought she was just hungry, so he quickly said to Lu Mingyuan beside him, "Let's go faster. Hurry up and follow us." At the same time, Lin Xiulan immediately adjusted her personal attributes, allocating all 50 points of courage to her strength and stamina, maxing both out to 100. At that moment, someone shouted, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" A thin man holding a canvas bag rushed toward them like crazy, followed by a young man in a white shirt shouting loudly. Lin Xiulan looked toward the sound and saw that the 2 had skills called acting, fighting, and anti-surveillance. She immediately felt nervous and realized these 2 were suspicious. Her courage dropped to only 10, and she became timid again. She tightly held onto Lu Mingyuan and said, "Don't go, I'm scared." Lu Mingyuan, who had been about to step forward to catch the thief, suddenly changed his move from stepping ahead to sweeping sideways. With a loud smack, the thief with the canvas bag was tripped by Lu Mingyuan. The young man behind him quickly said, "Thank you, thank you." Lu Mingche, sitting in a wheelchair, also sensed something was wrong. The person chasing the thief wasn't trying to catch him but was instead thanking the older brother and sister-in-law. These 2 seemed suspicious. He immediately shouted, "Brother, watch out." Next, the The young man in the white shirt took a big step forward, revealing a small knife hidden in his sleeve, and stabbed toward Lin Xiuqing from the side. Lu Mingyuan quickly wrapped his arm around Lin Xiuqing's shoulders, using a clever move to turn her behind him. At the same time, he leaned back slightly, easily dodging the stabbing knife. In the next moment, he used his palm like a blade and struck the hand holding the knife. The pain made the attacker scream and lose grip of the knife. As the knife fell, Lu Mingyuan grabbed his hand from behind and twisted it, successfully controlling the man trying to stab Lin Xiuqing. Almost at the same time, the thief who had fallen to the ground suddenly pulled out a long knife from his backpack and, as he got up, aimed to stab Lin Xiuqing in the back. "Be careful," shouted a passerby. Hearing the commotion, Lin Xiuqing turned around and saw the long knife heading toward her chest. She moved faster than her mind, quickly dodging the attack. Using her body to shift position, she kicked the thief's leg, causing him to fall back to the ground. At that moment, someone in the crowd took advantage of her moment to breathe, reaching out to grab her arm and trying to pull her forward. Then, they aimed a kick at her stomach. Lin Xiuqing's eyes widened. She couldn't let him kick her baby. In the next instant, Lin Xiuqing dodged the man's leg at a difficult angle. Her full strength increased her power. She quickly pulled back on his arm and used a clever move to throw him over her shoulder. With a loud bang, the man was thrown to the ground by Lin Xiuqing's force, surprising everyone nearby. Wow, this girl has such strength. She managed to throw a nearly 2-meter-tall man to the ground. Notification: the host has broken through self-limits. Basic courage increased by 10. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan was fighting with A when he saw Lin Xiuqing's move. He was so scared his heart almost jumped out of his chest. He no longer cared about the few men fighting him. He drew his gun and shouted angrily at the thugs trying to surround them, "Everyone, stay back." But the thugs saw that Lu Mingyuan didn't dare to shoot in public and didn't want to fight directly. They quickly slipped into the crowd, trying to escape. At the same time, Lu's father, mother, and Lu Zhaoning finally arrived. The strength of the Lu family was clearly shown. They easily caught one fleeing each. The youngest, Lu Mingling, cleverly kicked one to stop him from escaping. However, the thief who first tried to attack Lin Xiuqing and the man in the white shirt acted the fastest, rushing into the crowd to escape. They were the main suspects. As long as they weren't caught, the police couldn't do much. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Don't go." As soon as the words left their mouth, a slim young man in dark blue work pants punched the thief trying to run and knocked him to the ground. Next, a slightly taller young man nearby cursed loudly at the slim young man. "I told you not to cause trouble, but you just had to make things worse." He then rushed to the man in the white shirt, reached out his arm, grabbed his throat from behind, and pulled him back, forcing him to the ground. At this moment, Chen was already on top of the thief, holding him down to prevent any chance of escape. Chen turned to Zhang Yongshun, who was holding the man in the white shirt by the neck, and said proudly, "Don't worry. Today, we're taking the train back to South City. The thief probably doesn't even know you, and maybe we can even win a prize for catching him. Meaning no need to be afraid. We're taking the train back to South City today. The thief probably doesn't recognize you, and we might even get a reward for catching him." The others couldn't understand their dialect, but when they saw the two men had knocked the fleeing criminal to the ground, they clapped their hands in applause. Just then, Zhong Xiangnan and his soldiers rushed over quickly. Seeing Lu Mingyuan draw his gun, Zhong Xiangnan immediately pulled out his own and shouted at the fallen man, "Everyone, stay still." The soldiers behind Zhong Xiangnan quickly surrounded the criminals. Seeing the danger was over, Lu Mingyuan lowered his gun and quickly moved to Lin Xiuqing's side, asking, "Xiuqing, are you okay?" Still shaken, Lin Xiuqing burst into tears upon seeing someone she knew nearby, crying out, "They wanted to hurt the baby." Ancient saying goes, "A mother is as fierce as a lion," and perhaps that describes Lin Xiuqing now. Because someone wanted to hurt her child, she, normally powerless, suddenly showed great strength to protect her baby. Lu Mingyuan found a reasonable explanation for Lin Xiuqing's sudden change. He patted her on the back and comforted her. "It's okay now. Everything is fine. The baby and you are both safe. Meanwhile, the security guards responsible for station safety arrived late, trying to control the crowd inside the station. Once the danger was gone, Lin Xueqing quickly reset her personal attributes in the system to their original levels. To her surprise, her basic courage value, which was only 10 before, had now increased to 20. She didn't bother to analyze the reason for the change, but quickly transferred 50 points from her mobility and strength attributes back to her courage. Sure enough, the next moment, a police officer came over to ask about what had happened. With her courage value now at 70, Lin Xueqing no longer felt afraid or timid. She regained her composure and calmly answered the police officer's questions one by one. Soon, the people who tried to attack Lin Xueqing were taken away by the police. Lu Mingyuan used the station's phone to call Zhong Xiongdong and handed the matter over to him for investigation. The group was still shaken. Lu's father looked at Lin Xueqing with hesitant eyes. He didn't expect that before they even got on the train, those criminals would dare to openly commit crimes in Jing City. Lu's father patted Lu Mingyuan on the shoulder and warned him, "Don't be brave just for show. Use all your resources in the south. This trip might be difficult, so stay alert and don't let her guard down." After the incident, Lin Xueqing and the others quickly boarded the train and separated from Lu's father and the others. Lu Mingyuan was worried that Lin Xueqing might feel unwell after the fight, so he quickly found their carriage. Just as he put down their luggage, he heard voices from the next compartment. "Hey, do you think the family that was robbed earlier is nearby?" "They mean the family that was robbed earlier." Lin Xueqing followed the sound and looked over. The speakers were two young men from out of town who had helped earlier. She quickly took out some dumplings and dried meat from her bag and approached them, smiling as she said, "Thank you for helping earlier. These are some dumplings and dried meat I made. A small gift. Please don't be polite." Chen Tuxiang, with his dark face, blushed shyly and scratched his head, speaking awkwardly in Mandarin. "No need, no need. It was just a small favor." Next to him, Zhang Yongshun took the dumplings and dried meat from Lin Xueqing and said, "Thanks, sister-in-law. We won't refuse." He then muttered to Chen Tuxiang, "You're so silly. You have food but don't know how to eat it. So stupid. You're so silly. You have food but don't eat it. So dumb." He chuckled awkwardly, then turned to Lin Xueqing and said casually, "Sister-in-law, are you going to follow the army?" Lin Xueqing glanced at the words on their heads. The thin man had levels in mechanical engineering, 8, local dialect, Dajiang dialect, 10, farming, 6, bamboo weaving, 3. The tall man had levels in mechanical engineering, 5, local dialect, 8, acting, 9, communications technology, 5, Eagle language, 8. She honestly shook her head and smiled, saying, "I'm going to the countryside." Chen Tuxiang was surprised and then gave her a thumbs up. The country needs young people to work hard and build it. "Good job." Zhang Yongshun immediately smiled and asked, "Miss, where are you going to do your rural work?" Lin Xueqing was about to reply when Lu Mingyuan approached with a slightly serious look. He said to both of them, "Thank you for your help earlier. My wife isn't feeling well, so she needs to rest. We'll talk more another time." He then pulled Lin Xueqing to turn back to their seat. Zhang Yongshun watched their figures leave and muttered, "Gee, do you have to be so stingy? A pretty girl looks at you a little longer, chats a bit more, and it's not the end of the world. Should you be so petty? Just look at the pretty girl a little longer, talk a bit more, and it's not a big deal." Chen Tuoqiang looked a bit speechless. "You keep staring at her wife like that. If I were you, I'd give you a couple of punches. You keep staring at her wife like that. It's a miracle you're not punched." When Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingyuan returned to their compartment, Lu Mingche was already sitting on the lower bunk opposite her. The wheelchair had been put away, and Lu Minglang was helping pack their luggage. Lu Mingyuan asked Lin Xueqing to sit and said, "Weren't you hungry just now? I have some dumplings in my bag. Eat a bit more. I'll go get some water and make you a cup of malted milk." Lin Xueqing nodded. "Maybe I'll go with you? I want to walk around." After a scare earlier, she didn't feel like doing skill points. She missed the busiest time at the station. Now, before the train departs, walking around a bit can earn more skill points. Lu Mingyuan thought she was still scared and didn't want to leave his side. He picked up the water bottle and went to the dining car with Lin Xiuqing. While walking, Lin Xiuqing was also secretly activating the auto-collect skill function in the system, which lasts for 24 hours. She also set reminders for level 10 skills, dangerous skills, and recommended skills. When they arrived at the dining car, they just happened to meet the officer who had earlier caught the bandits with soldiers. Unexpectedly, that officer saw them and teased Lu Mingyuan. "Wow, you two are so clingy. You even come to get water together." Then, very casually, he said to Lin Xiuqing, "Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Zhong Xiangnan. I'm Mingyuan's childhood friend. Didn't I scare you just now?" Lin Xiuqing didn't expect these two to be childhood friends. She blinked her big eyes in surprise, then quickly recovered and nervously said, "Hello, hello.
I'm Lin Xiuqing."
Thank you just now. They just had a simple family meal when they registered their marriage, and no one was invited to eat. This was her first time meeting Lu Mingyuan's friends. Lu Mingyuan glared at Zhong Xiangnan and said to Lin Xiuqing, "Don't thank him. Actually, he should be punished." His reaction was too slow. Zhong Xiangnan knew he was in the wrong, touched his nose, and explained, "There are a few elderly people in my team, and they can't move quickly either. Then why don't you split into small groups to follow? Have a group come over to me and hand over the task," Lu Mingyuan ordered directly. Zhong Xiangnan stopped joking and saluted. "Yes, sir." "Sir?" Lin Xiuqing looked at the two with suspicion. Seeing her confusion, Zhong Xiangnan explained very flatteringly, "Hee, I requested a transfer to the South Island. After this mission, I will join Mingyuan's team. From now on, my sister-in-law will need to take care of me." Lin Xiuqing immediately understood and quickly said with a smile, "You're welcome. The South Island is close to Xiaoxi village. Feel free to visit us often. Your sister-in-law will cook delicious food for you." "Great, I'll definitely try your sister-in-law's cooking." Lu Mingyuan put away the water bottle filled with water and asked Zhong Xiangnan, "Who are those elderly people? Take me to see them." Lu Mingyuan's secret mission was known to Zhong Xiangnan, who nodded quickly and said, "We used a staff rest area, just 2 carriages away from you." Zhong Xiangnan led the two across 2 carriages. When they reached outside a private room, Lu Mingyuan told Lin Xiuqing to wait outside. Meanwhile, Lin Xiuqing's system's screen started beeping. "Would you like to collect marine creature breeding skills? Level 10 can exchange for 1,000 skill points. Would you like to collect medicine crafting skills? Level 10 can exchange for 1,000 skill points. Would you like to collect electronic technician skills? Level 10 can exchange for 1,000 skill points. Would you like to collect mechanical welding skills? Level 10 can exchange for 1,000 skill points." The long-lost level 10 skill reminder suddenly appeared without warning. Lin Xiuqing quickly selected all of them. These skills are very rare. They might not even appear in 1,000 people, so leveling up gradually is impossible. Lu Mingyuan didn't know what was discussed inside, but when he came out, his face looked a bit unhappy. He asked Lin Xiuqing, "Do you still have any food on you?" Lin Xiuqing quickly took out the meat pies, dried meat, and flatbreads from her bag and handed them to Lu Mingyuan. Lu Mingyuan took them and said, "I'll use these first. I still have some tickets. We can use them to get food in the next couple of days." Lin Xiuqing was very considerate and didn't ask any questions. She nodded politely and said, "That's okay, you can take them." She now understood who was inside and what Lu Mingyuan was planning to do with the food. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuan looked in disbelief at the notice stuck on her small house.
How could this be?
Their house hadn't been officially dealt with yet. How could it be sealed?
No, wait.
Zhao Xuan finally understood. The house had been transferred to Chen Xiulan's name. Now it was sealed, but the trouble was with the Lin family, not theirs. But her mother had said her brother was a staff member of the Revolutionary Committee. How could they find out about their family and confiscate their property? Zhao Xuan didn't dare go to the food factory compound to ask. She was afraid that if she appeared, people might recognize her as being similar in appearance to Lin Youfu and Chen Xiulan, which could cause trouble for her. She had quietly transferred her assets for a long time since she started reading the story, and now suddenly, everything was gone.
How could she accept that? She was so upset.
After receiving Lu Mingyuan's call, Zhong Xiangdong immediately went to interrogate the few criminals. However, Those criminals were very loyal to their code of honor and knew the rules of the police well. They were seasoned veterans who often visited the police station. The thief and the man in the white shirt took all the blame, insisting they were the ones who committed theft and violence, but they didn't intend to hurt anyone. They hadn't caused any real harm to anyone, so they couldn't be charged with serious crimes. Zhong Xiangdong was frustrated and annoyed. He had no choice but to keep a close watch on Zhao Xuan, hoping to find evidence that she hired someone to kill. At the same time, he summoned Zhao Xuan's foster parents, Zhao Bowen and Dong Yakan, to the police station under the pretense of investigating clues. He didn't say much, only took out 2 files from an envelope, one for Lin Xiuqing and one for Zhao Xuan. The information in the file is simple. It only includes a photo, birth date, and the hospital where she was born. Almost immediately after seeing Lin Xiuqing's photo, Dong Yakan knew she was her own daughter. The daughter she had searched for but could never find. She was overwhelmed with emotion and started crying. Zhao Bowen gently put his arm around his wife's shoulders to comfort her silently. His eyes were slightly red, showing how moved he was. Zhong Xiangdong was a bit surprised and asked, "Did you two already know that Zhao Xuan isn't your daughter?" Dong Yakan nodded. "I'm a doctor. From a genetics point of view, Xuan can't be my biological daughter. When she was young, her features hadn't fully developed, so we didn't notice. But when she grew older and we realized something was wrong, too much time had passed. There was a big fire at the hospital, and her records were lost. We couldn't find any information." Zhao Bowen remembered recent family changes. He squeezed Dong Yakan's hand and said, "It's been so long. Since she didn't grow up with us and probably doesn't have any feelings for us, we won't acknowledge her as our daughter." Dong Yakan trembled, her face full of pain. She cried out, "Yes, we can't accept her as our daughter. Since this was just an investigation, not a serious interrogation, there was no recorder in the room. Only Zhong Xiangdong and Zhao Bowen's couple were present." Zhong Xiangdong saw that Zhao Bowen and his wife were wary of him, so he changed the subject and asked, "Have you noticed anything unusual about Zhao Xuan recently?" He then took out a property deed from the file and handed it to them. Zhao Bowen was surprised. He recognized the address as the one he gave her on her 18th birthday as a gift. He frowned and asked, "Who is Xiulan?" "She's a person recently arrested for illegal activities, but she is also Lin Xiuqing's mother." Zhao Bowen and Dong Yakan looked at each other in shock. Neither of them was foolish. They quickly understood what was going on. They hadn't expected that Zhao Xuan had already acknowledged her biological mother without telling them. Dong Yakan remembered some bad rumors and couldn't help asking, "What kind of person is Xiulan?" Because Lin Xiuqing had been subjected to long-term domestic violence and abuse, she severed ties with the Lin family in front of the street director and neighbors. Reporting? Domestic violence? Abuse? Cutting ties? Each word made Dong Yakan and Zhao Bowen feel a sharp pain in their hearts. What kind of life had their daughter been living all these years? A wave of guilt suddenly overwhelmed Dong Yakan, and she broke into tears again. Zhao Bowen's face turned pale. He clenched his fists tightly and whispered, "It's all my fault. All my fault." Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room was opened from outside, interrupting the guilt-ridden Dong Yakan and Zhao Bowen. A middle-aged man entered with several young men wearing red armbands. Zhong Xiangdong frowned slightly and smiled at the middle-aged man. "Director Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Dui had received news that Zhong Xiangdong was interrogating Zhao Bowen and his wife. Afraid that he would lose the opportunity he had prepared for, he hurriedly came to interfere. Thinking to himself, Wang Dui kept a calm face and forced a smile as he said, "Coincidentally, I received a report from the public. It said Zhao Bowen is a capitalist supporter and colluding with overseas forces. To prevent the news from leaking, I rushed over." Zhong Xiangdong shot a glance at Wang Dui. This cunning scoundrel, the report might be false, but his real fear was that Zhong would take credit. Wang Dui felt a bit embarrassed under Zhong's gaze. His way of trying to steal credit was a bit too direct, so he forced a smile and said, "I wonder if I am hindering Director Lu's investigation? If there are other criminal suspects, they must be punished together." Zhong Xiangdong sighed and looked helpless. "It's not a big deal. Just the incident at the train station today. Today, someone openly attacked at the train station, trying to stab a young person heading to Cece Village in Nanchang County. We caught the suspect, but he refused to admit it. Those suspects are like rats hiding in the dirt. I heard they had connections with old Zhao during gang conflicts years ago, so they wanted to find Mr. Zhao to see if he had any clues. Unexpectedly, when mentioning old Zhao, both of them started crying. I hadn't even begun questioning, and you arrived. Wang Dui didn't expect Zhong Xiangdong to explain the situation in such detail. He had heard about the incident at the train station today, but he didn't believe it had anything to do with the Zhao family. He thought this was just Zhong Xiangdong's excuse to take the credit for the Revolutionary Committee. I'll bring the person back and ask around. If I find any clues, I'll tell you immediately. Wang Dui was focused on testing Zhong Xiangdong, exchanging subtle hints, and didn't notice Dong Yakin and Zhao Bowen's pale, shocked expressions. Both of them understood two important pieces of information revealed in Zhong Xiangdong's words. First, their own daughter had gone to the countryside, to Xiaoxi Village in Nanchang Dajiang County. Second, their daughter was almost attacked at the train station today, and the main suspect in hiring someone to kill her was their adopted daughter, Zhao Xuan. Suddenly, the two were overwhelmed with grief. Their daughter's situation made them feel heartbroken and guilty, while the act of their adopted daughter hiring someone to kill her made them realize their failure in education. They felt disappointed in Zhao Xuan. Soon, Wang Dui took them away. They had already expected the Revolutionary Committee members would come for them. Originally, they planned to cut ties with Zhao Xuan to help her avoid being sent to the cattle shed. Now, they didn't want to pave the way for her anymore. They chose to pretend they knew nothing and obey the Asian's decisions and arrangements. When the Revolutionary Committee members came to Zhao's house and took Zhao Xuan away, she was completely stunned. Why was this scene different from the original story? In the original story, her parents would first cut ties with her to help her avoid the tragedy of being sent to the countryside for reform. According to her plan, after cutting ties with her parents, she would apply to go to the countryside as a youth sent-down youth, using her hidden wealth to help her imprisoned parents and the oppressed Lu family. She would then enjoy being loved by both families. Now, her hidden wealth was gone. Her parents hadn't cut ties with her, and she had to stay in the cattle shed with the Zhao family. How could she still be the beloved family member? Lin Xueqing thinks it is necessary to save up 1 million skill points to upgrade the system. According to the upgrade instructions, once the auto-collect feature is activated, the system will automatically gather any skills it doesn't have. The auto-reminder feature can also alert her based on her set needs, helping her avoid missing rare or top-tier skills. Other new features, like smart recommendations, informationization, and library connections, also seem very interesting. However, she quickly feels a bit discouraged. After intensely collecting skill points on the train, she only gained 80,000 points. Although this is more than twice what she previously earned at the hospital, it's still far from 1 million. Lu Mingyuan notices that since getting on the train, Lin Xueqing has been distracted and absent-minded. He feels a bit guilty, thinking she must have been startled before boarding and hasn't fully recovered her energy. He advises again, Xueqing, maybe we should go back first? Lin Xueqing also feels overwhelmed by constantly clicking to collect points, which makes her feel dizzy and headachy. She obediently follows Lu Mingyuan back to their compartment. Before entering, she hears a quarrel from inside. This seat is taken. You can't sit here. So, what if it's taken? They haven't come back yet. This is my sister-in-law's seat. If I say no, then no. Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingyuan quickly walk toward the compartment. As they pass through the corridor and enter, they see a sister-in-law holding a 4 or 5-year-old child, about to sit on her bed. The child is barefoot, with dark soles, holding a cookie in his hand. Lu Minglang stands with his arms wide open, blocking the sister-in-law. The two upper bunks are now occupied by a young woman and a middle-aged man with glasses. Lu Mingche sits in his spot, clenched fists, seeming to hold back something. Lu Mingyuan quickly approaches, a tall man at about 1.9 meters, standing directly in front of the sister-in-law, coldly saying, "This is our seat. Please go back to your own." But the sister-in-law argues stubbornly, "TSK, and you're still in military uniform." My child is so small. What if he falls down? You soldiers say you serve the people, right? Can't you show some compassion for us poor folks? Lin Xiulan glanced at her sister-in-law's badges. Troublemaker level 3, good talker level 2, Iser level 5, gardener level 2, cooking level 1. No wonder she was so eloquent, troublemaking was her main skill. But her insult skills had also improved to level 2, so she wasn't afraid of her sister-in-law's troublemaking. Lin Xiulan snorted coldly and said, "This is my spot. I'm not a soldier, so why should I be considerate of you? I've been considerate of you. Who's going to consider me? If you're so worried about the kids falling, why don't you buy a lower bunk?" But her sister-in-law was unreasonable, acting like she was being bullied, pointing at Lin Xiulan and shouting, "Is it my fault I don't want to buy it? It's simply not available. How can you be so unkind? Not understanding basic respect for elders and love for children. Your morals are really falling apart." Her voice was so loud that people in the nearby private room started to come over. What's going on? Are they fighting? Hey, Ah Chong, there's a good show. Come quickly, don't miss it. Hey, Ah Chong, there's a good show. Come quickly, don't miss out. Could it be that that soldier is bullying the orphan mother? Seeing that her loud voice had attracted a crowd, Lu Xiaofeng decided to make a scene. Our family isn't like those soldiers' families who can buy lower bunk tickets. Our little Abeo is too young, and I'm worried about his safety. I just wanted to sit in this girl's spot for a bit. If she won't give it, fine, but she's also bullying us. Lin Xiulan immediately smiled bitterly, a professional actress with level 3 acting skills. In an instant, her face showed a look of grievance. Your mother and son are fine. My husband cares about me because I was startled today and I'm pregnant. He just wants me to rest quickly, but as soon as I got back, you started causing trouble, and you're still inside, not letting me go back. Seeing Lin Xiulan still acting, Lu Xiaofeng was furious and embarrassed. Who are you pretending to be pitiful for? Do I refuse to let you in? Clearly, your people are stopping us from letting my child sit. Besides, the bed is big enough. Helping each other out. What's wrong with letting my child sit for a while? Lin Xiulan's expression grew more helpless and sad, with a hint of vulnerability. Just because her child is small, do I have to give up my spot because I don't feel well? Actually, do I only need to give up my seat whenever I encounter a child or someone saying she was bullied? Why didn't anyone tell me this when I bought the ticket? If I had known, I wouldn't have paid so much. Anyway, just a little crying or fussing, and someone will give up their seat. The crowd outside the corridor nodded in agreement. This lady is right. She's having trouble holding her child, and it's not easy for the girl who's pregnant either. That's not fair. These days, if a family has a child causing trouble, they try to take advantage. If everyone keeps doing that, who will want to help in the future? I think that lady is right. She paid for her ticket. You can't just say, "I'm having trouble," and expect others to give up their seats. If that's allowed, I'll just cry and complain next time, and someone will give me their seat. Ding! The system detected that the host used the art of insult level 2 to overcome the stubbornness level 3 skill, gaining public approval and activating a new skill, sophistry.
Rarity, CROR, 30,000 skill points.
Lin Xiulan was shocked by the sudden system notification. Turns out, skills can be innovated on their own. The best part is, activating an innovative skill earns 30,000 skill points. So exciting. Lu Mingyuan looked at Lin Xiulan's dazed expression, feeling that she was already unwell and being bothered by her unreasonable sister-in-law. His heart clenched. He immediately lost his patience and coldly said to his sister-in-law, "This seat was bought by my wife. If you want to sit here, go find the attendant to sort it out." He then pulled Lin Xiulan to sit on her bed and instructed Lu Mingling, "Mingling, go find the police officer and tell him someone is trying to occupy someone else's seat. Let's see who's in the right." The police officer arrived quickly. Lu Xiaofeng immediately accused Lu Mingyuan of not serving the people and again demanded the police make Lin Xiulan give up her seat. Lu Mingling explained the whole situation. After checking the tickets, the police officer criticized the sister-in-law. Seeing she didn't succeed, she sneered. Some people look decent but have no kindness at all. Seeing no fight broke out, Zhang Yongshun shrugged. Tisich, no show to watch, no interest. Chen looked at him speechlessly and simply pulled him away. You're just gossiping, let's go. Others saw there was no more entertainment and started to leave. A passing train attendant shouted, "Clear the way. Move aside. Don't block the road." Once everyone dispersed, the sister-in-law reluctantly helped her child climb up. What surprised Lin Xiuqing and Lu Mingyuan was that after the child reached the middle bunk, he skillfully continued climbing up. The middle-aged man wearing glasses on the top bunk even pulled the child up directly. Under everyone's watch, the child called out to the man, "Dad." Lin Xiuqing felt a bit speechless. Clearly, this man was the child's father. Yet he let his wife and child cause trouble without caring. She glanced at the information about the middle-aged man, which only showed one skill level, level 9 planting. This was the first time she saw someone with only one skill listed. She then silently thought that this person was probably lucky. Having just one skill, he still managed to live quite comfortably in this world. "Here, have a little, then go rest." Lu Mingyuan handed her some malted milk. Lin Xiuqing was indeed a bit tired and obediently drank the milk, then lay on the bed to rest. Seeing her asleep, Lu Mingyuan then asked Lu Minglang and Lu Mingche for some dumplings, dried meat, and meat pies, and handed them to a young soldier in casual clothes, asking him to pass them to Zhong Xiangnan. Lu Mingche set up a small table, took out a piece of white paper, and began writing the questions quickly with a pen. Meanwhile, Lin Xiuqing was not really sleeping but was quietly studying the system with her eyes closed. She had been busy operating the system earlier and hadn't noticed that her balance had nearly reached 500,000 without her realizing. After the surprise, she started to feel confused because the amount didn't add up. She originally had just over 60,000 skill points, and after rapidly earning 80,000 on the train, plus the 30,000 from the new skill earlier, the total should be around 170,000 to 180,000. So, where did the remaining 300,000 come from? She kept searching through the dense system notifications for missed messages. There were so many that her eyes blurred, and her desire to upgrade the system grew even stronger. After searching for a while, she finally found her. This was before she entered the train. Ding! The host has broken through self-imposed limits. Basic courage increased by 10. Congratulations! The host has broken through self-imposed limits. You have been rewarded with 300,000 skill points. She didn't expect that improving personal qualities would earn the most rewards. Lin Xiuqing felt she might have taken a wrong turn. She believed the system was guiding her towards self-change and self-improvement. Whether it's developing new skills or increasing courage, these are all about improving herself internally. The benefits of internal growth are much greater than just collecting others' techniques. Lin Xiuqing quickly opened her personal stats. Host: Lin Xiuqing, 20 years old. Physical fitness: 2040, a bit weak. Intelligence: 50-30, has some brains but not used often. Courage: 20-50, has some courage but not much. Health: 50, feels as fragile as a 70-year-old. Strength: 30-40, can be beaten by a child. Knowledge reserve: elementary school level, a bit scattered. Skills: cooking level 3, tailoring level 3, ization level 2, sophistry level 1, art of cursing level 2, acting level 3, optimist level 1, first aid level 1 at 20 years old. Only these skills, feeling a bit ashamed. Adjustable quality points: 0. As usual, Lin Xiuqing quickly identified which qualities she could directly improve: physical fitness and knowledge reserve. The mall's physical fitness pills can boost her fitness by 30 points, with a chance to trigger increases in health and strength as well. However, these pills cost 30,000, which is more expensive than the pregnancy preservation pills. She had never understood why the system recommended them in the mall before. Now she realized that this seemingly expensive and unnecessary pill was actually the most cost-effective. There was also a set of basic middle school knowledge as a beginner's reward. After learning it, she could raise her knowledge reserve from elementary to middle school level. But she previously thought that learning middle school knowledge wasn't urgent, and she needed to prioritize skills useful for rural work. Now it seems that learning middle school knowledge is very urgent, more urgent than the benefits gained from researching an old century-old house. Without hesitation, Lin Xiuqing spent 30,000 to buy a physical fitness pill and immediately used it. Almost immediately after she used it, Lin Xueqing felt her bones inside her body become sore and numb, like being bitten by ants. Her previously relaxed muscles tightened and became firmer. Fortunately, she was lying on the bed with a small blanket covering her, so others couldn't notice her strange changes. Within just a few minutes, Lin Xueqing felt her body had been completely transformed. Her heavy, tired body became light. She clenched her fists and felt her strength had increased.
Ding.
The host's stamina has increased by 30 points, health by 10 points, and strength by 10 points. Congratulations! You have broken your limits. You are rewarded with 1.5 million skill points. Lin Xueqing felt dizzy with happiness. Unfortunately, this physical enhancement pill could only be purchased once. After buying it, the item was removed from the system. But with these 1.5 million skill points, she could finally buy a card freely. Wait, Lin Xueqing thought. She could take her time with the card purchase. First, she needed to upgrade the system. Without hesitation, she spent 1 million skill points to upgrade the system. As she clicked to upgrade, her head suddenly flashed with a white light, and she completely lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xueqing woke up again. The system's mechanical voice sounded once more. Ding! The skill collection system has been upgraded. A system knowledge package is now available, enabling automatic skill collection, search, automatic reminders, intelligent recommendations, library connection, and informationization functions. This time, Lin Xueqing was smarter. She quickly opened the system knowledge package and immediately started learning. 15 minutes later, the mechanical voice rang out again. Ding! The system knowledge package has been learned. You are rewarded with 1,000 skill points. In the next moment, Lin Xueqing's mind automatically understood the functions and operation methods of the upgraded system. She quickly set up the automatic collection feature, freeing her mind completely. Then she opened the informationization function. The system's notifications became instantly clear. 38 skill collection reminders, 128 collection progress reminders, 1 learning reminder. Lin Xueqing suddenly realized she had been somewhat misguided. To earn skill points, she had collected over 500 different skills, categorized into many types. Most of her progress was just discovering new skills. She had only collected about 10 basic skills, and she had actually started learning only a few of them. It seems she needs to catch up quickly on her learning. Only the skills she fully learns will be truly hers. If she only collects them without studying, they are just words in the system. Thinking this, Lin Xueqing quickly opened the skills menu. After the system upgrade, the skills list looked like a shop menu. The top left corner of each category had a recommended tag. The categories in order were Complete Basic Middle School Knowledge, Level 1 Plain Language, Level 2 Optimist, Level 1 Swimming, Level 1 Bamboo Weaving, Level 1 Gardening. Lin Xueqing was a bit confused. She thought the most useful skills, like caregiving and first aid, would be recommended, but they weren't. Based on her previous experience with the shop recommendations, Lin Xueqing believed the system's suggestions were the most useful. She decided to follow the recommended order and set learning tasks one by one. However, learning skills couldn't be done all at once like collecting them. She could only learn one at a time. Just the first skill, the Complete Basic Middle School Knowledge, would take 1,000 hours to master. That seemed like too long. Fortunately, she was now a bit wealthy. After the system upgrade, she had nearly 1 million skill points. Without hesitation, Lin Xueqing spent 10,000 skill coins to buy 10 speed-up cards. She used 3 of them at once. When she was about to use the 4th, the system suddenly issued a warning. Warning. According to system rules, only 3 speed-up cards can be used per project. Alright, Lin Xueqing decided to stop there. After using 3 cards, her study time was reduced to just 1 hour, 57 minutes, and 11 seconds. She could finish studying after a good sleep. As she expected, when she woke up again, the train had already left the station and was speeding through green fields outside the window. She checked the system. Her balance was 1,786,000. How did her skill points nearly double just by sleeping? She quickly looked at the system messages. With the new message-ization feature, checking messages became much easier. Lin Xueqing quickly received a message alert. Complete the full set of middle school basic knowledge. Reward: 1,000 skill points. The host has broken through self-imposed limits. Knowledge reserves have risen to middle school level, and the title of 9 leaky fish has been removed. Reward: 500,000 skill points. The host has broken through self-imposed limits. Wisdom points 10. Reward: 300,000 skill points. The total wisdom points reach 100. Learning speed for skills is increased by 1.5 times. Lin Xueqing was a bit stunned. No wonder the system first recommended learning the entire middle school basic knowledge. It not only earned her a large number of skill points, but also increased her learning speed. As expected, the system's recommendations are very beneficial. With this realization, she quickly arranged several other skills recommended by the system. Just after finishing, Lu Mingyuan patted her shoulder, trying to wake her up. Xueqing, wake up. I've made your meal. Eat something first before sleeping. On the middle bunk opposite, Lu Xiaofeng snorted and said sarcastically, having a lazy wife at home is really sad. She needs someone to serve her meals. Lu Mingyuan glared at her. She pouted and finally swallowed her words, muttering, "Why are you so mean? You deserve to suffer." Lin Xueqing ignored her. She felt her mind was filled with new knowledge, and she hadn't yet adapted. Perhaps because she knew more now, she suddenly realized that arguing with these quarrelsome, unreasonable people was pointless, only making herself angry and wasting time. This realization made her pause briefly. It was something she had never thought about before. Why was she suddenly contemplating the meaning of life? Just a few days ago, she only wanted to live well. Indeed, with more knowledge, her perspective on the world changed suddenly. Thinking of her previous plan, Lin Xueqing turned to Lu Mingche on the opposite side and said, "Mingche, after we finish eating, let's start studying." Lu Mingche nodded. "We've already eaten." "You go ahead and eat, sister-in-law. I'll give you a test to see where you stand." Lin Xueqing nodded and ate her rice faster. After dinner, Lu Mingyuan took the lunchbox to wash, while Lin Xueqing leaned over the table doing her homework. Lin Xueqing looked at these questions and couldn't help but feel secretly glad. Luckily, she had just learned middle school knowledge, or she wouldn't be able to solve most of the questions on the test. However, Lu Mingche is clearly a good teacher. The questions are based on real life, such as a family of 7 needing about 1.5 gene of raw rice daily, an adult earning 10 work points a day, and every 100 work points earning 10 gene of rice. How many work points can this family earn in a month, and how much rice should they reserve? Besides math problems, there are geography questions. The small creek village where they went to the countryside has hilly terrain, high vegetation coverage, is near a large river port, and has a rich water system network. What crops can be grown there, and what types of plants are suitable for planting? Honestly, if it were the old Lin Xueqing, these questions would be very difficult. She might barely manage the math problems, but subjects like geography, chemistry, and biology are completely unfamiliar to her. Even now, with her middle school knowledge, she finds that Lu Mingche's questions are very practical. She is unsure about many of them. She knows Lu Mingche is a genius, but it seems unlikely that he would be so overwhelming. Fortunately, she can answer most of the questions, so she shouldn't be too embarrassed. While Lin Xueqing was busy writing, Lu Mingling also couldn't escape the exam. Compared to Lin Xueqing's focused effort, he was holding his pen and looking restless, almost wanting to cry. He recognized every word on the questions, but when they were combined, he couldn't understand a single problem. But he saw his sister-in-law writing very seriously. If he didn't write, wouldn't that make him look lazy? Lu Mingling could only desperately try to write a few more words on these incomprehensible questions. In the end, Lu Mingling simply couldn't hold back anymore and handed in his paper. Lu Mingche looked at the answer sheet with a furrowed brow. No wonder his father wanted him to teach Mingling. The questions he designed were already very simple, but Mingling didn't answer any of them correctly. Lu Mingyuan also took a look at the questions, suspiciously glancing at his younger brother, then turned to look at his wife, who was still writing hard. Suddenly, he wondered whether it was right or wrong to let Ming-che be their teacher. Lu Ming-che was undoubtedly a true genius, but seeing ordinary people through the eyes of a genius would surely be a harsh. Lanlang is more sensible now, but he is not from the Lu family. These questions are a bit too advanced for his second-grade level in elementary school. Lin Xueqing quickly finished her test, filling the paper completely. This made Lu Mingche feel much happier. It turns out it's not his problem. Minglang's foundation is just too weak. As Lu Mingche graded Lin Xueqing's paper, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Some questions, like those in geography, chemistry, and physics, were beyond the scope of the class to better reflect real-life applications. However, his sister-in-law answered them all. She didn't get everything right, but it was clear she was thinking carefully. Lu Mingyuan also looked at Lin Xueqing's answers. He couldn't help but be surprised and said, "Xueqing, I didn't expect you to know so much. Didn't you say you never went to middle school before?" Lin Xueqing immediately put on a sweet smile and replied, "Mom and Dad didn't let me learn, but I like reading. I borrowed books from a middle school classmate to teach myself." Lu Mingyuan thought of her unkind stepfather and mother and felt a little sad. "If you like studying, then study. I support you." Lu Xiufeng, sitting on the middle bunk, snorted again and said coldly, "So it's a bunch of old fools, all stinky and disgusting." On the top bunk, Yiming was teaching his son to read from a newspaper. Hearing Lu Xiufeng's voice, he scolded, "Can you shut your stinky mouth? What's wrong with my mouth? If it weren't for me, you and your son wouldn't even have food to eat. Always researching this and that. With so much time and energy, you should work more. I have a hard life, and that's why I married you. No one forced you to marry me. If I didn't marry you, are you just planning to run off with some flirt?" Seeing Lu Xiufeng start to cause trouble and talk more and more nonsense, Yiming rubbed his forehead and stayed silent. He didn't care what she did anymore. Lu Xiufeng saw that Yiming wasn't speaking and got even angrier. "You're not talking? That means you agree? Fine. I see why you're so eager to go to that poor, remote village. Are you just waiting for me to give you permission?" But all she got in response was the usual silence. Yiming continued to pretend he didn't hear, pointing at the words on the newspaper and speaking to Xiaobao beside him. "This is the character for people, the people's character, the character for livelihood." The people from the Lu family nearby paid no attention to Lu Xiufeng's family's conversation. The train was noisy, and she was just one among many. Suddenly, a stranger entered and approached the Lu family. He looked honest and asked sincerely, "Hello, have you seen a little girl about 5 years old with pigtails?" Lin Xueqing looked up at the man. He had a simple, honest face, and on his head, there were signs indicating theft level 7, fighting level 5, assassination level 7, knife skills level 5, shooting level 5, acting level 7. He was extremely dangerous. Lin Xueqing's pupils widened as she tried to read something from his honest face, but she saw nothing suspicious. Perhaps her surprise was too obvious, and the man looked at her with confusion. He asked directly, "Comrade, have you seen my daughter? She looks just like me." Lin Xueqing quickly put on a convincing expression and replied sincerely, "I'm not sure if that child is your daughter. But I did see a cute girl with a round face passing by the corridor." The others believed her without suspicion. Only the man's pupil shrank, and he felt a strange feeling in his heart. Could it really be that a child on this train looks so much like him? Or was Lin Xueqing trying to deceive him? But his purpose for coming here was already fulfilled. Whether Lin Xueqing saw her or was lying didn't matter anymore. In an instant, his anxious expression turned into a look of surprise. He hurriedly asked, "Does the girl know which way she went?" Lin Xueqing pointed toward the guard room and said, "She seemed to be heading that way, curious about the police officer's work. You can go ask the train security officers. Maybe they remember that little girl." Lu Mingyuan's heart skipped a beat, but he kept a calm face. He realized Lin Xueqing was guiding this man toward the guard room. He secretly observed the man in front of him. The man was about 1.75 meters tall. Although he wore loose shirt and pants, Lu Mingyuan noticed the powerful muscles hidden under his clothes. This is similar to the unique presence that soldiers have. People with strong muscles and power show different wrinkles when they dress compared to those with loose muscles. He has a noticeable callus between his index finger and thumb on his left hand, probably left-handed. His left shoulder is thicker than the right, likely from frequently using heavy equipment that requires shoulder strength, such as a powerful machine gun. He wears old cotton shoes that don't match his clothes. They are fast and silent when running. This man looks honest and simple, but upon closer inspection, there are many suspicious points. The man didn't notice Lu Mingyuan's observation. He just glanced at the people present and smiled politely, saying, "Thanks, comrade. I'll check the guard room." "Thank you." Lin Xiulan still had a smile on her face and replied, "You're welcome." After the man left, Lin Xiulan quickly wiped the smile off her face, remembering the system upgrades reminder feature. She quickly opened the system settings and set it to alert her when dangerous, rare, or high-level skills above level 8 appear. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan went outside to find a nearby plainclothes soldier patrolling and asked him to inform Zhong Xiangnan to watch the suspicious man. After giving the order, Lu Mingyuan returned to the room and asked Lin Xiulan, "Did you see that man just now?" Lin Xiulan nodded and gave a reasonable explanation. "Before we took the train, I think I saw him somewhere. So, it's safer to have the ticket inspectors look for his daughter. Before the train, that man might have been one of the troublemakers, which is why they directed him toward the ticket inspectors." Lu Mingyuan was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xiulan to subtly raise doubts and work with him so well. Others didn't notice the hidden hints in their conversation. Only Lu Che vaguely felt something was off but didn't investigate further. He quickly shifted the topic back to the exam paper. He pointed at a partially answered geography question and said, "In low hilly areas with abundant water systems, natural resources are quite rich. Besides rice and sugarcane, considering it's a subtropical region with mild winters and hot, rainy summers, many crops can grow here, like various vegetables, beans, and even fruit trees. There is a reservoir downstream, so water resources are abundant. Fishery development is also possible, and fish production is an important food source." Li Mingling listened and exclaimed, "Wow. Does that mean we can eat vegetables all year round?" Li Mingyuan thought of something else and asked, "Should Minglang and Zhaoning learn to swim first? Can pregnant women learn to swim?" Lumia thought for a moment and said, "Usually spring and summer are the seasons with heavy rains. Since the rainy season just ended, it's still okay for my sister-in-law to learn to swim after she recovers from childbirth." Yi Ming, who was above, listened and thought it made sense, but he added, "The rainy season in the south can last until September. If you don't know how to swim, don't take it lightly. This flood caused many deaths and serious damage to crops. During heavy rains, try to go to higher ground." The young woman sitting silently on Yi Ming's side finally spoke up. "Aren't the storms over now? Isn't the focus on rebuilding and restoring production?" Yi Ming was surprised and smiled. "Comrade, are you also going to Xiaoxi village?" The others below were also stunned. So, coincidentally, everyone was headed to Xiaoxi village? Wang Xian quickly shook her head and said, "I'm not going to Xiaoxi village. I just heard about the disaster there." Lin Xiulan looked up at Wang Xian, whose badge read, Piano Level 3, Colloquial Language Level 10, Eagle Language Level 4, Painting Level 3, Calligraphy Level 1, Dance Level 2. It didn't seem like she was going to help with disaster relief. She looked at the badge and thought for a moment, then asked, "Are most people in Nanchung dialect speakers?" Wang Xian was surprised and blurted out, "How do you know I'm from Nanchung? My Beijing accent is very standard." Lin Xiulan chuckled softly, thinking she was overly nervous, and replied, "Because this train is headed to Nanchung. If you hadn't said, I wouldn't have known where you're from." Wang Xian was also surprised, not expecting it to be like this. She then responded cheerfully, "I'm from Nanchung. If you have any questions about Nanchung, feel free to ask me." Although her aunt kept emphasizing not to talk to strangers on the bus, Wang Xian thought that since they were traveling with a family who was studying together, and one of them was even in military uniform, they didn't seem like bad people. Lin Xiulan also brightened her eyes. No wonder so many people on the bus knew this local dialect. The system even recommended the dialect skill first, so it must be the common language in most parts of the southern province. She immediately smiled and asked, "Can you teach us how to speak a little in Manchung dialect? I'm worried that after we get off the train, we might not understand each other." Wang Xian quickly smiled and said, "It's not that bad. If you've gone to elementary school, you can speak basic Beijing dialect. It's okay. I just want to learn so that if I meet someone who doesn't understand Beijing dialect, we can still talk." Then Wang Xian didn't refuse anymore and started teaching simple phrases. Liangzai liang means you are handsome or beautiful. Yin shui shifan means drinking water and eating. Lin Xueqing and the brothers from the Lu family listened carefully. Even Yi Ming, who was teaching children to recognize characters, paid close attention. Lu Xiufang also tilted her ear to listen. Since they were northern people traveling to the south, language became a big challenge for communication. While everyone was seriously learning the dialect, the system kept reminding Lin Xueqing multiple times in her mind. Each time the reminder sounded, she would pretend to look outside casually and notice a person in medical attire passing by their door 5 times. Lin Xueqing tugged at Lu Mingyuan's sleeve and said, "That person in blue outside, why does he keep walking back and forth near us? I've seen him at least 5 times." Lu Mingyuan didn't expect Lin Xueqing to be able to pay attention to her surroundings while talking. Actually, the man in blue that Lin Xueqing mentioned also caught his attention. As she said, he was moving too frequently, which seemed suspicious. Thanks to Uncle Lu's earlier warning, he knew someone was watching them. If these people dared to do anything bad, he could make sure they wouldn't get away. However, Lu Mingyuan was still very surprised by Lin Xueqing's abilities today. If he hadn't been right beside her, he might have thought she was someone else entirely. Today, Lin Xueqing's performance was truly impressive. Whether it was the honest man just now or the man walking back and forth, unless they had precise and strict military training like him, ordinary people would find it hard to notice their suspicious signs. Could Lin Xueqing have potential as a reconnaissance soldier? Suddenly, Lu Mingyuan chuckled at his own sudden idea. After all, his wife wasn't one of his soldiers. However, recalling his secret mission, since Lin Xueqing had this talent, it might be helpful to remind her once they reach the location. If she notices anything suspicious, she should inform him immediately. At this moment, a mechanical voice from the system suddenly sounded in Lin Xueqing's mind. Ding! The host has been detected to have keen insight and has been recognized by experienced investigators. Successfully activated a new skill. Insight, Rarity Level A, Reward. 100,000 skill points. Lin Xueqing was stunned. How did her new skill activate so suddenly? She felt a bit confused, but also a little happy. The good news was that both her previous skills, rhetorical skill and insight, could now earn her a large number of skill points through innovation. She was confused about how to innovate her skills further to create new ones. According to the system's hints, both skills shared a common point. They were recognized by others. The rhetorical skill was recognized by the public, while the insight was likely recognized by Lu Mingyuan, who had a level 10 investigation skill, based on her earlier reminder. This also meant that her operation of collecting information on dangerous people using the system had been noticed by Lu Mingyuan, who thought she had the talent for insight. But this misunderstanding was actually quite good. She couldn't just notice danger without being able to warn others. In the future, with this reason, she could confidently remind Lu Mingyuan without worry. The group spent the afternoon in the carriage learning colloquial language from Wang Xian. Lin Xueqing successfully raised her colloquial language skill to level 10. At mealtime, Lin Xueqing asked Lu Mingyuan to get extra food for Wang Xian as a thank you for her teaching. Before Wang Xian could thank her, Little Bao nearby shouted at Lu Xiufang, "Mom, I want to eat meat too." Lu Xiufang quickly smiled at Wang Xian and said, "Comrade Wang, there's so much meat and vegetables. You probably can't finish it all by yourself. Why don't you share some with us?" Yiming's face immediately showed some embarrassment and said, "Comrade Wang, there's no need. We can cook ourselves." Lu Xiufang quickly shouted, "There's enough meat here, enough to eat. Why do we need to go cook again?" Before everyone could react, she reached for the aluminum lunchbox filled with stir-fried meat. Lin Xueqing quickly grabbed the lunchbox and said, This is our way of thanking Comrade Wang. You already said it was for Comrade Wang. Did Comrade Wang say he wouldn't accept it? Everything has been given away. Are you so stingy? Lu Xiaofang ignored her and tried to the lunchbox from Lin Xueqing. Wang Xian, worried they might fight, quickly said, "Stop arguing. Put it on the table and we can all eat together." Lin Xueqing sighed. This girl was like her in the past, too soft and easy to be bullied. Lu Mingyuan patted Lin Xueqing's shoulder and smiled at Wang Xiyun, saying, "Thank you for teaching us today, Comrade Wang. This is just a small token of our appreciation. If you don't like it, we can exchange it for something else." Wang Xiyun didn't mind. Since Mandarin was her native language, teaching them was just a matter of opening her mouth. She quickly waved her hand and said, "No need, it's just a small favor." However, Lu Xiaofang immediately opened the lunchbox and said to Lin Xueqing, "Did you hear that? Comrade Wang is kind-hearted. Unlike you all who are always stingy and complain about the police." While speaking, she helped herself to a piece of meat for her son and said, "Xiao Bao, shouldn't you thank your sister? Xiao Bao is well-behaved and understanding." He smiled at Wang Xiyun and said, "Thank you, Sister Wang." Seeing that everything was finally peaceful, Wang Xiyun breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "You're welcome." Because Wang Xiyun said, "You're welcome," Lu Xiaofang didn't hold back and continued to be polite. Half of the stir-fried meat in the box was eaten by her and her son. Yiming's eyes flickered with pain, but in the end, he remained silent. After dinner, Lin Xueqing no longer asked Wang Xiyun to teach her Mandarin but turned to Lu Mingche to ask for study materials and continued learning on her own. Lu Mingche prepared very useful materials for them, mainly about the culture, geography, and people of Nan Province, the South Island, and Xiaoxi Village, to help them prepare for future life. Soon night fell. The people in the private room gradually fell asleep. Lu Mingyuan took advantage of everyone being asleep to quietly slip down from his bed, sneak into Lin Xueqing's bed, and hug her softly, saying, "Tonight, it's a bit tiring. Let's sleep together. We can rest tomorrow, okay?" At first, Lin Xueqing was startled by his action, but then she understood that he was worried about the suspicious person today. She obediently nodded and said, "Thank you for your effort. I'm fine with it." After planting a gentle kiss on Lin Xueqing's forehead, Lu Mingche said, "Sleep now." The bed was narrow, originally meant for one person, but now two had to share it, lying very close together. The familiar cold aura immediately enveloped Lin Xueqing. Lu Mingyuan's hot body temperature made her feel a little warm, and she could hear his heartbeat pounding in her ears. Soft fragrance surrounded her, and Lu Mingyuan also felt uncomfortable. The scent that belonged only to Lin Xueqing reached his nose, and the soft feeling on his chest made his stomach feel a little restless. Fortunately, this restlessness didn't last long. Outside the door, there was a very light footsteps, an honest man who came to find his daughter today. But at this moment, the honest man's gentle face turned fierce. He held a knife and aimed it straight at the person on the bed. In that instant, the person on the bed suddenly reached out and precisely grabbed the man's right arm holding the dagger. With a cracking sound, Lu Mingyuan broke his wrist. The sound of the dagger dropping to the ground followed, along with the man's uncontrollable cry of ouch. At this moment, Lu Mingyuan quickly got off the bed and punched the man, trying to control him. The man immediately leaned back, avoiding Lu Mingyuan's fist. The next moment, he no longer held back and swung his fist toward Lu Mingyuan's body. Lu Mingyuan was prepared. He easily dodged the attack by turning sideways, then lifted his leg to hit the man's chest. Before the man could react, Lu Mingyuan grabbed the back of his neck and slammed his head into the bedpost with a loud bang. Outside, plainclothes soldiers heard the noise and immediately rushed into the private room with guns drawn, quickly controlling the man who was trying to attack.
Ding.
20 meters from the host, at 10 o'clock, dangerous skill detected. Medical skill, anesthesiology, level 5. Lin Xueqing quickly looked in the indicated direction and saw a figure dressed in blue quietly leaving their private room. The noise from the fight woke everyone inside the room. Everyone was very frightened. Lu Mingyuan saw this and quickly said, "It's just a thief. I caught him." Everything is fine now. You can all go back to sleep. Everyone was still scared, especially Wang Xiun, who thought the thief might have come for her. She hurriedly said, "Thank goodness for Brother Lu. Without him, we would have lost a lot today." Lu Xiufeng, who usually didn't get along with the Lu family, quickly agreed, "Yes, it's a good thing Brother Lu is here." That was really scary. The night passed peacefully, but clearly everyone didn't sleep well. Early the next morning, Lu Mingyuan woke up early. He didn't wake Lin Xueqing, but let her sleep a little longer. He took his lunchbox and water bottle to the dining room to get breakfast, and also asked about the interrogation of the attacker from last night, conducted by Zhong Xiangnan. When he found Zhong Xiangnan, he saw that his face was bruised, with a large bruise on his left cheek, showing he had fought hard the night before. Lu Mingyuan patted Zhong Xiangnan's shoulder and asked, "What happened last night?" Zhong Xiangnan straightened up and saluted, saying, "Last night, 3 groups of criminals tried to sneak into the carriage and attack us. We fought fiercely, but most of the criminals have been caught." It seemed that Zhong Xiangnan's team had already done a tough job protecting the experts in the carriage, so there was no time or energy to interrogate the attacker from last night. After thinking for a moment, he ordered, "Stay alert. The interrogation will have to wait until we reach the military district. The safety of the experts is the top priority." "Understood, Commander. I will complete the task." Lu Mingyuan patted Zhong Xiangnan's shoulder and said, "Don't be too formal. After the task, come to my house. My wife will cook something delicious for you." Zhong Xiangnan immediately grinned and asked, "Did my wife scare you yesterday?" "No, your wife is very steady, much more capable than you. Brother Yuan, that's just a filter. In your eyes, sister-in-law is better than anyone else." Lu Mingyuan grinned. "Of course." He paused and looked serious. "You're much more alert than I am. The person yesterday was first noticed by your sister-in-law. Otherwise, last night would have been really dangerous for us. That person was quick and light-footed. Being able to handle a few moves against him shows he's quite skilled. He's also left-handed and hard to predict. If he hadn't been prepared last night, he might have really hurt Lin Xueqing." Zhong Xiangnan pouted, not convinced. He thought it was just a coincidence that Lin Xueqing noticed something suspicious. He quickly changed the subject. "I've already sent a telegram to the commander, asking for backup." Lu Mingyuan nodded. "What does my dad say about this?" "Uncle Lu said to hold them off with roadblocks first, then let me take the experts to the military district. Once the base is built, we'll transfer the experts over." "All right, I'll leave the safety of those experts to you." When Lu Mingyuan returned to the private room, Lin Xueqing was already awake. She didn't get out of bed, but was lying there, studying her progress. Last night, she had already planned her study schedule before sleeping. She included all the skills recommended by the system and even added extra speed-up cards to each task. She wanted to learn as much as possible tonight, but she ran into a problem. It turns out that after using a speed-up card, you can't study for more than 8 hours straight. The system detects when the brain is tired and automatically pauses the learning tasks, forcing the user to rest for 4 hours. It's a way to balance work and rest. Lin Xueqing thought this was reasonable. After finishing all the middle school knowledge in one go yesterday, her mind was suddenly filled with a lot of new information. She needed some time to rest and adapt. The system is very smart. It learns from her set of skills and recommends the order in which she should learn them. For example, she arranged all skills from level 1 to 10, but the system only allowed her to learn up to level 3 before starting to teach level 2 of the happy-go-lucky skill. Although it was only 8 hours because she used speed-up cards for all her projects, she learned levels 1 to 3 of Mandarin, level 2 of Optimist, level 1 of Swimming, level 1 of Bamboo Weaving, and level 1 of Planting in one night. Lin Xueqing thought for a while and decided to pause her studies from level 4 to 10 in Mandarin. Since no one can learn a new language overnight, her current level 3 Mandarin is just right. She can understand but speak awkwardly, so others might think she only learned a few phrases from Wang Xiun and can handle basic daily conversations. She considered for a moment and opened her personal panel. Host: Lin Xueqing, 20 years old, physical fitness, 50-40, a bit weak, intelligence, 70-30, has some brains, needs to use them to create more value. Courage, 2050, a little brave but not much. Health, 60, at 20 years old, with a physique of 50, no fear of early death. Strength, 40-40, even children could knock her down. Knowledge reserve, middle school level, low knowledge but better than nothing. Skills, cooking level 3, sewing. Level 3, Asian level 2, rhetoric level 1, insight level 1, art of cursing level 2, acting level 3, optimist level 2, first aid level 1, Mandarin level 3, swimming level 1, bamboo weaving level 1, planting level 1. These skills barely keep her alive. Isn't that shameful? Adjustable attribute points. 0. The system continued to complain as usual, but she noticed that the complaints were about her inherent qualities, not the boosted stats. In other words, like with the new skills, the system still encourages the host to improve herself from within. However, looking at these numbers, Lin Xiulan felt worried. She didn't know how to improve and felt stuck. Looking at her learned skills, she felt even more lost, like she had learned a lot but hadn't really mastered anything. But her optimistic side quickly regained her motivation. She had only been given a few days by the system, so it was normal to have shallow progress. She could take her time to figure things out later. Learning skills was meant to make life more comfortable. After arriving at Xiaoxi village, she would learn whatever was needed. After giving herself a mental boost, Lin Xiulan slowly sat up from the bed. Lu Mingyuan gave her some water to wipe her face. After rinsing her mouth with the cup, she finally ate breakfast. Lu Xiaofang didn't like Lin Xiulan's way of waiting on others. She said sarcastically, "Everyone says you should marry a hardworking wife. Marrying someone lazy like this is really bad luck," but the people from the Lu family didn't pay attention to her. Lu Mingyuan even took out a metal lunchbox and placed breakfast in front of Lin Xiulan, saying, "Try this. I heard that the snacks in Nancheng are very famous. I went early this morning and brought some back. This is for you." Lin Xiulan looked at the delicate dumplings, meatballs, and some unknown pastries. Her eyes lit up. "These are so beautiful." Xiaobao had just woken up. Seeing the rabbit-shaped pastry in Lin Xiulan's chopsticks, he immediately grabbed Lu Xiaofang's hand and shouted, "Mom, I want to eat too." Lu Xiaofang slapped Xiaobao and scolded him. "Eat what? You just know how to eat." Yiming frowned and said, "If the child wants to eat, just buy some for him. Do you have money? You went to that poor, remote place and you don't even know if you'll get paid. Plus, all these messy things just fill your stomach." Lu Xiaofang's scolding filled the room. Lin Xiulan sighed helplessly. Once the baby is born, she must make sure he can eat well and stay warm. She won't let him cause fights over a single bite like Xiaobao. After breakfast, it was still Lu Mingche's teaching time. Lu Mingche took out the prepared maps and materials. Pointing to the directions of Nandao, Nanping Town, Dajiang County, and Cici Village, he explained the day's teaching tasks to Lin Xiulan and Lu Mingling. When arriving at a new place, the first thing is to learn the way and find people. Because Nandao is in the military district, Lu Mingche only pointed at the map and used code names like A, B, C, D. The others in the room didn't know they were talking about Nandao's location. Still, Lu Mingche clearly explained the geography around Cici village to the two. Lin Xiulan was surprised to realize that not all knowledge can be learned just from a system. How to apply knowledge practically depends on one's own skills. This opened a new way of thinking for Lin Xiulan. No matter what she learns, the key is to use it in practice. After a day, Lin Xiulan and Lu Mingling learned how to identify water patterns and the direction of water flow, as well as emergency measures after falling into water. They also used a map to understand the route from Xiaoxi village through the waterway to Dajiang Port, and from Dajiang Port to the Nandao military district. This made Lin Xiulan realize how special Xiaoxi village's location is, because it only takes 2 to 3 hours to reach Dajiang Port by waterway, and across from Dajiang Port is Nandao. The family asked questions and answered, and time quickly passed. After lunch, everyone started packing their bags. Based on the schedule, their train was expected to arrive in Nancheng at 3 p.m. As they approached their final stop, everyone felt excited. Suddenly, loud rumbling sounds filled the air. the train finally arrived at Nanchang Station. Nanchang is the capital of Nanchang Province and the most prosperous city in the southern part of the Bunny Kingdom, known for its thousand-year-old commercial history. After packing up, Lu Mingyuan took Lin Xiucheng, Lu Minglang, and Lu Mingche and quickly got off the train. Lu Mingyuan had previously arranged to meet his father and others at the train station near the locomotive. After getting off the train, they headed toward the front of the train. Most passengers hurriedly passed by them, rushing toward the exit.
Ding.
Host is within 10 meters at the 10 o'clock direction. Dangerous skill detected. Medical skill, anesthesiology, level 5. A familiar man in a blue long robe appeared in their sight, making Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xiucheng immediately alert. However, the man did not approach, but followed at a distance, neither close nor far. Lu Minglang and Lu Mingche, walking ahead, did not notice the danger approaching. They were just looking around for their parents, Lu and Mu. The train passengers, eager to go home, kept moving toward the exit, widening the gap between them and Lu Mingche. At this moment, the system's alert suddenly sounded in Lin Xiucheng's mind. Ding! Host is within 10 meters, at the 12 o'clock direction. High attack skill detected. Fighting level 5.
Ding!
Host is within 8 meters, at the 8 o'clock direction. High attack skill detected. Martial arts level 6.
Ding!
Host is within 6 meters, at the 6 o'clock direction. High attack skill detected. Martial arts level 4. Lin Xiucheng immediately became alert and tightened her grip on Lu Mingyuan's hand. Lu Mingyuan thought that the crowded scene was similar to when they were boarding the train, which made Lin Xiucheng feel nervous. He was about to comfort her when suddenly Lu Minglang shouted, "Don't push. Don't shove." At that moment, a masked man suddenly shouted, "Stop pushing. Stop shoving." Lu Mingyuan's pupils shrank, and he shouted, "Mingche, watch out." Before he could finish, a man wearing a mask and holding a spray bottle aimed it at Lu Mingche's face and sprayed. Lu Minglang heard Lu Mingyuan shout, ignored the pushing people, and threw himself forward, using his body to block the spray from the masked man. Just as Lu Minglang released his grip on the wheelchair and lunged forward, a tall man wearing a hat and sunglasses quickly grabbed the wheelchair's handle. Another man, who appeared out of nowhere, tried to pull Lu Minglang away from Lu Mingche. Lu Minglang held tightly onto the wheelchair, refusing to let go. The man couldn't pull him free and gave up, disappearing back into the crowd. The person pushing the wheelchair reacted quickly, rushing forward and knocking over the two men along with the wheelchair, heading swiftly toward the exit. Lu Mingche held Lu Minglang in one arm to prevent him from falling, and with the other hand, using Lu Minglang's body as cover, quietly aimed a bow and arrow at the man pushing the wheelchair from behind. Suddenly, a bamboo arrow shot out unexpectedly from below, heading upward. The man behind reacted quickly and sidestepped, avoiding the arrow hitting his vital area. However, the force of the arrow was strong, and he couldn't dodge in time. It pierced into his right shoulder, causing him to scream. In that brief moment of pause, two plainclothes soldiers caught up with the group. One quickly grabbed the wheelchair, while the other punched the man to the ground. Seeing the fight, the crowd quickly dispersed to avoid injury. The masked man took advantage of the chaos and rushed out from the crowd, spraying his spray bottle wildly at the soldier holding the wheelchair, trying to take control of it. Lu Minglang and Lu Mingche had prepared in advance. They simultaneously held their breath, and Lu Minglang quickly grabbed the handle of the wheelchair, pushing Lu Mingche away to escape. Lu Mingche seized the opportunity, twisted his waist, and aimed his bow and arrow at the masked man again. In a flash, the bamboo arrow shot out once more, hitting the man in the abdomen before he could react. Soon, the security soldiers at the station and Zhong Xiongnan hurried over and subdued the two criminals. Lu Mingche and Lu Minglang were unharmed. Only the soldier who inhaled the spray fainted on the ground, and a few nearby people who accidentally inhaled the spray felt dizzy and nauseous. Medical staff quickly arrived at the station, taking the injured soldiers and people to the hospital for treatment. Lin Xiucheng looked around quickly and saw that the man in blue with the anesthetic ability had already disappeared. Hearing the commotion, Lu's father, mother, and Lu Xiaoning also rushed over. When they saw their family was safe and unharmed, they let out a deep breath of relief. Lu Mingche also recovered from his intense emotional state. Suddenly, he felt that with a handy weapon and tools, he wasn't a burden to his family anymore. He could protect himself. Seeing his parents' worried eyes, he waved the bow and arrow in his hand and smiled at Lu Mingyuan. Who would have thought that this childhood toy would still be useful? Lu's father gently tapped the back of Lu Mingche's head and also smiled. Of course it's useful. Your grandfather made it when he was fighting the enemies. Lin Xueqing's eyes lit up. She thought this kind of bow and arrow suited her. She quickly asked, "Can I learn to use this?" During the train ride, Lu Mingche had seen how eager Lin Xueqing was to learn, so he smiled and said, "Of course." Before he finished, Lu Mingyuan interrupted. "This is easy. I'll teach you." Lu Mingche understood that his brother was jealous because he had been close to his sister-in-law these days and wanted to get closer to her. Lu Minglang and Lu Xiaoning didn't understand and raised their hands eagerly. "I want to learn too." Lu Mingyuan glanced at Lu Xiaoning and said helplessly, "Aren't you already good at it?" "But I'm not as accurate as my second brother." More importantly, it was fun. Lu Mingyuan ruthlessly exposed her. "You just want to play." Lu Xiaoning ignored Lu Mingyuan and invited Lin Xueqing. "I wonder if there are bird nests in Xiaoxi village." "Sister-in-law, I'll take you to go bird hunting later." Lu's mother immediately interrupted her. "Your sister-in-law is pregnant. She can't be reckless." Lu Xiaoning then remembered that Lin Xueqing was pregnant and couldn't go mountain climbing or hunting with them, looking disappointed. Lin Xueqing quickly smiled and said, "It's okay. After I finish my confinement, I can play with you all." Speaking of this, Lin Xueqing realized that she had never had a real chance to have fun growing up. When she finally had the opportunity, she was already grown up. Lu Mingyuan said, "All right, I'll take you all to have fun then." The Lu family members chatted and laughed, and soon they left the station. Outside the platform, 2 military trucks and a jeep were parked, with several people already sitting in the jeep. Zhong Xiangnan was standing outside the jeep, waiting for the Lu family. Lin Xueqing glanced at the back of one of the trucks, where the experts from the private room were sitting. Zhong Xiangnan saluted Lu Mingyuan and said, "Reporting to the officer, there are 18 re-education workers, 10 displaced persons, and 20 educated youths. Everyone has arrived." Meanwhile, a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit approached slowly, extending his hand to Lu's father with a smile. "You must be Comrade Lu Zhenghua. I am Li Jianzhong, the county party secretary of Dajiang County. Welcome to our county to help with the reconstruction of Xiaoxi village." Lu's father quickly shook hands and replied with a full smile, "I am just responding to the country's call. Wherever the country needs me, I will go." Comrade Zhenghua has a high political awareness, but Xiaoxi village was hit hardest by the flood. It faces many difficulties. Please don't take it lightly. Lu's father was assigned as the captain of the production team in Xiaoxi village, tasked with helping the disaster-stricken area fully restore its production. He naturally knew that rebuilding Xiaoxi village was very difficult, or he wouldn't have tried to arrange for the children to be settled early. But from Li Jianzhong's words, he guessed that the difficulties might be even greater than he had heard. He quickly said, "We rely on Comrade Jianzhong to tell us the details." Li Jianzhong nodded quickly. "We'll talk as we go." It will take at least a day's drive from Nanqing to Xiaoxi village. The jeep could only seat 5 people. Lu's father and mother got in with Li Jianzhong, while the rest of the Lu family was arranged on another truck. Behind the trucks, several soldiers maintained order. When they saw Lu Mingyuan, they all saluted and called out, "Hello, battalion commander." Lu Mingyuan nodded and said, "Report to me on the situation in the disaster area later." These soldiers are under Lu Mingyuan's command. When he was transferred from the Beijing military district to Nandao, he brought some of his own soldiers with him to help form a new special forces team. However, their orders had not yet been issued, and Lu Mingyuan had not yet arrived at his post, so they were temporarily idle. The Nandao military district assigned them to assist with rescue efforts. The front of the truck had seats for the driver and co-driver, plus 2 seats in the back, which were assigned to Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xueqing. Lu Mingyuan was about to help Lin Xiuqing get into the truck when Lu Xiaofang hurried over with little treasure. She spoke to the young soldier beside him. My child is very well behaved and obedient. Can he sit in the front? The young soldier refused directly. There are no seats in the front compartment. Lu Xiaofang immediately became unhappy. She started to cause trouble, pointing at Lin Xiuqing and angrily shouting, I think you're showing favoritism. Why can she sit there, but my little treasure can't? Lin Xiuqing was really annoyed by her fussing and wasting everyone's time. She responded directly, because I am a military family member. My husband is a battalion commander. Soldiers report work to my husband on the road. Does your little treasure also have to listen? Lu Xiaofang was stunned. She had not expected Lu Mingyuan to be a battalion commander. But if he was a battalion commander, why wasn't he sitting in a private room for 4, instead squeezing into a 6-person compartment with them? She quickly retorted, You're probably lying. You're pretending to be an officer to use connections for personal gain, right? Be careful, I'll report you. Lu Mingyuan had already learned from the list of transferred personnel that Lu Xiaofang's family had also been transferred voluntarily. Her husband, Yi Ming, was an agricultural expert helping the village recover after the disaster and increase grain production. This meant they would have to deal with Lu Xiaofang's family for a long time. He had no choice but to take out his ID, hand it to Lu Xiaofang and say, Auntie, take a good look. Lu Xiaofang pursed her lips and snorted coldly, You're bullying people. I don't read or write, so I don't know if what you're saying is true or not. Anyway, why can you sit there, but my little treasure can't? Little treasure tugged at Lu Xiaofang's sleeve and said, Mom, I saw a character that looks like Chief. My dad taught me yesterday. Lu Xiaofang was stunned. Seeing the character Chief, whether it's a battalion commander, company commander, or regimental commander, it definitely means a high-ranking officer. This time, Lu Xiaofang immediately became frightened, her face filled with fear and regret. The next moment, she picked up Little Bao and ran away quickly, shouting, Little Bao, be good. We'll sit in the back. It seemed her voice caught the attention of the people sitting in the back of the truck. Someone lifted the military green cover and looked outside, saying, A Chong, the handsome lady's husband is actually an official. If I had known, I would have asked him for a prize. We only got 2 meat pies and we lost out. Translation note. The original phrase about losing out is a family-friendly way to express regret over missing out on a better deal. Chen Tuoqiang glanced at Zhang Yongshun and said, Hey, do you want to be so petty? We didn't do anything wrong, and we can't help much. Meat is so expensive now. If others give us some to eat, we're already lucky. This time, Lin Xiuqing finally understood what the two were talking about. The tall, thin person probably overheard their conversation with Lu Xiaofang and learned about Lu Mingyuan's identity, feeling they had been taken advantage of earlier. Lin Xiuqing felt uncomfortable. She had thought the tall, thin person was easy to talk to, better than the shorter one. But now she realized this person was taking advantage of their inability to understand the local dialect and was pretending to be friendly while secretly being unkind. If she remembered correctly, it was actually the shorter person who first helped, and the tall, thin person followed shortly after. No wonder this person had a level 9 acting skill. If she hadn't learned the local dialect and understood their conversation, she wouldn't have known how untrustworthy this person was, pretending to be friendly in front of them but secretly scheming behind their backs. The convoy heading to Dajiang town soon started moving. The lead vehicle was a pickup truck, with 3 trucks following closely behind. Lu Xiangnan's truck was at the very end of the line. Not long after they started, Liang Yong, who was in front, introduced himself casually to Lin Xiuqing. Ma'am, I'm Liang Yong, the squadron leader of the special forces assisting the disaster relief in Xiaoxi village. Please take care of us in the future. The driver is Hao Xiaoman, our battalion's officer. He's a quiet guy, but very clever. Don't be fooled by his silence. Hao Xiaoman quickly responded, I just don't like wasting words. Unlike you, who talks a lot. These two people suddenly started criticizing each other, causing Lin Xiuqing to feel a bit embarrassed and unsure how to respond. Lu Mingyuan was used to their arguments and said to them, This is your sister-in-law, Lin Xiuqing. She's gentle. Please show her some respect in the future. Yes, sir. After a brief introduction, Lu Mingyuan immediately shifted into work mode. The sooner he understood the real situation in Xiaoxi village, the sooner he could make proper plans and preparations. Once they arrived, work would go more smoothly. He looked up at House Xiaoman and asked, "Tell me about the village." When it came to work, Liang Yong immediately started complaining. "Captain, you don't know how hard we've been these days. Luckily, you only arrived today. If you had come a few days earlier, it might have been even worse." The road to Xiaoxi village was only reopened yesterday. Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xueqing were both surprised. It had been almost 10 days since the flood rescue began, and the road was only now open. The rescue progress seemed a bit too slow. The slower the rescue, the greater the damage in the disaster area, and the harder the rebuilding. Lu Mingyuan frowned and asked, "What's going on?" On the way to Xiaoxi village, there were several landslides. The road is very narrow and winding. Machinery can't be used, so soldiers had to dig the path by hand. Also, the villagers speak with a strong accent, which makes communication very difficult. Their dialect is even harder to understand than normal speech. Lu Mingyuan looked at House Xiaoman helplessly and sighed. "Get to the point." House Xiaoman quickly took over and said, "The road is just now open, so supplies are scarce in Xiaoxi village. Many houses are badly damaged, and they've only built temporary bamboo shelters for shelter. Because of the risk of further mudslides, Commander Chen decided only military vehicles can go in for now. Civilian supplies can't reach the disaster area. Also, the village chief of Xiaoxi village was lost in the flood. There's no one in charge, and because of the language barrier, easing and mobilizing the villagers is very difficult." Lin Xueqing also frowned when she heard this. The situation in the disaster area was much worse than they had imagined. Due to the shortage of supplies and severe damage to houses after entering the disaster area, they might face the immediate problem of having no food or shelter. The roads are blocked, and with the mudslides from the mountains, their access to outside help is very limited. The language barrier and the lack of local guides make it very difficult for them to get assistance from villagers. It will be very hard for Lu Mingyuan and his son to carry out their work later on. Rebuilding after the disaster is clearly more difficult than she expected. No wonder Lu's parents are trying every possible way to keep their children in Beijing. It's also understandable that Lu's mother, knowing Chen Xiulan's high demands, still agreed to let her stay in Beijing to prepare for childbirth. Given the situation in the disaster area, if she had an emergency, it would be hard to get timely help here. However, recalling the two people with different heights earlier, Lin Xueqing asked, "It seems like there are two local people sitting behind our truck?" "I heard them speaking the local dialect." Lu Mingyuan looked at the list of people on the truck and immediately knew who Lin Xueqing was talking about. He replied, "Those two are not going to Xiaoxi village. Because the roads are blocked, their factory leaders asked us to help take them along. The tall one is named Zhang Yongshun, and the shorter one is Chen Tuiqiang. Both are technical staff from the machinery factory in Dazhong town. Before the flood, they had the chance to go to Beijing for training and exchange programs for 3 months. Hearing this, Lu Mingyuan suddenly raised his eyebrows and turned to Liang Yong and the others in front, asking, "This really made me realize, since we don't speak the same language, have you arranged for someone to go to the town to mobilize volunteers for disaster relief?" To find people who speak both Beijing dialect and the local dialect to help, Liang Yong quickly replied, "Yes, the county party secretary mentioned it many times, but not many people are willing to come and help." House Xiaoman added, mainly because the recent typhoon damaged crops in the southern region. Most villages and towns are busy saving grain and have no extra energy to assist. Those who come to help are also uncooperative and lazy. They push and pull but don't work together. Putting herself in the villagers' shoes, Lin Xueqing agreed that, as House Xiaoman said, if they were villagers, they probably wouldn't want to come either. If one person from the family goes to Xiaoxi village for disaster relief, there will be fewer workers at home, and the family's work will be reduced. Not only has income decreased, but Xiaoxi village is a heavily affected area, and it might even be dangerous. If the work is not beneficial and could be risky, she wouldn't want to do it either. However, she doesn't need to worry too much, as Father Lu and Mingyuan Lu will find a way. What worries her more is the issue of food for her family of 7 after arriving in Xiaoxi village. Fortunately, she prepared plenty of food in her space, knowing she would face hardships in the countryside. But the problem is, even though she has food, she has no chance to take it out. According to House Xiaoman, supplies in the village can only be delivered by military trucks, and there are no longer any supply stores selling meat or grains. She has no reason to take out meat. Meanwhile, inside the jeep ahead, Father Lu and Li Jianzhong are discussing the difficulties in the disaster area. Father Lu was born during the hardest times, in an era of war, which was even tougher than now. Later, he rose to a high position and his skills in coordination and management are very good. He quickly thought of a solution and said to Li Jianzhong, "I think we should give more rewards to the villagers helping with rescue efforts. Besides the difficulty of the work and the risk of secondary disasters, their efforts should earn more points than ordinary crop rescue work. Also, the disaster area urgently needs skilled people, like those who understand both local dialects and Beijing dialects, and can help us communicate smoothly with villagers. They have contributed extra through their skills and should receive technical subsidies and rewards. I suggest that these talented people, besides earning points, should also get some subsidy vouchers." Mother Lu, who works in the propaganda department, is very good at this. She quickly added, "We should report to the Azation to give full recognition and praise to these volunteers helping with the rescue. Their stories should be shared publicly to encourage more people to respond actively to the Azation's call. In the future, when we face uncontrollable natural disasters again, more people will be willing to contribute and help those affected." Li Jianzhong clapped his thigh and laughed. "Sure enough, coming from Beijing, your methods are flexible. But if we give out more points, and because of the severe disaster, we don't have enough food to distribute, what should we do then?" Father Lu glanced at Li Jianzhong with a cold look, silently sneering. No wonder the rescue workers weren't very motivated. Someone like him, who wants credit but fears responsibility, wouldn't prioritize the needs of the disaster victims. His attitude made the people distrustful, and they wouldn't cooperate well. Language barriers might be a minor issue, but the main problem was the people's dissatisfaction. No wonder the faction finally agreed to give him control of Xiaoxi village, a very important location. They had already scouted the area earlier and left a mess behind. From Li Jianzhong's words just now, it seemed Qin Jingming had used the disaster relief as an excuse to take direct military control of Xiaoxi village. Old Qin was quite clever. After the military took over, it was much easier for him to secretly develop a research base. The reason he was moved from his position in Jing City to lead a production team in Xiaoxi village was because the village's location was too important for the military district. Xiaoxi village is at the junction of 3 rivers, with a dense water network, hilly terrain, and lots of vegetation, perfect for hiding and moving things. Because of this terrain, Xiaoxi village suffered especially badly during typhoons. Additionally, the river in front of the village leads directly to their logistics port, Dajiang Port, and opposite Dajiang Port is Nandao, their frontline military base. This means Xiaoxi village is a key point for their logistics supply line, but it's also a vulnerable spot where enemies could infiltrate or hide. Li Jianzhong saw that Lu Xinghua remained silent, thinking he hadn't thought of a better solution either, and quickly tried to comfort him. "If there's no other way, we have to think of the bigger picture. I believe those above will understand our difficulties." Father Lu sneered inwardly. Li Jianzhong was treating him like a rookie just starting out in government work. If he truly cared about the bigger picture, he would simply step back when faced with difficulties. But then, he would be blamed for poor disaster relief. All the messes before would fall on him. Father Lu smiled and said, "Even if we need to consider the bigger picture, we can't ignore the suffering of the victims. We can't just stand by and watch these people lose their lives and property because of the disaster." He added, "If we do that, who will trust our country, our military, or our government in the future? So, we must not lose sight of the bigger picture by focusing only on small issues. The most urgent task is to quickly help the affected people solve their problems and assist them in returning to work and production. As long as we speed up the rescue efforts and restore production quickly, the problem of food distribution by the end of the year will naturally be solved." Li Jianzhong quickly nodded in agreement. He was fully cooperating with Lu Mingyuan. If something went wrong, Lu Mingyuan would take the blame, and if the problem was solved, he would get most of the credit. Naturally, he was eager to cooperate fully. Later, Lu's father asked detailed questions about casualties, medical services, supplies, and other issues in the affected area. Li Jianzhong honestly answered all questions. However, after hearing this, Lu's parents' brows remained tightly knit. In summary, Li Jianzhong's work was based on the principle of doing no wrong. Overall, he didn't make big mistakes, but he also didn't play an active role. Fortunately, in terms of medical and health services, the country immediately sent medical teams to help after receiving news of the disaster. At this moment, Xiaoxi village was under military control, so no major incidents occurred due to Li Jianzhong's inaction. Lu's parents worked well together and quickly discussed a plan to solve the problems. After some stops and starts on the road, they finally arrived at Xiaoxi village at 5 p.m. the next day. The truck driven by Zhong Xiangnan had quietly separated from the convoy early yesterday morning, and Chen Tuiqiang and Zhang Yongshun, who had hitched a ride, parted ways with them upon reaching Dajiang County. In the end, only the 10 volunteers, 20 educated youths, 6 officers responsible for driving, and County Committee Director Li Jianzhong actually arrived at Xiaoxi village. The journey was more complicated and distant than they had expected. When they got off the vehicle, Lin Xiulan felt numb all over, having vomited countless times during the trip. Lu Zhaoning also felt unwell. She sat with Lu Mingche and Lu Mingling in the back of the vehicle. Her strong physique from childhood was no longer effective. She was dizzy and felt like she was floating, with nausea and discomfort all over her body. The others were in even worse shape. The group of educated youths assisting with reconstruction fainted as soon as they got off the bus. Yi Ming and his son Yi Bao looked very pale, and little Bao was so dizzy that he was lying in Lu Xiufeng's arms. Lu Xiufeng's face was full of worry. At this moment, she didn't care about making trouble and kept patting Xiaobao's back to comfort him. A villager named Chen Feifan came to pick them up at the village entrance. He could speak a little awkward Beijing dialect. Right now, he was negotiating with Father Lu and Li Jianzhong, looking a bit unhappy. No wonder he looked upset. Who are all these people coming? They all looked pale and ghostly, and there were 2 children. Not only were they not helping, but they also seemed to make things worse. How could they expect these people to help with disaster relief? Moreover, his father, the team leader, had not even been buried yet, and now a foreigner from the north was sent to manage their village.
How could he feel happy about that?
Not driving them away was already kind enough. Lin Xiulan looked at Chen Feifan and felt it was a bit familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen him before. While she was thinking, Lu Mingyuan stepped forward and asked, "Do you have a brother named Chen Tuoqiang?" Chen Feifan's worried expression immediately changed to surprise. "Tuoqiang is my brother." "Comrade, do you know my brother?" Lu Mingyuan quickly smiled and said, "What a coincidence. We met your brother on the train. He acted bravely and helped ambush the bad guys who tried to hurt my wife. It's likely that soon someone will award Chen for his bravery. His actions are worth learning from." Chen Feifan's eyes lit up at this. It was good news. He felt both sad and touched, and he couldn't help but say casually, "Ah Chang finally did something impressive. Too bad Dad didn't get to see it. That kid, Ah Chang, finally did something great. It's a pity Dad didn't see it." A hint of sadness flashed across his face. Then, remembering there were others present, Chen Feifan quickly hid his low mood and smiled at Lu Mingyuan. He's always been a helpful kid. Did he cause any trouble on the way here? Of course not. Actually, we might need your help in the future. The disaster area is very important to the country. I believe as long as we help each other and work together, there's nothing we can't solve. Chen Feifan's eyes turned thoughtful. Since the higher-ups wanted to send someone to manage their Xiaoxi village, it was better to have someone familiar than an outsider. As the saying goes, having friends makes things easier. He suddenly changed his attitude, patted his thigh, and laughed, saying, "That's right. During tough times, we need to help each other to get through together. I didn't expect you to be my brother's friends." We've already prepared a place for you to stay temporarily. Let's walk and talk. With Chen Tuqian's introduction, Chen's attitude shifted from resistance and communication became much smoother. Lu Xiaoning was walking beside Lin Xueqing, casually hooking her arm, and quietly asked, "Sister-in-law, why did that person's attitude change so quickly?" Lin Xueqing thought about the social interactions in the big courtyard and paused before replying. "Because he knows his brother saved us, so we owe them a big favor. Favors are like loans. They can be repaid. Borrowing again isn't difficult. In the future, when their family needs help, they will have a reason to ask us for assistance." Lu Xiaoning still didn't understand. Then shouldn't he be more arrogant, thinking we owe them? Some people are like that, but brothers from the Chen family are not. They simply believe that once there's a social connection, they can interact normally. It's like when I was in the big courtyard and neighbors or Annies helped me. If they asked me to do something, I would do it willingly. Annies think I'm a kind kid who likes to return favors. When I face difficulties next time, they will be more willing to help. Over time, everyone helps each other when facing problems. Lu Xiaoning finally understood and asked along the topic. "So, when you caused a fuss about the family division at the Lin house last time, that's why those residents helped you?" Lin Xueqing nodded. "Yes, the uncles and aunts are all very kind to me. They are good people." While chatting, everyone arrived at a temporary bamboo shed. The inside of the shed was empty. Nothing was there. Next door, there was another bamboo shed of the same size, but it was much livelier. Bamboo mats were laid on the ground, filling the entire open space. Many people were sleeping on the mats, looking dazed. Several doctors and nurses dressed in white and wearing masks were busy working. In front, Lu's father and Lu Mingyuan, under Chen Tuqian's explanation, had a clearer understanding of the village's situation. Father Lu arranged for Mother Lu to be the temporary commander for their group. He and Lu Mingyuan went with Chen Feifan to check on the affected villagers. Mother Lu directed everyone to temporarily store their luggage under the bamboo shed. Based on what they learned on the way, she told the young workers, "Everyone, please bear with it for a few days. Stay in the bamboo shed for now. Once the youth station is built, we will move there." Guojisheng, who was in charge of leading the young workers, quickly stepped forward and said, "Annie, we can do it. Since we chose to go to the countryside, we are prepared to endure hardships. We will follow the Asians' arrangements." "That sounds nice, but even if there's no place to stay, at least build a small shelter. How can we have men and women living together, especially near the sick? What if we catch the disease?" Suddenly, an unpleasant voice came from the group of young workers, making Guojisheng feel awkward. He recognized the voice as coming from his fiancée, Su Yao. Thinking about what his future father-in-law had told him, his expression changed repeatedly. He smiled and said to Mother Lu, "Annie, I think what our female workers said makes sense. After all, men and women should be separated. Maybe we can find a way to divide the area. Can you ask the villagers to help us build another shelter?" It was almost sunset when they arrived at the village entrance. Even if the villagers were willing to help, it was too dark to ask others to work. Moreover, these young workers were in their 20s, healthy and capable. They shouldn't rely on others. Mother Lu's face darkened. Just as she was about to refuse, Lin Xueqing spoke first. "Getting villagers to help isn't practical right now. They are busy too, but I think if everyone works together before sunset, we can cut some bamboo to make boards to separate the living areas. I believe it can work." Lin Xueqing didn't expect her bamboo weaving skills to be useful so soon. According to her plan, working together to quickly make bamboo boards was very simple. Given the current situation in Xiaoxi village, even if the materials were delivered smoothly, it would take at least 10 days to build new brick houses for their family. During this time, they could only live in this bamboo shelter. It was very necessary to use bamboo boards to separate each family's living area. Having private space made it easier for her to take supplies out. The others also thought Lin Xueqing's method was good, as it was quick and helped avoid the awkwardness of sharing a space. However, Su Yao was still unhappy with this arrangement and immediately voiced her opposition. "Isn't it also bad to live next to the patients? Aren't you afraid of getting infected?" Mother Lu, who usually didn't indulge her spoiled daughter, replied immediately, "Our main task here is to help with the disaster relief, not to enjoy ourselves. If you can't live here, then find your own place to set up a tent." But you must not disturb the daily life and work of other villagers, nor affect our team's rescue efforts. This meant she had to find her own solution, and she wouldn't help her or let her interfere with others' work. Su Yao didn't understand what Mother Lu meant and quickly said to Guo Jixing, hurry up and send someone to help us set up a tent. Guo Jixing understood Mother Lu's meaning and quickly smiled. Auntie, no need. We'll manage tonight. Manage? I don't want to manage. Guo Jixing, you promised my dad before going to the countryside to take care of me. Are you really doing that? Lu Mingyuan heard Su Yao's shouting from afar, thought there was a conflict between family members and the youth volunteers, and hurried over. As Lu Mingyuan approached, a young woman with fair skin and a pretty face, her eyes bright, looked eagerly in Lu Mingyuan's direction. When Lu Mingyuan reached Lin Xiuqing's side, she immediately stepped out from the youth team and said to Mother Lu, Auntie, although we are female youth volunteers, we absolutely obey the Azation's arrangements. That was just Comrade Su's personal request, and it has nothing to do with us. Lin Xiuqing glanced at this speaking young woman. She was quite pretty and knew how to handle things, but it would be better if her eyes didn't keep staring longingly at her husband. Lu Mingyuan learned about the danger in the village from Chen Feifan and quickly headed to the rescue team to participate in the relief work. Thinking of informing Mother Lu and his wife before leaving to avoid worrying them, he immediately rushed to their base. As he passed by the bamboo shed next door, he also casually asked the local doctor for some stomach medicine suitable for pregnant women. He was worried that Lin Xiuqing had vomited so much today and might not be able to eat tonight. He didn't notice Xiulan standing in front of a young educated youths. At this moment, seeing Mother Lu's calm expression, he knew she could handle the situation here, so he relaxed. Xiulan pushed back her hair to reveal what she thought was her most beautiful side profile. She kept her eyes fixed on Lu Mingyuan. She had already noticed Lu Mingyuan's presence. She didn't expect the young officer sent to help with disaster relief to be so handsome and young. It's a pity he was married so young. However, she heard his wife was pregnant, which was a time when men are most impulsive. If she took this chance to replace his wife and become a military wife, she could leave this terrible place immediately. Lin Xiuqing frowned. She found Xiulan's gaze too obvious and felt uncomfortable. Seeing Lin Xiuqing's frown, Lu Mingyuan also furrowed his brows, thinking she was upset about the poor environment here. He tried to comfort her. Today is too late in the day. We can only leave it like this for now and try to improve the environment tomorrow. Lin Xiuqing knew he misunderstood her. She quickly explained her plan. Lu Mingyuan nodded eagerly, ready to ask his soldiers to cut bamboo. But Lin Xiuqing interrupted him. We can handle this ourselves. You probably don't have many people available, right? Lu Mingyuan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect Lin Xiuqing to think of him at this moment. Mother Lu also quickly said, You should go do your work. We can handle this here. Su Yao's eyes widened in surprise. What do they mean they can handle it? With soldiers helping, it wouldn't be a problem. She immediately shouted. Hey, you can't leave. You need to find someone to help us set up a shelter. Lu Mingyuan frowned but ignored Su Yao. Instead, he handed the medicine to Lin Xiuqing and said, This is for stomach issues. If you can't eat later, take one. Lin Xiuqing felt warm inside. Where did you get this medicine? He replied, I asked the doctor nearby. You can go over later and have him check it. Although she had taken the pregnancy-safe pills produced by the system and no longer experienced any pregnancy discomfort, she was worried that the continuous travel might affect the baby's health. She thought it would be wise to check with the doctor next door, when she had a moment. Lin Xiuqing nodded obediently. After I finish my work here, I will go check. Although Lin Xiuqing was always well-behaved and Lu Mingyuan trusted her, he was worried that she was too obedient and might not speak up if she felt unwell. Tonight, he had to go with the soldiers to reinforce the barriers to prevent mudslides, help with evacuation, and assist the trapped people. It would probably be a long night. He turned to Lu Zhaoning and said, Zhaoning, you go with your sister-in-law later. Lu Xiufeng, who had been quiet and not causing trouble, heard that a doctor might be needed. She quickly carried Little Bao over and said, Little Bao isn't feeling well either. Can we come along later? Seeing Bao's pale face, Lin Xiuqing didn't argue with Lu Xiufeng this time. She nodded and said, "Sure, you can come with me." Lu Xiaofeng almost started crying with happiness. Forgetting their previous disagreements, she hugged Bao and shouted, "Thank you, thank you." Su Yao saw that no one was paying attention to her and that they were chatting happily. She immediately started provoking. "The medical care here is only trustworthy because of you. Hopefully, it doesn't get worse." This was clearly an insult. Lin Xueqing couldn't bear it anymore and snorted coldly. "Are you a doctor? How do you know how good the medical care here is? Besides, what does my treatment have to do with you?" Guijishim quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Comrade Su is just worried and speaking out of concern. She means no harm. Please don't misunderstand." Bao was Lu Xiaofeng's precious child. She was already anxious about his illness, and now Su Yao was criticizing and insulting her. She felt like she was going crazy. She shouted at Su Yao, "Who do you think you are, insulting my little Bao? If anything happens to my Bao, I won't let you go. I'll make sure you pay for it." Lu Xiaofeng's eyes were red, and her expression was fierce, as if she wanted to kill Su Yao. Everyone was shocked. Su Yao was so frightened she trembled and quickly hid behind Guijishing, afraid that Lu Xiaofeng might lose control and attack her. Seeing the situation, Yiming quickly stepped out, patted Lu Xiaofeng, and tried to comfort her, but she turned away with a side step and shouted angrily at Yiming, "And you, if it weren't for you coming here, would little Bao be like this?" Yiming clenched his fists tightly, finally sighed silently, and remained silent again. Seeing Lu Xiaofeng about to break down emotionally, Lin Xueqing, who was now pregnant, understood the helplessness a mother feels when her child is sick. She quickly said, "Maybe we should find a doctor now. Let's just do what we discussed earlier." Lu Mingyuan thought it was still not safe enough, so he arranged for soldier Tianxing to stay and help them. Su Yao saw they had at least one helper and hurriedly ordered Tianxing, "Go quickly and cut some bamboo for us. Help build a bamboo shelter." Tianxing stood straight like a soldier, but he didn't look at her. He turned to Lu Mu and saluted. "Aunt Lu, I follow your orders." Su Yao wanted to keep arguing, but she was firmly pulled back by Guijishing, who whispered angrily, "Have you had enough? If you don't want to be kicked out and interfere with Uncle Su's plans, keep quiet." Su Yao pouted and stopped talking. With Su Yao no longer causing trouble, things went smoothly afterward. Lu Mu borrowed tools from Chen Feifan and asked villagers who knew how to weave bamboo mats to come teach them. She also helped divide the young workers into 3 groups. More male young workers were available, so they split into 2 groups. One went to the mountain to cut bamboo, and the other was responsible for cutting bamboo into uniform lengths inside the bamboo shelter. The female young workers tied the cut bamboo into rows, forming bamboo boards. Meanwhile, Lin Xueqing saw Lu Xiaofeng was with them, so she asked Lu Zhaoning to help make bamboo boards. She and Lu Xiaofeng took little Bao and went to the nearby bamboo shelter. When they arrived at the large bamboo shelter, it was full of patients. There were only 2 doctors inside. One was a volunteer from South City, and the other was a military doctor sent to assist. Besides these 2 doctors, there were more than 10 doctors in a medical tent closer to the landslide area, treating severely ill disaster victims. The patients here mostly had minor injuries but still needed medical care. Lin Xueqing glanced at the skills of the 2 doctors, both specialized in surgery, and secretly felt it was a pity. Suddenly, a mechanical voice from the system sounded. Ding! Within 10 meters of the host, at the 6 o'clock position, eye-level skill detected. Traditional Chinese medicine level 10. Lin Xueqing immediately looked in the direction indicated by the system. Sure enough, among the crowd gathered under a bamboo shelter, she saw an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face standing among the patients. He was checking a patient's pulse, with a young girl beside him taking notes. The old man was not wearing a white coat. He dressed modestly in an old-fashioned Zhongshan suit, blending into the crowd and not standing out. Lin Xueqing's eyes brightened instantly. She asked the doctor next to her, "Is that elderly man also a doctor?" This doctor was named Deng, from the military district. Knowing that Lin Xueqing was Lu Mingyuan's wife, he was very polite to her and naturally didn't hide anything. He nodded and replied, "Old, who is a traditional Chinese medicine doctor." He works at a hospital in our South Island military district. If you want to see a doctor for pregnancy care, I can ask him later. Lin Xueqing quickly nodded and thanked him. Thank you, Dr. Deng. Meanwhile, another doctor finished examining little Bao. He said the child was just tired from travel and had a weak constitution, which caused him to be a bit drowsy. Resting for a few days would help. Lu Xiaofeng listened and finally relaxed. Earlier, when Lin Xueqing was collecting skills at the hospital, she had learned a level 1 emergency rescue skill. Seeing little Bao's pale face, with a hint of dark gray, and his rapid breathing, she felt something was wrong. But her medical skills were still low, so she didn't dare to diagnose blindly. She only suggested, "Why don't you wait here with little Bao? Because of my pregnancy, I can only see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor here." Lu Xiaofeng was surprised. She thought Lin Xueqing would dislike her, but unexpectedly, Lin Xueqing took the initiative to invite her to stay. Then she thought maybe she could take this chance to ask the Chinese doctor to check little Bao too, double insurance. She quickly nodded. "Then I'll wait with you." After a short while, Old Hu finished checking the pulses of those needing follow-up. Just as he was about to leave, Deng Qiubai stopped him and explained Lin Xueqing's purpose. Old Hu learned she was pregnant and didn't refuse. He allowed Lin Xueqing to come forward and check her pulse. When Lin Xueqing arrived at Old Hu's consultation desk, she did not immediately examine the patient. Instead, she said to Old Hu, "Sir, I think this child's face doesn't look right. Maybe you should check him first." Dr. Li, who was eyeing medicine at the desk, overheard Lin Xueqing's words. He immediately felt insulted and angrily said, "If you don't trust my medical skills, why are you here seeking treatment? It's just travel fatigue, and you're making a fuss. You are here to cause trouble and waste resources in the disaster area." Before Li Wan could finish speaking, Old Hu looked serious and spoke to the young woman beside him, shouting, "Quickly, bring me my silver needles." Then he pointed to the treatment bed and said to Lu Xiaofeng, "Put the child on the bed. He needs immediate acupuncture treatment." "Bah, here we go again. I told you traditional Chinese medicine is fake science. Just poke a few times and people get better. Patients don't need medicine or injections." Lu Xiaofeng was unsure whom to believe. She quickly looked at Lin Xueqing. Lin Xueqing glanced at Li Wan, thinking her medical skills were poor and her attitude was even worse. Although Lu Xiaofeng was often rude, spoke harshly, and liked to take small advantages, she believed Xiao Bao was innocent. She nodded and said, "Since this old gentleman was arranged by the Azation to treat here, he must be highly skilled. As the saying goes, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. I believe doctors are the same." Lu Xiaofeng suddenly remembered and thought, old Chinese doctors are very capable. Although they've been suppressed these years, the fact that this old man is here means he has been tested by the Azation. His medical skills must be excellent. She quickly placed Xiao Bao on the treatment bed and said to Old Hu, "Thank you, sir." Ding Min, standing nearby, rolled her eyes at her but still handed the silver needles to Old Hu. Old Hu, used to being misunderstood, was already accustomed to it. After taking the silver needles, he immediately began acupuncture on Xiao Bao. The darkening color on Xiao Bao's face faded instantly, his breathing slowed, and he seemed to relax. "Get some light salt water for the child. The hot water kettle, salt, and cups are in the cabinet next to you. Remember to give it in small amounts and multiple times." Old Hu put away the silver needles and turned to Lu Xiaofeng, speaking. At this moment, Li Wan nearby understood what was happening. She snorted coldly and quickly ran out with the medicine. Li Wan's actions didn't seem to bother Old Hu. He pointed at Xiao Bao's condition and began teaching Xiao Ding on the spot. This child's face is pale, with cold sweat on the forehead and neck, rapid breathing, weak spirit, and even beginning to lose consciousness. This shows he's not just carsick. Can you tell me what caused this? Xiao Ding fell into deep thought. Lin Xueqing, recalling her first aid knowledge, thought of a possible symptom. Seeing Xiao Ding hesitate, she tentatively asked, "Is it because he's dehydrated?" Xiao Ding was surprised and sneered. Impossible. Being tired from traveling wouldn't cause dehydration. Before she finished, another doctor, Deng Qiubai, said, I think these symptoms look like severe dehydration causing metabolic imbalance. Shouting immediately retorted, metabolic imbalance is a Western medical term. Traditional Chinese medicine doesn't have that. Old Hu quickly shook his head and explained seriously, it's definitely dehydration. The child might have gotten carsick and vomited on the way. Plus, his mother might be worried about him needing to use the bathroom and didn't dare give him water. This led to dehydration. Traditional Chinese medicine calls this qi imbalance and spleen and kidney yang deficiency. But if dehydration alone explains the illness, why make it complicated and confusing for the patient? Whether it's Chinese or Western medicine, the goal is to cure the patient's illness so they can take better care of their health. That's good medicine. He then turned to Lin Xiuqing and praised her. Young lady, you have good judgment. His condition isn't too serious. Drinking some salted water will help, but if it gets worse, the child could go into shock or even suffer failure. Ding Min's face suddenly looked unhappy. She shot a displeased look at Lin Xiuqing. She didn't expect that after 3 months learning from Old Hu, she still couldn't compare to a village woman. Her pride was hurt. Lu Xiufang was feeding Xiaobao water when she heard Old Hu's words. She finally realized how serious the situation was. Fortunately, Lin Xiuqing had just reminded her to have the old doctor check again. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine what might happen to her little Bao. Thinking about this possibility, Lu Xiufang's eyes filled with tears. She bowed deeply to Old Hu and said, "Thank you, sir." Old Hu pointed to Lin Xiuqing and smiled. "You should thank this comrade. She noticed the child's problem and reminded us in time." Lin Xiuqing quickly waved her hand. "I just thought the child's face looked a bit off. Asking more questions is no trouble. Since we all live in the same village, helping each other is what we do." Lu Xiufang remembered her previous cold remarks to Lin Xiuqing. Despite that, she still helped without holding a grudge. Her face turned red again, and she bowed to Lin Xiuqing sincerely.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Deng Qiubai saw that Xiaobao's condition had improved a lot and spoke up. Old Hu, this sister-in-law is Captain Lu's wife. She's pregnant, about 3 months along. Captain Lu said she vomited a lot on the way, so I gave her some medicine for digestion and stomach comfort. It turned out that the doctor Lu Mingyuan found was Deng. Lin Xiuqing suddenly felt a bit awkward. Dr. Deng, I just wanted to check my pulse for peace of mind. Please don't overthink. Deng Qiubai waved his hand and smiled. It's nothing. Medical skills are specialized. I'm good at surgery, but gynecology isn't my strong suit. You've been traveling for several days, so it's best for Old Hu to take a look. Huolao understood and pointed to the bench beside the examination table, saying, Come, young lady, sit down. After Lin Xiuqing sat, Old Hu checked her pulse. After a moment, he looked pleasantly surprised. You're a good girl. The baby is doing well. Did you take any pregnancy-safe medicine before leaving? Lin Xiuqing's eyes lit up. This old doctor was really impressive. She nodded quickly. Yes, I was worried about my health, so I went to see a doctor and got some medication to protect the pregnancy. I didn't expect it to be so effective. The doctor who prescribed that medicine is really skilled. I've been practicing medicine for decades, but I've never seen a pregnant woman travel for days on end without any adverse reactions like you. The medicine from this system must be powerful. However, Old Hu's medical skills were indeed excellent. Lin Xiuqing's eyes flickered, and she asked, I have another patient at home with a shattered leg, but he still is feeling. I wonder if Old Hu can help take a look. Old Hu suddenly remembered Deng Qiubai mentioning that Lin Xiuqing's husband's surname was Lu, and talking about the patient's condition. He patted his thigh in surprise and said, Could you be Lu Jinggua's daughter-in-law? At this, Lin Xiuqing understood everything and quickly smiled, saying, I didn't expect you, sir, to know my father-in-law. Young Mingche's condition, your father-in-law already told me about it over the phone. I came here this time because of your old master's request. Not only to help the people, but also to treat Mingche's leg. But now it's getting late, and your family just arrived. There's no rush to treat Mingche's leg today. You should rest well tonight, and tomorrow you can bring Mingche here to see me. Lin Xiuqing nodded quickly and asked, Can I help look after the patient tomorrow beside you, sir? Deng Min's eyes immediately widened with suspicion and she scolded, "You don't know medicine, so you won't understand. You'll just disturb us while we treat the patient." Old, who thought Lin Xueqing seemed to have some understanding of medicine. She could tell something was wrong just by looking at the child's face. Even the doctors from Nanching had missed it, but she found the key point. This shows she has potential to learn medicine. He smiled and nodded, saying, "It's okay. If you're interested, you can watch more and help out a bit." Deng Min was instantly annoyed and tried to persuade him. "Old who, what if she learns your medical skills secretly?" Old who glanced at Deng Min, sighed, and shook his head, asking, "If that's the case, aren't you also secretly learning from me?" Deng Min immediately looked embarrassed, hesitating. I'm different. I am your apprentice. I never agreed to take you as a disciple. Since I'm willing to let you learn by my side, I'm also willing to let others learn." Old whose words made Deng Qiubai's eyes light up. Previously, Deng Min had kept those medical cases tightly sealed. She really thought Deng Min was Old whose apprentice. But unexpectedly, Deng Min was also here to learn secretly. Seeing such a good opportunity, Deng Qiubai naturally wouldn't miss it. He quickly smiled and asked, "Old who, can I also learn?" Old who was very happy to see so many people interested in traditional Chinese medicine. He smiled and said, "Of course, you like traditional Chinese medicine, and I am very happy about that." After confirming the time to come tomorrow with Old who, Lin Xueqing went back alone to the bamboo shed next door. Lu Xiufeng stayed behind to take care of Little Treasure. Dr. Deng said it was best to observe Little Treasure for another 2 hours. Since his condition was clearly improving, they could leave afterward. When Lin Xueqing returned to their bamboo shed, Su Yao was sitting on a stone bench outside, looking at her delicate, fair hands with a worried face. Hearing footsteps approaching, she quickly looked up and saw Lin Xueqing coming back. Her face lit up with surprise, and she immediately called out, "Hey, you're just in time. Come help weave the bamboo strips. These bamboo pieces are yours now. You've been pretending to be sick for so long. You need to catch up on the work you missed." Lin Xueqing glanced at her hand and sneered. "Maybe you're the one trying to slack off." Of course, Su Yao wouldn't admit this. She stood up, crossed her arms, and said, "Look at how long you've been sick. Isn't it just to avoid work? I warn you, finish weaving these bamboo strips quickly, or I'll report you. We're all assigned to this place, and you think you're special?" Bah, Su Yao had heard from her family that most people who voluntarily leave their posts usually did something wrong or offended someone. They wanted to leave with dignity. Otherwise, who would leave a government job to come to this poor, remote place? If it weren't for her helping Gu Jixing, she wouldn't be here at all. If it had been the old Lin Xueqing, Su Yao might have been afraid of her threats, worried about causing trouble for the Lu family. But now Lin Xueqing was not so easy to scare, and she was not someone to be bullied. She snorted coldly and pointed at Su Yao's hand. "Why should I help you with your work? Your hands look perfectly fine, with no signs of wear. You probably haven't even made a single bamboo." Su Yao didn't expect Lin Xueqing to be so sharp-eyed. She stammered, "I just washed my hands, so of course there's no wear." Lin Xueqing sneered. "Besides, I'm not part of your youth team. How I'm assigned work has nothing to do with me." Su Yao didn't expect Lin Xueqing to refuse to be fooled. Her face darkened, and she continued to threaten. "Humph. Just because your family is the team leader doesn't mean you don't have to work, right? Listen to me, you people who have been assigned here. You should set a good example and do more than others so that people will believe in you." Lin Xueqing rolled her eyes in frustration, deciding not to argue with a fool to avoid ruining her mood and affecting her baby's mental health. She simply ignored Su Yao and walked straight inside, planning to talk to Mrs. Lu about Old who's matter. Su Yao finally caught a worker and refused to let her go. She quickly hurried to catch up, trying to grab Lin Xueqing and shouting, "If you don't finish weaving all these bamboo sticks, don't think about leaving. If you leave, I'll accuse you of laziness." Lin Xueqing tried to shake her off, but Su Yao held on tightly. The two pulled and struggled, neither willing to give in. At that moment, Lin Xueqing became angry. "Since you want to cause trouble, let's see who can cause more." She immediately shouted, Help! The people inside the bamboo shed heard Lin Xueqing's cry and all felt a jolt, thinking she was in danger. Lu Xiaoning quickly ran toward Lin Xueqing, regret filling her heart. Why didn't she insist on accompanying Lin Xueqing to see the doctor? If her brother found out she was pretending to agree but didn't go with her wife, and her wife got into trouble because of it, her brother might be furious. Mrs. Lu and Lu Mingyuan also worried about Lin Xueqing and hurried after Lu Xiaoning, rushing toward her. In no time, Lu Xiaoning arrived outside the bamboo shed and saw Su Yao holding onto Lin Xueqing tightly, with fear and panic on her face. Without hesitation, she rushed forward, pulled Su Yao's hand away, protected Lin Xueqing behind her, and shouted at Su Yao, "What are you doing? I won't allow you to bully my sister-in-law." The people following Lu Xiaoning heard her shout and quickened their steps. Mrs. Lu and Lu Mingyuan soon reached Lin Xueqing. Lu Mingyuan looked up at Su Yao angrily and scolded, "Don't bully my sister-in-law." Seeing the Lu family approaching with fierce looks, Su Yao was frightened and took a few steps back. Still, she mustered her courage and argued, "What are you trying to do? Is it because she faked illness to slack off? I just said a few words to her. What's wrong with that?" However, Lu Xiaoning didn't believe her at all and glared at Su Yao angrily. "Just a few words? Do you think that makes my sister-in-law shout for help?" Su Yao looked at Lin Xueqing with a displeased expression and glared. "How am I supposed to know what she's up to? She suddenly shouted for help. Maybe she's just spoiled and trying to get sympathy. I clearly saw you pulling my sister-in-law. You just wanted to bully her. Don't you know my sister-in-law is pregnant?" Inside, Guijisheng heard the commotion and hurried out. Seeing the people from the Lu family surrounding Su Yao, he quickly ran over to mediate. "Everyone stay calm. I know Su Yao's personality. She wouldn't bully a pregnant woman. There must be some misunderstanding here." Lin Xueqing looked at the Lu family members rushing forward, feeling warm and touched inside. She tugged on Lu Xiaoning's sleeve to signal her to step aside. Her face showed no change in her feelings of grievance and fear as she said to Guijisheng, "She said I was pretending to be sick and lazy, and that she wouldn't let me leave until I finished weaving all the bamboo sticks on the ground. I wanted to go back, but she wouldn't let go of me. She kept pulling at me. I was afraid I might hurt the baby, so I had to shout for help." Just then, other young workers nearby heard the commotion and looked at Su Yao with disdain. Guijisheng didn't know what to say anymore, looking embarrassed. Lu's mother, usually gentle, was now angry. She asked Guijisheng, "I didn't know Comrade Su was also responsible for assigning tasks. Any of you young workers can just come and tell others what to do. Does that mean others' work will be ignored in the future? If someone else does Su's work, will they get the work points?" Seeing this, Su Yao immediately jumped in, pointing at Lu's mother and scolding, "Why not? These bamboo sticks are assigned to me. Once I finish, the work point should be mine." Lu's mother was also unyielding, pointing at Su Yao's nose and shouting, "You know those bamboo sticks are assigned to you. Why do you think others should help you with your work? If someone else does your work, why should you still get the work points?" Guijisheng, realizing he was in the wrong, quickly smiled and said to Lu's mother, "Comrade Su was just confused for a moment. I will keep a close eye on her in the future and make sure she doesn't cause trouble for the team again." Lu's mother shot him a glance and snorted coldly, "If there is a next time, I will ask my husband to file a report. Our small village can't accept young workers who refuse to follow isational arrangements." Now Su Yao was even angrier and said, "Why? You guys caused trouble and now want to drag me into it." Lin Xueqing frowned and couldn't let Su Yao spread false rumors. She immediately stepped forward and asked, "You're repeatedly saying we did something wrong. But tell me, when we responded to the country's call to help rebuild the disaster area, what exactly did we do wrong? If responding to the national call is a crime, then are you saying the call was wrong? Do you want to oppose the country and the Asian? If that's the case, I think Comrade Su's thinking is problematic." Lin Xueqing's strong words suddenly shocked Guijisheng, who quickly interrupted, "Comrade Lin, it's a misunderstanding. Comrade Su hasn't done farm work before and is not familiar with the rules here. I promise I will supervise her better in the future and won't let her cause trouble again." Seeing her fiancé refuse to support her, Su Yao felt very upset. Compared to the Lu family members all standing up for Lin Xiuqing, her mood worsened. She covered her face and ran outside. Guo Jixing saw Su Yao crying as she ran away and hurried after her, leaving the others, the young workers, and the Lu family members looking at each other. Lu's mother sighed and said to the young workers, "Everyone, go back to work." The young workers had long been unhappy with Su Yao. They had been causing trouble all along, but no one spoke up because Guo Jixing was the leader of the youth team. Now that Guo Jixing and Su Yao had both ignored everyone and run off, their dissatisfaction grew even more. They had come from different places to Nancheng, traveled a whole day and night to Xiaoxi village, and almost immediately started working without rest. Everyone just wanted to quickly build temporary shelters, tidy up, and rest as soon as possible. No one had the energy or patience to pay attention to the two. The young workers silently decided not to help the two build bamboo beds. After finishing their own tasks, they started to build simple stoves on their own. Lin Xiuqing took some time to find Yiming and briefly explained Xiaobao's situation. Yiming was surprised that Xiaobao's condition was so dangerous. Thinking of his wife's criticism, he felt even more guilty. Lin Xiuqing waved her hand and smiled, saying, "You're welcome. It's just a small favor." She thought that after Yiming learned about Xiaobao's condition, he would rush to the medical bamboo shed in a hurry. But she didn't expect that after thanking her, he would continue working on his bamboo boards without any intention of leaving. Suddenly, Lin Xiuqing began to understand why Lu Xiufang was so stubborn. She wasn't sure whether to say that Yiming was rational or lacked empathy. Logically, going to the medical shed now wouldn't help much. It was better to spend this time making more bamboo boards so that they could sleep better tonight. But emotionally, especially from a woman's point of view, when a child is sick and helpless, of course, she hopes her husband is nearby. Even just a few comforting words could make her feel better. She sighed, and then walked toward the Lu family members not far away. Over at the Lu family, after Mother Lu assigned tasks to the educated youths, she didn't let them help. To avoid future trouble, she decided to do the bamboo work herself. Lu Mingyuan stayed to help, along with Tianxing and Lu Zhaoning, who were responsible for chopping bamboo in the forest. Mother Lu cut the bamboo into the needed lengths. Lu Minglang and Lu Mink used ropes to make the bamboo boards. The whole family, plus Tianxing, was busy at their chosen spot. Mother Lu chose a spot on the inner side, slightly farther out. Although it was a longer walk outside, it was easier for the wheelchair and had more space to move around. There were 7 people in the family. They needed at least 4 rooms. 1 for the couple, 1 for the eldest couple, 1 for Lu Zhaoning, and 1 shared by the second and fourth children. 4 rooms could be arranged in a grid pattern, requiring 5 large bamboo boards and 2 small ones. They also needed to build a bamboo bed in each room, which required 4 more boards. Counting all this, their labor force was small, but they still had a lot of bamboo boards to make. When Lin Xiuqing arrived at the Lu family spot, she saw everyone busy working. She looked at the sky and decided to go set up the stove first. She saw that the educated youths were building the stove on an open space outside. She thought their stove shouldn't be placed on the same side as theirs. After looking around, she chose a spot closer to the inner side of the Lu family's area. Because they were worried about mudslides after the flood, the bamboo shed was built some distance from the foot of the mountain. Lin Xiuqing planned to go near the mountain to pick up stones and dry firewood. Seeing Lin Xiuqing about to head up the mountain, Lu Minglang quickly put down his work and ran over. "Older sister-in-law, the mountain is dangerous. What do you need? I'll help you." Lin Xiuqing thought for a moment and didn't refuse. She decided to leave the task of building the stove to Lu Minglang and took over his work of weaving bamboo boards. She sat next to Lu Mingche. Although she already knew how to weave bamboo, she pretended to ask Lu Mingche to teach her how to weave the bamboo boards. The method was simple. Use a rope to tie the bamboo pieces together securely by weaving. She picked it up quickly. Without hesitation, Lin Xiuqing started weaving the bamboo pieces. At first, she was slow and deliberately made her work a bit uneven. After about 15 minutes, she couldn't keep up the slow pace and gradually sped up, weaving faster and more tightly. Lu Mingche, standing nearby, was secretly surprised. He didn't expect his sister-in-law to be quick and skillful at work, getting the hang of it faster than he did. Lin Xueqing thought she was hiding her skills well. Her movements became faster, and her mind was already filled with ideas for other bamboo products she wanted to make. She thought that after finishing these bamboo boards, she could find time in the evening to make some household bamboo items. Thanks to Lin Xueqing's quick hands, they soon finished the first bamboo board. It looked like a large bamboo mat that could be rolled into a ball, then unrolled and stretched out, with long bamboo sticks on the sides to secure it to the ground. It could serve as a simple partition. After successfully making the first bamboo board, both of them became more skilled and quickly finished the remaining boards. Tianxing was very helpful. He found some tough old bamboo in the forest and hammered it into the ground to make several upright posts in the field. Lu Zhaoning helped straighten the bamboo boards and tightly bound them to the posts with ropes for stability. Next to them, Yiming saw this and quickly asked Tianxing for help to set up the posts first. After weaving the bamboo boards, he would tie them onto the posts himself. Among the 20 young people, 15 were strong young men. Seeing Lu's method, they also started learning directly. The young people also planned to build a grid-shaped structure, with 5 people sharing one room. Although there are no counters yet, Mother Lu said that all the work done together counts as work points. Once the village affairs are settled, these points will be recorded. The educated youths know that Mother Lu is the wife of the team leader in charge of production. Her words are as important as her husband's. When they heard they could earn work points, they felt excited, even after several tiring days. Moreover, what they did today concerns their future homes, so they paid close attention. They also chose someone responsible for recording the work results, keeping track of how much each person contributed. With this plan, the youths who were unhappy with Guijixing and Suyao felt that working harder would earn them more points, and their mood improved. After working together for a while, by around 7 p.m., their simple temporary shelter was built. Tianxing finished his task and, after saying goodbye to Mother Lu, hurried back to the military camp. Chen Feifan arrived before dinner time, bringing some coarse grains and wild vegetables. There was no more food left. These supplies were sent by the military district to help them. Without this support, they would have nothing to eat but wild vegetables. Chen Feifan also warned them that the water level in the river near the village was still high. They must not be greedy and try to fish in the river. He repeatedly told them that the fish in the river could not be eaten now. This advice came from the doctor, who was supporting them. After the flood, the water was seriously polluted, and the aquatic life in the river was unsafe to eat for a while. Everyone understood this basic health advice and nodded in agreement. Mother Lu divided the grain sent by Chen Feifan according to the number of people. Then she split it into 3 parts, one for the Lu family, one for the Yiming family, and most of it for the educated youths. Mother Lu didn't take much herself. Since Lu Mingyuan was still a child, he only received half a portion, and the same went for Xiao Bao. After bringing the grain home, Mother Lu handed it over to Lin Xueqing. According to the plan in Beijing, the household's grain was managed by Lin Xueqing. Father Lu mainly focused on his work, while Mother Lu and Zhaoning looked for ways to earn more work points. Lu Mingche and Lu Mingyuan managed the tasks flexibly. When Lin Xueqing received the grain and weighed it in her hand, she realized that this amount wouldn't be enough for their family of 7. Lin Xueqing thought for a moment and went to find both Lu's mother and Lu Zhaoning. She took back the remaining dry food, such as meat pies and dried meat, from their supplies. Actually, there wasn't much left, just 1 meat pie and a small handful of dried meat. Lu's mother suddenly remembered and said happily, "Luckily, Xueqing encouraged us to cook together and prepare dry food that day. Otherwise, these past 2 days would have been very hard." Lin Xueqing also felt grateful and nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's a good thing you and Dad had a good idea. That day, you both bought so much meat and vegetables. If not, we wouldn't have prepared so much dry food." Lu Mingyuan had already made a simple stove with stones and brought back 2 buckets of water from the mountain. Lu Zhaoning borrowed some pots and bowls from nearby villagers by asking Chen Feifan for help. Tianxing helped chop a lot of dry wood. Once everything was ready, Lin Xiucheng rolled up her sleeves and started cooking dinner. Lu's mother wanted to help but was quickly persuaded by Lin Xiucheng, who said, "Mom, today you're doing physical work. I'll handle the cooking." Seeing that Lu's mother looked reluctant, Lin Xiucheng continued, "Look, with just these vegetables and meat pies, I can make some porridge. It's very simple." Reluctantly, Lu's mother replied, "All right then. It's hard for you. If you need help, just call us. Don't push yourself too hard." After Lu's mother left, Lin Xiucheng quietly took half a bowl of coarse grains from her space and poured half a bowl from the coarse grain bag Lu's mother had just handed over. She mixed them together and started cooking porridge. The meat pie and dried meat had been stored for 2 days and couldn't be kept any longer. Lin Xiucheng crushed them all, planning to make wild vegetable and meat porridge. But after crushing, she felt the amount was still a bit small. So, she took a small piece of pork from her space, chopped it up, and mixed it with the dried meat. She didn't dare take out too many seasonings, only salt. While the porridge was cooking, Lin Xiucheng washed the wild vegetables and chopped them into small pieces. When the porridge was ready, she would add them in. Soon, a fragrant, sweet aroma of meat wafted from the pot. Lin Xiucheng quickly covered the pot to prevent the smell from spreading and attracting unnecessary trouble. At this moment, Lu Xiufeng returned with little Bao from the nearby medical bamboo shed. When she found Yiming, she immediately smelled the aroma of meat and felt extremely hungry, her stomach rumbling loudly. Their house is located between the Jiqing and Lu families. At this time, both sides' bamboo houses are finished, and only their spot is empty, with just a few pillars standing. Lu Mingche and Lu Zhaoning, who had free time, were helping Yiming weave bamboo boards. Lu Xiufeng looked at the scene and suddenly felt a pounding headache. She asked Yiming, "Did they bully us? Why is everyone else finished, but we're still not done?" Yiming looked embarrassed and quickly explained, "The 2 Lu comrades came over to help because I was too busy. Making these bamboo boards counts as work points, but each family makes what they need." Only then did Lu Xiufeng understand and feel a little embarrassed. She remembered Lin Xiucheng had just helped their little boy, Xiaobao, and hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, I misunderstood. I was just anxious and spoke too quickly." "Please don't be mad." Lu Mingche, who had seen Lu Xiufeng's stubbornness before, shook his head and asked Xiaobao, "It's okay. Are you feeling better now?" Xiaobao had recovered from his dazed state and was now a bit more alert. He nodded roundly and said, "The doctor's sister said I'm fine, but I'm a little hungry." He then pointed to himself looking a bit unsure, and glanced at his father. Yiming handed Lu Xiufeng the grain the village had distributed and said, "This is the grain the village gave us. You can cook some for Xiaobao." Lu Xiufeng weighed the bag and frowned deeply. "Our family of 3 only has this much grain? How many days will this last?" 3 days. The villagers wouldn't be bullying us outsiders, right? There's not enough grain for Xiaobao to eat alone. Yiming sighed but didn't reply to Lu Xiufeng. Instead, a firm look appeared in his eyes. He was determined to find a way to increase the grain production in their rabbit country so that no one would go hungry. Lu Xiufeng saw Yiming silent and felt furious. She instinctively wanted to ask the Lu family for some grain, but Yiming spoke first. "The Lu family doesn't have more grain than us. Their Minglang and Xiaobao only get half portions." Lu Xiufeng's eyes flickered, and in the next moment, she quickly hugged Xiaobao and rushed over to the Jiqing side. The noise from the youth camp was about to start, but Yiming seemed not to hear and kept weaving the bamboo strips in his hands. Lu Zhaoning wanted to say something but hesitated, stopped by Lu Mingche's gaze. With the help of Lu Mingche and Lu Zhaoning, Yiming finished weaving the bamboo strips quickly. Their family of 3 sat close to the youth camp, just surrounded by 3 bamboo strips to make a small fence. Lu Zhaoning helped Yiming tie the bamboo strips to the posts. Just as they finished, Lu Xiufeng came back with a bowl of thin porridge and handed it to Yiming, saying, "Drink it quickly. After you finish, I'll return the bowl and help wash the dishes." Yiming didn't refuse. He took the bowl and drank the porridge without saying a word. Their family wasn't as well prepared as the Lu family. On the way, they just relied on a few large pancakes to get by. Now that they had some rice porridge inside them, they felt a bit stronger. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoning quickly said she wanted to leave and pushed Lu Mingche back to their small room. Meanwhile, the Lu family's wild vegetable and meat porridge was ready. Lin Xueqing, worried about being caught eating meat, carried the whole pot of porridge into their room. As soon as she opened the lid, a fresh aroma of wild vegetables mixed with the sweet smell of meat wafted out from the thick porridge, making everyone around drool. Yiming's family next door was even more tempted, their stomachs growling loudly. One bowl of porridge wasn't enough to fill them. Lu Xiufeng clenched her teeth and took a small half-bowl of rice from the rice bag, then hurried toward the Lu family. Lu Xiufeng's plan to come was expected by Lin Xueqing, but she was someone who liked to take small advantages. Surprisingly, she didn't cause trouble but instead offered to exchange rice for the meat porridge, which surprised Lin Xueqing a little. Lin Xueqing took the half-bowl of rice from Lu Xiufeng and used a spoon to serve her a big bowl, explaining carefully, "Although it's only one bowl, it has meat in it. We crushed some dried food and put it inside. Our family has many members, so we can only give you one bowl." Lu Xiufeng knew Lin Xueqing wasn't trying to cheat her. Since they couldn't buy meat in the village now, technically, their little boy had earned it. Half a bowl of rice probably couldn't even exchange for a portion of meat from the villagers. She quickly said that's fine. One bowl is enough. She spoke as she took the bowl from Lin Xueqing's hand and then said to the people from the Lu family, "Thank you all so much today. If you need help in the future, just call me." After Lu Xiufeng left, Lin Xueqing divided the remaining porridge into bowls for everyone. When it was almost finished, the porridge in the pot was gone. Lu Mingche pushed his bowl forward and said, "Sister-in-law, I've been sitting all day today, so I didn't move much, and I'm not very hungry. I won't eat anymore." Lin Xueqing pushed his bowl back and said, "I've already hidden your dad's and your brother's portions, so don't worry and just eat." Hearing this, Lu Mingche relaxed and put the bowl back in his hand. Lin Xueqing then pretended to take a box of cookies from her luggage. She had bought them before leaving at the supply and marketing cooperative and had kept them in her space, thinking of making snacks. She didn't expect to use them on her first day here. She placed a big box of cookies on the table and said, "We'll use these cookies to go with the porridge. Eating well and sleeping well will give us strength to do things tomorrow." Lu's mother thought for a moment. Knowing old Lu, she believed he would find a way to solve the village's food shortage. She thought the current lack of food was only temporary, so she told everyone, "Eat without worry. Your dad will find a solution. Don't go hungry." Hearing this, Lu Minglang and Lu Xiaoning felt reassured and went to get some cookies. Lu Mingche realized that the family's stored food was more than he expected and quietly felt relieved. After dinner, Lin Xueqing didn't rest. She planned to use the remaining bamboo to make some everyday furniture. Right now, they only had a few bricks and a small table made from bamboo planks. During the meal, everyone sat on the ground, which was especially inconvenient for her as a pregnant woman. Since she learned bamboo weaving skills, her mind and hands seemed to suddenly understand how to make bamboo furniture. Ideas for making a bamboo chair appeared automatically in her mind. Coincidentally, Lu Mingche was also thinking about making furniture. He felt his legs were unsteady, but his hands were still very nimble. Making some furniture was easy for him. Lu Mingche didn't know how to weave bamboo, but he understood mechanics. He knew how to design a chair that would best support weight and be stable when someone sat on it. The two of them worked on their own methods to make chairs, each not disturbing the other. Meanwhile, Lu Minglang and Lu Xiaoning helped as assistants to both of them. When Father Lu returned around 9 o'clock at night, Lin Xueqing and Lu Mingche each prepared a chair. Lin Xueqing made a traditional chair with a backrest, while Lu Mingche made a simpler one, a four-legged stool with flat legs. Seeing everything at home was neat and orderly, Father Lu felt very happy. His long-held anger from the day was greatly eased. Hearing the noise of Father Lu coming home, Lin Xueqing quickly moved toward the stove. She took out the meat porridge she had kept for Father Lu from the storage space, pretending to keep it warm with the leftover fire from the stove. However, Lu Xiaoning, who was responsible for washing dishes, felt a bit curious. She wondered where her sister-in-law had hidden the porridge. Why didn't she notice it when tidying up the stove earlier? Father Lu didn't expect there to be warm porridge at home. His heart warmed, and he felt very grateful that he had agreed to the older brother's marriage. If the older brother were here, that mischievous kid would probably be showing off even more. Mother Lu didn't ask Father Lu about work. It was already very late, and everyone was tired from the day. After Father Lu drank the porridge, she quickly told the children to go to bed. Father Lu originally wanted to talk about village matters, but he thought his wife was right. It was better to leave worries for tomorrow and get a good night's sleep. Lu Mingyuan didn't come home that night. He had to command soldiers to quickly handle the emergency, evacuate people from dangerous areas, and reinforce barriers that might be affected by landslides. After checking all the dangers, he arranged for soldiers to take turns resting and adjusted the tasks of his units. He could have returned to rest early in the morning, but during the inspection, they unexpectedly found traces of enemies and spies. It seemed the enemy didn't expect them to arrive so quickly and to conduct thorough searches despite the risk of landslides, catching them off guard. However, the enemy seemed very familiar with the terrain. They slipped away like slippery fish in just a few moves. 3 of them ran into the woods, and 1 jumped into the river to escape. They did have some gains, though, seizing a radio and some foreign language manuscripts. Because of this, they immediately sent a telegram to the military district and discussed launching a thorough search around Xiaoxi village and nearby villages, taking advantage of the disaster. By the time Lu Mingyuan finished handling everything, it was already early morning. When they returned to the temporary bamboo shelter, it had changed a lot. The shelter was now divided into small areas with bamboo boards. He looked at how the bamboo boards were arranged. Large connected sections belonged to the educated youth, while a small separate room next to them was probably Yi Ming's family. The remaining individual rooms on the outer side of the field were likely the Lu family's. The side near the landslide flat area was definitely Lu Ming's. His wife was in charge of the kitchen at home. Among the 4 rooms, the one closest to the cooking area was probably theirs. He walked along the corridor, looking for a place to cook. Sure enough, he saw a stove that had already been turned off, facing the back mountain. Lu Mingyuan gently pulled open the bamboo board facing the mountain. He saw Lin Xiulan sleeping on a bamboo bed, but her brows were furrowed, and she didn't seem to sleep peacefully. The inside of the house was very simple, with only a bamboo bed. Their luggage and dirty clothes were casually placed on the ground. There was nothing else. A strange, hard-to-explain feeling crossed Lu Mingyuan's mind. He frowned but didn't go inside. He quietly closed the bamboo door. He took a machete from beside the stove and went up the mountain. Lu Mingyuan efficiently chopped some bamboo from the mountain and also gathered some firewood, stacking it next to the simple stove. When Lu Mingyuan was chopping firewood the second time, the Lu family gradually woke up. Lu Minglang went to fetch water, and Lu Zhaoning helped chop bamboo very conscientiously. Although they now had a temporary home, life was still very inconvenient. She had liked mixing with the soldiers in the military district compound since she was young. She was rough, but she couldn't stand going several days without a bath. Yesterday was too late, so she only wiped herself with water. But in summer, the south was hot and sticky, very different from the dry northern climate. She couldn't take it anymore. The first thing she did after getting up was to find a place to bathe. Lu Mingyuan thought Lu Zhaoning was right. He didn't dare go back to his room earlier because he was afraid his sweaty smell would bother Lin Xiulan. But he thought there was a place to bathe in the village. It turned out there wasn't. Everyone just hurriedly wiped themselves and went to sleep. So, the siblings immediately divided the work. Lu Mingyuan was responsible for chopping bamboo, while Lu Zhaoning and Lu Minglang were in charge of making bamboo boards. Lin Xiulan heard the voices outside and had already woken up, but she didn't get out of bed immediately. Instead, she was reviewing what she learned last night. Level 2 bamboo weaving, Level 3 bamboo weaving, and Level 1 shooting. The shooting skill was recommended by the system when she set her plans last night, so she decided to learn it. Although she didn't understand why the system suddenly suggested the skill, she believed that following the system's recommendations would be beneficial, so she thought learning it wouldn't hurt. She was a bit frustrated because she only managed to learn 3 skills in one night. She still hadn't learned the upcoming skills: Level 2 swimming, Level 2 shooting, and Level 4 cooking. She checked her study time and found that even just learning Level 1 shooting took 3 hours after using an acceleration card. Level 2 bamboo weaving took 2 hours, and Level 3 bamboo weaving took 3 hours. All 3 skills used up her 8 hours of study time for the day. It seemed that the rarer and higher the level of a skill, the longer it took to learn. Sighing softly, she slowly got out of bed, ready to make breakfast for her family. Suddenly, she remembered something. Her steps paused as she was about to move forward. She quickly reopened the system and checked the shop page. Sure enough, the top item in the recommended section was Basic Nutrient Solution, 500 milliliters, costing 10,000 skill points. It could provide comprehensive nutrients to the user, improve physical health, and boost body strength. This was exactly what they needed right now. They couldn't openly take out food from the space, so they could only temporarily use nutrient solutions to supplement everyone's nutrition. After making her plan, she took a bowl of coarse rice from the bag her mother-in-law, Lu Mu, had given her yesterday. Lu Mingyuan saw Lin Xiulan get up, holding a bowl in her hand, and quickly put down his work to walk over, asking, "You're up? What are you going to do? Want me to help?" Lin Xiulan was not polite. She handed him the bowl and said, "I'm just thinking of cooking some porridge for breakfast. Let me do it. You go wash up first." After saying that, he pointed to the small bamboo room built nearby and proudly said, "This is the bathhouse I just built. It'll be much more convenient for you guys to take a shower at night." Lin Xiulan's eyes brightened instantly. Following Lu Mingyuan's finger, she saw a small bamboo hut built on the ground not far from the stove. The southern climate is humid and hot. It's sticky. She wanted to take a bath yesterday, but before she could mention it, Lu Mingyuan solved this big problem for her. She naturally praised him generously, saying, "Husband, you're amazing. You built a shower room in just one morning." Lu Xiaoning, standing nearby, was momentarily confused. Then his face turned anxious, and he blurted out, "Sister-in-law, you can't just praise brother. The shower room was my idea. The bamboo shed was built by the 3 of us." Lu Mingling also quickly added, "Yes, brother was lying. We built it together." Lu Mingyuan didn't expect his little plan to be so easily exposed by his sister-in-law. A faint blush appeared on his face. He touched his nose awkwardly and said, "Yes, we built it together. I cut the bamboo, Xiaoning and Minglang made the bamboo boards, and we assembled it all." Lin Xiulan was surprised for a moment, then her face lit up with a happy smile. "You all did great. Xiaoning and Minglang are very capable too. Then I won't hold back. I'll try out your work first." Lu Xiaoning, for some reason, didn't want her to think his effort was only his own, so he responded with a bit of a challenge. Although she had previously disagreed with Lin Xiulan, now she felt a little proud because Lin Xiulan praised her. Compared to Lu Xiaoning's mixed feelings, Lu Minglang was much more open. He happily ran over to Lin Xiulan and boasted, "Sister-in-law, I not only helped build the shower room but also fetched water. Am I pretty awesome and useful?" Lin Xiulan patted Lu Minglang's little head and comforted him. "Of course, Minglang is great. Later, I'll give you some candy as a reward." Lu Mingyuan pursed his lips, hesitant to speak. In the end, he decided to privately ask his wife for a reward. After Lin Xiulan finished washing up, Lu Mingyuan had already started a fire, cooked rice, and was boiling porridge on the stove. She lifted the lid to check and saw there was a little less water, so she added 2 bowls of water. While cooking porridge, Lin Xiulan thought for a moment and said to Lu Mingyuan, "How about we build a bamboo canal to bring water down from the mountain? That way, Mingliang won't have to go up the mountain to fetch water every time." Lu Mingyuan's eyes lit up. That was a good idea. Since the river and well water can't be used now, the cleanest water source is the stream from the mountain's water pond. While there was still time, Lu Mingyuan immediately took Lu Xiaoning and Lu Minglang up the mountain. Lu Xiaoning was a bit annoyed. She also wanted to take a bath. Although she had been rejected in marriage, she was still a girl. Why should she do all the dirty work? Then she felt discouraged again. Her older brother would soon return to the army, her parents were getting old, her second brother had a broken leg, Her sister-in-law was pregnant, and Mingling was still young. The only one who could do the work at home was her. She clenched her teeth, suppressing her sadness and frustration, and followed Lu Mingyuan up the mountain. While Lu Mingyuan and the others went up the mountain, Lin Xueqing poured the nutritional liquid she bought from the market into the porridge and secretly added some dried meat and mushrooms from the supply store in Beijing. Thinking for a moment, Lin Xueqing took a piece of dried meat and a small bag of mushrooms and went to the house of Yi Ming's family. Yi Ming's family had already woken up. Lu Xiufeng was setting up a stove near the youth training camp. She thought that since there were many people at the youth camp, she could get more food by sharing meals. The elderly, the sick, and the others in the Yi family probably didn't have enough to eat. Since there were many people at the youth camp and they shared more food, she pretended to be pitiful and managed to get some. More importantly, she owed Lin Xueqing a big favor. If she went to share their food again, she would feel guilty. Yi Ming had also woken up early. He even went up the mountain himself to check the soil and plant growth, thinking about what crops to plant to help the village become self-sufficient by the end of the year. Just as he was finalizing some plans in his mind, Lin Xueqing came to knock on the door. Xiao Bao was bored inside. Faster than Yi Ming, he opened the bamboo door for Lin Xueqing and saw her, then grinned and said, "Hello, Sister Lin." Lin Xueqing handed him the dried meat and mushrooms, saying, "This is a loan for your family. When you have enough food later, Xiao Bao, you can return it to me, okay?" Although Xiao Bao is young, he already knows that meat is very valuable. He quickly shakes his head, afraid to accept it. He turns to look at his father, but secretly keeps his eyes on the cured meat in Lin Xueqing's hand. His hands are tightly held behind his back, as if worried he might reach out and take the meat from Lin Xueqing. Yi Ming gently pats Xiao Bao's round head and sighs. He takes the cured meat and mushrooms from Lin Xueqing and says, "Thank you, Comrade Lin. When we have enough food, we will return what we owe you." Lin Xueqing nods and smiles. "You're welcome." Neighbors help each other. Lu Mingyuan and the others quickly come down from the mountain. They haven't finished building the water channel yet. Instead, they chose about 10 spots to set up stakes, planning to break bamboo and make water pipes later. Before channeling water, they need to dig a small ditch at the foot of the mountain to direct the water away, so it doesn't gather into puddles or mud. When they return, Lu's father and mother are already up and are very pleased with the new bathing area the children built. Lu Xiaoning finally gets to take a bath. After everyone takes turns washing up, they all sit neatly in Lu's parents' room for breakfast. Maybe because they woke early and did heavy work, Lu Xiaoning feels that today's porridge tastes especially good. After drinking it, he feels warm all over and very comfortable, full of energy. Not only Lu Xiaoning feels this way, but the others in the family do too. Especially Lu Mingyuan, who, after a long day and night of work, drinks a bowl of hot porridge and feels incredibly refreshed. He secretly feels happy inside, thinking that he can now enjoy the happiness of a warm home with his wife and children. Lu Mingyuan quickly finishes his bowl of porridge. He wants to drink more but dares not, only smiling foolishly and saying, "Sister-in-law, today's porridge is very tasty. I like it a lot." Lu's mother quickly agrees with a smile. "Yes, it's very good. It's the best cured meat porridge I've ever had." Lin Xueqing scoops a bowl for Lu Mingyuan and laughs. That's because the cured meat from the market is really flavorful. Lu's father pats his forehead in frustration and says, "Oh, I should have thought of buying some cured meat to bring over." Snow Ching is so clever. After breakfast, the family chats and laughs. Lu Xiaoning is about to wash the dishes when his father interrupts him. Lu's father wants to talk about future plans, and coincidentally, Lu Mingyuan has important matters to discuss with everyone. So, Lu's father organizes a family meeting for everyone. When it came to serious matters, everyone immediately put on a serious look, stopped playing around, sat cross-legged on the bamboo mat, and waited for Mr. Lu to speak. Mr. Lu had two main messages to share. First, they expect to stay in the bamboo shelter for at least a month or more. Although he has applied for supplies to be delivered by waterway, food, clothes, and hygiene products will be given priority. Bricks for building the house can only be arranged later. So, during this time, everyone needs to work a little harder and be more patient. Second, about work assignments. Mrs. Lu and Xiaoning Lu will join the young workers in cleaning and draining water. As for Lin Xueqing, Lu Mingche, and Lu Mingling, they will stay at home for now. He has applied for a plan to exchange technical contributions for work points, which has been approved by the leaders. During this time at home, the three of them should try to improve their skills and earn more work points for the family. Lu Mingyuan had a more serious matter to discuss. He briefly explained about discovering enemy agents and warned everyone to stay safe at home and avoid going up the mountain alone. He didn't want to tell the family about this at first, but recalling Lin Xueqing's sharpness on the train, he thought she might notice clues about the enemy agents. Lin Xueqing frowned and asked, "What features might those enemy agents have?" "They look just like ordinary villagers, familiar with the local terrain, speak Mandarin, and probably also speak Beijing dialect and Eagle language. Today, everyone should take some time to visit the village, recognize the villagers' appearances, and be alert if someone isn't from the village." Mrs. Lu nodded. "Since we're staying in Xiaoxi village, we should get along well with the villagers, build good relationships, and live peacefully. That way, life will be more comfortable. Let's do that after work today. Old Lu and Mingyuan will come back and join us." After the simple family meeting, Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xueqing returned to their rooms. Lin Xueqing knew he hadn't slept all night. "Why don't you rest for a while? I'll wake you up when it's time." Lu Mingyuan stared at Lin Xueqing without speaking. After a long moment, he asked, "Where's my reward?" The reward for taking a shower this morning." Lin Xueqing was stunned. "You want candy too?" Lu Mingyuan gave a soft and gently pulled her into his arms, suddenly pressing a light kiss to her lips. Xueqing's eyes widened in surprise, and for a moment, she forgot how to react. Without needing to be taught, Lu Mingyuan seemed to know what to do. As Xueqing froze in shock, he deepened the kiss slightly, as if searching for the sweetness he wanted to share. When Xueqing was almost out of breath, he finally let her go, pulling back a little. Her cheeks were burning red, her legs weak, and she was breathing hard, feeling dizzy as if she had just had a drink. To Lu Mingyuan, however, she looked even more charming. He swallowed, gently lifted her chin, and said with a smile, "So sweet. Shall we try again?" Before she could answer, he leaned down and kissed her once more. Again and again, he found himself unable to stop. Being close to her felt even sweeter than candy. At last, Xueqing couldn't take it anymore. She pinched his waist lightly and said softly, "That's enough." Only then did Lu Mingyuan reluctantly let her go. Feeling dazed, Xueqing asked, "What's gotten into you? Why did you suddenly kiss me?" Lu Mingyuan pulled her close again, his voice gentle. "I just feel so lucky to have you here." He couldn't quite explain it. The feeling of coming home after a long, tiring day, seeing everything in order, and having his wife by his side. In that moment, all the hard work felt worth it. After a pause, he sighed quietly. "Xueqing, I know things haven't been easy for you lately." Xueqing blinked, surprised by his sudden tenderness. She wrapped her arms around his waist, resting her face against his chest. "It's not hard. Your parents and everyone have been very kind to me. I believe that as long as we work together as a family, life will keep getting better." Lu Mingyuan nodded and held her tighter. "Yes, it will. We'll keep getting better and better." After calming her emotions, Lu Mingyuan decided not to rest today. He took the free time to build a water channel for the household water supply. He also needed to set up some security measures at home so that when they were away, Lin Xueqing and the others could protect themselves if enemies or spies appeared. Thinking this, Lu Mingyuan asked Lin Xueqing, "You said before you wanted to learn how to use a bow and arrow like second brother? How about I make one for you today?" Lin Xueqing's eyes lit up. Since she had a level 1 shooting skill, she could finally put it to use. She quickly nodded and said, "Great. I want to learn." She already had many ideas about shooting principles and techniques. This morning, she felt her arms were stronger and her eyes could see farther. She even felt eager to try and practice with a good shooting tool. Before she could say anything, Lu Mingyuan had already offered to make one for her. Seeing her interest, Lu Mingyuan felt energized and full of motivation. Suddenly, outside, there was loud shouting. It was Su Yao's voice. "Why do you interfere in the affairs inside our youth commune? You're not part of our youth group, so you have no right to control us." Lin Xiucheng and Lu Mingyuan quickly rushed out of the house. From a distance, they saw Su Yao pointing at Lu Mu and scolding her loudly. Guo Jisheng tried to stop her, but couldn't hold her back. He kept apologizing to Lu Mu. "Auntie, sorry. Su Yao was still not fully awake this morning. I'll take her back now." According to the rules, the internal affairs of the youth commune should be managed by the group leader, while the production team only handles labor distribution and work points. But because of this, Guo Jisheng was worried that in future work arrangements, Lu's family might cause trouble for them. So he dared not offend the Lu family. However, Lu Mu was not willing to accept this. She stood coldly and said, "How you coordinate inside the youth commune is your own business. But building living quarters is a shared effort, and it's also your own place to live. Of course, someone needs to eyes and calculate each person's labor contributions. I don't have time to manage you young people. If you're unhappy, I can report to have you transferred elsewhere." As for what the report would say, it would simply be an honest account of disobedience to the Azation's assignments. What the outcome will be, everyone present who understood Mother Lu's words trembled slightly. Xiulan immediately stepped forward to distance herself from Su Yao. "We will definitely follow the Azation's arrangements. Little Creek Village is going through many hardships, and we should unite to face the crisis." Su Yao glared sharply at Xiulan, thinking everyone was just following the trend. Guo Jisheng also understood what Mother Lu meant and quickly said, "We will obey the Azation's plans and work together to handle the difficulties." Mother Lu snorted coldly and said, "I understand that you just arrived in Little Creek Village and haven't adapted yet. If there is another troublemaker, our village can't tolerate those who disobey the Azation." Guo Jisheng hurriedly nodded and smiled. "There won't be a next time." Father Lu watched Mother Lu handle things calmly and didn't speak. Instead, he repeated the work arrangements for the young workers. Seeing that they were not very united, he decided to divide them into groups, choose squad leaders, and in 20 minutes, they should come to him for their tasks and start working. After assigning the tasks, Father Lu went to Yi Ming's house. They discussed for about 10 minutes, then Yi Ming took a cloth bag and went to the rice fields on his own. Lu Xiufeng saw everyone leave and felt worried. Her child was too young and needed care, so she could only stay at home with the baby. But if she stayed at home, no one would work, and she wouldn't earn any work points, making life even harder later. She envied the Lu family. They probably used connections. Even if they were sent down voluntarily, they could still become team leaders or small officials in the village. Her husband was different, simply a fool. People from the Agricultural Science Institute bullied him, sending him down to this remote place to do research. He had nothing to eat and was researching what? Even more ironic, Yi Ming, who studied grain yields, couldn't even support his own family. While Lu Xiufeng was feeling self-pity, Lu Mingyuan had already taken Lu Mingling up the mountain to continue building water channels and supports, while Lin Xiucheng helped make bamboo pipes for water diversion. Lin Xiucheng split a thick, round bamboo lengthwise into two halves, removing the nodes to form a water trough. A large round bamboo pipe was placed on the support structure built by Lu Mingyuan and his friends on the mountain. This created a water channel made of bamboo pipes. The three of them worked together and finished building the water channel in less than an hour. Lu Mingyuan also used a lever principle to make a water diversion device. When they needed water, pulling the rope below would direct the bamboo pipe to connect to the water channel, allowing stream water to flow down through the pipe. After the water channel was finished, it became much easier for them to wash and cook, as they no longer had to climb the mountain every day to fetch water. Lu Mingyuan saw that there was still plenty of space behind the mountain near the bamboo shed. He decided to cut more bamboo and weave some bamboo boards to enclose the area, turning it into a kitchen, dining room, and bathroom for their family. Lin Xiucheng took this opportunity to make some furniture from bamboo. She had finished a bamboo weaving course yesterday and felt much more skilled today. In just an hour, she made a bamboo broom, 3 bamboo chairs, and a square bamboo table. Meanwhile, Lu Mingche was also busy. He took on a task to carve a bow and arrow for his sister-in-law, as his older brother wanted to teach her how to shoot. The family members each worked hard, all trying to make life better for their family. Someone soon returned to the bamboo shed. This was Yiming. He immediately went to the backyard of the shed to find Lin Xiuecheng, who had just finished making another chair. Yiming had become familiar with the Lu family, so he spoke directly. "Comrade Lin, could you help make some bamboo rakes? The rakes should be a bit narrower, so they can avoid damaging the rice seedlings." Lin Xiuecheng understood that this was to help save the rice fields. Without hesitation, she made the tools according to Yiming's request. Yiming saw that Lin Xiuecheng was very skilled. In less than 10 minutes, he had the tools he needed. He hurriedly left with the tools. Lu Xiufeng saw him return and then quietly left without saying anything. Feeling annoyed and having no outlet for her frustration, she decided to go to the back of the bamboo shed to see what was happening. As soon as she stepped into the back of the shed, she saw that the original open space had changed completely. It had become the Lu family's backyard. Most importantly, she noticed that they had built a water channel, which would make water use much more convenient for them in the future. Lu Xiufeng felt a faint sense of regret. It seemed she had chosen the wrong way to get close to the educated youths. It was easier to get along with the Lu family. Without hesitation, she set up a stove next to the Lu family's place, occupying the spot first. It was close to the water source, making it more convenient for fetching water later. Xiao Bao was very sensible. Seeing his mother busy, he played with stones nearby, not making any noise or fuss. Lin Xiuecheng wasn't surprised by Lu Xiufeng's actions. Once the backyard was set up and the gate was closed, their family could eat inside, without others seeing. After working for another hour, it was almost mealtime. Lin Xiuecheng put down her tools and stood up, ready to prepare lunch. In the morning, Lu Mingyuan had collected some wild vegetables while building a water channel in the mountains. They could stir-fry them for lunch. However, the family only had a pot for making porridge. They had no cooking utensils, so they couldn't fry food, only cook porridge or soup. Her space had many pots and bowls, but she couldn't bring them out. Lin Xiuecheng thought for a moment and decided to buy some utensils from the villagers and take the opportunity to bring out all the kitchenware. After discussing this with Lu Mingyuan, she planned to go alone to the gathering place of the villagers to buy some daily necessities. Lu Mingyuan was worried and insisted on accompanying her. Reluctantly, she agreed. Not long after they entered the village, a familiar voice suddenly came from nearby. "Ah Chang, look quickly. Is that the pretty girl you saw on the train?" Lin Xiuecheng, now able to understand colloquial speech, turned her head quickly. Sure enough, it was Chen Tuoqiang and Zhang Yongshun, whom she met on the train. However, Chen Tuoqiang looked very downcast, showing no interest in what Zhang Yongshun was saying. He replied impatiently, "Today is the 7th day since my father passed away. No matter how pretty she is, I'm not interested in looking. Today marks the 7th day since my father died. Even if there's a beautiful girl, I don't feel like looking." Lin Xiuecheng was stunned. She remembered that Chen Tuoqiang was Chen Feifin's younger brother. It turned out their father had died in this flood. In the past few days, Lu Mingyuan knew more about the village than Lin Xiuecheng did. He didn't expect that Chen Tuoqiang's father was actually the former team leader of this Xiaoxi village. No wonder Chen Feifin had shown bias against their family when they arrived yesterday. It was all because of Chen Tuoqiang. Thanks to him, Chen Feifin accepted them and allowed them to settle in the village smoothly. Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xiuecheng walked toward the two of them, and he took the initiative to greet Chen Tuoqiang. "Comrades, we meet again." Chen Tuoqiang didn't expect it to be Lin Xiuecheng and Lu Mingyuan. His previously tired expression showed a hint of surprise, and he quickly smiled. "Oh, it's you. What a coincidence. So, you've come to our village. Just arrived here. Are you getting used to it? I grew up here. If you need any help, just tell me. I'll do my best to assist." Lin Xiuecheng didn't expect Chen Tuoqiang, who seemed in a bad mood, to offer help willingly. Clearly, Chen Tuoqiang was a very kind and helpful person. Lin Xiuecheng's opinion of him improved even more. Lu Mingyuan didn't hesitate and said directly, We just arrived and want to buy some daily necessities from the villagers. Do you know which villagers are easy to talk to? We can pay or exchange tickets for what we need. Before Chen Tuoqiang could reply, Zhang Yongshan happily responded. Chang is always willing to help. He can definitely assist with this small matter, right? He then winked at Chen Tuoqiang, signaling him to agree quickly. Chen Tuoqiang helplessly glanced at him. He didn't want to refuse, so he said to Lin Xiuqing, "Of course, no problem. It's just a small matter." Then he continued, asking casually, "You arrived yesterday afternoon, right? You probably haven't met anyone in our village yet. Want me to introduce you?" Lin Xiuqing's eyes lit up. That would be perfect. Lu Mingyuan also remembered the plan discussed with his family in the morning and immediately said, "How about I bring my family along tonight? We didn't bring anything today, so visiting empty-handed wouldn't be polite." Chen Tuoqiang quickly waved his hand. "No problem, no problem. Everyone in our village is very friendly, they won't mind." However, Zhang Yongshan immediately tugged at Chen Tuoqiang's sleeve to stop him from speaking further, then turned to Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xiuqing and echoed, "If I remember correctly, your families have others at home, right? Visiting neighbors in two groups isn't very good." He then switched to casual speech and muttered to Chen Tuoqiang, "You're silly, taking a walk around the village. People will definitely ask for a fee for the introduction. Even if you have money, you won't know how to earn it. Now is not the time to visit. Going empty-handed makes us look bad. The northern folks care a lot about face. You're a fool. If you take them around, they'll definitely expect a fee. Even if you had money, you wouldn't make much profit. Going now with nothing to offer makes us look bad. The northern people value their reputation the most." Chen Tuoqiang was momentarily stunned, seeming convinced. He turned to Lin Xiuqing with a smile and said, "Let's do it tonight. Where do you live? I'll come find you later." Lin Xiuqing was also surprised. Zhang Yongshan, as usual, said one thing and did another, relying on the fact that they didn't understand the local dialect, so he was completely unreserved around them. She couldn't help but open her system and look again at the text above Zhang Yongshuan's head. Mechanical Engineering Level 5, Mandarin Level 8, Acting Level 9, Communication Technology Level 5, Eagle Language Level 8. If it weren't for her meeting Zhang Yongshan on the train, these skills would perfectly match the traits of the enemy agents mentioned by Lu Mingyuan today. "We are currently staying near the medical shed on the hillside." "You mean that empty shed?" "There's nothing there." "No wonder you want to borrow supplies. How about this? You can use my house first. In the afternoon, I'll ask around to see if any family has extra daily necessities, and I'll introduce you tonight." Lin Xiuqing immediately exchanged a look and smile with Lu Mingyuan, both nodding and saying, "That would be great, Comrade Chen." Chen Tuoqiang was indeed a kind-hearted person. Without hesitation, he led the two to his home and even asked if they had enough food, offering to lend some to help them through. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiuqing asked, "Could you help ask the villagers if anyone has surplus grain willing to lend? I can exchange money and tickets. You know, I'm pregnant now. Without meat and eggs, I worry it might affect the baby's growth." Lu Mingyuan's eyes flickered with concern. He clenched his fist and decided that after returning to the camp in the afternoon, he would send a telegram to the logistics team to urgently bring over some grain. When they arrived at Chen Tuoqiang's house, they saw that Chen's family, like many other villagers on the road, had a white cloth hanging at the gate. Chen's family was out working. Only a few young girls were at home, doing handicrafts, apparently weaving fishing nets. Lin Xiuqing remembered the geographical location introduced by Lu Mingche on the train. This place was very close to the harbor. Most farmers here practiced both farming and fishing, going out to fish when the sea was calm, and returning to the village to farm during typhoon season. If it weren't for the flood, Small Creek Village's location would mean they wouldn't have to worry about food, as it is a typical land of fish and rice. Chen Tuoqiang didn't know what he said to a child inside, but the child quickly ran outside. Lin Xiuqing put her hand into her coat pocket, pretending to take out some candies, and handed one to each child at Chen's house. The children from Chen's family were very sensible and didn't dare to ask directly. They looked at Chen Tuoqiang instead. Chen smiled and said, "Comrade Lin will also be one of us in the village from now on. You can rest assured." Hearing Chen's words, The girls happily took the candies from Lin Xiuqing and kept thanking her. Soon, Chen Feifan hurried back from outside. Seeing Lin Xiuqing and Lu Mingyuan, he smiled and said, "Comrade Lin, Comrade Lu, hello. It's all my fault. I was so busy I forgot to bring you supplies for daily life. I only remembered to send you food. Is there anything you still need? I will send it over." Lin Xiuqing waved her hand and smiled. It's not Chen Comrade's fault. Saving people from disaster is the most important thing now. We can exchange a little of our daily supplies with the villagers. You don't need to trouble yourself. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Chen Feifan's face. After hesitating for a while, he looked troubled and said, "Just tell me what you need. I have some at home, and Tuqiang will bring it to you later. I'm really sorry. Tuqiang just got back, and he doesn't know we've prepared a dinner for him tonight. Tonight, we can't take you to exchange supplies with other villagers." Lin Xiuqing responded graciously. "You're right. We were too abrupt and didn't consider that Comrade Chen just returned today. Family reunion comes first. Maybe we can do it tomorrow? After all, I still lack some meat and eggs here." Seeing Lin Xiuqing's understanding and sincere attitude, Chen Feifan naturally didn't want to refuse further. He nodded and agreed. Soon Lin Xiuqing borrowed a wok, some bowls and plates, a few seasonings, and some miscellaneous kitchen tools from Chen Feifan's house. She also asked for a large basin for laundry. Lu Mingyuan handed Chen Feifan a large token of unity and asked him to help find villagers to exchange some meat and eggs for now. They would find more villagers to exchange with tomorrow. Chen Feifan was not polite. He took the big unity token from Lu Mingyuan and nodded, saying, "We'll take care of this. It will definitely bring you good luck." Zhang Yongshun eagerly looked at the big token in Chen Feifan's hand, pushed Chen Tuoqiang, and said, "Foolish Chong, your brother is the one who knows how to do things. Learn from him. You, Chong, your brother is the real capable one. Learn from him." Chen Tuoqiang rolled his eyes at him, but ignored him. Instead, he awkwardly spoke in plain Mandarin to Lin Xiuqing. "Sorry, I didn't know about the family situation earlier. I will come to see you tomorrow noon." Lu Mingyuan naturally knew Chen Tuoqiang was kind-hearted. He quickly smiled and said, "Comrade Chen, no need to be polite. We are already grateful that you helped us." While accepting the last big basin from Chen Feifan, Lu Mingyuan smiled and said, "We'll return these to you tomorrow." "Thank you." After Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xiuqing returned to the bamboo shed with the items, Lin Xiuqing whispered to Lu Mingyuan, "Do you think they might be planning something tonight? Haven't all the old customs been broken?" Lu Mingyuan pursed his lips and said, "For now, let's pretend we don't know anything. Tonight, I will send someone to ask around the village." Then Lin Xiuqing remembered something else and tentatively asked, "You said earlier that Chen Tuoqiang and Zhang Yongshun work at the county's machinery factory. Do they also understand eagle language? It depends on what kind of work they do. Why do you ask?" Lin Xiuqing was unsure how to explain what she saw, Zhang Yongshun's unusual skills, so she only said vaguely, "I just think if they understand eagle language and also work with machinery, maybe those spies will try to find them." Lu Mingyuan was momentarily stunned. This was indeed a new idea. If those enemies wanted to keep transmitting messages, they would need a new radio station to send signals. The most likely place nearby to get radio equipment would be the county's machinery factory. Lu Mingyuan suddenly felt excited. He hugged her, kissed her on the forehead, and said excitedly, "Xiuqing, I really think you are my lucky star." He then hugged her tightly again and said, "I'm going out for a while. I'll be back soon." After finishing her words, Lu Mingyuan quickly ran toward the military camp. Sister-in-law and big brother are hugging and kissing. So shy, Lu Minglang's voice suddenly came from behind. He was covering Xiao Bao's eyes with one hand and his mouth with the other, trying not to laugh. Lin Xiuqing's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. She quickly changed the subject, pointing at the pots and bowls on the ground, and said, "Help me carry these back to the kitchen." Lu Minglang, still giggling, stood up, picked up the various pots and bowls, and hurried toward the kitchen. Xiao Bao also stomped over, wanting to help. Lin Xiuqing quickly waved her hand. "Xiao Bao, be good. I can do it myself." With the kitchen tools and the partition bamboo boards, Lin Xiuqing decided to prepare a nice lunch for her family. She asked Lu Mingyuan to go pick some large stones and build another stove, so they could cook on one and stir-fry on the other. She efficiently washed the wild vegetables she picked from the mountain this morning, then took some mushrooms, cured meat, and ham from her space. She planned to steam the mushrooms with cured meat and stir-fry the ham with the vegetables. First, she washed the rice, then spent 10,000 skill points to buy a bottle of nutritional liquid from the shop, pouring it into the rice cooking water. Both stoves were burning at the same time, making her cooking much faster. Next to her, Lu Xiaofeng also set up a stove, having just collected firewood from the mountain. As she came down, she smelled a delicious aroma of food. She swallowed her saliva, eager to eat. The bamboo board was about 1/2 meter high. Lu Xiaofeng vaguely heard the sizzling sounds, indicating the Lu family had set up 2 stoves and was cooking. She wanted to join in, but she finally restrained her desire. She knocked on the bamboo board behind the Lu family's yard and asked, "Comrade Lin, could I borrow a pot? I want to set up my own small kitchen." Lin Xueqing quickly handed her a pot borrowed from the Chen family. "You can use this. I borrowed it from the villagers today. We plan to go find some villagers tomorrow noon to exchange for some grain. If you want, you can come with us." Lu Xiaofeng took the pot but didn't immediately agree. She looked worried and asked, "Will those villagers ask for a sky-high price or try to take advantage?" Lin Xueqing sighed. That might really happen. However, she thought for a moment and replied, "If that's the case, we don't need to change. Let's wait 2 more days. Once the relief supplies arrive, the food shortage will be eased." Lu Xiaofeng hesitated. Although she argued with everyone every day and caused trouble, big decisions at home were still made by Yiming. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "I need to discuss this with old Yi. I'll give you an answer tonight." "Thank you for your concern." Lin Xueqing nodded. She was just thinking that her little Bao was well-behaved and wanted to say more. Soon, the educated youths working outside and Lu's parents came back from work. As soon as they entered the bamboo shed, they could smell the delicious aroma of food from the Lu family's area. After working all morning, the smell of food made the educated youths feel very hungry and eager. Su Yao quickly asked Guijixing beside her, "What are we having for lunch?" Guijixing didn't know either. Yesterday, he was chasing after Su Yao and didn't hear how the other youths planned to solve the meal problem. He turned to Zhang Jianmin, who was in his group, and asked, "How did you guys handle dinner last night?" "The villagers brought us coarse grains and wild vegetables. Comrade Lu, who lives nearby, helped us set up a stove and cook porridge." Su Yao was surprised. "That fierce woman is so kind." Zhang Jianmin shook his head. "No, after she helped us, we shared 3 bowls of porridge with her." Su Yao let out a sharp squeal like a groundhog. "Are you fools? Giving them 3 bowls of porridge means we have 3 fewer portions for our group. We don't know when the relief supplies will arrive. We should save as much as we can. You guys are wasting too much. From now on, I will keep the grain at the youth point." Hearing this, the other 2 group leaders, Qiu Xiaoling and Wang Tao, immediately disagreed. Qiu Xiaoling even sneered and said, "Letting you keep the grain is no different from letting mice into the rice jar." "Our group doesn't agree." Wang Tao quickly agreed. "In my opinion, for easier management, we should eyes the grain distribution based on today's work groups." Su Yao was so angry she trembled all over. She crossed her arms and said to them, "Your opinions don't matter. Guijixing is the leader of our youth point, and he is responsible for distributing the grain." Guijixing also knows that after yesterday's events, his trust among the young workers has greatly decreased. If he didn't have the appointment letter from the youth office, he and Su Yao would have been pushed out long ago. So, the most urgent thing is to stabilize these young workers first, or it will be hard to carry out work openly or secretly in the future. After thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this? The remaining rice and grain will be handed over to Qiu Xiaoling. I am the overall responsible for the youth station. Wang Tao is in charge of managing work points, and Qiu Xiaoling is responsible for managing the food. We will work together to run the youth station well and aim to have records of excellent labor in our files." When Su Yao heard that the rice and grain would be handed over to her least favorite Qiu Xiaoling, she immediately got upset and protested. "Why give it to Qiu Xiaoling? I don't want to, this time, Guo didn't let Su Yao cause trouble. Instead, he looked at her with a cold face and said, "You promised me yesterday that you would obey the Azation's arrangements. Don't you remember?" Su Yao thought of what they discussed last night and had to pout and stop making a fuss. The others were also frightened by Guo Jixing's mention of the files and records. Guo Jixing is the leader of their youth station, and their household registration is under the collective household of the youth office. As long as they don't want to stay in the countryside forever, they need to apply through Guo Jixing to transfer their household registration out of the rural area. Wang Tao responded quickly and nodded. Then let's follow Comrade Guo's plan. Compared to the noisy scene at the youth station, the Li family was much more harmonious. Lu Xiaoning was even more surprised that in just one morning, their home had changed again. Not only was there a new shower room, but also a dining room and a kitchen. Lu's mother also exclaimed, "You all are so capable. How can you do so much in just one morning?" Lin Xueqing quickly smiled and said, "It's all everyone's effort. The shed was built by Mingyuan, and I just made some small tables and chairs." Lu Mingyuan raised his hand eagerly and took credit, and me. I helped build the water channel and wove bamboo mats." Lu's father rubbed Lu Mingyuan's little head and generously praised him. "Keep it up. Boys should be responsible like this." At this moment, Lu's mother realized Lu Mingche was not there and asked quickly, "Where is Mingche?" "Second brother is in his room doing crafts. He's probably too focused. I'll go call him." Lu Mingyuan quickly ran to knock on Lu Mingche's door. Lu Mingche had already heard the noise outside. But making a bow and crossbow is a delicate task. He was almost finished and didn't want to be interrupted, so he stayed inside. When Lu Mingyuan knocked, Lu Mingche was just fitting the last part into the crossbow. Once he added the spring, the small crossbow would be complete. Soon, Lu Mingyuan pushed Lu Mingche out. Just then, Lu Mingyuan also returned from the camp, holding 2 black iron lumps. Lin Xueqing had never seen these things and asked curiously, "What are these?" "They are enemy radios. Bring them back for Mingche to look at, to see if we can find anything useful." He placed the radios on the ground and then took out a stack of paper from a canvas bag hanging on his arm, handing it to Lu Mingche. "This is handwritten paper left by the enemy. Our people have taken photos and saved them. Take a look and see if you can find anything. Tomorrow, I will have someone send these items back to the military headquarters." Lu Mingche took the papers from Lu Mingyuan and looked through them. The papers were written in a foreign language. He was good at the language and quickly noticed that the punctuation seemed a bit off. After reading a few times, he said, "It might be a code keybook for Persian cipher. I will try to study it later." Lin Xueqing blinked, feeling surprised and a little worried that their family might be involved in something serious. Lu's mother remained calm and said to everyone, "Put work aside for now. Let's eat first." Lin Xueqing finally came back to her senses and quickly smiled. "Yes, I cooked rice and stir-fried some vegetables." "Hurry up, everyone." Lu Xiaoning was excited to hear there was rice to eat and said happily, "Wow, as expected of my sister-in-law. We finally have rice." They had been eating dry rations for several days on the road, and after drinking rice porridge twice here, Lu Xiaoning felt his stomach was about to give out and craved rice. But soon, Lu Xiaoning thought of something and asked with doubt, "Sister-in-law, do you think that after we eat rice today, we won't have any tomorrow?" "Of course not. Today, I went with your brother to the Chen family. They promised to take us to visit villagers tomorrow noon to see if we can exchange some fresh grains." Lu Mingyuan heard their conversation and remembered the message he received earlier at the camp. He added, "We just need to manage for 2 more days. The supplies for water purification have arrived. Today, the doctors in the disaster area will give villagers supplies to clean their water sources. The water level in the river has also gone down quite a bit, so fishing should soon be possible again. Right now, the problem is that the rice fields are completely flooded. The effort to clear the silt is too slow." Hearing this, Lu's father was worried. If they can't save the crops quickly, the harvest this year will be affected. If the harvest is affected, his role as the leader of the emergency team will also be impacted. At that moment, Yiming hurried back from outside, holding a bamboo tool. He didn't go home but came straight to the backyard of the Lu family through the corridor. Through the bamboo boards, he anxiously asked Lin Xueqing, Is this bamboo rake useful? Can Comrade Lin make more of them? Lin Xiuqing quickly came out, followed by Lu's father, mother, and Lu Mingyuan. Lu's father, hearing Yiming's words, asked eagerly, "How is it useful?" Yiming, proud of his expertise, pointed to the claws at the bottom of the bamboo rake and said, "The mud in the rice fields is too thick. This part can be used to loosen the mud between the rice seedlings without harming them. Once the mud is loosened, we can push it into the drainage ditch with a scraper. This method is faster than shoveling the mud bit by bit. If we work quickly enough and add some fertilizer, about a third of the rice fields can be saved." Lin Xiuqing nodded immediately and said, "This is simple. We can make one in 10 minutes. Lu's mother shook her head and suggested, "Since this tool has been tested by Comrade Yi and is effective for rescue, we should mobilize the community to help make more tools." Lin Xiuqing smiled and said, "Mom is right. This tool is simple. Not only I can make it, but Comrade Lu can too. In the afternoon, we will ask the women and children in the village to come here and learn how to make bamboo rakes. Comrade Lu and I will each lead a small group. After making the tools, we will send them to the fields immediately for everyone to use." Yiming finally understood. The Lu family was doing good work and also bringing his wife along. If Lu Xiufang and Lin Xiuqing made rescue tools at home, it would also be considered labor and count towards work points. Thinking about how Lin Xiuqing brought food to their home this morning and saved Xiaobao yesterday, the Lu family truly is their great benefactor. Calling them a benefactor is not an exaggeration. Yiming couldn't help but tear up slightly and choked out, "Thank you very much, Comrade Lin." Lin Xiuqing waved her hand and said, "Helping neighbors is what neighbors do. No need to thank me." After Yiming left, everyone returned to the dining hall. By then, Lu Minglang had already brought out the dishes and placed them on the table, waiting for everyone. This morning, Lin Xiuqing used a simple 8-treasure table, just enough for their family of 7. Seeing everyone back, Father Lu picked up his bowl and chopsticks and said, "Let's eat." Once Father Lu spoke, Lu Zhaoning couldn't wait to start eating. The long-awaited rice, paired with cured meat and mushrooms, smelled so good. Perhaps because they were starving, she thought today's food was especially delicious. Lu Minglang also ate and said, "Sister-in-law, your cooking is so tasty." The others quickly nodded in agreement. Mother Lu praised, "We're lucky to have Xiuqing. We can have a hot meal as soon as we get home." Suddenly, with a sharp sound, the chopsticks dropped to the ground. It was Lu Mingche's chopsticks. Everyone looked up at once. They were surprised to see that Lu Mingche's expression looked unusual, with cold sweat on his forehead. Lin Xiuqing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the nutritional fluid from the system has side effects on the patient? Mother Lu immediately asked worriedly, "Mingche, what's wrong?" Lu Mingche waved his hand, but his face still looked pale. After a moment he said, My leg, it hurts and feels numb." Lu Mingyuan's heart sank. He dropped his chopsticks and rushed outside immediately. Lin Xiuqing was also very anxious, feeling like ants on a hot pan. She thought, "I shouldn't have given him the nutritional fluid." Just as she was thinking this, Lu Mingche regained his composure and said soothingly, "I think this might be a good sign. My leg hasn't felt this strongly in a long time." Lin Xiuqing finally snapped out of her worry, patted her thigh, and thought, yes, the system's introduction mentioned that the nutritional fluid can improve physical health and boost strength. Lu Mingche's leg feeling again was a sign of improved health. She realized she had been overthinking. However, at that moment, Lin Xiuqing faced a new problem. If Old Who comes to check later and finds that Lu Mingche's leg suddenly gets better, will he notice the presence of the nutrient solution? Lu Mingyuan quickly returned and reassured everyone, saying, "Old Who will come soon." He patted Lu Mingche's shoulder and asked, "Can you endure it?" Lu Mingche nodded and said, "Brother, I'm fine. It just hurts a little and feels numb. I think it's a good sign. Everyone should eat first. You all have work this afternoon. I'll wait here for Old Who." Lu's father also came back to his senses and quickly said, "Yes, everyone eat first." Everyone then sat down again, but the cheerful mood from before was gone. A hint of worry appeared on everyone's face. After finishing their meal, Lu Minglang cleaned up the dishes. Just then, the sound of a jeep outside was heard. "Old who is here?" As Lu Mingyuan spoke, he pushed Lu Mingche outside. Lin Xueqing looked worried and nervous. She quickly said, "I'll go see him. I promised Old who yesterday that I would learn traditional Chinese medicine from him." This made Lu Mingyuan pause in surprise and ask, "You want to learn Chinese medicine?" Lin Xueqing nodded and smiled. "Just a little bit. I want to know what to do if someone in the family has a small problem. It will help me not to panic." She added, "Also, our village's medical skills are limited. If something happens, I'll have some confidence." Lu Mingyuan was surprised and understood that Lin Xueqing was worried about having children. Lu's father, who was behind them, overheard and interrupted, "I support Xueqing learning Chinese medicine from Old Hu. It's best if she learns all his skills, so that old man doesn't always look so fierce and bossy." "Lu Jinghua, are you feeling mischievous?" "I'm fierce because of your mischief. You're not young anymore. Do you have to pick on your elders like that?" Lu's father clicked his tongue and laughed. "Which elder is as lively as you?" Cough, cough. Lu's mother tugged at her husband's sleeve, reminding him that the children were still nearby. Lin Xueqing was shocked by Lu's father's boldness, her eyes wide. She had never seen him act so unruly before. Could it be that his usual serious and dignified appearance is just an act? Father Lu remembered that the children were nearby. His face suddenly stiffened. He glared at Old Hu and regained his stern look, smiling politely but not genuinely, and said, "Old Hu, you personally came here. We welcome you warmly." Old Hu snorted and shot a quick look at Father Lu, as if saying, "Just pretend." When he turned to look at Lu Mingche sitting there, his face returned to his usual serious and careful expression as an experienced doctor. He reached out to check Lu Mingche's pulse, furrowing his brows and thinking for a moment. Then he said to Lu Mingyuan, "First, move him to the medical tent. I need to examine him." When they arrived at the medical tent, only Deng Qiubai and Li Wan were on duty because Old Hu came suddenly and Dingmin didn't come along. Most of the patients in the tent had injuries from mudslides or collapsed buildings, such as broken limbs or after surgeries that required resting in bamboo shelters. Lu Mingyuan carried Lu Mingche onto the medical bed, rolled up his pants for easier examination. Old Hu first felt his lower leg bones by pressing and pinching, then inserted silver needles into various points on Lu Mingche's lower leg. With each needle, he asked Lu Mingche how he felt. Lu Mingche experienced different sensations: pain, numbness, or swelling. Almost all of them. Old Hu frowned and asked suspiciously, "Strange. Are you sure your leg is really a shattered fracture?" Lu Mingche bit his lip and replied, "The hospital said it was a shattered fracture with nerve damage." Listening nearby, Deng Qiubai looked surprised and said, "According to that diagnosis, your leg should have no feeling at all." Lu Mingche nodded honestly and said, "At first, that was true. Most of the time, I felt nothing, only occasional tingling or numbness." He continued, "But somehow after coming to Xiaoxi village, my leg started to regain some sensation. Yesterday, I felt a slight tingling and aching, like ants biting, very mild. I thought it was just my imagination. Until noon, I clearly felt pain, and then I realized my leg seemed to have sensation again." Deng Qiubai sighed and said confidently, "It's surprising that even hospitals in Beijing can make mistakes in diagnosis. You are not likely to have nerve damage. It's probably a broken bone pressing on the nerve. Now that the bone is starting to heal, the pressure on the nerve has lessened, and you are regaining sensation." Old Hu nodded, agreeing with Deng Qiubai. "From the way I felt the bone just now, his leg is healing quite well. With continued acupuncture and rehabilitation, he might be able to stand again." Hearing this, Lu Mingche's hand trembled. Usually calm and composed, he showed rare uncertainty and asked, "But the hospital in Beijing took x-rays and said my leg could never recover." Deng Qiubai rolled his eyes and confidently said, "That must have been a mistake by the person taking the x-rays. Such mistakes are very irresponsible. How can they mix up x-ray images of different patients?" Lu Mingyuan was confused. He clearly remembered that when he took Lu Mingche for the x-ray, they used a special passage, and after the scan, the images were taken directly. Only Lu Mingche was in the radiology department at that time, so they never thought there would be a problem with the images. Initially worried that the nutritional fluid might be discovered, Lin Xiuqing finally relaxed, relieved that it was a misdiagnosis. She decided that next time she cooked, she would use less nutritional fluid, so her condition wouldn't change so obviously, making it easier to explain in the future. Lu Mingyuan was surprised and gave a bitter smile, not expecting it was a misdiagnosis. He was suddenly overwhelmed with excitement, realizing he was not useless and still had a chance to get better. As long as he recovered, he wouldn't be a burden or drag on his family anymore. Silent tears slipped from Lu Mingyuan's eyes. The pain and bitterness of these past months suddenly disappeared. He still had a chance to stand again. He could become a normal, healthy person. Lu's father also couldn't help but tear up, but he patted Lu Mingyuan's shoulder and joked, "You little rascal, who was throwing tantrums before. Now you see you were wrong, huh? Not every doctor is a saint. They can make mistakes too. Walk around more, ask more questions, listen to different opinions. There's no harm in that." Old, who was rarely happy to hear praise from Mr. Lu, so he proudly said, "You little brat, now you see how good traditional Chinese medicine is. When did I say that Chinese medicine is bad? I just said you're fierce and that the medicine you make tastes terrible. Humph, you say that? If you keep talking, I'll make medicine for your son that tastes just as bad." Lu Mingyuan watched the two kids argue and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. To avoid trouble, he quickly pushed his sister-in-law forward. "Didn't you just say you wanted to learn Chinese medicine from the old master?" Old, who finally came back to his senses. He was a bit annoyed because of Lu Xingua, which hurt his pride. He glared at Mr. Lu, then quickly returned to his serious doctor attitude. Using Lu Mingyuan as an example, he explained to Lin Xiuqing and Deng Qiubai about the body's meridians, acupoints, and the balance of yin and yang in traditional Chinese medicine. After finishing, he also talked about the blockage in Lu Mingyuan's leg muscles and veins, and suggested a treatment plan from a Chinese medicine perspective. Since Lin Xiuqing's intelligence reached 100, her memory improved greatly. Combined with her basic medical knowledge learned from her level 1 first aid skills, she could remember most of what Old, who said. Deng Qiubai, who already had some medical background and was curious about Chinese medicine, understood quickly and said with admiration, "No wonder the director arranged for Old, who to help. Western medicine for emergencies, Chinese medicine for recovery. Only then can patients get better and faster." Meanwhile, Li Wan, who was secretly watching, rolled her eyes and muttered, "In the end, Western medicine is the one that can save people. Chinese medicine is just superstitious nonsense. It should be abolished, and the old ideas should be rejected." Although Li Wan spoke softly, Deng Qiubai heard her and immediately turned around to argue. "Who says Chinese medicine is superstitious? The patients here are also treated with Chinese medicine, aren't they? And the leader's health has been managed by Old, who all along. Do you mean to say the leader is also superstitious?" This string of accusations stunned Li Wan. She wasn't from the military hospital, so how could she know that the leader's illness was treated by this old man? No wonder Deng kept praising the old man so much. Her face kept changing color. Finally, she pouted and looked innocent, saying, "I'm not from the military district, so I don't know." Before Li Wan finished speaking, Deng Qiubai quickly rebutted. "Also, most of the patients here had their dislocated bones fixed by Old, whose bone-setting technique. Does Western medicine also do bone-setting?" Deng Qiubai's words immediately gained approval from the other patients present. Someone quickly agreed. "The old doctor is really skilled. When I was saved, I almost thought my hand was going to be broken forever. The old doctor just pressed and adjusted, and he fixed it. Now, except for a little pain, I'm almost healed." "Me too. My bones were shattered, but the old doctor touched them and found the problem. He's very impressive. This is a disaster zone, with no equipment to take x-rays. All these injured patients rely on Old, whose touch to feel the bones and diagnose their injuries. The improvement in their conditions also proves how skilled Old, who is." Li Wan's face turned pale, and then flushed with embarrassment as she was rebuffed by everyone. She felt awkward. Then she thought that these patients were ungrateful. She had kindly treated them, but they only remembered the old man's help. Such patients didn't deserve her care. Thinking this, She decided to turn around and leave. But Deng Xiaobai didn't let her go. She immediately called out, "Hey, you can't just leave your work here and run away." Liuan ignored her and quickened her steps. Old Hu waved his hand and shifted his focus to treating the patients, speaking to Deng Xiaobai and Lin Xueqing. "Since I am here today, I will do follow-up checkups for the patients. You two just watch from behind. Today let Xiao Deng record the case notes. She knows the patients better. Tomorrow, Xueqing will do it." Deng Xiaobai and Lin Xueqing quickly agreed. Father Lu took the opportunity to ask, "Old Hu, how long do follow-up checkups usually take?" Old Hu didn't argue with him this time and replied directly, "An hour and a half is enough." Then he turned to look at Lin Xueqing and said, "You'll observe today. Afterward, think about whether you really want to learn traditional Chinese medicine. If you still want to learn, bring Mingche here every afternoon at 5 o'clock for follow-up visits. You can watch and learn from me as I treat patients. If you don't understand something, just ask." Lin Xueqing immediately smiled with her eyes curved and said, "I want to learn. I will come every day from now on." Old Hu nodded happily and then led Lin Xueqing and Deng Xiaobai to check on the patients one by one. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Lu, along with Lu Mingyuan, had already left during the checkups and returned to their work. In just over an hour, Mr. Lu arranged for Chen Feifan to eyes the village women and children to gather outside the bamboo shed. He also assigned some young men to go up the mountain to cut bamboo. When Lin Xueqing pushed Lu Mingche back from the medical tent to their bamboo shed, she saw that Chen Feifan had already finished all the preparations. Lu Mingleng was also busy outside, chopping bamboo with other villagers. Lin Xueqing gave Chen Feifan a thumbs up and praised, "Comrade Chen, your ization skills are impressive. You managed to get everything ready so quickly." Chen Feifan quickly smiled and said, "It's just because I've been around my dad and learned from him." Lin Xueqing had heard that his father was the former team leader of Xiaoxi village and had heroically sacrificed himself during a disaster. Just as she was about to say something comforting, Lu Xiaofeng came out holding her little treasure from the bamboo shed and said to Lin Xueqing, "Comrade Lin, you tell me what to do, and I will do it. I promise to complete the task." Her attention immediately shifted to Lu Xiaofeng. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "Your task is very important. After the training, you will lead a small group. You also need to check if the tools are of good quality. The good tools should be sent to the fields immediately." Lu Xiaofeng was nervous when she heard her task was important. She saluted in a military style, though not perfectly, and said, "Promise to complete the task." Once everyone was ready, Chen Feifan signaled for everyone to be quiet and listen to Lin Xueqing's instructions. Lin Xueqing picked up a piece of bamboo and demonstrated how to make the tools, explaining the details carefully again. Lu Xiaofeng was eager and learned quickly after one try. After mastering it, she skillfully made another tool to ensure her work was correct. Then she took the initiative to teach others who were less capable. Lu Mingche watched from the side. Seeing that he could also make tools while sitting in a wheelchair, he immediately asked Lu Mingleng to pass him bamboo and joined everyone in making tools. Because Father Lu said that this well-made tool could also count as work points, everyone became more skilled, and their efficiency improved. However, once they became more experienced, some people started to cut corners, making the weaving quick and easy, with the rakes and bamboo poles woven loosely and insecurely. But Lu Xiaofeng immediately rejected these substandard works. One sister-in-law who was asked to redo her work was unhappy and tried to cause trouble, hoping Lu Xiaofeng would overlook her mistakes. But Lu Xiaofeng was very good at handling such troublemakers and quickly responded with firm words. In the end, the sister-in-law had to take her non-compliant work back home to redo it. Lin Xueqing was very happy with this result. She knew she made the right choice in appointing Lu Xiaofeng as the team leader to check the work. Dealing with villagers' constant arguing was very tiring and made her unhappy, which also affected her mood and her baby's health. So, it's better to let skilled people do what they are good at, which makes everything easier.
Ding.
The system detected that the host has voluntarily activated a new skill. Management Level 1, Rarity A, reward 10,000 skill points.
Ding.
The system detected that the host has broken through personal limits, activating a new quality. Influence, gaining 1 basic quality point. Reward 30,000 skill points. Suddenly, Lin Xiuqing heard the mechanical voice of the system and was a bit confused. But she was busy at the moment, weaving tools and answering questions from people asking about the weaving details. She had no time to check the system messages. Meanwhile, as this handy bamboo weaving tool was used in the fields, the villagers responsible for clearing mud praised it nonstop. This thing is really useful. With it, we don't have to dig out mud by hand anymore. It's faster and doesn't hurt the seedlings. Yeah, thanks to this tool, many of our seedlings are still healthy. There's hope for this year's harvest. At least we'll have rice and won't go hungry. I heard this tool was made by the new team leader's daughter-in-law. You see, officials from the city work efficiently. I never thought a bamboo rake could be made like this. She's very generous too. She didn't hide her achievements or protect her credit. She even arranged for the women and children in the village to learn from her to earn work points. Wow, that's great. The children can help support their families at home. Lu Xiaoning listened to the villagers praising his sister-in-law and felt proud. He wanted to wag his tail and tell everyone, "The person you are praising so highly is my sister-in-law." Lu's father didn't expect that the bamboo weaving event would cause such a big reaction. After thinking for a moment, he decided to discuss it with his daughter-in-law when he got home. Maybe this year, the village's income increase would depend on Lin Xiuqing. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan was patrolling on a military speedboat. He asked a man in a white coat nearby, "The floating bodies in the river have all been cleared. When can the villagers resume fishing?" Xiao Wenbin thought for a moment and replied, "Just 1 more day, I think, but we need to teach the villagers about hygiene. In the short term, boiling live shrimp and fish thoroughly is fine. But raw seafood, like the kind people enjoy eating fresh and salted along the coast, must not be eaten." Lu Mingyuan nodded and took the opportunity to ask, "What should pregnant women eat for good nutrition?" Xiao Wenbin was a bit surprised by the quick change of topic, but since the officer asked, he answered honestly. "For river seafood are cold in nature, so it's best to eat less. Fresh fish is better. It's nutritious, and the fish oil can help the baby's brain development." As the sun set, there was about an hour left before work ended. Lu's father sent someone back to tell the villagers they could go home early to prepare dinner. They would come back tomorrow to continue working at the bamboo shed. The villagers outside the bamboo shed had already left one after another. They came to help with bamboo weaving mainly to earn some extra money, but their main focus was still on taking care of their families. Many women had already asked to leave about half an hour ago to go home and prepare dinner. When they heard Lu's father's arrangements, the women felt it was very considerate. After thanking Lin Xiuqing, they all left. Lin Xiuqing also packed up her chair, ready to go to the kitchen to cook dinner. As she stood up, she saw the 2 brothers from the Chen family walking from afar, each carrying 2 chickens or a big bag. After working with Lu's father for the past 2 days, Chen Feifin's initial dissatisfaction with him had gradually eased. Especially since the arrival of the Lu family, the overall efficiency of disaster recovery and rebuilding had greatly improved. The military personnel, along with their fishermen, quickly cleared the river. They heard that fishing could resume tomorrow. Fishing is the main way for the people of Xiaoxi village to make a living. If they go out to fish for a day less, they earn less that day. Honestly, it's not that the previous military rescue efforts were poorly done. They saved many villagers, but they didn't act as quickly and efficiently as Lu Mingyuan did. In just 2 days, working day and night, they checked all the areas that could cause a second disaster. They also voluntarily evacuated villagers living in unsafe houses who didn't want to leave, helping many avoid the danger of their homes collapsing. After solving the crisis, they quickly brought supplies. Since they couldn't deliver supplies by land, they used water routes. The disinfection supplies they had waited for so long finally arrived today. Most importantly, the much-needed grain arrived tomorrow. Lu Mingyuan borrowed the grain from the military using his resources. After the harvest, the village will return it to the military. Lu's father and son worked very well together. Today, Lu's father arranged for villagers to help with disinfection work, spraying disinfectant in all the water wells and in areas with stagnant water. The doctor said that after disinfecting, letting the water sit for a day would make it safe to use again. Today, Lin Xueqing also made tools to help clean out the fields, helping them save their crops. She also taught the women and girls in the village how to weave, free of charge. Honestly, I saw all these actions of the Lu family. Even if his father still lived, their family probably couldn't act as quickly and smoothly as the Lu family. At first, everyone thought that after this flood, their village would be finished this year. But surprisingly, in just 2 days, the crisis in their village was greatly eased. They not only cleared unsafe houses and potential hazards like disease, but also saved their grain, borrowed more grain, and made sure everyone in the village could survive this year. I even think their village looks completely new, full of life again. Whether Lu's father had selfish motives or was just doing his duty, the Lu family truly helped the villagers of Xiaoxi village. Chen Feifan, believing he's not a person who forgets kindness, brought his brother and, with a heavy heart, sacrificed 2 hens that could lay eggs, along with eggs, dried fish bought from villagers, and fresh wild vegetables from the mountain, to thank the Lu family. Lin Xueqing thought it was just the food brought by Lu Mingyuan yesterday after the big gathering with Chen Feifan. She quickly took the 2 of them into their bamboo shed. There was no living room in the Lu family's bamboo shed, so Lin Xueqing directly led them to the dining area in the backyard. While pouring plain water into 2 cups for them, Lin Xueqing took a bit of brown sugar from the space and dissolved it in the cups. After mixing, she handed each of them a cup and smiled. "There's no tea leaves at home, so please don't mind." Chen Feifan saw the water in the enamel cup was yellowish and asked doubtfully, "This isn't tea. What is it?" Although he said that, he still politely took a sip and was surprised. "Oh, my sister-in-law, it's just sugar water. You're so kind. This sugar water is a waste of water. You should keep it for yourself to boil eggs and boost your health." Just then, Lu's father, mother, and Lu Xiaoning came inside from outside. Lu Xiaoning arrived before he spoke, excitedly saying, "Sister-in-law, I'm back. Do you know? Today, you've become a hot topic in our village. Everyone thinks you're a very kind person. I've decided I won't dislike you anymore." Lin Xueqing was stunned to hear Lu Xiaoning and asked doubtfully, "What's this about being a hot topic?" Chen Feifan quickly joined in and smiled. "The villagers say that the tools you brought are very useful. They save effort and don't harm the crops." Lin Xueqing finally understood and quickly waved her hands. "You all misunderstood. Those tools were developed by Comrade Yiming. I just helped make them with my hands." However, Chen Feifan didn't agree and shook his head, saying, "Comrade Lin, you can't say it like that. For example, the method of weaving baskets has been studied by our ancestors long ago. But why isn't everyone able to weave them? It's because only those who can make this craft can earn money from it. In our place, skills like this aren't taught casually. It's like giving someone the tools to make money." Lin Xueqing was stunned again and became more confused. "We're all in the same production team. After making these tools, if the team's income improves, everyone benefits, right?" Chun Tuqiang sighed and raised his cup, saying, "This is a difference of regions. For example, in the north, visitors are often offered red sugar water, while in the south, they are served tea. People here value craftsmanship more. Unless it's a family tradition, skills are usually kept within the family and not shared widely. Comrade Lin, don't think today's lesson was just about making a small bamboo rake. Once the villagers learn it, in just a few days, someone will make one and take it to the market to exchange for goods." Lin Xueqing understood this and sighed, saying, "Even so, I still enjoy teaching everyone this skill. If everyone in our village can make these, it could give us more ways to earn money, which is really good." As Lu Fu entered the dining hall, his eyes brightened. He gave Lin Xueqing a thumbs up and said, "Xueqing is right. We should work together. Only by everyone trying can the village earn more. That way, everyone will get a bigger share at the end of the year." Chen Feifan sighed. It was just as his brother said. He once again felt the cultural difference between the Lu family and the villagers of Xiaoxi. When the Lu family spoke about helping the villagers probably just smiled politely, but inside, they might think the Lu family was just making empty promises. In the past, Leaders came here to make promises, but no matter how big the promises, they didn't work. Honestly, the people here are practical. If they don't see real benefits, they won't bother. Right now, the Lu family didn't realize the impact their actions had on Xiaoxi village. To them, teaching villagers to make small tools was just a simple task. Lin Xueqing felt even more inspired. Since bamboo weaving could bring income to the villagers, her many bamboo craft skills could be put to good use. She asked Chen Feifan and his brother, "When I was in Jing City, I learned many bamboo weaving techniques from the older women in our courtyard. If the villagers need, I can teach them too." But Lu Fu thought further ahead and said, "Today, I also saw some women and children at home taking care of the family. Why not form a small team to create side businesses? Xueqing, you can lead the villagers in making bamboo products, and we can collect and sell them through the supply and marketing cooperative." Chen Feifan was surprised again. He thought the Lu family was really kind. Then he hesitated and asked, "Comrade Lin, are you sure? If you teach everyone the craft, would your master agree? And aren't you afraid that once the apprentices learn it, they might starve their master?" Lin Xueqing didn't understand what Chen Feifan was worried about. She waved her hand and said, "It's not a very advanced skill, so there's no need to worry. The older woman who taught me isn't around anymore. If she knew her craft could help more people, she would be happy." She casually made up an excuse and explained to the Lu family why she knew how to weave bamboo. Mrs. Lu quickly smiled and said, "That's a good thing. It's better when more people learn useful skills." Then Chen Feifan realized that Lin Xueqing was Lu Mingyuan's wife. Her husband is a battalion commander, so he wouldn't care about a little extra income from bamboo weaving. However, Chen Feifan soon thought of a new question and asked Mr. Lu, "Are these handmade items accepted by the supply and marketing cooperative?" Mr. Lu quickly smiled and said, "Maybe not before, but now they definitely will. It's part of the effort to rebuild the disaster area." Chen Feifan was completely relieved. He expressed his gratitude to Lin Xueqing and the Lu family, saying, "Thank you all on behalf of the villagers." Then he pointed to the 2 chickens in the cage on the ground and said, "These are hens raised for half a year. They should lay eggs until you have your baby. Take good care of them." He also pointed to the bamboo basket nearby and said, "I bought 10 eggs, a pound of dried fish, and 10 pounds of coarse rice from the villagers. It cost about 5 yuan. The wild vegetables were picked by our eldest daughter, Chunya, from the mountain. She said it's a thank you for the fruit candies you gave her today. No need to pay." At this moment, Lu Mingyuan also returned. He heard Chen Feifan's voice from afar and thought he was coming to deliver meat and eggs as agreed this morning. He quickly walked over and said to Chen Feifan, "Thank you very much, Comrade Chen, for bringing these to us." Recalling what happened that morning, Lu Mingyuan remembered the report from the county machinery factory he had just investigated. He then tentatively asked Chen Tuiqiang, "Hey, why didn't Comrade Zhang Yongshen come with you?" Chen Tuoqiang quickly waved his hand and said, "He said he's not feeling well, so he stayed at home and didn't come. In fact, Zhang Yongshen didn't want to come because he thought they were just bringing gifts and had nothing to gain. He simply didn't want to come." At this moment, Lin Xueqing also remembered Zhang Yongshuan's suspicious behavior and took the opportunity to gossip. "Every time I see Comrade Chen with Comrade Zhang together, it looks like you are very close." Chen Tuoqiang hurriedly shook his head, worried about any misunderstandings, and explained, "It's not like that. He just heard I was taking leave and was worried that only he would handle the factory's work. So he asked for leave and stubbornly insisted on coming back with me." Lin Xueqing covered her mouth and laughed. "He came back with you, and still says you don't get along well?" Lu Mingyuan's eyes brightened, catching the hint in Lin Xueqing's words, and he also smiled. Maybe Comrade Zhang is related to some villagers here. "Xueqing, don't talk nonsense." Chen Feifan was also surprised and looked at Chen Tuoqiang with confusion. "You said he was just an ordinary worker." Hearing Lin Xueqing and her husband jokingly making his relationship with Zhang Yongshen worse, even his brother was starting to misunderstand. He hurriedly said, "No relatives. He just wants to slack off, cling to me, and insists on coming back with me. I usually have no contact with him. We only met during this trip to Beijing for an exchange. We're not in the same department either. He's in the market department, and I'm in the production department. We really don't know each other well." At this moment, Lu Mingyuan became more alert and pretended to continue chatting casually. Wait, I hear his accent sounds just like yours. I thought he was from a nearby village. Chen Tuoqiang shook his head. He's from Nancheng in the provincial capital. His family is probably well off, but he just doesn't want to work. He wants to slack off and came to our factory through a relative to take a casual position. Lin Xueqing listened and became even more suspicious. If he's so lazy, why did he go with you to Beijing for training? I'm a level 8 technician at the machinery factory. Besides understanding the market, he also knows the structure and principles of communication equipment. Our factory director plans to add a new production line for communication devices next year, so he sent Zhang Yongshun to Beijing. Although Zhang Yongshun is clever and lazy, his technical skills are decent. I think he is also skilled enough to reach the level of a 5th grade technician in mechanics. Plus, he knows how to make communication equipment. He's a big favorite in our factory. Lu Mingyuan also understood this and smiled, saying, so, because he's the factory's favorite, you're worried that if you leave, other workers will turn to him for help. But since he's so capable, why isn't he in your production department? Instead, he's in the marketing department. That's because he's lazy. In the marketing department, he can wander around and slack off. With his family helping with sales, there's no need to worry about performance. But in the production department, he has to work fixed hours and do piecework every day. It's hard and tiring. He doesn't want that. The factory director thinks his skills are good, so he told him that when he's not out working, he can stay in the production department to guide the workers. Lu Mingyuan almost figured out Zhang Yongxuan's suspicion. Only one last question remained. Since he's so capable, does he speak Eagle language? Eagle language? Is that a foreign language? I've seen him look at foreign technical materials, so I guess he can understand it. Having learned what he wanted to know, Lu Mingyuan changed the subject and asked about trading meat and vegetables with the villagers tomorrow. They chatted for a while longer, then the Chen brothers said goodbye and left. After leaving Lu's bamboo shed, Chen Feifan immediately patted his brother on the head and warned him. Zhang Yongshun is a tricky guy. Stay away from him in the future. Zhang Yongshun is a clever, sneaky person. You should keep your distance from him. Chen Tuliang rubbed his sore head and said innocently, if I stay away, he'll come closer. Should I just ignore him? No, you must ignore him. Listen, the more you get close to him, the more trouble you might get into. Did you hear that official from Lu just now trying to find out about him? It's exactly why I told you to stay away. If you get too close to him, you might get into trouble. That official from Lu was trying to find out about him. Did you catch that? I really didn't catch it. You really didn't catch it. Chen Feifan was so angry, he hit his brother again on the head. This foolish brother was hopeless. Meanwhile, after the Chen brothers left, Lu's family also keenly understood the subtle probing between the eldest son and his wife. However, he did not ask questions, thinking that Lu Mingyuan could handle it well, and simply offered a suggestion. Please have your team pay more attention to our security work. I already arranged everything yesterday. Our 2 bamboo sheds are guarded by patrol soldiers. While the father and son of the Lu family were chatting, Lin Xueqing and Lu Minglang took turns packing the dried fish, wild vegetables, and eggs sent by the Chen brothers. She planned to make fried eggs, boiled vegetable soup, and steamed dried fish for dinner tonight. Just as she opened the cloth bag, she saw a red envelope containing 5 yuan at the top. Lin Xueqing was momentarily stunned and said in surprise, did Chen Feifan not take our money? But then she thought again, and it didn't seem right. He took 5 yuan, but clearly 5 yuan was far from enough. Lu's mother immediately understood and sighed. I heard that giving red envelopes is a local custom here. It's probably both to thank us for help and to build good relations with us. After all, old Lu is on a temporary assignment. Once the reconstruction is finished, he might be transferred away. After the transfer, the village head position usually goes back to the villagers, so the Chen brothers are also paving the way for their future. Now Lin Xueqing understood, but she felt the red envelope was a bit awkward to accept, worried it might bring bad influence to her family. What should I do? Should I return it tomorrow? Lu's mother thought for a moment and said, if you return it, they might think we look down on them. So, let's go along with local customs. Later, we'll find a chance to give the red envelope back. Exchange of favors is about give and take. Only when there is exchange can there be connection, and with connection, relationships improve. Lin Xueqing nodded obediently. She really didn't understand these social customs. In the past, whenever something happened, Aunt Yuling would teach her a little, or she would imitate the manners of the elders in the courtyard. But after that, she had no more experience. Lin Xueqing put the red envelope away and went to prepare tonight's dinner. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan went to Lu Mingche's room to discuss the progress of the enemy spies. Lu Mingche took out the 2 radios that Lu Mingyuan had given him at noon and said, "These 2 radios probably come from 2 different groups." He pointed to one of the devices and said, "This one has parts from our local factory, probably assembled by someone who knows about electrical equipment and found special parts." Lu Mingyuan's eyes darkened slightly. After today's investigation at the machinery factory, he had already guessed where this radio came from. He paused for a moment and asked, "Can you tell which group is behind this radio?" Lu Mingche shook his head and pointed to some buttons on the radio, saying, "These buttons show signs of frequent use, with noticeable wear marks. This suggests that their communication likely focuses on these specific numbers. You can try different combinations of these buttons to see if you can pick up any electromagnetic signals from them." "What about the papers we confiscated with the radio?" Lu Mingche sighed. "No clear findings yet. These papers are probably a codebook. If we can intercept their messages, we might decode the content using this codebook. But if they realize the radio is missing, they might change their secret code immediately, making this key useless." Lu Mingyuan thought for a moment and pointed to another radio, asking, "What about this one? Any discoveries?" Lu Mingche nodded and pointed to the buttons on the device, saying, "Look at the worn buttons here. They are different from the other radio, indicating they are not on the same channel. Also, this radio is intact, not disassembled. Based on its shape and style, it was made by the Yeju factory in the country of the Foot Basin chicken." Lu Mingyuan frowned. "Foot Basin chicken, still not giving up after losing?" Lu Mingche shook his head. "Not necessarily. It just shows they have the ability to buy equipment from that country." He pointed to the rusted area at the bottom of the radio and added, "This part shows signs of seawater corrosion, meaning it was transported by sea. Compared to Foot Basin chicken, I think it's more likely to have come from Tutu Island, which is closer to us by boat." Lu Mingyuan pursed his lips, quickly understanding what Lu Mingche meant. "So, you suspect there are insiders among the fishermen? Otherwise, they wouldn't have been hiding here for so long, waiting until we arrived to catch them off guard. If that's the case, then their family must be a thorn in the other side's side." Lu Mingyuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He asked, "Have you finished making the crossbow for your sister-in-law? I want to teach her how to use it before I go on my evening mission." Lu Mingche looked confused. "Can your sister-in-law learn it in one night? Your sister-in-law is amazing. Don't underestimate her," Lu Mingyuan said with a bright smile. "I believe she can learn it." Lu Mingche was stunned for a moment, feeling like his brother now saw his sister-in-law through rose-colored glasses. Shooting isn't something you learn in a day or 2. Even a sharpshooter needs to master the basics. But Lu Mingyuan wasn't just blindly confident in Lin Xueqing. He genuinely believed she had a talent for shooting. Shooting requires sharp eyes and steady hands to be accurate, and Lin Xueqing naturally has these advantages. She makes bamboo crafts quickly and well, showing her hands are skillful and steady. Her sharp eyesight was already proven on the train when she accurately judged people. So Lu Mingyuan was sure that once Lin Xueqing learned to use a bow and arrow, she would pick it up very quickly. Just as he was thinking this, there was a knock on the door. It was Lu Mingling's voice. "Big brother, second brother, dinner is ready." Lu Mingyuan hurriedly pushed Lu Mingche out of the room. The dining table was already set with food, waiting for them to eat together. That night, Lin Xueqing only added half a bottle of nutritional liquid to the rice, trying to reduce the portion slightly so that any changes in their health wouldn't be obvious.
Ding.
The host has broken through self-imposed limits. Health points 1. Reward, 30,000 skill points. Lin Xueqing was momentarily stunned. She quickly looked up at Lu Mingche and saw that he no longer showed the strange expression from noon, so she finally relaxed. Lu Mingyuan saw Lin Xueqing once again appear with a dazed look and asked worriedly, "Xueqing, Are you feeling unwell? Lin Xueqing shook her head and smiled. I'm just worried about Ming-che experiencing leg pain again like this afternoon. I was thinking about the treatment plan who taught today and got a bit too absorbed in it. The Lu family members listened and felt very touched. Their daughter and sister really considered them family and had been working hard for them. Mother Lu quickly advised, Xueqing, we can take care of ourselves. You should also take care of yourself and not overwork. If you're tired, you can just cook when we return. Mom has already learned how to cook, so I can still take care of you. Lin Xueqing immediately waved her hand. No need, no need. Since I'm still healthy, I want to help everyone more. When I get bigger, I'll be more than happy to help. Mother Lu felt relieved and then continued to advise, learning traditional medicine and teaching villagers to weave bamboo crafts can wait. Take your time and don't overexert yourself. Lin Xueqing nodded obediently. I won't overwork myself. Mom, you can rest assured. At this moment, loud arguing came from the neighboring area where the young workers were staying. Mother Lu was puzzled when someone knocked on the bamboo door at the back of the Lu house. Is Captain Lu here? Su and Wu young workers are fighting. Father and Mother Lu sighed and quickly put down their chopsticks to go outside. Lu Xiaoning couldn't help but complain. Can those young workers stop causing trouble? They don't do much work but cause a lot of problems. Lu Mingyuan shook his head in disagreement. That's not right. They're in their positions, and the young workers are under the team's management. Parents, you can't ignore them, but we definitely shouldn't keep spoiling them. If they truly refuse to follow the Azation's plans, they should report it or be sent back. Lu Mingche nodded, agreeing strongly with Lu Mingyuan. He said, dealing with disasters is already hard enough. If they keep dragging their feet, I don't know if they're doing it on purpose or not. Let's observe for a couple more days. If they're deliberately causing trouble, we can't tolerate it. Lin Xueqing frowned slightly, thinking about how the Lu family had been suppressed in Beijing and recalling the experts who came with them on the train. Could it be that these young workers also have other motives? The arguing voices continued faintly from afar. The Lu family didn't feel like chatting anymore. Lu Mingyuan told everyone, save some food for Mom and Dad. Let's eat first. We've all had a long day, so don't wait. Speaking, he hesitated and said, there are enemy spies in the village. Our family might become their target. Please be careful tonight. Suddenly, Lu Mingyuan looked a bit guilty and said to Lin Xueqing, how about you and Jiaoning share a room tonight? I have to go on a mission. Lin Xueqing was surprised. You're not coming back tonight. Didn't we agree you'd learn to shoot tonight? Lu Mingyuan nodded. I'll teach you first, then I'll go do my task. Lin Xueqing wanted to persuade him, but Lu Mingche had already handed her a bow and arrow he made. Sister-in-law, this is what I made. I give it to you. Lu Mingyuan frowned slightly, feeling that the bow and arrow looked a bit strange. He quickly added, this was made by Mingche. Keep it with you, for protection. Lin Xueqing felt grateful that she had listened to the system's advice yesterday and learned level 1 shooting skills. Otherwise, if she couldn't learn tonight, Lu Mingyuan would worry about her, and it would delay his mission. Lu Mingche's bow and arrow were made of bamboo, attached to the arm like a small crossbow, similar to a homemade pistol. When facing enemies, you unlock the safety lock on the bamboo crossbow, aim at the target, and press the trigger inside to shoot a small arrow hidden inside. All these actions could be done with one hand. It's said that this design was developed by the Lu family's old master during their fight against invaders. Lu Mingyuan held Lin Xueqing's hand, guiding her through several practice shots. Soon, she was able to operate smoothly. He then found some bottles in the backyard to serve as targets and led her to practice shooting at them. They stood very close, and the softness and fragrance from her chest made Lu Mingyuan's muscles tense up, his expression becoming more serious. Lin Xueqing also felt uncomfortable. Lu Mingyuan's warm body heat from behind made her feel hot, and her face turned red. She looked at the target bottles in front of her, her heartbeat quickening. She forced herself to stay calm. Using her understanding of shooting and muscle memory in her hands, she quickly pulled the trigger. With a pop, the bottle shattered. Lu Mingche, who always considered himself clever, couldn't help but show a surprised expression at that moment. When he first played with this crossbow, he had to practice at least 10 times to get the feel and hit the bottle. Surprisingly, Lin Xueqing was even better. She hit it on her first try. Lu Xiaoning and Lu Mingyuan were both shocked and stunned. Lu Xiaoning couldn't help but murmur, "Maybe my sister-in-law is just lucky to hit it on her first try." Lu Mingyuan looked upset and said in a low voice, "Why didn't my older brother take me shooting when I was learning? I missed hundreds of times." Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xueqing didn't notice how surprised Lu Mingche and the others were. Lin Xueqing felt her heart beating a little too fast and just wanted to focus on practicing her shooting skills. Lu Mingyuan let go of Lin Xueqing and signaled her to shoot at the second bottle herself. Not wanting to feel that rapid heartbeat again, she obediently raised her arm and aimed at the second bottle.
With a loud bang, the bottle shattered.
Lu Xiaoning couldn't help but curse. Lu Mingyuan whispered sadly. "Why are you all so good at this?" Lu Mingche felt a bit helpless. No wonder his brother said his sister-in-law could learn in one night. But really, she didn't need a whole night. She seemed to be a natural sharpshooter, picking it up instantly. Lu Mingyuan was also surprised. He vaguely felt that Lin Xueqing had a talent for shooting, but he didn't expect her talent to be so good. If Commander Chen or their family's old master found out, they might even persuade Lin Xueqing to join the army. For a moment, Lu Mingyuan wasn't sure if it was a good or bad thing that his wife had such a talent. Then Lu Mingyuan asked Lin Xueqing to continue shooting at the remaining bottles. At this moment, Lin Xueqing came back to her senses. Was she learning too quickly? She then hesitated and missed one bottle by a small margin, trying to fix her mistake. Lu Xiaoning secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, his sister-in-law was just lucky. If she, as a member of the Lu family, was worse at shooting than his sister-in-law, that would be too embarrassing. Lu Mingyuan quickly picked up the missed bottle, ready to let Lin Xueqing try again. But just as he was about to, she shook her head and said, "Let me try again. I think I can do it." Lin Xueqing's cheeks felt slightly warm. Being so close to her husband in front of her sister-in-law and brother-in-law made her feel uncomfortable. Thinking about Lu Mingyuan's sneaky smile this morning, Lin Xueqing felt even more embarrassed. She decided it was best to finish the training quickly. When Lin Xueqing raised her hand again, her expression became focused. Relying on muscle memory and the best target points she had already memorized, she pulled the trigger again. With a loud bang, the bottle fell. Lu Xiaoning felt her whole body go numb. Her sister-in-law's luck didn't seem real. Her proud shooting skills and talent had been easily broken by her sister-in-law. It seemed like her sister-in-law was here just to challenge them. She didn't look like a beginner at all. Calling her an old hand at the shooting range wouldn't be an exaggeration. Lu Mingche sighed and said to Lu Xiaoning and Lu Mingyuan, "I haven't practiced shooting in a long time. Every morning, we get up an hour early to practice our skills together. I was just practicing with my sister-in-law at the foot of the mountain. You two should go up the mountain and take a look. You've probably almost forgotten your skills. It's time to brush up on them." Lu Xiaoning and Lu Mingyuan immediately snapped out of their shock from Lin Xueqing's shot and looked excitedly at Lu Mingyuan. "Big brother, really? Is that okay?" After observing for the past 2 days, Lu Mingyuan believed that the small creek village was not as simple as it seemed. It was just a small village, yet it secretly harbored 2 groups of enemies. No wonder old Chen and Grandpa were willing to sacrifice some interests in Beijing to have their parents sent here. This place was close to the port and military zone, with hidden forests and convenient water routes. Not only did the enemies like it here because it allowed experts to hide and transfer easily, but it also facilitated contact with the military zone for quick testing and research. Clearly, the enemies also targeted this place. They had infiltrated the villagers, using fishermen's convenience to communicate and pass messages. They could also take advantage of sea trips to monitor military movements. Even if discovered, they could quickly escape into the mountains and forests to save themselves. Tomorrow, the river would reopen for fishermen to go out to sea, so he had to find and eliminate all the enemies hiding among the fishermen today. However, even if he cleared out all these enemies, the geographical location of Small Creek Village meant that the enemies wouldn't give up easily. As long as those enemies and spies do not give up using the geographical advantage of Xiaoxi village to monitor their military base, their family will be an obstacle to these enemies. The enemies will try every way to eliminate them. Therefore, Lu Mingche's plan makes sense. They must prepare in advance, stay alert at all times, and improve their family's ability to defend themselves. After thinking for a while, Lu Mingyuan agreed with Lu Mingche's plan and nodded. During this time, you all work a little harder. I believe the tough days will pass soon, and brightness will come soon. Lu Xiaoning didn't have much opinion about this. She used to live happily and easily, but she was also deceived by a bad man. Now, she prefers to stay busy and focus on her family, which feels more stable. As for whether it is hard or not, as long as the family is happy and united, nothing is more important. She is not young anymore and has a vague understanding of her brother's plans. They probably need to improve their fighting skills because something might happen at home soon. Compared to being thrown into military training by their grandfather in the army in Jing City, going hunting in the mountains is much more comfortable. Lu Mingyuan didn't understand at all. He was just excited about the idea of hunting in the mountains and patted his chest to promise, I will definitely bring back a lot of game for the family to eat every day. Lu Mingyuan suddenly burst into laughter, rubbing his little head, and said, hunting is secondary. Training is the main task. But more importantly, you must protect your life and not go deep into the mountains easily. Don't worry, I remember the directions and markers my grandfather taught me. I won't get lost. Even if you encounter enemies or spies, don't take risks easily. Come back and tell us immediately. Lu Mingche clenched his hand, holding on a little longer. Once his leg fully heals, the family won't have to work so hard. He then regained his fighting spirit. Although his leg can't move, he can work with his sister-in-law to set up defenses at home, at least preventing enemies from easily entering and harming the family. Meanwhile, inside the neighboring youth commune, after Lu's father and mother arrived, they immediately separated Su Yao and Wu Lei, who were playfully fighting. After asking carefully, they learned that Su Yao and Guo Jixing hadn't returned to the youth commune last night. Instead, they went to borrow a house from a villager. After returning to the youth commune today, Su Yao found that her bedboard was missing from her room. She took Wu Lei's bamboo bedboard instead and knocked all her belongings onto the floor, breaking Wu Lei's jade bracelet. That jade bracelet was probably very important to Wu Lei. When she saw it, she went crazy and tried to hit Su Yao. It's clear who is right and who is wrong in this matter. However, Guo Jixing, citing their status as comrades, didn't try to stop them. Instead, he asked Xiulan to help resolve the issue. Such seemingly innocent actions, which allow conflicts within the team to happen and harm the group's interests, make people think more deeply. Mother Lu glanced at Guo Jixing and coldly said, if Comrade Guo cannot manage the youth commune well and keeps causing trouble for our team, I will have to apply to have others take over managing the youth commune. Guo Jixing indeed intended to let the people in the youth commune cause trouble. The higher-ups had given him an order to find ways to make team leader Lu Jingguo make mistakes at work. His plan was simple: stir up trouble among the youth, create conflicts between them and the villagers, and make Lu Jingguo's work difficult and exhausting. With many problems, mistakes are easy to make. When mistakes happen, they can be used as evidence to suppress Lu Jingguo's faction. He could then step back, marry Su Yao, and achieve a social rise. But he didn't expect that Lu Jingguo was not simple, and his wife, Su Lanji, was even more clever. She quickly saw through his plan. Guo Jixing wanted to say something to save the situation, but Xiulan stepped forward and said, from now on, we will handle our internal matters properly and won't cause trouble for Auntie. Wang Tao's eyes flickered, and he quickly realized this was a great opportunity to show himself. Su Yao was always causing trouble, and she might even ruin herself one day. At the same time, she could pull Guo Jixing down. When that happens, who will be responsible for the youth group's leader? It would just take a word from team leader Lu. He quickly walked over and, as a group leader, patted his chest to promise, I will also manage my team well and won't let them trouble Uncle Lu and Auntie Lu. Guo Jixing was surprised to realize that Su Lanji had already divided their work groups and dispersed his authority, when assigning tasks to the educated youth. Now, Qiu Shaoling and Wang Tao were glaring at him fiercely. His face darkened, and he had no choice but to step forward, forcing a smile as he said, "It's my poor management. We can handle this internally, and it won't bother you two anymore." Wu Li was unhappy when she heard this. Su Yao was Guo Jixing's fiancé, and if he handled it, wouldn't she have to suffer in silence? Wu Li immediately stepped forward and said, "I don't trust your handling. Su Yao is your partner, and it's obvious who is right or wrong. You're just trying to favor Su Yao." Anyway, she had already offended Su Yao, which was no different from offending Guo Jixing. If she offended Guo Jixing, she probably wouldn't have a chance to return to the city. It was better to develop well in Xiaoxi village and fight for her rightful rights in time. Mother Lu looked at Wu Lai with admiration. Among these educated youths, at least one dared to fight for her own interests. If her rights were harmed and she didn't resist but only tolerated, she would only encourage the bullies to become more arrogant. Guo Jixing's face turned pale, and he angrily said, "I am the leader appointed by the Azation for this youth work group. I will handle things fairly and won't show favoritism." Wu Lei insisted on her stance and firmly replied, "If you're not showing favoritism, then give Su Yao a warning or punishment." Su Yao was not happy and immediately accused Wu Lei of framing her. Seeing the chaos, Mother Lu rubbed her forehead and was about to say something when Father Lu, who had been watching the argument, spoke bluntly. "Today's matter, I will report to the Azation and give you a critical education. If there's a next time, I will think you're all too idle at work, which is why you have so much energy to cause trouble. It's necessary to adjust the work distribution." This threatening remark immediately silenced all the educated youths. No one wanted to be assigned the dirtiest and hardest tasks. Thinking of this, Guo Jixing's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly remembered that since arriving in Xiaoxi village, he hadn't seen those who should be doing the dirtiest, most exhausting work, those troublemakers. It must be that Lu Mingyuan was protecting them. Otherwise, such dirty work like digging mud with bare hands should have been assigned to those troublemakers. This is a very serious mistake in thinking, and he only just realized it. Guo Jixing was so excited thinking about this that he didn't notice his unusual behavior being clearly seen by Mother Lu. Wu Li's eyes lit up as well. Mother Lu's words reminded her that she could report them to the Azation. She had already offended Guo Jixing and Su Yao. Staying at the youth commune would just mean being bullied by them, so it's better to report them directly. It's clear that the scorekeeper remembers well that they don't participate in the work at the youth commune. Not to mention, Guo Jixing, as the leader of the youth group, left the team and the Azation's work yesterday for personal reasons, which everyone saw. Wu Lei believed that reporting them would definitely work. When Father Lu and Mother Lu returned to their room, Lin Xueqing had already changed her bamboo arrow and successfully hit a new row of bamboo tubes set up by Lu Mingyuan. Lu Zhaoning and the others had already been stunned, so they chose to ignore it and pulled Lu Mingling to make bamboo beds. According to their earlier plan, Lu Zhaoning intended to add another bed in her room. When Lu Mingyuan went on a mission, Lin Xueqing shared a room with him, so they could look out for each other. Lu Mingche returned to his own room to plan tomorrow's shooting training with his sister-in-law. He thought that since Lin Xueqing had such talent, it shouldn't be wasted. Practicing shooting well would give her an extra self-defense skill. Seeing that Father Lu and Mother Lu returned, Lin Xueqing quickly put down her bow and arrow, ready to serve them hot rice. Mother Lu quickly raised her hand to stop her. She had also seen Lin Xueqing's accuracy and was pleasantly surprised. "Oh, I didn't expect your talent for shooting to be so amazing, even better than Mingche." Lin Xueqing was stunned. She suddenly remembered that she had been a bit forgetful today and had shown her shooting skills without even pretending. Fortunately, she was facing the Lu family. If it had been anyone else, they might have immediately noticed her unusual behavior, possibly exposing the system's existence. She hadn't had time to find an excuse for the situation when Lu Mingyuan proudly said, "Yes, I always thought Xueqing's shooting talent must be very good, but I never thought of trying it before." Lin Xueqing was surprised. She had a shooting talent? How did she not know? Father Lu gave his proud and silly son a look and snorted coldly, second-guessing after the fact. Anyone can do that. Lu Mingyuan scratched his head and replied, actually no. On the train, I already noticed that Xiulan has good eyesight. She could observe the people walking back and forth in the corridor and spot their unusual behavior. Also, when Xiulan was weaving bamboo, her hands were steady and skillful. She must be very steady when handling a gun too. At this, Lin Xiulan was a bit stunned by the praise and asked, isn't it normal to see people moving outside the train? Father Lu shook his head and explained, seeing people is normal, but noticing the details of their movements requires some talent. Mother Lu added, when shooting, the key isn't just seeing the target, but being able to hit it accurately after seeing it. Lin Xiulan finally understood. The explanation seemed somewhat reasonable, but she also felt it wasn't quite right. However, whether the reason was valid or not, the Lu family believed it was. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about explaining her shooting skills, which was a bit of a relief. Seeing her still skeptical despite the praise, Lu Mingyuan couldn't help but put his arm around her shoulder and encouraged her. You really have this talent. Your performance just now proves it, doesn't it? Your mom's words before weren't accurate. You should believe in yourself more. To me, you're really impressive. At this, Lin Xiulan felt even more confused, her feelings swirling inside. She didn't expect Lu Mingyuan to misunderstand her, but she was even more surprised that he was so attentive, noticing her lack of confidence caused by long-term pressure from Xiulan. Her nose tingled, her eyes warmed, and she felt like crying. Lu Mingyuan's sudden praise was truly touching. Mother Lu didn't miss the couple's little emotions and quickly waved her hand, teasing, go on, go back to your own rooms. You're being all lovey-dovey, and it's making me uncomfortable. Lin Xiulan's face turned bright red instantly, but Lu Mingyuan wasn't embarrassed at all. He simply took her hand and led her back to their room. As soon as Lu Mingyuan entered the house, he immediately held her tightly and leaned down to kiss Lin Xiulan's soft cheek, smiling. Don't worry, be good and wait at home for me to come back. Lin Xiulan's previously pounding heart suddenly calmed down. She grabbed Lu Mingyuan's sleeve and worriedly said, you didn't rest last night, and you're going on a mission tonight. Will it be okay? Lu Mingyuan quickly interrupted her, holding her tightly and soothing. Tonight, I will be in the village, directing and coordinating. I only need to think, not work hard. Just relax. Just directing and coordinating? Lin Xiulan felt a faint sense of unease and said, today, I learned some first aid skills from Old Hu and Dr. Deng while in the medical tent. If anything happens, wake me up to help. She then pushed away from Lu Mingyuan and continued, there's some rice left for dinner. I'll make some rice balls for you to take on the road. Before she finished, Lu Mingyuan pulled her back into his arms, kissing her lips that kept talking and also calming her worries. Just as Lin Xiulan was about to run out of breath, Lu Mingyuan let her go and said with a smile, I'm afraid if you keep talking, I won't want to go on my mission tonight. Looking at his half-joking, handsome face, her heart fluttered. She didn't want him to go, but also felt she couldn't stop him. Finally, she glared at him and said helplessly, I'll make some rice balls quickly. After the mission, come back and rest immediately. No more working like today. Lin Xiulan efficiently used the leftover rice, adding some eggs, mushrooms, and cured meat to make rice balls. Worried that Lu Mingyuan hadn't slept for 2 days and hadn't rested well on the way, she mixed some nutritional liquid into the rice balls to help him. Then she secretly scolded herself for being careless today. Knowing Lu Mingyuan didn't rest last night, why didn't she persuade him to sleep a little? Lu Mingyuan took the loving rice balls Lin Xiulan made and went to carry out his task. Meanwhile, Lu Zhaoning and Lu Minglang had already set up the bed. After taking turns washing up, the family turned off the oil lamp and went to rest. Lu Zhaoning was originally planning to ask Lin Xiulan why she suddenly became so powerful. She wondered if Lin had hidden her strength when she visited their home before. However, she had been tired all day, busy from morning until night, mostly doing physical work. Her body was exhausted, and she almost fell asleep as soon as she lay down. When Lin Xiulan finished washing up and came back, Lu Zhaoning was already snoring loudly, sound asleep. At this moment, Lin Xueqing finally had time to check the system's reminder messages for the day. Since arriving in Xiaoxi village, except for the first time when she saw Hu Lao with a level 10 skill reminder, the system had mostly been silent. Most villagers were ordinary people doing similar work, with skills mostly at levels 1 to 3. There had been no surprising reminders, not even about new skills for gathering. This afternoon, the system suddenly made a mechanical sound, which made her miss the system a little. She quickly opened the system interface and found a few notifications for the day. The earliest message was, detected that the host has voluntarily activated a new skill, Management Level 1, Rarity A, reward 10,000 skill points. She didn't expect skills to activate on their own. The management skill was present in Lu's father, mother, and Lu Mingyuan. She had always thought this skill was useless for her, so she never considered learning it. But unexpectedly, it activated by itself without her doing anything. Now, there are 3 ways to get new skills: collecting others' skills, activating skills she hasn't learned, and combining or creating new skills. Collecting and learning others' skills usually give the least rewards, mostly around 1,000 skill points for common or rare skills. The most rewarding are innovative skills. On the train, she accidentally activated 2 such skills, dissimulation and insight, which rewarded her with 30,000 and 100,000 skill points respectively. However, learning skills from others is the easiest. As long as she collects them, she can learn. Activating skills she hasn't learned before also seems possible. She thought it might be related to her recent work, easing everyone to weave tools and delegating Lu Xiaofeng to check the tools that activated her management ability. In other words, by doing some work she had never done before and performing well, her potential in that area could be triggered. However, she still struggled to develop her innovative skills because she wanted others to approve of her. Whether it was clever arguing or insight, it was hard unless she gained recognition from the public or from experts. Moreover, her innovation had no clear direction, and she never thought she had the talent for clever arguing or insight. The hardest part was that after activating these 2 skills, she had no idea how to improve them further. Unless she was very lucky and met someone with level 10 clever arguing skills and successfully learned from them, she would have a chance to advance to the next level. After thinking for a moment, she decided that improving these skills would depend on luck or trying her chances in crowded places. Lin Xueqing continued to check the next message, detected that the host has broken through personal ability limits, activating new trait, Influence, gaining 1 basic trait point and earning 30,000 skill points. This time, the system was considerate and added a note below the message about how influence would work after it increased. The higher your influence, the easier it is to affect others and gain their approval. Higher influence also boosts the speed of learning skills related to influence. Lin Xueqing's eyes lit up. She remembered that when her wisdom trait reached 100, she received a 1.5 times boost in learning speed. Combining this with the influence effect, she felt she was beginning to understand how personal traits and skill learning are connected in the system. All personal traits can help improve skill learning. It's easy to understand. When a person is wise, they learn faster. When their influence increases, they gain others' approval more easily. So, if her physical strength or other traits improve, they might also give similar benefits. She then looked at the last system reminder, detected that the host has broken through self-limits, health points 1, earning 30,000 skill points. This message appeared suddenly during her meal today, probably because of the nutritional fluid, which subtly improved her physical condition. She closed the message notification and entered the skill learning interface, following the system's recommended order. First Aid Level 2, Traditional Chinese Medicine Level 1, Shooting Level 2. She also placed speed-up cards on each skill to accelerate her learning. After finishing all this, Lin Xueqing lay in bed, ready to sleep. However, she couldn't sleep, either because Lu Zhaoning's snoring was too loud or because she was worried about Lu Mingyuan's safety. She kept tossing and turning.
Ding.
Enemy detected within 15 meters at 11 o'clock direction. High attack skill found, combat level 6.
Ding.
Enemy detected within 15 meters at 11 o'clock direction. High attack skill found, fighting level 3. 15 meters away, At 11 o'clock. That's right where their kitchen is. Lin Xueqing quickly reached out to shake Lu Xiaoning awake. When Lu Xiaoning was suddenly awakened and wanted to get angry, Lin Xueqing covered his mouth. Lu Xiaoning immediately became alert, nodded at Lin Xueqing, signaling her to let go. Lin Xueqing quickly released her hand from his mouth, pointed toward the kitchen, and signaled that intruders had entered the kitchen. At that moment, they heard quiet talking from the kitchen. Brother Chen said, "The two fools from the Chen family took all the hens that lay eggs from their home to Lu's house, along with a basket of eggs and wild vegetables. Hurry up and find them, take them, and leave. That way, we can eat for several days. When the boat is ready, we'll leave immediately. After the soldiers leave, we'll come back." Brother Chen said, "The two idiots from the Chen family took all the hens that lay eggs from their home to Lu's house, along with a basket of eggs and wild vegetables. Hurry and find them, then leave. That will feed us for days. Once the boat is ready, we'll leave right away. After the soldiers leave, we'll come back." Got it, got it. You're so nagging. Stealing chickens is easy. I still have some medicine. Once the chickens eat it, they won't make a sound. Understood, understood. You're so nagging. Stealing chickens is easy. I have some medicine. Once the chickens eat it, they won't make a noise. Lin Xueqing was stunned. Brother Chen? Zhang Yongshen? Did those two people sneaking into their house just want to steal chickens? Then she suddenly became angry. Those chickens are her baby's main food source for the next half year. She couldn't let them steal it. No matter who they are, daring to steal her chickens, she wouldn't let them go. Thinking this, she quickly loaded her bow and arrow, ready to go out and catch them off guard. But just as she was tying her bow and arrow, Lu Xiaoning had already quietly slipped out. Lu Xiaoning couldn't understand their conversation, plus the instructions from Lu Mingyuan and Lu Mingche today. She instinctively thought that these intruders into the Lu family must be villains trying to harm their loved ones, and she never considered that these two might be thieves. So she pulled out a small knife and decided to subdue them without hesitation. When Lin Xueqing came to her senses, Lu Xiaoning had already gone outside. Thinking that one of the intruders was good at fighting and the other at hand-to-hand combat, she worried that Lu Xiaoning might not be their match, so she quickly followed him. Inside the kitchen, the two men didn't realize they had been spotted. One was trying to sneak a chicken by sticking a bamboo tube into the coop to make the chicken faint. The other was searching from a distance for hidden eggs and other edible items. Lu Xiaoning silently approached the man crouched in front of the chicken coop. He reached out from behind, covered the man's mouth, and pulled him up forcefully. He pointed a small dagger at the man's neck, coldly saying, "Don't move." However, Lu Xiaoning forgot that the chicken coop was right in front of the man. The moment the man was pulled up, he kicked the chicken coop over with his leg. The chickens inside were startled and clucked loudly. The other man, who was searching for food, immediately realized they had been discovered. Afraid of being caught, he forcefully broke through the bamboo boards and tried to escape up the mountain. Lin Xueqing didn't want him to run away. From their conversation, even if they didn't intend to harm anyone, hiding secrets in the village couldn't be good. She raised her bow and arrow and decisively shot 2 arrows at the man. One hit his calf and the other his shoulder. Swish, swish. The sharp bamboo arrows flew straight toward their targets and hit instantly. Hearing the noise, Lu's father quickly ran over and saw the scene, stunned. His daughter-in-law was really as capable as his silly son had said. That was a moving target, not a fixed one, yet she shot so accurately. She truly has talent. If he hadn't already been demoted with such skill, she should be recommended to the military sharpshooter team. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan also rushed out quickly and managed to control the man who had been shot by Lin Xueqing. The man, full of anger, held his wounded leg and shouted, "Ah, that hurts so much. You little thief, are you trying to steal a chicken and kill someone too? It hurts so much, you're crazy. I was just stealing chickens, do I need to kill someone?" Another man controlled by Lu Xiaoning quickly raised his hands, looking very innocent and saying, Yes, we're just hungry and wanted to steal some food. We didn't mean to do anything bad. You can't catch me. That's right, we're just hungry and wanted to steal some food. We didn't plan to do anything wrong. You can't arrest me. Lu Xiaoning couldn't understand what they were saying. She thought the person she was controlling was resisting. She raised her hand and punched him hard in the stomach, shouting, "Stop moving. If you dare to resist, I will kill you." The man who was punched immediately clutched his stomach and didn't dare to move. He cried out, "That hurts so much. Are you a woman? It hurts so badly. Such a big fist, you're crazy. No woman has that much strength. Look, it hurts so much. Are you a woman? It hurts. Such a big fist, you're crazy. No woman could be that strong." Lu Xiaoning's father didn't say a word. He tied the man up and used a stinky sock to cover their mouths. Just as he finished, Wang Tao from the youth team and a few strong young men came over and asked, "Uncle Lu, what happened?" Lu's father waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. 2 thieves broke into the house, but we caught them. Everyone go back to sleep. Tomorrow, you need to work again. Just pay more attention in the future." Wang Tao and the others were a bit surprised, but they remembered that the Lu family had been very generous with food these days. They were eating porridge, and the Lu family was already eating rice. Plus, the old and young members of the Lu family were being watched closely, so it was normal for people to be interested. Seeing that nothing serious happened, Wang Tao and his group left. Meanwhile, not far from the village entrance at the ferry dock, Zhang Yongshen and a few men hurried toward one of the fishing boats. One young man tightly hugged a waterproof nylon bag, looking very nervous. "Brother Shen, are you sure we can go out to sea tomorrow morning?" Another burly middle-aged man also looked worried and asked, "Brother Shen, are you sure those soldiers won't come to inspect before we leave?" Zhang Yongshen shook his head and replied in Beijing dialect, "I only know that the soldiers won't bother us tonight. As for tomorrow morning, it depends on your luck." The young man frowned and asked suspiciously, "How can you be sure they won't come here tonight?" "I'm worried they might check here suddenly before we set sail and catch us." Zhang Yongshen snorted coldly and said with a smile, "The Lu family is busy with their own affairs and won't bother with you. Tonight, the villagers are doing a traditional ritual, which is superstitious. If it gets out, the new team leader will be very upset. To protect themselves, they won't allow the villagers to do these rituals. Most importantly, the villagers are afraid the officials and soldiers will come to stop them. As soon as they see soldiers, the villagers will cause a fuss. If there's chaos, the soldiers won't pay attention to our small fishing boat." Listening to Zhang Yongshuan's words, Chen Tuoqiang clenched his fists in anger, ready to rush out. But his brother quickly covered his mouth tightly. Once Chen Tuoqiang calmed down, Chen Feifan signaled to Lu Mingyuan beside him, promising not to act impulsively. Lu Mingyuan glanced at Chen Tuoqiang, then nodded and signaled Liang Yong, who was hiding on the other side, to prepare for an encirclement of their fishing boat. At that moment, the young man in front continued to ask, "The team leader just arrived here. If I were him, I wouldn't care about local customs. If we get caught, just say we just came to help with disaster relief and didn't know about these village rituals." Zhang Yongshen quickly shook his head. "No matter if they cause trouble or not, you must leave during the chaos today. Otherwise, once the new team leader sorts out the village affairs, you won't be able to escape. Our hard-earned information won't be able to be passed on." The middle-aged man still felt uneasy, sensing something was off. He couldn't help but advise, "Shen, I think Abing is right. We shouldn't take risks. Let's go back to the cave and wait a bit longer, then decide when to leave." Zhang Yongshen waved his hand calmly and confidently said, "Uncle, you can rest assured. Even if the villagers fight with the soldiers, the new family there will be in trouble. I encouraged 2 foolish men to cause trouble at Lu's bamboo shed. The officer's wife is beautiful, with a good figure, and she is kind and pure. Anyone would be moved by her. Those 2 fools are greedy and stupid, so they will definitely be tricked. When the officer finds out about his wife, he won't have time to care about us." Lu Mingyuan didn't understand what Zhang Yongshen was saying, but Chen Tuoqiang was already anxious, grabbing Lu Mingyuan's hand and saying, "Oh no, Comrade Lin is in danger." He encouraged 2 people to hurt Comrade Lin. "You must go and save him," Lu Mingyuan's eyes immediately widened with anger, and he clenched his fists tightly, controlling his urge to fight. But he quickly calmed down and asked Chen Tuoqiang with a serious face, how many people did he encourage? 2 people. Hearing this clear answer, Lu Mingyuan felt relieved. If it's only 2 people, we should worry more about their safety first. Lu Xiaoning can handle 2, as they are just 2 lazy, greedy villagers. His family can deal with them easily. Chen Feifan's face also turned grim as he added, Captain Lu, you should send someone home to check. Those 2 are probably Scarface Chong and Crazy Dog Wang, the bullies in our village. They trained in martial arts with a warrior from the neighboring village when they were young, so they are quite strong. Your family might suffer. Although Lu Mingyuan was anxious, he remained rational. When it comes to fighting, the Lu family has never lost. Lu Xiaoning alone can't win, but his parents and Minglang are also there. Especially his father, who is still strong and capable. Defeating 2 people would be easy for him. But without Lin Xueqing by his side, he wondered if she might be scared to tears. Thinking back to when she was at the hospital in Beijing and her emotional breakdown, he felt a deep ache in his heart. He stared angrily at Zhang Yongshan ahead, wishing he could punish him immediately. Chen Feifan and his brother were suddenly scared by Lu Mingyuan's fierce presence, afraid he might attack at any moment. He secretly felt relieved that they had chosen to stand with Lu Mingyuan, otherwise they would have been dragged into trouble by Zhang Yongshan. Especially Chen Tuoliang, since Zhang Yongshan was the one he had brought back to the village. Fortunately, they went to the Lu family today to thank them, which made him realize that Zhang Yongshan was being watched by the Lu family. When they got home, Chunya said she saw Zhang Yongshan and some strangers chatting on the mountain while picking wild vegetables, talking about fishing boats. She found it strange and told Chen Feifan about it. Chen Feifan immediately realized that their family had caused trouble and decided to go to Lu Mingyuan to make amends. Just as he stepped out of the house, he met Liang Yong, who had been watching Zhang Yongshan for a while. Seeing that the Chen brothers were wise and respected in the village, Lu Mingyuan decided to let both of them join the operation to catch the enemies. One reason was to set an example for other villagers by involving the Chen brothers in the military action. The other was to have them help with translation. Now, Chen brothers and Lu Mingyuan were secretly observing Zhang Yongshan and his group. Soon, Lu Mingyuan saw Liang Yong's signals, knowing his team was in position and ready to attack once he gave the order. Lu Mingyuan told the Chen brothers beside him, "Wait here for us, don't come out." After speaking, he signaled Liang Yong, and dozens of soldiers quietly moved toward the fishing boat. Zhang Yongshan and his group were unaware of this. The middle-aged man thought for a moment, nodded in agreement with Zhang Yongshan's plan, and said, "All right, we'll set sail early tomorrow. We'll meet again if we get the chance." As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Yong and his men arrived around them, holding guns and demanding, "People ahead, don't move. Surrender now." Meanwhile, inside the Lu family's bamboo shed, Father Lu called a nearby patrol soldier to carry the injured criminal, who had been shot in the shoulder and leg by Lin Xueqing, to the medical tent next door. Although the criminal was hateful, he shouldn't bleed to death in their house. When Father Lu took the criminal to the medical tent, he found that the on-duty doctor, Li Wan, was not there. Lin Xueqing remembered Li Wan's irresponsible attitude and sighed helplessly, saying, "Today, I learned some emergency first aid techniques from Dr. Deng and Old Hu. Our bamboo arrows don't have barbs. When I shot, I avoided major arteries. Just remove the arrow, bandage, and stop the bleeding." Scarred Chong heard Lin Xueqing's words and felt a jolt in his heart. He struggled desperately, trying to refuse to be Lin Xueqing's practice. Seeing him struggle, Father Lu tore the cloth in his mouth to let him speak. "Hey, don't treat me like a test subject. You're risking my life. I need to find a doctor." Father Lu didn't understand his words. It was like chickens talking to ducks. He simply continued to cover his mouth, ignoring him to avoid trouble. He sighed, feeling it was necessary to find a trustworthy villager soon to teach him the local language, at least so he could understand. In the past 2 days, Chen Feifan had been helping him translate. Some villagers who knew Beijing dialect also tried to communicate with him in broken Beijing dialect. But if he wanted to manage Xiaoxi village well, not understanding the local language would be too troublesome. Just as he was thinking, Lin Xueqing nearby spoke in plain language. Don't worry, bandaging a wound is very simple. It won't take your life. Father Lu's previously troubled heart was suddenly replaced by shock. He exclaimed, Xueqing, you can speak plain language. Lin Xueqing nodded and said, on the train, a female comrade sitting on the upper bunk taught us. I only learned a little, can understand some, but can't speak well. Scarred Chong was also surprised. If this woman could speak plain language, he should have known earlier. He had been talking to her like chickens talking to ducks, feeling so wronged. Speaking of being wronged, he immediately struggled again wildly. Father Lu quickly ordered someone to hold him down and took away the cloth in his mouth. Hey, pretty girl, I was wronged. I was stealing chickens, do you want to kill me? Hey, beautiful lady, I didn't do anything wrong. I was just stealing chickens. Do you want to kill me? How do I know if you're stealing chickens or a spy? Coming to my house late at night, there must be no good intentions. Because Lin Xueqing only learned basic Cantonese, her speech still carried a strong Beijing accent. But from her exchanges with Scar, it was clear they could communicate normally. Father Lu quickly asked, Xueqing, what did he just say? Lin Xueqing honestly replied, this person said he only wanted to steal chickens and meant no harm. He said he was wrongly accused. While speaking, Lin Xueqing had already found disinfectant and gauze to clean the wound and was about to remove the arrow from Scar. Scar tried to dodge, but the soldier behind him held him down and shouted loudly, Are you crazy? Do you want to take my life? Are you nuts? Want to take my life? Father Lu angrily shouted, Stop arguing. Are you still a man? Making a fuss just to pull out an arrow. Whether you're here to steal chickens or you're a spy sneaking in, breaking into our home is wrong. Scar was stunned by Father Lu's scolding. Just as he wanted to reply, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder, making him cry out. Lin Xueqing quickly disinfected his wound, applied a styptic powder, and wrapped his shoulder with gauze in a few quick moves. Scar noticed that although Lin Xueqing was a beginner, her movements were quick and efficient, no worse than hospital nurses. He relaxed a little. Just as Scar thought Lin Xueqing would continue to treat his leg wound, her hand stopped. She asked in plain speech, Did Zhang Yongshun send you here? Hearing this, Scar got angry. If he hadn't listened to Zhang Yongshun, he and Agui wouldn't have fallen into this fierce woman's hands. Honestly, Lin Xueqing looked delicate and sweet, like a gentle little bunny. He thought she was harmless, but it turned out she was a fierce tiger. Although Zhang Yongshun had betrayed them, in the martial world, loyalty was most important. Scar pursed his lips and didn't answer her question. Lin Xueqing raised an eyebrow and looked at Father Lu, saying, I overheard him in the room talking with another person. Zhang Yongshun encouraged them to come here. Father Lu was momentarily stunned. Was Zhang Yongshun the person you asked about today from the Chen brothers? Yes, that's him. Coincidentally, he came to the village yesterday with Chen Tuoqiang, the younger brother of the Chen family. Father Lu thought for a moment and then said to Lin Xueqing, Tell that person if he doesn't tell the truth, I won't pull out the other arrow. Anyway, he was the one who broke into the house first, and since Zhang Yongshun is suspected of being a spy, treat him as an enemy agent. Wow, no way. Zhang Yongshun, that loser, is actually a spy. Heavens, it can't be that serious? Zhang Yongshun, that is a spy? Lin Xueqing continued. His suspicion is very high. If you are his accomplice and it's serious, he could be sentenced to death. He is very suspicious. If you are his partner, it could be very serious, even death. Scarface was so frightened he trembled all over, shaking as he finally said, I'll tell. I know everything, just don't take me to be executed. I'll talk. I know everything, please don't take me to be executed. Lin Xueqing quickly said to Father Lu, Dad, he says he's willing to tell the truth. Father Lu's eyes lit up immediately, and he asked Lin Xueqing to help translate. Through their questions and answers, Father Lu learned the full story. The two people caught were Scarface and Crazy Dog Wang. They were indeed villagers from Xiaoxi village. However, they were unemployed and without household registration. Father Lu didn't even know these two existed in the village. Years ago, their families had fled to Hong Kong. Because they were too young, they were left behind, and their household registration was lost. They spent their days stealing chickens and doing petty crimes around the village. Afraid of being caught as illegal residents, they had been hiding in the mountains and forests for the past few days. They planned to escape to nearby islands once the boat was ready the next day, to avoid the storm. After the rescue troops left, they intended to return to the village. Zhang Yongshun claimed he had a way to escape to Hong Kong. The two believed him and agreed to help him. Their task for Zhang Yongshun was simple: answer some questions about the village. After learning they were illegal residents, Zhang Yongshun even told them that the Lu family had stored grain and encouraged them to steal some. After the interrogation, Lin Xueqing happily helped Scar's friend remove the arrow from his leg and bandaged his wound to stop the bleeding. Just as Lin Xueqing thought everything was over and she could go back to rest, loud gunshots suddenly rang out from a distance. Lin Xueqing trembled slightly, feeling worried and unsure about Lu Mingyuan's condition at that moment. Lu's father patted her shoulder to comfort her and said, "Don't worry. Mingyuan may not be good at many things, but he's the best at fighting. He'll be fine." Just then, from afar, Chen Feifin's shouting could be heard. "Doctor, help. Come quickly and save him." Hearing the noise, everyone looked outside. They saw Chen Feifin and Tianxing rushing towards the bamboo shed, carrying Chen Tuiqing quickly. Lin Xueqing hurriedly ordered someone to move Scar's friend off the medical bed. Seeing his spot was gone, he immediately yelled, "You can't turn your back on your friends." "Oh no. You can't abandon your friends." "Oh no." Lu's father and a young soldier ignored his shouts and simply lifted him onto a grass mat on the ground. Scar's friend's hands were tied, so he couldn't escape. At this moment, Chen Feifin and Tianxing had already brought Chen Tuiqing into the bamboo shed. Lin Xueqing quickly directed them to place Chen Tuiqing on the treatment bed. She noticed that Chen Tuiqing's right abdomen had been stabbed with a knife. Her brow furrowed as she said to Tianxing, "Quick, go to the camp and find old Hu or Dr. Deng. No, go find Dr. Deng. Chen Tuiqing needs surgery immediately. Get them to prepare for surgery first. We'll be there soon." The knife had fully pierced Chen Tuiqing's abdomen, and blood was continuously flowing from the wound. Fortunately, the injury was in the right abdomen, likely affecting the liver, gallbladder, or part of the intestines. If rescue was quick enough, he might still survive. Lin Xueqing immediately began first aid, working while speaking to Lu's father. "Dad, go to the youth camp and find some strong young men to help. He needs to be moved quickly to the medical station in the camp." She didn't pull out the knife, but quickly wrapped the handle with gauze to secure it, preventing movement that could cause further injury. Then, a blanket was brought to cover Chen Tuoqiang to keep him warm and prevent shock from blood loss. Finally, a pillow was placed under his feet to help with a small amount of blood flow, maintaining blood supply to the brain and heart. After these actions, Father Lu arrived with Wang Tao and a few others, followed by two tall, strong young men. Lin Xueqing quickly untied the ropes securing the temporary medical bed, making a simple stretcher. Two young men carried the patient toward the camp. Chen Feifin was nearby but couldn't help much. He was trembling all over. Seeing Lin Xueqing calmly giving instructions, he finally relaxed a little. He no longer cared about anything else and immediately followed Father Lu and the others to the medical station in the camp. Lin Xueqing thought for a moment, but decided not to go. On one hand, there were no medical staff here, and she was worried about any emergencies with the patients in the bamboo shed. She could handle minor issues herself. On the other hand, even if she went along, she wouldn't be able to do much. At this moment, Lu Zhaoning was also no longer sleepy and came to the medical tent to stay with Lin Xueqing. Seeing her worried face, he quickly comforted her. "Sister-in-law, don't worry too much. My brother has won countless awards since he was young. He'll be fine." Lin Xueqing nodded but sighed helplessly inside. She understood the reasoning, but her emotions weren't something she could control just by thinking rationally. She sat in a chair, closing her eyes to rest, but her mind kept racing with worries. First, she thought about the gunfire. If it was continuous, It must mean they faced a very strong enemy. Bullets have no eyes, and she wondered if Lu Mingyuan was in danger. Then, she comforted herself, thinking her family was right. Lu Mingyuan was capable, with many awards since childhood, and enemies wouldn't be able to hurt him. Suddenly, she remembered that Lu Mingyuan hadn't slept for 2 days. Lack of rest could seriously affect a person's mind and body. Seeing Lin Xiuqing resting, Lu Zhaoning, with nothing else to do, went to bother Scarface. He poked at his wound and threatened, "Since you came to steal from us, now you see how powerful my sister-in-law is. Next time, if you come again, you won't have a chance to leave alive." Scarface cried out in pain, cursing loudly. But Lu Zhaoning couldn't understand him, and Lin Xiuqing had no mood to pay attention. Scarred Chong glared fiercely at Lu Zhaoning, deciding to stay far away from this crazy woman in the future. Meanwhile, the camp was brightly lit. Deng Qiubai was awakened in the middle of the night and learned that someone was injured and needed emergency surgery. He immediately called the other medical staff and arranged the operating room. Just as they put on their protective gear for surgery, Lu Fu led Wang Tao and a few others with a stretcher to the scene. Deng Qiubai quickly directed them to take the person into the operating room. Half an hour later, Deng Qiubai and a male doctor came out of the operating room. Chen Feifan hurried over and asked, "Doctor, how is my brother?" The chief surgeon and head of the medical team, Zhou Fuxing, replied, "Fortunately, the emergency measures were done well enough to buy precious rescue time for the patient." The knife almost pierced through the patient's right abdomen. Luckily, you didn't risk pulling out the knife, so there was no major bleeding. Plus, the person doing the emergency care fixed the knife in place, preventing secondary injuries inside the body. Aside from the pierced intestine, no other tissues were harmed. After our urgent treatment, the wound has been stitched up. The patient just needs to stay in the hospital for observation. Once the condition stabilizes, they can go home to recover. Hearing this, Chen Feifan quickly clasped his hands together, almost kneeling, and muttered, "May Lao Do bless us. May the Bodhisattva bless us. Ah Chong, this unlucky kid has escaped a big danger. Pray for Dad, pray for the Bodhisattva. Ah Chong, this child has survived a great disaster." At this moment, Zhou Fuxing turned to Deng Qiubai and said, "Who is the doctor on duty at the medical tent tonight?" The emergency rescue was done very well, worth praising. Deng Qiubai was momentarily stunned, feeling suspicious but still honest. It was Li Wan. Lu Fu, who was nearby and didn't understand Chen Feifan's lamenting, could only focus on listening to the doctors. When he heard Zhou Fuxing say Li Wan should be praised, he immediately came over and complained, "How did your medical team arrange the staff? There isn't even an emergency doctor in the medical tent." Deng Qiubai quickly thought of someone and was surprised, saying, "Could it be Comrade Lin who did this?" When I was at work during the day, I mentioned some emergency plans to her. Father Lu looked displeased and snorted, saying, "It was my daughter-in-law, Lin Xiuqing, who helped. My daughter-in-law is still pregnant, yet you medical staff abandoned your posts. You even want a pregnant woman to take over your work. We appreciate your help in disaster relief, but if you're just causing trouble, it's better not to come. Let more responsible comrades handle it. Today's matter, I will report it to the Azation." Father Lu's words made Zhou Fuxing realize something was wrong, and he couldn't believe it, asking, "Could Sister Li have just stepped away? Maybe there's some misunderstanding." Chen Feifan quickly chimed in, saying, "No misunderstanding. When we arrived, there was no doctor inside the bamboo shed. Your camp is off-limits to us common folks. If it weren't for Sister Lin directing us, I wouldn't know what to do." Zhou Fuxing was stunned for a moment, then turned to Deng Qiubai and asked, "What's going on?" Deng Qiubai also shook his head and said, "I don't know what's happening either." Father Lu glanced at them and said, "My daughter-in-law is still inside the bamboo shed giving you consultations. Hurry and send someone to take over so my daughter-in-law can rest." Zhou Fuxing finally recovered from his shock. He never expected doctors to be so bold as to abandon their posts. This was quite unusual, especially since they came with a mission to help. If the doctors helping with rescue abandon their patients, it wouldn't be rescue, it would be harmful. Zhou Fuxing frowned, feeling that Father Lu was exaggerating. There must be some misunderstanding. Such an act of doctors abandoning patients was almost impossible in his decades of career. He had never heard of it. However, since he was the leader of this medical team, he had to investigate thoroughly. After arranging for medical staff to watch over Chen Tuoqiang, Zhou Fusheng took Deng Qiubai to the medical tent to see what was really happening. Father Lu didn't continue scolding. Hearing is not the same as seeing. When they arrived at the medical tent, they knew everything he said was true. On the other side, inside the interrogation room at the camp, Lu Mingyuan also got into trouble. Not understanding the local dialect was really inconvenient. Although he learned some words on the train, they were basic. For more detailed understanding, he couldn't manage. If he asked other villagers to help with the interrogation, military secrets might be exposed. Zhang Yongshen was also quite tricky. He only spoke in the local dialect throughout, not in the official language, so talking to him was pointless. Hao Xiaoman patted Lu Mingyuan's shoulder and advised, "Don't rush the interrogation. Go back and check on your sister-in-law." Lu Mingyuan didn't refuse. He nodded and said, "All right, you all keep a close watch on these people. I'll think of a way to handle the interrogation later." Then he turned to Tianxing, who had come to report, and said, "Go see Chen Feifan and find out if there's anything we can help with. Do your best to assist. After Chen Tuoqiang wakes up, have someone come and tell me." After giving his instructions, Lu Mingyuan put a nylon bag into a military cloth bag and headed home. Meanwhile, Lin Xiuqing, who was being watched by Lu's father and son, took advantage of a nap to let her mind wander away from worries and focus on her system. At this moment, she had finished learning Level 2 Emergency Aid and Level 1 Traditional Chinese Medicine, and was now studying Level 2 Shooting. She noticed that the recommended skill order had changed again, now including Level 1 Farming and Level 1 Medicine Production. She quickly selected these options and arranged them. However, she couldn't help but feel nervous about the dangers tonight. The knife-wielding scarred man who infiltrated their home, and the gunfire she heard later, all made her feel scared. Even though she now knew how to shoot, she could only do so from a distance. In real combat, she had no way to fight back. After thinking for a moment, she paused her Level 2 shooting training, switched to Level 1 fighting, and clicked to learn immediately. A big warning message popped up from the system. Warning: Level 1 fighting cannot be learned. It requires an energy value of over 80. To learn it, you need to improve your personal qualities first. She was stunned for a moment. That was strange. She had clearly adjusted her physical stats, so why couldn't she learn it? Lin Xiuqing immediately pulled up her personal attribute sheet. Host: Lin Xiuqing, 20 years old, physical fitness, 50-40, a bit weak, intelligence, 70-30, has brains but doesn't always use them, courage, 20-50, some courage but not much, health, 61, looks like a 70-year-old. Strength, 40-40, even children could knock you down. Influence, 1, almost none. Admit it, in the public eye, you're just a nobody. Knowledge level, middle school, basic knowledge, better than nothing, life. Skills, cooking level 3, sewing level 3, ization level 2, swimming level 1, language skills, rhetoric level 1, art of cursing level 2, colloquial speech level 3, mental skills, optimist level 2, insight level 1, craft skills, bamboo weaving level 3, gardening level 1, management level 1, acting level 3, first aid level 2, shooting level 1, traditional Chinese medicine level 1. These skills barely keep her alive. Aren't you ashamed? Adjustable attribute points, 0. As Lin Xiuqing looked at the increasingly long list, she felt confused. Finally, she sighed and shifted her focus to her physical fitness. Wasn't her physical fitness already 90? Why wasn't it enough? She quickly realized that the system's comments were about her basic attributes before adding points. Could it be that learning skills also depends on her original basic attributes? So, if she wanted to learn martial arts, she would need to raise her basic fitness to 80? If that's the case, she is currently pregnant. How can she improve her physical fitness? This made her a bit stuck. The fitness pills in the shop could only be used once, and then would no longer be effective. Suddenly, she remembered that after the system upgrade, there was a library connection feature she hadn't used yet. Now was a good time to try. Connecting to the library costs skill points, 5,000 points per hour, which is expensive. But Lin Xueqing thought that with her current balance of over 185 million skill points, spending 5,000 points to try was affordable. More importantly, she didn't want to waste time just idly thinking. After paying 5,000 skill points, she immediately connected to the system's library. A screen labeled Library immediately appeared before her, with a string of numbers in the top left corner. August 20th, 3500. In the center was a blank search box, and in the top right corner was a countdown showing remaining time. The system's knowledge package included instructions on how to use the library. Lin Xueqing quickly searched for ways to improve a pregnant woman's physical strength in the search box. Soon, a set of pregnancy exercises and dietary guidelines for maintaining a healthy pregnancy appeared. She immediately clicked the export button. These pregnancy exercises and dietary tips, like learning a new skill, were stored in her mind. She found the library's features quite useful. In the future, if she wanted to learn something, she could just search in the library. However, she soon realized the difference between searching for knowledge and collecting skills. Although she had the pregnancy exercises in her mind, she couldn't perform them immediately, like weaving bamboo crafts. The knowledge was stored in her brain system, but she didn't actually know how to do the exercises. With some time left, Lin Xueqing decided to explore the library further. She searched for how to perform surgery if she encountered a situation like Chen Tuxiang's. But after reading a lot of information, she felt more confused and even a bit dizzy. She quickly realized that this solution was beyond her current knowledge. She wouldn't be able to understand it just by reading. Suddenly, she had an idea and decided to search for the book from her dream, traveling to the 1970s and being the beloved of the leader's family. To her surprise, she actually found it. Without hesitation, Lin Xueqing saved the book as a reference for future use. At that moment, her shoulder was gently shaken. She quickly glanced at the library panel, which showed 20 minutes remaining. She felt a bit distressed. Sighing silently, Lin Xueqing slowly opened her eyes. She was awakened by Lu Zhaoning, who looked confused. Nearby, Deng Qiubai's voice was heard. "Comrade Lin, you've worked hard tonight. We will arrange for someone to take over the shift. You should go back and rest." Just as she was about to nod in agreement, her father's voice rang out. "I wasn't wrong, right? This place doesn't have anyone on duty. If it weren't for Xueqing learning a little from Dr. Deng today, we wouldn't have been able to treat the several patients who appeared one after another." At this moment, Zhou Fuxing's face looked very unhappy. If he had still been hopeful earlier, thinking that Li Wan might have just stepped away for a moment and that the misunderstanding was due to missing her, now the evidence was clear and undeniable. From when Chen Tuoqiang performed surgery at their camp to when they returned to the medical tent, almost an hour had passed. During this entire hour, Li Wan never appeared, which was completely unacceptable. Zhou Fuxing glanced at the patients and asked, "Does anyone know where Dr. Li went?" One patient, who had been awakened, replied impatiently, "How would we know where your doctor went? I've been here for a long time and haven't seen that stern Dr. Li on night duty." Zhou Fuxing's expression grew even more grim. Deng Qiubai also looked suspicious. "There's no one on night duty. Why isn't anyone speaking up? We don't know how your night shifts are arranged. We thought only Dr. Deng was on night duty. And besides, most of us are injured in the legs or arms. Even if something happens, we can endure it. During the day, you and Mr. who will check us again." Deng Qiubai's heart skipped a beat. She was surprised and said, "That's not right. The patients are cared for by me and Li Wan, each taking care of half. Not everyone is re-examined." She finally realized something was wrong and quickly looked for the list of patients they were following up with, preparing to check each one. Just then, a patient who had been staying here for a while spoke slowly, "I know where Dr. Li is. She probably went to stay at Aunt Wu's house in the village. She mentioned before that if there was an emergency at night, she could go to Aunt Wu's house to find her. But her medical skills are really hard to describe. We're all waiting for Mr. Hu to re-examine us when he comes back. Even though we've injured our hands and feet, we can still manage." You've already helped our village a lot, so there's no need to trouble everyone further. Lu Fu, however, stepped forward and disagreed. This isn't about causing trouble for others. It's about you needing to take responsibility for your own health. Is it just because you're afraid of trouble that when your body has problems, you don't dare see a doctor? Or are you delaying, making the injury worse? You are all soldiers who risked your lives to save others. You barely survived, so shouldn't you cherish your lives even more? At this moment, Zhou Fuxing felt ashamed and humiliated. He spoke to the injured villagers. This is a mistake in our work. Dr. Li leaving his post without permission is something we will report to the Azation and handle seriously. Then he turned to Deng Qiubai and said, "Bring out the list of patients for Li Wan. Let's check all her patients together." Hearing that a proper doctor was coming, Scar listened and shouted in awkward Beijing dialect, "Doctor, doctor, it's me. I'm the guinea pig for that woman to practice on. Please help me check," he shouted loudly. Deng Qiubai looked at him, with his hands and feet tied, and looked at Lin Xueqing with confusion. Since Lin Xueqing had no practical experience and was worried about not handling her own wound properly, she explained, "This was a thief who broke into my house at night. I shot him in the shoulder and leg with a small bow and arrow made for children. I pulled out the bamboo arrow and stopped the bleeding. Dr. Deng, please check if I did it right." Zhou Fuxing was surprised and said, "Comrade Lin, you're a beginner?" Lin Xueqing nodded and said, "Today I learned a little from Dr. Deng and Old Hu." Zhou Fuxing quickly smiled and said, "Comrade Lin, you're amazing. First time trying, and you did so well. Young people are impressive." Deng Qiubai also praised generously. Old Hu also said that Comrade Lin has a talent for medicine. Not only is she skillful, but her memory is good too. Lu's father looked proud, as she was their daughter-in-law. But he also said with a bit of a challenge, "My daughter-in-law helped you so much. Shouldn't you show some appreciation?" Finally, Zhou Fuxing understood Lu's father's meaning, but he thought to himself, "Isn't it said that Lu Zhenhua used to be a high official in Beijing? Why is he so petty now?" However, Lin's actions tonight truly helped them a lot, and they should praise her. More importantly, he also had the idea of recruiting her. He quickly smiled and said, "Of course. Comrade Lin's brave act must be reported to the Azation, and he should be praised and rewarded." After speaking, he turned to Lin Xueqing and sincerely asked, "Based on your first aid skills today, I think you have a talent for medicine. Would you be willing to learn more? In the future, you could join the military district and become a military doctor, saving lives on the battlefield." Father Lu clearly knew what Zhou Fuxing was thinking. Without hesitation, he interrupted, "Of course not. Our Xueqing is pregnant. Being a military doctor may seem easy, but it often means going to battle zones or disaster areas every day. No. But Zhou Fuxing didn't give up. He continued to persuade, "Having a baby doesn't stop you from studying or improving your skills. You can learn during pregnancy, and once the baby is born, you can start working right away. Isn't that better?" Father Lu looked at him in shock. "Are you a vampire? My grandson just was born, and you want his mother to go to work?" Zhou Fuxing felt like hitting someone. Is it okay to insult others like this? If Father Lu didn't look so much like Commander Lu, he might even doubt if this person was real. He has no sense of serving the people at all, only thinking about his wife and son. Father Lu's hint was so obvious that Xueqing understood immediately. She quickly waved her hand and smiled. "Thank you, Dr. Zhou, for your kind words, but I have already promised to learn traditional Chinese medicine from Old Hu. I can't spare the time right now." Zhou Fuxing's eyes flickered. He decided to take a different approach. Maybe he could ask Hu Liangfang for help later. Thinking this, he quickly smiled and said, "I see. I won't insist. But sometimes, you can't just learn traditional Chinese medicine. To effectively help patients, a combination of Chinese and Western medicine is better. Your emergency plan tonight was very good, because your quick and proper first aid led to a successful surgery for Comrade Chen Tuiqiang. He should be able to leave the hospital in about 2 weeks." Xueqing's eyes lit up immediately. "That's great." At this moment, Mingyuan Lu also returned from the camp. As he passed by the medical tent, he saw Father Lu and Xueqing inside from afar, and he quickly walked in. He watched as 2 people, Zhou Fuxing and Deng Qiubai, took over inside the medical tent. After greeting them, he led Lin Xueqing and Mr. Lu, along with Lu Xiaoning and others, to leave. It was now very late at night. Mr. Lu and Lu Xiaoning wanted to go back and rest because they had to work the next day. When the Lu family returned home, Mrs. Lu was already waiting inside. She said to them, "I cooked some late-night snacks for you. You've been working hard all night. Eat something, and then rest." Lu Mingyuan, looking proud, said, "You guys eat." Before we left, Xueqing made me some rice balls. I'm still full. Mr. Lu glared at his eldest son, feeling like he was showing off, but he had no proof. So he changed the subject to work. "What happened with your actions today?" Lu Mingche heard the noise and had Lu Mingling push him into the dining room. When talking about Lu Mingyuan's actions today, Lin Xueqing looked worried and scanned Lu Mingyuan up and down. Lu Mingyuan obediently spun around and reassured her, "I'm fine. I wasn't hurt at all. I shot because I was dealing with a robber who was kidnapping Chen Tuoqiang." Mr. Lu was even more confused. "You weren't going to catch enemies? How could enemies kidnap Chen Tuoqiang?" "We had planned to surround and catch Zhang Yongshan and others who were trying to escape. Because the Chen brothers gave us early warning, I thought I could involve them in the plan. Let them earn credit and set an example for the villagers." Mr. Lu nodded. That was a good decision. Zhang Yongshan was brought to the village by Chen Tuoqiang. Without this chance to earn credit, they would have been implicated. We need to find more people like the Chen brothers to help us mediate in the village, which is quite troublesome. That's what I thought, so I took a risk and went to the scene with the Chen brothers. It was supposed to be foolproof, but during the arrest of Zhang Yongshan, 2 enemy spies were lurking nearby. They took the opportunity during our operation to kidnap the Chen brothers, trying to force us to exchange hostages. Chen Tuoqiang also knows how to fight. He quickly subdued one of the enemies. The knife on him was stabbed during a fight with another enemy, while saving his brother. We took advantage of the chaos to shoot and injure those 2 enemies, saving our brothers from their hands, Lu Mingyuan said casually. However, Lin Xueqing could still sense the tense situation from his brief and straightforward tone. On one side were hostages, on the other enemies. During the fight, they had to shoot to save people. If they were not careful, they might have accidentally wounded Chen Tuoqiang instead of the enemies. Lu Mingyuan then took a nylon bag from his cloth pouch and, looking proud, continued, "Tonight, we also had an unexpected gain. They didn't have time to send out the information they collected. This is all enemy intelligence from Tutu Island." Lin Xueqing didn't care about what kind of information it was. She just clenched her fist and said, "Let's study the information tomorrow. You 2 haven't slept for 2 days. Go wash up and rest." Lu's mother also felt sorry for her son. She tapped Lu's father's forehead and said, "It's late already. Stop talking about work." Lu's father felt innocent. He was just curious. He thought they had a gunfight, but it turned out they only shot 2 useless enemies. It was pretty boring, so there was no need to worry. He put away the information and handed it to Lu Mingche, saying, "Can you look at it tomorrow?" Lu Mingche rubbed his forehead and finally took the information. Lu Xiaoning, however, was a bit impolite. While eating the noodles cooked by Lu's mother, he asked, "Will my sister-in-law sleep with me tonight?" Lin Xueqing's face turned slightly red. She hesitated and said, "Jingyuan is back. I'll sleep in my own room." Lu Xiaoning looked a bit disappointed and said, "I actually wanted to chat with you before sleeping. Looks like next time." Lu's mother tapped Lu Xiaoning's forehead and said, "You're going to chat with your sister-in-law? Can't you talk during the day?" "Oh, right. I have to work during the day, so I can't discuss private matters." This confused Lin Xueqing a bit. She asked, "What private matters?" Lu Xiaoning mumbled with a mouthful of noodles. "I already said it's private." "Of course, we can't talk about it in public." She was just curious about how Lin Xueqing suddenly became so impressive. If she had a way, she wanted to learn from her. She also wanted to be as capable as her sister-in-law. But this way to become smarter. How could she say it openly? If she did, it wouldn't work anymore. Lin Xueqing didn't realize Lu Xiaoning was overthinking. She thought she was just talking nonsense. She smiled and replied, "Okay, Next time when we have free time, just the two of us will talk. Lu's mother smiled and shook her head. Xiuqing, don't mind her. She's just bored and likes to cause trouble. Lu Xiaoning's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her mother, feeling wronged. Mom, you don't love me anymore? Am I still your little sweetheart? Of course you are, just a bit too noisy. Everyone around burst into laughter. After washing up, Lu Mingyuan naturally moved Lin Xiuqing's bedding and pillows back to their room. When Lin Xiuqing returned, Lu Mingyuan had already made the bed. Are you sleeping inside? Lu Mingyuan moved aside to let Lin Xiuqing get on the bed. She nodded obediently and climbed onto the bed, lying on her side. Seeing how sweet and obedient she was, Lu Mingyuan felt his heart melt. He couldn't help but reach out and pull her into his arms, asking, "Did you get scared today? Are you afraid?" Hearing this, Lin Xiuqing couldn't help but feel proud. Not afraid. I even hit the thief who was trying to run away, and then Dad and Jiaoning caught him. Although she already knew about the Lu family's affairs from Tianxing, she still couldn't help but kiss her forehead and praise her. Xiuqing, you're so amazing. You just learned to shoot and already hit the bad guy. Lin Xiuqing's eyes sparkled with joy, feeling happy and excited. She loved hearing Lu Mingyuan praise her. Having been suppressed by Chen Xiulan since she was young, no one had ever constantly affirmed her like the Lu family did, nor had anyone like Lu Mingyuan openly shown his approval. She smiled happily, her eyes curved. I will always be this good. Lu Mingyuan quickly shook his head. No, you don't have to be always this good. You have me, your parents, Jiaoning, Mingche, and Mingling. No one is perfect. Just do your best. In my heart, you're already doing very well. Lin Xiuqing nodded. Then when you go on missions, you must also be careful and safe. Remember, you still have me and the kids. Lu Mingyuan hugged her tighter. So, was it the gunshot that scared you today? Lin Xiuqing shook her head. Dad and Jiaoning both say you're really amazing, but I'm worried you haven't rested enough, and it might affect your condition. It won't. I used to train for days without sleep, and we're used to it. Also, your rice balls are very tasty. When I do missions, I don't feel tired at all. Lu Mingyuan wanted to say more, but he realized Lin Xiuqing had already fallen asleep while talking.
He sighed.
Today, Lin Xiuqing was probably very exhausted. In the middle of the night, he was so talkative. Maybe he should rest early. When Lin Xiuqing woke up late, Lu Mingyuan had already gotten up. The sound of family members talking came from the backyard. She groggily sat up in bed and habitually opened the system. She saw that the Level 1 breeding, Level 1 medicine making, and Level 2 shooting she arranged yesterday had all been completed. You're awake? Mom made breakfast. Hurry up and come eat. Lu Mingyuan opened the bamboo door from outside. Lin Xiuqing quickly got out of bed, ready to change clothes and go out. But Lu Mingyuan didn't seem to want to leave. Lin Xiuqing felt a bit embarrassed and pushed him out quickly. Lu Mingyuan touched his nose and muttered, "It's not like I haven't seen it before. I'm just worried you might find it inconvenient to change clothes," Dr. Deng said. Before he finished, Lin Xiuqing had already closed the door. Lu Mingyuan looked at the bamboo door with a helpless expression. All right, he had only seen it once anyway. After Lin Xiuqing finished changing, she opened the door again. Lu Mingyuan hurriedly explained. Dr. Deng said, pregnant women shouldn't bend over. Some bending actions need help. Lin Xiuqing rolled her eyes at him. After sleeping all night, was this person mentally slow? Did he have no common sense? The baby is only over 3 months old. It doesn't affect my daily activities. That kind of situation usually happens at 7 or 8 months. And when that time comes, I can just wear maternity clothes and I won't need to bend over. Lu Mingyuan's ears turned red, as if he had done something stupid. He quickly changed the subject. Let's go have breakfast. When they arrived at the dining room, the rest of the Lu family was already at the table. Mother Lu had cooked plain rice porridge today, and she added some wild vegetables, just like Lin Xiuqing did. Father Lu saw them come in, picked up his bowl, and said, "Everyone's here. Let's eat." Lu Xiaoning looked at the two of them, her eyes flickering. After clearing her throat twice, she gently reminded them, "Brother, sister-in-law, please speak softly when you chat at night." Lin Xiuqing's face suddenly turned red. She wanted to say something to ease the awkwardness, but Lu Xiaoning continued sincerely. Sister-in-law, just listen to your brother.
Don't be so fierce all the time.
The more impressive you are, the less secure my position at home will be. These were the words Lu Mingyuan said to comfort her last night. Lin Xueqing's face felt as hot as it was on fire. Lu Mingyuan also looked embarrassed. How could he be so careless? Their house only has 4 rooms separated by bamboo boards, and whatever he and his wife say can be heard clearly by everyone. But Lu's mother suddenly reached out and gently tapped Lu Xiaoning on the forehead. Lu Xiaoning, your way of thinking is very dangerous. Your sister-in-law is impressive. You shouldn't be happy about that. Lu Mingling quickly nodded in agreement, then turned to Lin Xueqing and patted his chest confidently. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Even if you're not impressive, I like you. Lu Mingche pressed his lips and smiled softly. If you have the ability to be impressive, why choose to be a useless person? This made Lu's father and mother both pause. Lu's father was the first to react, pounding the table excitedly and saying happily, Mingche is right. If you have the ability to be impressive, why let others' opinions make you a failure? Girl, whenever you have real skills, show them. Mom, Dad, and Mingyuan will support you. Lu's mother also felt very excited. Seeing Mingche say such words meant he had completely come out of his gloom after being discouraged. She couldn't help but tear up with emotion, her voice trembling. Yes, anyone with real skills shouldn't be hidden away. They should use their talents where they are needed. Lin Xueqing nodded. She could tell that Lu's father was using her as an excuse to promise Lu Mingche that they would protect him. But Lu Mingche shook his head and said, that tree that stands out in the forest will be broken by the wind. Too much sharpness invites jealousy. It's better to assess the situation carefully and show your talents only when your safety is assured. Lin Xueqing nodded, coming back to herself from her embarrassed state, and smiled. I know, and I didn't exaggerate like Xiaoning said. I just recently learned some medical skills in shooting. Lu Mingche shook his head and interrupted her modest words. You might not realize it, but your talent isn't just in medicine or shooting or other skills. I think your real talent is in learning ability. In the past, your talent was hidden, but now, with the chance to learn, it has started to show. Lu Mingche looked at Lin Xueqing with a feeling of mutual understanding. He used to think his own mind was different from others, assuming everyone was the same as him, which caused him a lot of jealousy and resentment. But Lin Xueqing's eyes widened suddenly, her heart pounding rapidly, feeling very anxious. Fortunately, only she could see the system. If not, she might have suspected that the system had already been exposed. Lu Mingche is truly a genius among geniuses. She thought she had hidden her abilities well, but he saw through her core. Luckily, having someone like Lu Mingche nearby made her sudden ability to learn anything quickly seem less strange. Lu Mingyuan saw the surprise in Lin Xueqing's eyes and thought she was amazed that he had such skills. He patted her shoulder to comfort her. It's okay. Do what makes you comfortable. Don't worry too much about what others think. Then, Lu Mingyuan changed the subject and asked Lu Mingche, Did you look at those materials from yesterday? Lu Mingche nodded, a hint of mischief in his eyes, and smiled. I did. They were made by the people on Bald Mountain Island. They not only measured the geography of Dajiang Port and the logistics routes, but also studied the patterns of the Navy ships leaving for training. Most importantly, they mapped out the routes of the villages around Xiaoxi village and the water flow branches. Lu Mingyuan had also looked at those documents earlier and saw many maps inside. He hadn't looked as carefully as Lu Mingche, so he didn't realize that the other side had marked the patterns of their Navy training. Lu Mingche took out a map and said, They really can measure everything, which saves us a lot of trouble. He pointed to a spot on the map and continued, I suggest we build our research base right here. Lu Mingyuan recognized that the map showed the area near their current bamboo shelter and asked doubtfully, Here is the back mountain behind our bamboo shelter. Are you sure? Lu Xiaoning didn't understand all the twists and turns and said straightforwardly, Building on our back mountain is pretty good. After finishing research, it's also convenient to go home. Their father looked suspiciously at Lu Mingche, not believing that his son hadn't considered the disadvantages of building on the back mountain. The location was indeed very good. It's the highest mountain in the nearby hills, making it easy to observe the surroundings. But it also made it easier for spies to sneak in, and being close to Xiaoxi village's activity area meant villagers might notice unusual activity. Lu Mingche nodded slowly and explained, I'm very sure there's no better place than this. First, this is the highest hill in the area under Dad's control. Considering the enemy's activities, my brother has a good reason to set up a lookout here. Because soldiers are stationed here, villagers wouldn't dare come close, and enemies would be even more cautious. This way, our biggest worry is solved. Lu Mingyuan's eyes lit up immediately. Indeed, those people last night were bringing us a big gift. With their previous infiltration cases and the information they've gathered, applying to the military district to set up a lookout here will surely succeed. Even better if the base is built inside our lookout. The research equipment and supplies can be transported under the guise of military logistics. Their father quickly understood. This idea is really good. Our location is on the edge of Xiaoxi village. Once the base is built, it will be between the villagers and the base. So if I build the cattle shed behind our bamboo shelter, then anyone from the Revolutionary Committee coming here will have to pass through the villagers first, then us. 2 checkpoints in a row will delay them enough for them to return from the base to the cattle shed. Their mother was a bit worried. Building the cattle shed near us might cause trouble with the young people at the youth point. When talking about the people at the Knowledge Youth Station, Father Lu also felt a headache. He had already noticed that some of these young people were just here to cause trouble. Xiulan remembered what Su Yao said on the first day and quickly added, they said they didn't like living next to the medical shed because they were worried about germs spreading. The patients in the bamboo shed have had major surgeries. It takes about 100 days for their injuries to heal, and they usually stay in the medical shed for 2 or 3 months. During this time, I will stay with old who to learn traditional medicine, hoping to keep the medical shed's purpose. Later, we can explain that no one wants to live near the medical shed. As for why we are living here, it's mainly to treat Ming Che and to take care of me more easily, she explained. Lu Mingyuan's eyes lit up instantly. He clapped his thigh and quickly made a decision. All right, let's go with this plan. I'll apply to build a lookout point, Dad will build a cattle shed, and Xiuqing will focus on learning from old Hu. Lu Zhaoning hurriedly pointed at himself and asked, what about me? Lu Mingling raised his hand to show he was also in Me Too. Me too. Mother Lu smiled and said, you two are responsible for guerrilla work. Just go up the mountain and around the village when you're free. Report back to us if you see strangers or anything suspicious. Lu Mingling immediately stood up and saluted. We promise to complete the task. Everyone present burst into laughter. While the Lu family enjoyed their happy moment, a bicycle sped quickly out of the village. Su Yao sat sideways at the back, worriedly asked, Jixing, if we act first and report later, will that cause problems? Gua Jixing looked excited. As long as he successfully reported, the task would be done, and he could go back to the city with Su Yao. He didn't care about the details. He confidently said, even if Lu Jinghua is unhappy, he can only swallow it. Besides, he'll be in trouble himself soon, so he won't have the strength to punish us. Su Yao thought for a moment and asked, when can we go back to the city? Your dad said as long as we catch Lu Jinghua's weak spot, we can bring down the Lu family. Then they'll find a reason to let us return to the city. Hearing this, Su Yao couldn't help but complain, my dad too. It would be better if he just let his relatives come to the countryside to work. If I have to act in a play so he can show off in front of the leaders and force us to go to the countryside. Gua Jixing thought more than Su Yao and said helplessly, your father can't do anything. If we don't take the chance to bring down the Lu family, we will be suppressed in the future. Let me say, if the Lu family commits a crime, they should be put in a cattle shed. Why are they still made a team leader in the countryside? Your father and the others haven't found solid evidence yet, so they moved our relocation site here, just to find their weakness. Fortunately, we found the evidence now. We can definitely bring down the Lu family. When they fall, we will be heroes. Su Yao's eyes lit up. We have made a great contribution. My dad must hold a big wedding for me, and then give us a house. This bamboo bed is for sleeping? I never want to sleep on a bamboo bed again. Meanwhile, in Jing City, at the Zhong family, Zhong Hao finished breakfast and suddenly remembered something. He asked his eldest son. Did Zhao's family get sentenced today? Zhong Xiongdong nodded. Yes, except for Zhao Ziho, who was demoted. The other 4 were sent to the countryside for reform through labor, and their assets were confiscated. What about that girl who wanted to hire someone to kill Lu Zhangguo's wife? Zhong Xiongdong sighed. Those people from the Azation are pretty tight-lipped. They received many favors from the Zhao family back then and thought they were repaying kindness. They refused to tell the truth no matter what. But luckily, Zhao's couple also found out what their adopted daughter did. They didn't help her find a way out and went to the countryside for reform with them. Zhong Hao snorted coldly. The Zhao couple did the right thing. That girl has bad intentions and should be sent for reform. When are they leaving? Let's inform Lu Zhangguo. Probably in half a month. Xiongnan sent word that their area just lifted the lockdown, and they will be able to send telegrams soon. We'll send the news together. Are you sure they will be assigned to Xiaoxi village? Yes, not only because we pulled some strings. I also told Zhao's family, and they're working on it too. After all, Zhao's family has connections in Hong Kong and Southeast Asia. No one knows if they will need these resources in the future, so they will definitely leave some face. Zhong Hao paused thoughtfully and then asked, will this affect the layout of the Lu family? It shouldn't. Zhao's family plans to head south as much as possible because they can't handle the northern climate and just want to stay alive. To others, the hardest place right now in the south is Little Creek Village. Zhong Hao took a puff of his cigarette and thought for a moment before saying, Old Chen will have to delay reporting Lu family's achievements in Little Creek Village. Once Zhao's people leave, then he can report. Zhong Xiongdong nodded. When I call Uncle Chen later, I'll mention this. Zhong Hao waved his hand. Go ahead. Meanwhile, after breakfast, the Lu family members started their busy day. Lu Mingyuan took Lin Xueqing to the military camp, while Lu's father, mother, and Lu Zhaoning went to work. Lu Mingche stayed home to study the materials Lu Mingyuan brought back yesterday, and Lu Mingleng did chores and looked after Lu Mingche. When Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xueqing arrived at the place where Zhang Yongshan was held, Zhang Yongshan was sitting on the ground, looking very defeated. Seeing Lin Xueqing, he looked confused and muttered, Does that officer think he can just bring a pretty girl to me? Does that officer think he can find a beautiful girl to me just for fun? Lin Xueqing was a bit disgusted and turned to Lu Mingyuan, saying, He thinks I was sent by you to him. Both Lu Mingyuan and Zhang Yongshan felt a shock in their hearts. Zhang Yongshan looked at Lin Xueqing with surprise and fear, saying, Hey, pretty girl, can you understand plain language? You should have told me earlier. Hey, beautiful girl, can you understand plain language? Why didn't you say so earlier? You're so sneaky, pretending not to understand what we're saying even though you can hear us. Lu Mingyuan was furious. The first time he saw Zhang Yongshan, he felt something was off about his gaze at Lin Xueqing. Now, he even dared to look at his wife with desire right in front of him. How much could he tolerate? He grabbed Zhang Yongshuan's collar with one hand and lifted him up, then suddenly punched him in the face. Zhang Yongshan quickly screamed and shouted, Are you crazy? You don't hit the face when hitting someone. What's wrong with you? You're crazy. You don't hit the face when hitting someone. What's wrong with you? Before he finished speaking, Lu Mingyuan punched him in the face again. Zhang Yongshan immediately cried out in pain, hurriedly speaking in Beijing dialect. Stop hitting me. I'll admit it. Lu Mingyuan raised an eyebrow. He thought he should have hit this kid harder last night. Turns out, this sneaky guy really deserved it. Lin Xueqing had never seen such a violent Lu Mingyuan before. As his father and Zhaoning had said, he was really good at fighting. Suddenly, she remembered that on their wedding night, although he was very angry, he still kept his temper and didn't hit her like he hit Zhang Yongshan. While Lin Xueqing was lost in thought, Lu Mingyuan had already thrown Zhang Yongshan to the ground and asked, Did the Eagle Country send you? What was your real purpose in sneaking into the factory? Zhang Yongshuan's eyes flickered, and he quickly replied, No, of course not. My household registration is here, and I have no connection to Eagle Country. I've said many times, I just want to make a little money. I was just helping them find fishing boats. I really don't know what they do. Without hesitation, Lin Xueqing exposed him. He's lying. Hey, pretty girl, don't talk nonsense, okay? Say less, it's just helping out. Let's see, miss, don't talk nonsense, alright? Say less. It's just helping out. Lu Mingyuan didn't understand what he said and instinctively thought it wasn't good. He raised his hand and punched Zhang Yongshun again. Zhang Yongshun was beaten so badly that his face was swollen and his nose was bruised. He almost cried out and hurriedly shrank to the corner, trembling. You can't abuse prisoners. I want to complain about you. Lin Xiuqing looked at him with a smile and said, No, he didn't abuse prisoners. He was a hero, saving a lady. You harassed me, so you got beaten. Zhang Yongshun's eyes widened. He thought he was clever enough, but he didn't expect Lin Xiuqing to be even more shameless. He wiped the blood from his mouth, spat, and sneered at her. Huh, if you say so, then it's so. The meat is on the chopping board. Do whatever you want. But if you want me to tell the truth, don't even think about it. Since you said we can do whatever we want, it's very simple. Just accuse you of being a traitor and betraying the country. We will act according to how we can make progress. Lin Xiuqing's words immediately made Zhang Yongshun's eyes widen. He turned to Lu Mingyuan and said in Beijing dialect, You can't believe what she says. You're forcing confessions. Lu Mingyuan raised his eyebrows, seeming to find a way to get Zhang Yongshun to speak. He knew that to deal with a tricky person, you can't be too polite. No, I think her idea is very good. Since you're not cooperating anyway, the evidence is enough to accuse you of betraying the country. Just shoot him. Zhang Yongshun was stunned and argued. You can't do that. That's not proper. Lu Mingyuan kicked him and snorted. There are no rules here. If you want to talk, talk. If not, forget it. Zhang Yongshun groaned and said helplessly, I told you yesterday. You don't understand, and it has nothing to do with me. Lu Mingyuan smiled smugly. It's okay. I'll ask again today. If you try to confuse us with plain words, don't blame me for being rude. Zhang Yongshun quickly raised his hand and shouted. I'll tell you. Please don't hit me anymore. Lu Mingyuan asked Hao Xiaoman to come in and take notes. He questioned him, and Lin Xiuqing listened nearby. Whenever there was plain language, she translated. Zhang Yongshun was clever. When it came to key points, he used plain words to pass over. According to him, these couldn't be translated into Beijing dialect. For example, getting involved in smuggling and sending the data out, where smuggling means drug trafficking. It indicates that Zhang Yongshun's behind-the-scenes people have a secret smuggling route connecting 3 places. Another example, following Hong Kong's Boss Hong, where Boss Hong refers to a gang leader and gang means a criminalization. Zhang Yongshun is part of the ization in Hong Kong. Lin Xiuqing also secretly felt relieved. She learned plain language from the system. Otherwise, with such hidden words, she might have been as clueless as Lu Mingyuan. They knew the other side was telling the truth, but they didn't understand what was being said. Meanwhile, Lu father's work was not going smoothly. Just as they were about to start, the youth camp people caused trouble again. Guo Jixing and Su Yao directly skipped work without notice. Qiu Shaoling took the opportunity to act and stir trouble, saying Su Yao was acting like a capitalist's daughter and had stayed overnight at a villager's house yesterday, showing no team spirit. Finally, Zhang Jiamin from their team took leave on behalf of 2 people, saying he had urgent matters to attend to in the county. Father Lu immediately felt a pounding headache. If these people could skip work casually, how could future plans be made? He marked both as absent without leave, since it wasn't a personal leave and there was no valid reason. He didn't accept such last-minute absences. Otherwise, others might follow suit and he wouldn't be able to manage the team properly. Author's note: Zhang Yongshun's character has been smoothly phased out and the Lu family has started to integrate into village life. There won't be further narration of this part in plain language. Note: the original intention was to highlight the difficulties the Lu family faced after moving to the countryside and how exhausting bilingual translation can be. Father Lu had to reassign the work of Guo Jixing and Su Yao. Now is a race against time to save the crops, so there's no room for delays caused by their lack of cooperation. Because they made many bamboo rakes yesterday, the progress of dredging the rice fields this morning was much faster than the day before. Although Yiming also found the work of clearing silt tiring, Seeing the rice seedlings that were nearly dead stand upright again because of their efforts made him feel very proud. Yiming also used his expertise actively. Under his advice, the excavated silt was not wasted but dried and used as fertilizer. Father Lu knew Yiming was an agricultural expert. He took some time to privately ask him, "Comrade Yi, although we've managed to save about a third of the rice fields here, our village's grain output this year will definitely fall short. Is there any crop suitable for planting at this season that grows quickly?" Yiming had been thinking about this in recent days. The completely flooded rice fields couldn't be left idle. New crops needed to be planted quickly to make up for the losses caused by the flood. Planting sweet potatoes is the fastest and easiest option. Additionally, we can grow some quick-growing southern leafy vegetables like bok choy and water spinach. Father Lu frowned. But these are not easy to store, and they're not on the collective's collection list. I'm worried the collective might not want to accept them. Yiming also frowned and sighed. He said, "It's already August, so it's too late now. The rice fields that can still be saved are barely enough to cover the grain quota. But if we also need to feed the villagers, it won't be enough." Father Lu's brow was also tight. He knew Yiming had already done his best. The road had been blocked for several days. When they arrived, saving about a third of the rice fields was already a great achievement. He had to suppress his worry and focus on other work. Father Lu didn't ask the villagers for help. Instead, he sent Tianxing to find a few soldiers from his team to help build 2 bamboo shelters next to the medical tent. Each bamboo shelter was divided into sections with bamboo boards, similar to their own bamboo huts. He had already planned that one shelter would be for the experts to stay in, and the other for the other workers assigned to their village. There was a corridor between the 2 shelters, and on each side of the corridor, they kept cattle. This kept the noise and activity separate between the 2 shelters. The committee members came to check, but they found no problems. Meanwhile, the ferry at the village entrance was very busy today. One fishing boat after another set out early along the river to fish at the coast. At the same time, military ships with supplies kept arriving and unloading cargo. There was grain, cement, bricks, medical supplies. Seeing these supplies, the villagers were very happy, as if having a new leader was a good thing. Aunt Zhang watched the soldiers carrying the supplies go in one after another, her eyes almost popping out. She said to Aunt Ma next door, "Our new leader, even though he's from the north, is not bad. At least he managed to get so many supplies from the military. Our house that collapsed might have a chance now." Aunt Ma nodded in agreement. It's true, having connections helps. Captain Chen was good too, but no matter how good he was, he couldn't get the army to come help. I heard that the military leader in charge of disaster relief is Captain Lu's son. No wonder. Getting his own son to help makes it so much easier. I feel that Captain Lu won't stay with us for long. Otherwise, why would he go out of his way to flatter him? He must be thinking that after the transfer, he will take over the team leader's position. Working hard is good, but unfortunately, he just lacks a bit of luck. Exactly, I agree. Li Tsuehua, Chen's wife, looked annoyed. She couldn't bear to listen to everyone's gossip anymore. She snorted coldly and turned to leave. Soon, it was almost 11 o'clock. Lu Mingyuan was nearing the end of his interrogation of Zhang Yongshun. After handing over the final tasks to House Xiaoman, he took Lin Xueqing to the medical station in the camp. When they arrived, Chen Tuxiang had already woken up. Lin Xueqing quickly took out a bottle of malted milk from her bag and handed it to Chen Feifan, saying, "This is to help Comrade Xiao Chen recover." Chen Feifan took it and smiled. "It's already good that you came. No need to be so polite with gifts. Malted milk is worth more than his family's 2 hens. His family's hens had already been sent to the Lu family, and this kind of supplement was really what they needed most right now. Chen Feifan didn't care about being embarrassed and immediately accepted the malted milk. Chen Tuxiang glanced at his brother, noticing there was no politeness at all. He sighed and said apologetically, "Sorry for causing you trouble." Chen Feifan quickly responded, "If the village needs help in the future, we will definitely do our best." Lu Mingyuan waved his hand and smiled. "Rest well. In the afternoon, my colleagues will come to ask you about Zhang Yongshun. Just tell them as much as possible about his daily contacts and the places he often visits. Chen Tuxiang was stunned and asked with a slightly sad look, "Is he really a spy?" Lu Mingyuan didn't deny it. He nodded and said, "He's a very important spy. You can say you've indirectly helped our military." Chen Feifan, who had been working with his father for many years, was more clever and understood the tricks involved. He immediately realized the clever plan Lu Mingyuan had arranged earlier. He couldn't help but feel secretly amazed. His brother was a simple person, but luck was on his side. What seemed like trouble turned out to be a blessing with the help of kind people, and it became a good thing. Instead, he was the one who caused trouble for his younger brother. If he hadn't gone along, his brother wouldn't have gotten hurt trying to save him. For a moment, Chen Feifan felt a mix of feelings, guilt and relief. Chen Tuxiang didn't think so much. He was full of excitement and said, "Are you serious? I actually made a contribution." Lu Mingyuan didn't say everything outright but nodded affirmatively. "You reported Zhang Yongshuan's actions, which made us realize he might be a hidden spy." "Really? Isn't that just you asking questions and me answering?" "Does that count?" Lin Xueqing also smiled and said, "Of course it counts. You told us about his work habits, so we noticed something was off." Chen Tuxiang immediately relaxed and chuckled happily. "That must be divine luck. I made a contribution on his 7th day." Chen Feifan felt itchy and wanted to hit someone. This silly younger brother, he clearly received the credit from others, but he can't see it. So stupid. But then, Chen Feifan thought about how to repay the Lu family. For the Lu family now, the most important thing is to quickly integrate into the villagers. Helping Captain Lu to start work in the village as soon as possible is the best way Chen Feifan thought to help the Lu family. Also, helping Lu Zhenguo rebuild the village and boost production quickly benefits him too. These official positions are like a game of musical chairs. Once Lu Zhenguo completes his tasks, he might take over his position and inherit his father's role as captain. Thinking this through, Chen Feifan made plans and quickly said with a smile, "Yesterday, we agreed to take you to villagers' homes at noon to exchange some daily supplies. I think around 1 p.m. is good. I'll meet you outside your bamboo shed and go together to the villagers' homes." Most villagers will be at home at that time. Lin Xueqing naturally wouldn't refuse and nodded quickly. "That would be great. Thank you. No trouble at all. You are our great benefactors." Chen Tuxiang also took the opportunity to speak. "Yes, it's no trouble at all. Don't feel embarrassed. If anything happens in the village, just ask my brother." After a few more casual chats, Lu Mingyuan and Lin Xueqing left the hospital room to go home and prepare dinner. When I got home, Lu Minglang had already washed the rice and gathered firewood, ready to start cooking. Lin Xueqing patted Lu Minglang's head and smiled. "Minglang, you're really capable." Lu Minglang happily nodded and said, "Of course. I'm a man. I keep my promises. I will help with the housework." "Good, good. Keep it up. Your sister-in-law believes in you." Lin Xueqing took the washed rice, measured new water, and then taught Lu Minglang how much water to add when cooking coarse grains. After making sure he learned, she asked him to go to the back mountain to pick up some dry firewood again. While the kitchen was empty, Lin Xueqing bought a bottle of basic nutritional supplement from the system shop and added half of it to the rice water. There were still some wild vegetables Chen Feifan brought yesterday, and combined with dried goods bought earlier from the Jing City Supply and Marketing Cooperative, they could make a wild vegetable and mushroom soup. However, Lin Xueqing soon frowned. Eating only wild vegetables every day wasn't a good idea. She had previously learned level 1 planting but hadn't had seeds. Since coming here, she had been busy and had no time to plant. Today, she planned to find time to cultivate a small vegetable patch in the backyard, so they could have fresh vegetables daily and wouldn't need to go to the back mountain to pick wild ones every day. If she did that, she would also need to exchange some seeds when she went to the villagers at noon. As for meat, Lin Xueqing also found it troublesome. They couldn't eat dried meat every day. She needed to find a way to get fresh meat. Her space still stored many chickens, ducks, geese, as well as pork and beef, but in this environment, there was no chance to take them out. She had to think of an excuse to take the meat out of her space, or she would get tired of eating dried meat every day. While Lin Xueqing was cooking, Lu Xiaofeng also started preparing food. Knowing that grain delivery was coming today to help, Lu Xiaofeng finally relaxed a bit. She stopped making porridge and instead cooked coarse grain rice. Her cooking was not as delicate as Lin Xueqing's. She simply placed the dried meat Lin Xueqing gave her on top of the rice and steamed them together. Last night, she discussed with old Yi. Today, when she and Lin Xueqing went to exchange grain at the villagers' homes, the most important thing was to exchange some seeds. She wasn't good at farming, but Yiming was very capable. With her helping Lin Xueqing to earn work points by making bamboo crafts with the villagers every afternoon, she believed they would be able to exchange enough grain by the end of the year. Based on this calculation, they have enough rice and vegetables. They are also learning from the neighboring Lu family, saving money by raising chickens, ducks, and geese, so they will have meat. Life doesn't seem as difficult as they initially thought when planning to move to the countryside. This time, they also met helpful people. Yiming is right. Their family was able to recover partly because of the Lu family. The Lu family has many sick and young members. Once Lu Mingyuan returns to the military camp, they will not have enough people to take care of things, and it might be their turn to help the Lu family. Besides being sharp-tongued, she is quite quick at doing chores. When there's no work, they help each other as neighbors. Soon, it was time for dinner, and everyone returned from work. It was time for the family to gather around the table. Lu Mingyuan was the first to share his plans. Chen will come to our house soon. Think about what you want to exchange with the villagers. We can use money and tickets to trade for some things first. Also, it's good to greet the villagers so we can get along better in the future. After I walk around the village with everyone, I will go back to the southern island to report, then bring back the experts. Lu's father nodded and said, "All right. I think the bamboo shed will be ready by the afternoon. For now, they can stay there temporarily. Once the base is built, the environment will be more comfortable." Taking the chance, Lin Xueqing shared her idea. "I plan to exchange some vegetable seeds with the villagers later and build a small vegetable shed next to the kitchen." Lu Xiaoning's eyes lit up. "So, after it's built, we can eat fresh vegetables every day." Lu's mother looked a bit confused. "Xueqing, you also know how to grow vegetables." Lin Xueqing's eyes sparkled, and she smiled. "I can learn." Lu's mother understood. She said that Lin Xueqing, being a city girl born and raised there, wouldn't be so good at growing vegetables. Lu's father thought Lin Xueqing had a great attitude towards learning and agreed, "Yes, that's the right way. If you don't know, learn. Not everyone is born knowing everything." Lu Mingyuan frowned slightly. "For turning the soil and bending down, you should ask Mingling for help." Lu Mingling nodded. "Yes, if my sister-in-law asks me, I can do it." Lu Mingche also gave a suggestion. "Comrade Yiming next to us is studying this. You can learn from him. Not just your sister-in-law, but you too." Lu Xiaoning immediately raised her hands in surrender. "Second brother, please spare me. I work in the fields during the day, and I still have to learn farming at home. With this time, I might as well go hunting in the mountains." Hearing this, Lu Mingyuan quickly asked, "Who said they were responsible for hunting yesterday? And what about the meat?" Lu Xiaoning wanted to cry, but said nothing. "Just leave me alone. I didn't sleep until very late last night, and when I got up this morning, it was already so late. There's no time for hunting." Lin Xueqing glared at Lu Mingyuan. Lu Xiaoning is a girl, after all. No one acts like her older brother does. She quickly comforted him. "It's okay, your brother was just joking. We'll visit the villagers later and bring back more chickens, ducks, and geese. We'll raise them. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs can hatch into chickens. Then we'll always have meat." Lu Xiaoning looked at her sister-in-law with doubt. "Really?" Then she turned to look at her older brother's face. Why doesn't he seem to be joking at all? Lu's father was surprisingly caring for his daughter and suggested, "If you don't want to go hunting in the mountains, since we're near the sea, the best way is to go fishing." Lu Xiaoning rolled her eyes at her father. What's the difference between fishing and wanting her to commit suicide? If she knew how to swim, she wouldn't have needed her brother to rescue her sister-in-law earlier, which led to their marriage. Lu Mingche heard this and silently fell into thought. They say rely on the mountains for resources and the sea for resources, so they need to find ways to make use of fishing. Also, the fact that Lu Xiaoning and the others can't swim is a big problem. This area often experiences floods. Who can guarantee there won't be new floods next year? Thinking of this, he looked at Lu Xiaoning and Lu Mingyuan, who can't swim, and said, "Your sister-in-law is pregnant and can't learn to swim right now. Why don't you two find time to learn?" Lu Xiaoning immediately pouted. "I won't learn. If I learn, then you'll make me go fishing." Lu Mingyuan was excited and raised his hand. "Brother, I want to learn." Lu Mingyuan also thought it was necessary. After a moment of consideration, he replied, "Once I finish the work I have now, I'll take you to learn how to swim." The Lu family members ate and talked together, and soon it was time to meet Chen Feifan as planned. Lu Mingyuan went next door to call Yi Ming and his wife. The rest of the Lu family quickly tidied up and waited outside the bamboo shed. Today, they planned to go as a whole family. Since they arrived in the village, only Lu father and Lu Mingyuan had been around. Most villagers didn't know them well. Another reason was to use Lu Mingyuan's military uniform to gain respect and prevent villagers from thinking differently about their property. Lu Mingyuan had another task: to spread the news about enemy agents sneaking into the village. Using the Chen brothers as an example, he wanted villagers to be more alert and not become tools for enemies to do harm. For villagers, nothing convinced them more than hearing personal stories from respected people. It made them more aware and cautious about enemy threats. Chen Feifan arrived quickly as scheduled. When he saw the well-eyed Lu family waiting for him, he was surprised. Then he noticed a family of 3 standing beside the Lu family. He couldn't help but feel shocked. There were so many people. Then he realized what was going on. He thought he was bad at social skills. When the Lu family first entered the village, he was full of resentment, thinking Lu Jingwa had taken his position as team leader. Later, he heard they knew his brother and thought it was better to deal with the Lu family since they were easier to work with. So, he had resentfully arranged for these outsiders to stay at the edge of the village, just to save face. Now he saw that the Lu family had been in the village for several days. Besides Lu Jingwa and Lu Mingyuan, who represented the team and the army respectively, the others didn't know the villagers and the villagers didn't know them. Later, when the father and son helped villagers with disaster relief sincerely, he only thought of giving a couple of chickens as thanks. He never considered the difficulties the Lu family faced. Thinking of this, Chen Feifan felt guilty. He realized he had been narrow-minded. He quickly suggested, "Captain Lu, actually our village has some unused land. If you need, you can choose a piece of land to build a house when rebuilding. Bamboo sheds aren't suitable for long-term living." Hearing that they could build a yard, Lu Xiaofang was excited and wanted to speak up, but Yi Ming directly held her back with his hand. She couldn't help but glare at him. This was their previously agreed plan. Yi Ming was afraid she might offend people again, like she did on the train before. So he made a request. This time, they must go to the village with the Lu family and follow his lead. Yi Ming was indeed worried. Lu Xiaofang's personality might cause her to trade resources with villagers, but he was more afraid she would offend everyone over small gains. He also worried that their family might end up like the people at the Agricultural Science Institute, seeming to cause trouble and taking advantage, but in reality, neighbors disliked and avoided them, and colleagues kept making things difficult at work because of personal disagreements. Lu's father didn't expect Chen Feifan to suddenly bring this up. He quickly smiled and said, "Comrade Chen, you're thoughtful. Honestly, we're quite happy living here. We're satisfied with your arrangements. You know, our second son's leg isn't very good, and our eldest daughter-in-law is pregnant. Living next to the medical shed makes us feel more at ease." Lu Xiaofang couldn't help but mutter. No wonder those educated youths disliked the medical shed, but the Lu family just moved right next to it without a word. Chen Feifan was also surprised. He hadn't thought about that perspective from Lu's father. He couldn't help but look at Lu Mingche, who was sitting in a wheelchair but still looked gentle and refined, and asked, "Comrade Lu, how is your leg now?" Lu Mingche was now able to calmly talk about his condition. He replied openly, "Old who said I still need 3 months to rest, then do rehabilitation." Chen Feifan didn't know the full story and thought it was just an accident. He said, "No wonder. So you came to find a famous doctor." Old Hu from the military district is a very skilled traditional Chinese doctor. We have an old man in our village who had a numb leg for many years, and he was cured with just a gentle twist of his leg. As he spoke, He took a step forward and pointed toward the dense cluster of villagers' homes. Let's walk and chat as we go. Lu's mother was also very talkative. She joined in and said, yes, yes. Old, who is very good at feeling bones. If it weren't for him, Mingche almost got misdiagnosed. Chen Feifan became even more convinced that this family was here for treatment. Otherwise, why would a well-off official from Beijing come to their poor, remote village to be a team leader? If you say they were punished for their crimes, the Lu father and son are quick and efficient. One handles mobilization, the other military support. They are very capable. Unlike corrupt officials who just give orders without any real ability. If it's for the children, then it's different. It just shows how much parents care. Mother Lu took the opportunity to ask, what special crops do we have in our village? We should exchange some later. The army's grain should have arrived. It's mostly rice and grains. We'll have to figure out the rest ourselves. Regarding this, Lu Xiufang couldn't help but break her promise to Yiming and asked, how much grain did the army support us with this time? How much can each person get? Father Lu frowned and replied, not exactly sure yet. The goods were just moved from the dock to the camp warehouse this morning. After work today, we'll distribute the grain. But this grain was borrowed from the army by our village, and we have to return it next year. So, our production team will face more pressure next year. Hearing this, Chen Feifan also frowned, understanding the difficulties Father Lu was facing as a former team leader's son. He couldn't help but worry, we only managed to save a third of our farmland. We don't know if the public grain quota will be enough this year. If that's the case, we can't give all the borrowed grain to the village. We need to keep some for emergencies. If the harvest in September and October is poor, this grain can be used then. Father Lu nodded. Comrade Chen's suggestion makes sense. Lin Xueqing frowned and looked at Yi Ming, asking, Comrade Yi, based on your expertise, is there a way to increase the yield? Yi Ming looked a bit helpless and cast a guilty glance at Lu Xiufang. Lu Xiufang felt guilty for being watched and wondered how she knew that the topic would turn back to her family. Yi Ming sighed and honestly said, this year, there's nothing we can do. We can only hope for a good harvest next year. Lin Xueqing remembered some knowledge about planting level 1 crops and comforted. I heard that after the flood, the silt used as compost makes the soil more fertile. If we fertilize the fields next year, maybe it will be a good harvest. Yi Ming looked at Lin Xueqing with suspicion and nodded in agreement. That's true. This natural compost is more effective than chemical fertilizers. This comment eased the tense expressions of the people present. Chen Feifan also comforted himself. Yes, there are always pros and cons. Heaven will compensate us. Next year will surely be a good harvest. Then Lin Xueqing asked, can we do some other side jobs and exchange money for grain? Earlier, we talked about easing everyone to do bamboo weaving and sell it to the commune. Would exchanging that for grain work? Lu's father had this idea and honestly said, that's indeed a good idea. If you know other bamboo craft skills, you might teach the villagers to make crafts together, creating a collective output for our village. Talking about bamboo weaving, Lu Xiufang felt a sense of achievement after leading yesterday and sincerely said, I think this is feasible. Anyway, those of us with children stay at home most of the time. During free time, we can gather with the kids to do crafts and earn some work points. That's pretty good. While chatting, everyone arrived at the villagers' homes. Chen Feifan walked and introduced the features and customs of Xiaoxi village. Thanks to Chen Feifan's explanation, everyone realized that compared to farming, Xiaoxi village's fishing industry was more developed. Because the village is near a hilly area with few flat lands, the cultivated land is limited. The annual harvest, besides paying public grain, is barely enough for the villagers to survive. In contrast, fishing resources are abundant. The village is close to the sea outlet, with a river at the entrance, making sea fishing and river fishing very convenient. Compared to sea fish, river fish are less in number, but catching river fish is much safer than going out to sea. Both the Lu family and the Yi family come from inland cities and had never encountered these things before. They were all very curious. Minglang was especially excited and asked Chen Feifan, does that mean once I learn to swim, I can go out to sea fishing with you? Is sea fishing just floating in the middle of the ocean? What if we lose our way? Is fishing fun? How do you eat the fish you catch? Chen Feifan suddenly burst into loud laughter. I don't think it's fun. The fish we catch can't be eaten right away. We need to first take them to the commune's fish collection point, and the remaining fish can only be eaten after being processed at home. Hearing Chen Feifan's cheerful laugh, some villagers came out of their houses. Seeing Chen Feifan and his group of about 10 people, they asked, Feifan, what are you all here for with so many people? Yes, are you here with Captain Lu to check the village? Lu's father quickly waved his hand and smiled. No. My family and I just arrived in the village. Since Feifan is free, we came to take a walk around and exchange some daily supplies with everyone. Some enthusiastic Annies responded warmly. Exchange what? What do you need? We have plenty at home, and we can give you some. Yes. Captain Lu and the young soldiers have helped us a lot. We have many supplies. If you don't mind, just come to our house and take what you need. Lin Xueqing was a bit surprised. She thought that as outsiders, the villagers might not like their family. But unexpectedly, the villagers were so warm and friendly. Suddenly, a few discordant voices came from not far away. All of them are just climbing the social ladder, acting friendly because someone is an official. Exactly. He's just a suppressed official. These people aren't afraid of getting involved. If they're careless, they might end up in the same boat and have to live in the cattle shed. That's right. Greedy and cunning people shouldn't come to our village. Li Guizhi was speaking passionately when Chen Feifan suddenly interrupted coldly. Motherly, spreading rumors is something you should be responsible for. Li Guizhi glanced at Chen Feifan, not caring at all, and said sideways, TSK, do you still think you're the son of the team leader? You're just an ordinary villager like me now. What right do you have to talk down to others, Chen Feifan? The faces of the Lu family members also turned unpleasant. Lu's father snorted. He has no right. I do, right? Oh dear, a higher official can oppress the people just because of their rank. Huh. Lin Xueqing frowned and looked at the sign above the older woman's head. Bamboo weaving level 8, planting level 3, argumentative level 5. No wonder she was so talkative. Her arguing skills were even better than Lu Xiufang's. After arguing with Lu Xiufang on the train, Lin Xueqing realized that you can't reason with such argumentative people. However, this older woman appeared just in time, and her level 8 bamboo weaving skill was exactly what she needed. She first learned about bamboo weaving from patients at the Beijing hospital, starting at level 1. On the train, Lu Mingyuan mentioned that bamboo grows well in the south, so she collected level 2 to 3 skills. She hadn't encountered higher levels before. Now that she had the chance, regardless of whether the woman liked her or was willing to teach, she had to quickly collect the skill. The collection system doesn't care who the person is. Once she clicks to collect, the other person doesn't know her skill has been secretly taken. With the level 8 bamboo weaving skill, she wouldn't worry about not having something to teach the villagers. Everyone in the village would learn advanced bamboo craft, giving a real boost to developing side businesses. Lin Xueqing quickly pressed the collect button, instantly collecting the level 8 bamboo weaving skill. She used 2 speed-up cards to reduce the collection time to 15 minutes. Fortunately, bamboo weaving isn't a rare skill. Even at level 8, it doesn't take long to collect. While the older woman was arguing, she could delay for about 15 minutes. After finishing these tasks quickly, Lin Xueqing slowly stepped out of the crowd and said, It's not about official titles. You just spread rumors that we are greedy and cunning, and now you want to blame us. Are the villagers of Xiaoxi village going to bully us outsiders like this? Another woman standing beside Li Guizhi immediately said, We just don't like outsiders coming into our village. What can you do about it? Seeing support from others, Li Guizhi became even more proud. Yes, we are exclusive. What are you going to do about it? Wherever you come from, just go back there. However, Lin Xueqing looked confused and asked Chen Feifan and the friendly villagers who had just shown support, Can these 2 older women represent everyone in the village? She turned to Lu Mingyuan and asked, I heard the army lent us grain. Since they don't want us to help, maybe the grain should go to those who need it more. Other villagers quickly stepped forward to advise. She doesn't represent our village. We will follow the Asian's decisions. She's just a troublemaker, trying to break our unity. Li Demao, please stop talking. Offending them isn't good for you. Li Guizhi was already unhappy with Lin Xiuqing. When she heard Lin Xiuqing threaten to withhold her family's grain, she became even angrier. Who do you think you are, you old busybody, to encourage others to seize our grain? This is support from the country, for our village. It's not up to you to decide. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will report your corruption and lawlessness. Her words were a mix of dialect and common language, and the Lu family members, who had recently improved their language skills, understood her meaning. Lu Mingyuan was furious. Standing tall at nearly 2 meters, he looked down and said, "Who do you call an old busybody? Say that again if you dare." Seeing Lu Mingyuan's height and his military uniform, Li Guizhi felt intimidated. It was her who threatened us first. I just responded. Wang Auntie, standing nearby, rolled her eyes and sarcastically said, "Just because you're in a military uniform doesn't mean you can bully us villagers." Lin Xiuqing, worried Lu Mingyuan might act impulsively, quickly grabbed him and turned to Li Damao and Wang Auntie. "My husband hasn't bullied you. Why are you insulting military personnel? What's your intention? He has been working tirelessly in the village these days, helping with disaster relief, checking for dangers, and solving post-disaster risks. Now he's using resources to mobilize the army's ships to deliver supplies for our village's reconstruction. Yesterday, he bravely resisted enemy spies trying to harm the village and destroyed their hideouts. My husband has done so much, yet you insult and curse us. Why should our family go to such lengths to help restore the village? Anyway, this is a natural disaster. Whether I do more or less, it's all the same." Lin Xiuqing's words immediately moved most villagers. Thinking about what the army and the Lu family had done for everyone these days, many people looked ashamed. Notification: the host debate has gained public approval. The sophistry skill has leveled up to level 2. Reward: 30,000 skill points. Chen Feifan also quickly stepped forward and said, "I can prove that what Comrade Lin said is true. Last night, enemies tried to cause trouble in our village. Captain Lu helped us caught the enemies and saved my brother Tiqiang." He then slowly explained how Zhang Yongshun approached his brother, gained their trust, and how lucky it was that Lin Xiuqing and her husband warned them, or they might have caused a big disaster. Finally, Chen Feifan reminded the villagers to stay alert and watch out for outsiders. Li Guizhi still stubbornly tried to argue, saying, catching enemies is his duty anyway." Someone couldn't hold back anymore and stepped out, pointing at Li Guizhi and Wang Lan, scolding, "I think you two are the real troublemakers in our village. You don't represent Xiaoxi village at all." Immediately, others agreed. "Exactly. Captain Lu has helped us so much. Not only do you not appreciate it, but you also turn around and blame him. How can you be so mean? Our whole family was saved by Captain Lu from the ruins. If they hadn't come in time, we would have lost everything. And Comrade Lin, she helped us make bamboo rakes. Without her leading us, we wouldn't have the tools to save our farmland." Hearing this, someone suddenly realized and scolded Li Guizhi. "Aunt Li, you're probably upset because Comrade Lin taught everyone how to make bamboo crafts, right?" Li Guizhi, exposed, didn't think she was wrong. She crossed her arms and said confidently, "So what? Doesn't she know that cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents? I just don't like her. I don't want her telling me what to do." Wang Lan quickly chimed in, "I think we shouldn't hold the afternoon bamboo craft sessions anymore. You all went to do bamboo weaving. Who is still at home taking care of children and family? She just has bad intentions." By this point, Lin Xiuqing understood that her willingness to share had harmed the vested interests of the village.
Ding.
Bamboo weaving level 8 skill collected. Reward: 800 skill points. Lin Xiuqing snorted coldly, then turned to the villagers gathered around and said, "I not only want to eyes bamboo weaving activities, but also teach everyone the skills I know." The people present were surprised and asked uncertainly, "Comrade Lin, are you sure? That's your special skill?" Lin Xiuqing nodded and smiled. "Of course, it's true. I've already asked everyone to come to the open space outside our house every afternoon to do bamboo weaving. There's no fake about it." "Wow, that's great. If I also learn bamboo weaving, I won't need to buy baskets or containers from the county anymore. I can make them at home. Comrade Lin, you're so generous. That's real team spirit. I think Comrade Lin deserves praise. Someone started the applause and others followed.
Ding.
The host has broken self-limits. Influence 1. Reward. 30,000 skill points. Li Guizhi and Wang Lan looked at the excited villagers, pouting, and slipped away quietly when no one was paying attention. Lin Xiulan watched the enthusiastic villagers. She raised her hand to signal everyone to be quiet and continued. Besides, I plan to apply to the team to make bamboo weaving a collective income project. Not only during reconstruction but also in the future, it will count towards work points for everyone. The villagers looked at each other in disbelief. Someone bravely asked Lu's father, "Captain Lu, is this true?" Seeing the atmosphere was already heated, Lu's father quickly stepped forward and said, "This is the most difficult time for our Xiaoxi village. I hope everyone can work together to improve the village's production. I will contact the supply and marketing cooperative to sell the bamboo products everyone makes, and the profits will be shared based on work points. As long as the quality is good, we will calculate work points per item. The more you work, the more you earn." While speaking, Mr. Lu looked around at everyone present and encouraged them. "Of course, if you have other projects that can help our Xiaoxi village earn more money, and if you're willing to share your ideas, we will give you extra rewards from those projects." Lu Xiufang's eyes lit up immediately. This was clearly a reward made just for her son, Yiming. She quickly asked, "If I come up with a way to increase grain production, will there be extra rewards?" Mr. Lu nodded confidently. "Yes, as long as it helps us improve production and better the village's living conditions, you will get extra rewards." The villagers cheered up right away. Someone asked, "I make fishing nets. Does that count?" Mr. Lu nodded and said, "Of course it does. If your nets are strong and easy to use, they can help everyone catch more fish. Our collective income will go up and you'll have a part in that." Hearing this, the villagers became very excited. They started thinking about what skills they could use to help improve the village's work. After the initial argument, the villagers felt that the Lu family was no longer so distant or impressive. It seemed that after arguing, they felt closer to each other. Many even thought that the new Captain Lu's family was genuinely dedicated to helping Xiaoxi village and making the village better. Unconsciously, the villagers accepted the Lu family as part of their community. Later, during the exchange of daily items, everyone was very enthusiastic. Some villagers even wanted to give their household items to the Lu family, but Mrs. Lu politely refused. Lin Xiulan was happy to exchange various kinds of seeds. Lu Mingche traded some pens and paper. Lu Minglang swapped a slingshot with the children, and Mrs. Lu exchanged some dried seafood. As it was almost time to start work, Mr. and Mrs. Lu interrupted the lively villagers and said they needed to leave. When the Lu family returned home, Hao Xiaomin and Liang Yong were already waiting outside the bamboo shed. Mr. Lu patted Lu Mingyuan on the shoulder and said, "Go ahead and try to get more. It's not easy for the village." Lu Mingyuan understood his father's hint and nodded. "Got it." He put down the supplies he was holding and, along with Hao Xiaomin and others, headed toward the ferry. Although the road to Xiaoxi village has reopened, the fastest way from Xiaoxi village to the South Island military camp is by boat. Father Lu, Mother Lu, and Lu Zhaoning took a short rest before heading to work. Lin Xiulan tidied up the dried seafood she exchanged from the villagers today and placed it in the kitchen. However, she looked at the empty 2 stoves and the dining table in the kitchen and frowned. Now that more items are stored, the furniture seems a bit insufficient. Her room is the same, with only a bamboo bed and no shelves for storage. After thinking for a while, she wondered if, since she was teaching villagers to weave bamboo, maybe she could also make some bamboo furniture? But bamboo weaving and furniture are quite different. Furniture is larger and can be sold for more money. She quickly searched the system, and the only way to combine bamboo weaving with furniture was through the ancient architecture studies developed during the collection of the Lu family courtyard samples. She wasn't sure if it would be useful, but Lin Xiulan decided to plan it anyway. Maybe learning it would be helpful. She immediately added levels 4 to 8 of bamboo weaving and level 1 of ancient architecture to her learning schedule. While doing so, she glanced at the nearby items: calligraphy by the Su family and garden art. After thinking for a moment, she decided to include them as well. To her surprise, according to the system's order, Calligraphy was listed first. Although curious, Lin Xueqing didn't change the recommended learning order. Since level 1 skills take only about 10 minutes to learn with an acceleration card, it wouldn't delay anything. Just as she finished dicing these, she heard noise outside. Probably the villagers who would help with bamboo weaving had arrived. There was still plenty of bamboo left from yesterday's chopping, so today they wouldn't need to go to the mountain to cut more. As Lin Xueqing stepped out of the kitchen, she saw Lu Mingyuan pushing Lu Mingche out. Lu Mingche smiled and said, "Today, Minglang and I will join in too." Lu Mingyuan added, "Yes, we want to earn work points too." Lin Xueqing patted Lu Mingyuan's head and smiled. "Good, but you need to learn well and try to earn more work points for our family." Outside, Lu Xiufang and another sister-in-law were already helping eyes the villagers who came to do bamboo weaving, distributing bamboo and bamboo ropes according to yesterday's method. Today, they're still making bamboo rakes, and the work of clearing the silt from the farmland is ongoing. It is estimated that it will take about 2 more days to finish everything. They make the bamboo rakes quickly, but they also use up supplies fast, so today they need to make some extras just in case. Unexpectedly, Li Daijian and Aunt Wang, who had just been arguing loudly with Lin Xueqing earlier, also arrived. With Yi Mingwei working, Lu Xiufang's stubborn personality showed clearly. She crossed her arms and angrily scolded Li Daijian and Aunt Wang. "Didn't you say you wanted to keep outsiders out? Why are you coming onto our land?" Li Daijian, who was also quite bold, crossed her arms and replied, "Ha! If there's work that earns us points, why can't I come? Are you afraid that my bamboo weaving skills are better and that I might take your points?" Lu Xiufang really thought that way. She is now the leader of the bamboo weaving group, feeling very proud. She had just learned from the villagers that Li Daijian was the best bamboo weaver in their village. Now that she has arrived and her skills are better than hers and Lin Xueqing's, she worries about how they will manage the bamboo weaving group in the future. Maybe she will lose her position as group leader. Her instinct was to drive them away. "If you don't welcome us, do I have to welcome you? Wherever you come from, wherever you go, this place doesn't accept your presence." Li Guizhi naturally didn't want that. She crossed her arms and started arguing with Lu Xiufang. While they argued loudly in the village, Lu Mingyuan's military speedboat had already left the river, crossed the sea entrance, and was speeding toward the southern island. Along the way, many ships could be seen, including fishing boats casting nets along the coast. But at some point, several fishing boats had tightly gathered around their ship. Lu Mingyuan, being observant, quickly noticed that these fishing boats were approaching their ship, moving at the same speed as the military vessel. His eyes widened in alarm, realizing something was wrong. Lu Mingyuan reacted quickly. He immediately put the information gathered from enemy agents into the hidden compartment of his clothes. He also stuffed a thick stack of papers into his canvas bag, which he was carrying on his back. At the same time, he turned to Wang Tao and said, "Send a rescue message to the military headquarters immediately." Wang Tao was momentarily stunned but quickly followed the instructions. However, he soon realized the problem. "Captain, the signal is being blocked. The distress signal can't get through." Lu Mingyuan's eyes flicked and he quickly found a solution. Use the Air Force method, firing signal flares. The troops with Lu Mingyuan were originally from the air and land forces, and they habitually carried rescue signal flares. These flares were meant to help them find each other quickly if they encountered trouble during missions, especially after parachuting from the air. Wang Tao never expected that, after so many missions, he would need to use a signal flare before even reaching the southern island. There was no time for him to sigh. He quickly hid behind the window of the boat cabin and fired 2 emergency signal flares into the sky. Almost at the same time, loud gunfire rang out outside. It seemed the enemy had discovered their position. Instead of fleeing, they immediately took action, trying to board the boat forcibly. Wang Tao clenched his teeth and said to Lu Mingyuan, "Captain, hand me the backpack. I'll distract them." "No, not yet," Lu Mingyuan replied. "I'm just being cautious." "I'm alone, but you're different, Captain." Lu Mingyuan's face darkened with anger. "Stop thinking about unnecessary things. We should focus on taking out more enemies. Meanwhile, soldiers at the Dajiang port and the lookout tower of the Southern Island military zone immediately noticed the distress signals from Lu Mingyuan's boat. Although they were puzzled about why the parachutist's signal flares appeared near their coast, they quickly reported it. Dajiang port and the Southern Island military zone immediately followed emergency plans, sending patrol boats to search nearby. In the military zone, Qin Jingming received the news with a frown, muttering, "I haven't heard of any Air Force exercises nearby recently, nor any reports of enemy aircraft entering our airspace. The Air Force? That kid from the Lu family seems to have been in the Air Force before." Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly picked up the phone and ordered, "Send a combat ship immediately to support the rescue operation. Hurry." On the other side, Lin Xueqing watched as Li Dajian and Lu Xiufeng, who had been arguing loudly, started fighting. She rubbed her forehead in frustration. Villagers tried to stop them, but both women were too fierce, and no one could hold them back. Lin Xueqing sighed helplessly and walked toward the medical tent, planning to ask the patrol soldier to come help separate the fighters. She really disliked dealing with such conflicts. Although she had learned some skills for arguing, she believed people should be more civilized and reasonable. As she reached the side of the medical tent, a familiar mechanical voice suddenly sounded from the system. Ding! 20 meters from the host, at 9 o'clock, high-level skill detected. Mechanical welding skill level 10.
Ding!
20 meters from the host, at 9 o'clock, high-level skill detected. Dynamics skill level 10.
Ding!
8 meters from the host, at 9 o'clock, high-level skill detected. Physics skill level 10.
Ding!
6 meters from the host, at 9 o'clock, high-level skill detected. Medicine development skill level 10. Lin Xueqing was surprised. It seemed the experts had already been brought into the village. Father Lu and the others moved quickly. They had discussed yesterday and set up the shelter today. The experts had also been brought back. Coincidentally, the small soldier on patrol today was Tianxing. He had heard the commotion and hurried over. "Miss, do you need help?" Lin Xueqing didn't refuse. She nodded and said, "There's a small conflict among villagers.
Please help."
Just as she was about to turn away from the medical tent, Liwan suddenly rushed out and raised her hand to slap Lin Xueqing's face. Fortunately, Tianxing was still nearby. Before Lin Xueqing could react, he quickly raised his hand to block Liwan's move. Lin Xueqing was startled and instinctively protected her stomach. She staggered a few steps but managed to steady herself. Liwan tried to push Tianxing's arm away and shouted at Lin Xueqing, "Who told you to interfere and help with the patients? I'm working here just fine. The patients haven't said anything, but since you all came, it's been noisy. Do you have to interfere so much? Go find Director Zhou and withdraw the complaint immediately, or my uncle will make sure your family pays the price." Liwan's insults surprised Lin Xueqing, who finally remembered it was about taking over her shift last night. Lin Xueqing frowned and said, "You neglect your duties and don't reflect on yourself, then blame others. Your work attitude should be punished." Hearing Lin Xueqing's reasonable words, Liwan wanted to shout back angrily, "If you hadn't meddled, the villagers wouldn't have come to me. None of this would have happened," she continued. "It's clearly your fault, but you show no guilt at all." Unexpectedly, Liwan was shifting blame and thinking it was someone else's fault. Lin Xueqing was stunned for a moment. She didn't want to waste words on someone like Liwan. Since Director Zhou was already going to discipline her, the Azation would handle her criticism. She wasn't a saint or overly sympathetic. She just wanted to avoid unnecessary trouble. Thinking this, Lin Xueqing turned to leave. Liwan saw she was ignoring her and became even more furious. Usually, everything was fine, and she was used to staying at the villagers' homes during night shifts. The villagers and patients had no objections, but the Lu family was meddlesome. They went to find Zhou Fuxing and exposed her staying at the villagers' home. When she returned to report to the camp, Zhou Fuxing said she would be fired and sent back to Nancheng Hospital, which she couldn't accept. Even worse, Zhou Fuxing kept accusing her of neglecting her duties, unfairly blaming her, which made her worry about her future work at the hospital. Thinking this, Li Wan sidestepped past Tian Xing's interference and quickly moved forward. She reached out and grabbed Lin Xiuqing, threatening, "Go to Director Zhou right now and clarify. It was your troublemaking that caused this false accusation against me." Lin Xiuqing tried to pull her hand away, but Li Wan held tightly. "If you don't withdraw your false accusations, you won't leave." From afar, Lu Mingyuan, who had been distracted, saw the conflict between Li Wan and Lin Xiuqing. He immediately shouted, "Mingling, quickly! Your sister-in-law is in trouble. Go check on her." Lu Mingyuan ran toward the medical tent and saw Li Wan holding tightly onto Lin Xiuqing. He immediately charged forward like a rocket, punching and kicking Li Wan. Lu Mingyuan was only half as tall as Li Wan. He was small but strong, and in a few moments, he kicked Li Wan so hard that she grimaced and shouted loudly, "You brat, get away from me." At this moment, Tian Xing also reacted quickly. He hurriedly pulled Li Wan back and said seriously, "Dr. Li, Comrade Lin is a military family member. If you intentionally hurt a military family member, I can detain you immediately." Li Wan finally calmed down, clenched her fists tightly, and threatened sternly, "Lin Xiuqing, just wait and see. You will regret this." Seeing Li Wan being restrained by Tian Xing, Lu Mingyuan immediately moved to stand in front of Lin Xiuqing. Like a protective animal, he spread his arms wide, glaring angrily at Li Wan and shouting, "Don't you dare hurt my sister-in-law." Lin Xiuqing felt warm inside. She patted Lu Mingyuan on the shoulder to signal him to stay calm, then turned to scold Li Wan. "Comrade Li, I can't help your situation. Your actions are obvious to all the patients." Li Wan clenched her teeth, knowing she couldn't fight all three of them alone. She turned around and ran toward the communication room in the military camp. She wanted to find her uncle. If she was accused of neglecting her duties, she would lose her position at Nan City Hospital. Meanwhile, Gu Jixing and Su Yao finally met with County Committee Director Li Jianzhong after a series of hardships, getting lost, wrong turns, and cold looks. After they explained their family backgrounds and Lu Zhengguo's crimes repeatedly, Li Jianzhong fell silent. Because the fact that they didn't assign any troublemakers to work was too minor, so minor that it couldn't topple Lu Zhenguo, let alone the Lu family. Lu Zhenguo could easily ignore this matter with a simple excuse about disaster relief. If he intervened in the affairs of Xiaoxi village, he might reveal that he was part of Su Chongguan's faction. Just then, the phone rang, breaking Li Jianzhong's awkward silence. He answered the call, listened to the person on the other and talk about the situation, and frowned. After the caller finished explaining everything, he sighed and reassured Li Wan, "I'll come over right away. Stay in the village and wait for me." After hanging up, Li Jianzhong looked up at Gu Jixing and Su Yao, then slowly explained the complaints they had made. Su Yao felt a wave of disappointment after hearing this. He defends those troublemakers. Isn't that enough to catch him? Li Jianzhong shook his head. How do you know he's defending those troublemakers? Accusations need solid proof. The Su family has influence in Beijing, but old Master Lu isn't out of power yet. The Lu family isn't as easily overthrown as you think. Su Yao still didn't believe and argued. Since I came to the village, I haven't seen those troublemakers doing any work. Also, my dad clearly said that the Lu family made mistakes, which is why they were demoted. But in reality, Lu Zhenguo didn't stay in the pigsty. He became the team leader who can control you all. As for those troublemakers, just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they're not around. Most importantly, he didn't think Lu Zhenguo would give others such obvious evidence to hold against him. Li Jianzhong's words left Gu Jixing and Su Yao unable to respond. After a while, they hung their heads, looking helpless. Su Yao also felt confused. She had thought that once they brought down Lu Zhenguo, they could return to the city. But now, it seemed returning was impossible. Gu Jixing pursed his lips and asked, "Uncle Li, what should we do to bring down Lu Zhenguo?" Li Jianzhong shook his head. He wouldn't give these two reckless young men any ideas. If they handled it poorly, they might get dragged down too. He had managed to stay safe within Qin Jingming's control because of his ability to avoid trouble and stay cautious. Gu Jixing and Su Yao were clearly impulsive and lacked the ability to handle things properly. They probably had already become the family's discarded children without realizing it. However, their recent report wasn't completely useless. At least, it was a small leverage against Lu Mingyuan. He could use this to negotiate, perhaps to keep his niece, Li Wan, working at the Nanching hospital. A quick thought flashed through Li Jianzhong's mind. He kept his calm and patted their shoulders, encouraging them. As long as you try hard, you'll find his weakness. When that happens, returning to the city will be easy. Before they could respond, he slowly stood up and said to them, "By the way, I need to go to Xiaoxi village. Want to come along?" Thinking about the hardships of the journey, Su Yao immediately nodded and said, "Then I will trouble Uncle Li." Meanwhile, Lin Xueqing, along with Tianxing and Lu Mingyuan, returned to their bamboo shed. Lu Xiufang and Li Guizhi were already fighting, their faces bruised and noses swollen, both crying out loudly. Li Guizhi's words were sharper than Lu Xiufang's, but her fists were a little weaker. Other villagers couldn't separate them, but Tianxing, being strong, quickly pulled them apart with one hand each. Lin Xueqing sighed and went into the medical shed to get some ointment to apply to their injuries. When Lu Mu heard the commotion, she hurried back. After understanding what happened, she quickly saw the main conflict and gave Lin Xueqing a plan. Keep Lu Xiufang as the team leader, responsible for quality supervision. This is teamwork and also counts towards work points. As for Li Guizhi, her skill in bamboo weaving is well known. If she is willing to teach others different styles, she can also earn rewards. If she doesn't want to, she can be treated like an ordinary villager, earning points based on the number of finished products. Lin Xueqing thought this was fair, but Li Guizhi immediately refused. "My bamboo weaving skills are well known. You favor certain people and I will report you." Lu Mu had been silent at noon, but seeing Lin Xueqing handle things smoothly and now Li Guizhi's repeated unreasonable arguments, she spoke up. "Xueqing is the project leader because she proposed this project and taught the villagers how to weave bamboo. We only care about who contributes most to the village, regardless of who does better. If you are willing to teach everyone your skills, you can also earn these points." Without hesitation, Li Guizhi refused. Her skills had been hard-won, trading a laying hen from the neighboring village for her craft. All their furniture, pots, and utensils were made possible by her skill. Now, if she gives her skills freely to others, what will she earn in the future? Seeing Li Guizhi's attitude, Lu Xiufang mocked her. In the end, it's just selfishness. When the village is in trouble, there's no sense of collective spirit at all. Lin Xueqing couldn't help but rub her forehead and said, "All right, say less." After comforting the two people, Mother Lu helped Lin Xueqing realize the bamboo weaving group's work. Lin Xueqing couldn't help but think to herself that experience really counts. When it comes to ization and coordination, Father and Mother Lu are much better. It was soon around 4 p.m., the time when the bamboo weaving group was most active. Suddenly, Tianxing hurried over and shouted at Lin Xueqing, "Comrade Lin, quickly. Director Zhou and Doctor who want you to go to the camp's medical station to help." Lin Xueqing was surprised and asked, "What happened?" Tianxing replied, "There was a shooting at sea today. Our village's fishermen were affected and many were injured." Lin Xueqing's heart skipped a beat. She put down her half-finished bamboo rake and immediately followed Tianxing to the medical station. The medical station was a temporary large tent. A large area was separated by cloth curtains, with beds for seriously ill patients. Further inside was a makeshift operating room. Next to it was a space divided by bamboo boards, which served as the medical staff's temporary office. When Tianxing and Lin Xueqing reached the office door, they heard Li Wan shouting inside, "If you don't withdraw your unfounded accusations against me, I won't participate in this emergency rescue." A loud voice from Zhou Fuxing also came from inside. "Good. Since you refuse to follow the Azation's orders, you must leave immediately." "Why should I leave? I'm a doctor at Nanching Hospital, not part of your military district. You have no right to tell me what to do." Lin Xueqing frowned and quickly walked over, knocking gently on the door to try to interrupt them politely. "Dr. Zhou, I'm here. Is there anything I can help with?" The two inside were interrupted by the knocking. Zhou Fuxing didn't want to deal with the stubborn Li Wan anymore. He opened the door and came out. Seeing Lin Xueqing, Zhou Fuxing's anger faded, and he looked serious as he said, "You're good at emergency care. Right now, many fishermen affected by the sea fight are here, mostly with minor injuries. There are only Dr. Hu and Dr. Deng here, along with 4 nurses. They're also responsible for preparing medicine and giving IVs to patients. It's really busy, so I'd like to ask for your help to lend a hand." As Zhou Fuxing spoke, he led Lin Xueqing across the corridor outside the office and into another area of the bamboo shed. This area looked a bit like the medical shed nearby. Deng Qiubai and Old, who were sitting in separate sections divided by bamboo boards, quickly bandaging injured villagers. Old, who had an assistant, Ding Min, helping him, while Deng Qiubai was busy on his own. Zhou Fuxing asked Lin Xueqing to help Deng Qiubai. When Deng Qiubai saw someone finally coming to help, he didn't hesitate. He pointed to an empty spot next to Li Wan and said, "I'll handle the more serious and difficult cases. You take care of the minor injuries. If you're unsure about anything, ask me, okay?" Lin Xueqing nodded eagerly. This was a great chance to practice, and she was happy to help. After arranging everything for Lin Xueqing, Zhou Fuxing didn't waste time. He sat at his own station and started treating the waiting patients. When Li Wan came out of the office and saw Lin Xueqing sitting in her usual spot, her eyes filled with tears. She felt very wronged. She hadn't done anything wrong, but the doctors from the military district seemed to be excluding her. Thinking that her uncle, Li Jianzhong, would arrive soon made her feel a little better. She believed that once her uncle arrived, even if he couldn't stop the doctors from the military district, he could at least make them stop unfairly accusing her. Meanwhile, the battle at sea was still going on. Lu Mingyuan and the enemy ships surrounding them had been fighting for quite a while. Fortunately, they were on a military ship equipped with weapons. Without those, their bullets wouldn't last long against the enemy. The attackers were especially nasty. They didn't care about the nearby fishing boats and crashed into them recklessly, causing many small boats to capsize. Lu Mingyuan didn't know that the enemy's goal was to force them into international waters. He wasn't yet part of the Nandao military district and didn't know where the fishermen's activity areas were. The soldier steering the ship from Nandao initially knew, but he was the first to be attacked. The pirates who boarded the ship and tried to take control shot and killed him. Lu Mingyuan used a canvas bag filled with supplies to trick the pirates who had climbed aboard. When they let their guard down, thinking they had succeeded, he fought back and defeated them. As they fought to regain control of the ship and break out of the encirclement, Lu Mingyuan's only thought was to head in the direction that would get them to the South Island military district the fastest. He kept the ship moving quickly. Fortunately, they sent out a distress signal early, and the Jianggang military district was closer. Rescue patrol boats arrived soon. When they reached the area where the fishing boats were fighting the military ship, everyone was stunned. The fast-moving ships were zigzagging on the sea. The person steering the military ship was not following normal routes and deliberately avoided the usual channels, heading into fishing areas. The enemy ships disguised as fishing boats were even worse. They fired randomly in the fishing zones, showing no concern for the safety of nearby fishermen. This situation required combat ships. The rescue boats couldn't approach without risking their lives. The soldiers on the rescue boats realized how serious the situation was and immediately reported to their superiors. Once the Jianggang authorities received the message, they quickly ordered the fishing boats to return to port for safety, urging fishermen to avoid the fighting area. At the same time, the combat ships from the South Island military district had already set out. After receiving the report from Jianggang, Commander Zhao Xinghuai, who was in charge of this mission, ordered the fleet to speed up. The enemy, disguised as fishermen, also received Jianggang's warning through their communication channels. Their leader cursed loudly and said, "Ram that ship. I don't care about the intel. I won't let those rabbits get away." In the next moment, 3 fishing boats, desperately chasing the military ship, suddenly veered and rammed one side of the military vessel. Lu Mingyuan's ship was small, slightly larger and sturdier than a normal fishing boat. Being hit by multiple fishing boats, the military ship, moving at high speed, started to tilt uncontrollably and threatened to capsize. Water flooded in through broken windows into the cabin. Lu Mingyuan immediately ordered, "Quick! Abandon ship now." As Lu Mingyuan and the others quickly swam out of the cabin, several hand grenades were thrown from the direction of the fishing boats toward the still-floating military ship.
Boom! Boom!
A series of loud explosions created a massive shockwave. The shockwave instantly pushed Lu Mingyuan and the others away from the ship. Luckily, they had abandoned it a moment earlier, otherwise they would have been killed by the blasts. The attacking fishing boats didn't care about their lives. After throwing the grenades, they quickly scattered and fled. Within just a few minutes, the combat ship from the Southern Island Military District arrived in the area. It immediately sealed off the sea and captured the fishing boats trying to escape. The fishermen didn't expect the military ship to arrive so quickly. Compared to the combat ship and the official navy, these fishing boats were no match. Most of the troublemakers on the blocking boats were caught. At the same time, inside the medical station in Xiaoxi village, villagers coming to treat their wounds were chatting and complaining. "Our village has really had bad luck this year. First the flood, then we finally get to go fishing, and now there's a war." Exactly. 10 or so boats attacking just one military ship. That's really unfair. Lin Xiueching's hand, while bandaging a villager's wound, trembled slightly as she asked, "War? What's going on today?" Recalling the danger just now, the villager immediately started talking excitedly. "We don't know where the enemies came from, but they kept chasing our military ship. The person steering the ship was pretty good. Even though they were attacked by over 10 fishing boats, they managed to escape. Those enemies had guns, but they didn't shoot at our ship." Another uncle looked sad as he said, "If our navy were stronger, those rootless people from Bald Head Island wouldn't dare to openly steal our land. It's not because the officer on the ship is so capable, but because our rabbit country is too weak." Hearing this, everyone looked disappointed and helpless. Someone whispered, "If only we had a strong navy like Eagle Country." Someone quickly replied, "Don't get your hopes up. Big Mao is watching us. He doesn't want us to have our own ships, so we can only rely on them in the future." When they heard someone talking about sensitive topics, Old Who loudly said, "Enough, enough. Just be glad you're alive and stop talking so much." Ding Min listened nearby, feeling confused, and asked, I still want to know if that military ship managed to escape." Lin Xiueching also became nervous. Today, Lu Mingyuan took a military ship back to Southern Island. It can't be a coincidence. Was he on that ship? The lively villagers, upon hearing this, looked a bit downcast and finally said sadly, "I don't know what happened to that military ship. We were injured when an enemy boat hit us. Luckily, we are good swimmers and everyone helped each other, so only minor injuries. That military ship, I fear it might be in serious trouble." Hearing this, Zhou Fuxing frowned and said, "There are our main port at the Great River and the South Island Military District nearby. They will surely send help quickly. Please don't guess or spread rumors here." When the villagers heard Zhou Fuxing speak, they immediately stopped talking and dared not speak recklessly. At this moment, a jeep slowly drove into the village entrance. After Li Jianzhong let Gu Jixing and Su Yao get out of the car, he continued driving toward the camp. He needed to find out the full story about Li Wan first, so he could negotiate with Lu Zhenghua. He wanted to persuade Captain Lu Zhenghua to personally testify that Li Wan did not leave her post without permission. Even if the medical staff at the military district complained, they would likely be seen as jealous colleagues making false accusations. However, when Li Jianzhong entered the medical station, he didn't see Li Wan's figure. Instead, he saw Lin Xiueching busy among the villagers. He had a strong impression of Lin Xiueching. She was beautiful, after all, which naturally drew more attention. Especially someone like Lin Xiueching, who not only had pretty features but also a sweet and obedient personality, often made people feel more fond of her. But Li Jianzhong was puzzled. If he remembered correctly, Lin Xiueching was Lu Mingyuan's wife and Lu Zhengua's daughter-in-law. Why was she inside the medical station? He thought for a moment and then walked over and asked, "Comrade Lin, hello." Lin Xiueching looked up at the middle-aged man in front of her. After thinking for a moment, she remembered who he was. She quickly stood up and smiled, saying, Director Li, what brings you here? Are you looking for my dad? He's out working. I can ask someone to call him over for you. Li Jianzhong hurriedly smiled and said, No need, no need. I came today for personal reasons. Do you know where Li Wan and Dr. Li are? Li Wan?
Li Jianzhong.
Lin Xueqing's eyes flickered, and she immediately realized these two must be relatives. She blurted out, Director Li, is he Li Wan's uncle? Li Jianzhong quickly smiled and said, Yes, my niece didn't cause you any trouble, did she? There really was some trouble, but Lin Xueqing didn't want to be so direct. She simply avoided the topic with a light remark. So, Director Li is Comrade Li Wan's uncle? She mentioned before that her uncle is very impressive. Li Jianzhong didn't notice the sarcastic tone in Lin Xueqing's words. He thought she was praising him and quickly waved his hand, modestly saying, Oh, not at all. She's just a girl who likes to joke. Next to them, Deng Qiubai couldn't help but roll his eyes. She's already in her 20s. She's no longer a little girl. Li Jianzhong immediately frowned. Could it be because this female doctor had a conflict with her niece? Earlier on the phone, Li Wan only said she was falsely accused of neglecting her duties and was bullied. She was crying and upset, but he didn't understand the full story. That's why he wanted to come personally and ask Li Wan about the situation. Zhou Fusheng was worried that Deng Qiubai might clash with Li Jianzhong. This person looked like a smooth talker who liked to show off his authority. Moreover, after just punishing Li Wan, she immediately went to find her parents. It was obvious she didn't accept his decision and wanted to oppose him. But he was just a county party secretary, an official position that was neither small nor large. Who was he afraid of? Even if the higher-ups personally intervened, how to punish her would still be how it was. He wouldn't change his mind. Allowing someone who neglects their duties and likes to cause trouble in the medical team was disrespectful to patients and a betrayal of the public's trust in the organization. He snorted coldly and said to Deng Qiubai and Old Hu, The patients we came to treat are almost done. The rest is up to you. I'll go and come back. He then stood up from his seat, approached Li Jianzhong and said, Comrade Li Wan's uncle, right? I am Zhou Fusheng, the leader of this disaster relief medical team. Comrade Li, come with me. I will explain everything about Li Wan to you. Li Jianzhong didn't expect Li Wan's superior to be right here. A hint of awkwardness flashed across his face, and he quickly smiled. Of course. Zhou Fusheng asked a villager to find Li Wan. Meanwhile, he handed over his work to Deng Qiubai and led Li Jianzhong into the office. Soon, the office was filled with the sounds of Li Wan shouting and Zhou Fusheng scolding, and eventually, everyone left angrily. By the time their quarrel ended, the treatment of the injured fisherman was mostly finished. Today, Old Hu had not yet gone to the medical tent for a follow-up with the patients. Instead, he took Lin Xueqing and Ding Min to the medical tent. When they arrived, the bamboo weaving team had already finished their work for the day and had gone home. Lin Xueqing looked at how well-ized the team was, with no problems, and she felt relieved. When Lu Minglang saw Old Hu arrive, he quickly pushed Lu Mingche to the medical tent to prepare for today's treatment. Old Hu pressed on Lu Mingche's leg acupoints and asked, Do you still feel pain in your leg today? Lu Mingche thought for a moment and said, It only hurts around noon, but it's okay at other times. He paused and a hint of suspicion appeared in his eyes. He realized that whenever he ate the food his sister-in-law cooked, his leg would hurt. Lin Xueqing's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that her breakfast today was made by Lu's mother. Could Lu Mingche have noticed something? Old Hu, unaware of the complicated thoughts, touched Lu Mingche's leg bones and meridians again and said, Your leg is really talented. The healing is progressing better than expected. I'll teach Xueqing a set of acupuncture techniques later, so she can do acupuncture on you every night. Combined with the massage I do daily, your recovery will be faster. Lin Xueqing nodded quickly. Old Hu once again treated Lu Mingche as a teaching tool, explaining the leg's acupoints and meridians to her. He also gave Lin Xueqing a set of silver needles to try inserting into Lu Mingche's acupoints. Ding Min watched Old Hu give Lin Xueqing a set of silver needles and felt a pang of jealousy. She had been studying medicine with Old Hu for a long time, but he had never given her any gifts, only treated her as an assistant. She felt a bit resentful, but then she calmed herself down, realizing there was no need to argue with Lin Xueqing, a village girl who only stayed in Xiaoxi village. After Old, who revealed that she was not his official disciple, she thought carefully and quickly understood the pros and cons. Old, who was decisive. If he agreed to let Lin Xueqing learn traditional Chinese medicine from him, he would definitely teach her. Fortunately, Old, who only stayed in Little Creek Village for 3 months, and Lin Xueqing was pregnant. With such a short time and limited energy, no matter how smart she was, she could only learn a little. But she was different. After Old, who returned to the military district, she still stayed close to him to learn, and her skills naturally surpassed Lin Xueqing's. She might even have the chance to use Old, whose connections to get into the military hospital. Since she couldn't threaten herself, there was no need to offend Old, who just for Lin Xueqing. After some mental reassurance, Ding Min finally suppressed her jealousy of Lin Xueqing. Unlike Ding Min's jealousy, Old, who was now feeling surprised and secretly considering taking Lin Xueqing as his direct disciple. He had never seen anyone learn acupuncture so quickly. Every needle was precise and fast, hitting the right points without mistake. If her needle technique wasn't still a bit rough, and if he hadn't seen her go from knowing nothing to being able to do it himself, he might have suspected she had already learned traditional Chinese medicine long ago. Lin Xueqing was steady-handed, calm, and had a good memory, truly talented in learning Chinese medicine. Feeling Old Hu's surprise, Lu Mingyuan, rarely showing off, smiled at Old Hu and said, "My sister-in-law's hands are naturally steady, and she learns very quickly. That's just her talent." In other words, Lin Xueqing's talent is natural, so there's no need to envy her. Old Hu rolled his eyes at him. Sure enough, good sons resemble their fathers, and his boastful attitude was just like his dad's. Ding Min couldn't hold back anymore and muttered softly, "TSK, what if his sister-in-law accidentally him wrong? That would be a disaster." Old Hu ignored Ding Min's mumbling and instead encouraged Lin Xueqing. "All the needles are in the right spots. Keep going." This comment was like a sharp slap to Ding Min, making her face turn pale. With Old Hu's encouragement and Lu Mingyuan's excuse, Lin Xueqing picked up her silver needle again and quickly, steadily, and accurately inserted it into Lu Mingyuan's acupuncture points. Her skill with the silver needle looked very professional, which made Old Hu even more satisfied. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyuan was sweating from the pain, biting his teeth tightly. Ding Min immediately scolded Lin Xueqing, saying, "Quickly pull out the needle. Being flashy doesn't give you the right to mess with the patient's body. You've inserted the needle into the wrong acupoint." Old Hu shook his head and sighed quietly. Ding Min had been studying traditional Chinese medicine with him for almost a year. During this year, she had only just begun to understand the principles of Chinese medicine and memorized the distribution of meridians and acupoints on the body. She had learned how to insert needles, but only in a vague way. She didn't really understand how the needle insertion would affect the patient's body. And she certainly couldn't match Lin Xueqing's precise and steady skill. Is this difference in skill just about natural talent? Lin Xueqing looked at Lu Mingyuan's reaction and the acupoint, and confidently replied, "There was no mistake." Old Hu suddenly became curious and asked, "Then why does Mingyuan feel so uncomfortable now?" Lu Mingyuan wanted to explain, but Old Hu raised his hand to stop him. Lin Xueqing naturally answered, "Because the needle was inserted correctly. Mingyuan feels uncomfortable." Ding Min snorted coldly. "You really like to argue. The patient is in so much pain, and you're still worried about saving face, insisting you're right." Old Hu shook his head and interrupted Ding Min, continuing to ask, "Then why, if the needle was inserted correctly, does Mingyuan feel worse?" Ding Min was stunned. So, Lin Xueqing really did insert the needle correctly? Mingyuan's leg bone was broken before. Although the fracture has healed, the broken area isn't fully connected, causing the meridians to be disconnected, which makes walking difficult. As the saying goes, when the meridians are open, there is no pain. When blocked, there is pain. That might be the reason. Lin Xueqing's words made Old Hu laugh. That really is of luck for Lu Mingyuan. He found a treasure for his eldest son. Although Old Hu didn't criticize Ding Min, she felt more embarrassed by being ignored than by being scolded by Old Hu. She clenched her fists tightly and comforted herself again. She had an advantage in geographical knowledge over Lin Xiucheng. No matter how fast she learned, she couldn't compare to her staying with old, who every day. After the follow-up consultation, Lu Minglang pushed Lu Mingche back to his room to rest, then went to the back mountain to gather firewood. Lin Xiucheng was still preparing dinner in the backyard kitchen. While washing rice, she couldn't help but think of Lu Mingyuan. Today, the villagers said that the gunfight at sea seemed quite intense, and they wondered if Lu Mingyuan was affected. However, Lu Mingyuan had already been rescued by soldiers on a combat ship from the South Island military district and was quickly taken back to the military base. Lu Mingyuan was very lucky this time. Although the shock from the grenade was strong, he is a good swimmer and managed to stay away from the main blast area. He was pushed far away by the waves. Liang Yong was in a worse situation. He was thrown into the sea after being hit by a wave and suffered fractures in his hand and leg. Other soldiers also had injuries of different kinds. Soon, Lu Mingyuan was brought to Qin Jingming's office at the South Island military district. Qin Jingming is familiar with Lu's family. They used to live together in the military compound years ago, so he knows Lu Mingyuan well. But Lu Mingyuan didn't try to use their familiarity to get special treatment. He respectfully saluted Qin Jingming, reporting to the commander, Captain Lu Mingyuan of the Special Operations Battalion here to report. Qin Jingming patted Lu Mingyuan's shoulder and pointed to a spot beside the office, saying, "Mingyuan, sit down. It's been a while. Welcome to the South Island Military District."